Over, you just can't breathe. Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Take you.
over. Matt Replenish is coming through to connect, but it might just be 150. Moving down the quick left and right pin. The 1-2 combo on Pedrosa.
One more. Space. Let's go, boys.
Cracked on me. 1 HP. No, 1 HP right here. 1 HP. 30, 20. Let's go!
This is what it's all about.
Let's go! Yes, they're in arcade. Yes, I'm in grief mode.
Yeah, we're talking to you.
Good fucking shit, guys. Good fucking shit.
Let's start the show.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Fortnite Champion Series Season 2 Squad Finals and Heats. My name is Shia Wager, joined by the absolutely fabulous Balla TW. Balla, how's the competition been shaping up in NA East so far?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I couldn't be more excited. Today is going to be the day. It's absolutely incredible. Yesterday we saw NA East Heat 1. The action was insane. We're going to continue with NA East Heat 2. And really, yesterday we had some amazing stories, Ninja and stuff. We had obviously Zay, High Sky Commandment, and people. I literally couldn't be more excited. It's going to be awesome.
No, absolutely right. Like right now, we've only gone actual competition. Only one Heats coverage from NA East was done yesterday. We have 3 more Heats back to back to get to today. It's going to be really, really exciting. With that being said, let's recap exactly what these guys are fighting for. Let's check out the leaderboards, or not the leaderboards, the prizing really quick of exactly how this entire thing will shape up. So if you guys do make it to the grand finals after the Heats, this is kind of what it looks like. There we go. All right, so $187,000 for first place. We've got $75,000 for second, all the way down. Okay, one second, we're having a few technical
The rest of these are also amazing. If you qualify all the way through to 25th, if you qualify basically into tomorrow's finals on Sunday, you're earning yourself $6,000 too. So just qualifying today means a lot. Top 6 out of everything is going to qualify, and that's going to mean that these guys are competing tomorrow. And we'll follow all the action, who qualifies, who's not qualifying, and get ready for tomorrow because it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, that being said, we do have a lot of predictions and analytical pieces from before. We can check out those pieces right now. We're going to be looking at a few caster picks. Let's just check it out. So actually right now we're gonna be okay. We're having a few technical difficulties just in the back at the moment. We're gonna be talking about the prizing still just for the moment. One thing to note is that if you do make it into the Heat section of the competition, if you find a squad and chill with the squad the whole time, you still do make $2,400. I'm talking to a few people on the side from the Heats yesterday. They are not that disappointed in the fact that they didn't do too well, because their goal was to get a squad, just get that implementation and get to the Heats, make their prize money. That's what they've done. It's been really sick.
It has been. So we have a bunch of Heats today. Of course, we're going to start with Heat 2 on NA East, and there's tons of stories to follow there. I definitely like to, take a look at what we've got, because in terms of player lists and who's up, we got Unknown Army. He's the main attraction, at least for me. He is the most hyped player going into FNCS finals just because of his solo Catch Cup performances and all the things he's able to do both on controller and keyboard and mouse. So he's been flavor of basically the last 2 weeks. Everybody is talking about this guy.
Yeah, I think it was the villain coming in. Everyone just thinking that his entire skill was attached to the fact that, his aim was so good using the controller. But at the same time, as soon as he switched up, I became a big fan. Played with that keyboard and mouse, got 5th place, kind of shut everyone up and made us realize that, okay, we're all bad at Fortnite compared to this one individual versus the rest of the world. I think he's the ultimate player when it comes to solos. The question is, can he get those team-based results? Can he perform in a tournament format? Because placement-wise, it hasn't been right there before when it comes to the very grand finals. I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, especially in trios. We had him playing in that. They didn't have the best of the best results. We'll see here in squads. They've been pretty consistent in the finals that they've made. They've been pretty scary. I think every time, they're in a tournament, when they're in one of these finals, basically everybody in the lobby is like, oh, Unknown Army's team is in here. Kaz is in here. These guys are ready to roll, and we don't want to get anywhere near them because they will key us and they will, mess up our game or just eliminate us. So that's a fear for everybody for sure.
No, absolutely. Now we're going to be moving on to the next slide. There is going to be the all grown up individuals. A little bit of drama happened early on before the actual season started between the star squad of Poach, Snood, Hogman, and Crims. These guys were all together for a little bit in practice as well. But once those heats finally started, Crims did a little bit of a split up. Hogman also apparently got dropped or parted away with. And now Poach's squad with Snood in tow and Hogman are going to be facing each other in the same heat.
Yeah, Poach, Snood, obviously Wiggs and Colazo on their team as well. They are somebody that a lot of people are like, hey, where have they gone, right? Where's Poach? Where's Snood? They haven't been streaming as much. They haven't been competing as much. And now here they are. They've qualified here into Heat 2, and we'll see if they can make it all the way through the finals. Of course, facing up against Hogman and company. These two squads, they kind of are very similar in terms of their roles, in terms of their histories in competitive Fortnite. So it'll be interesting to see, are they really going to change anything, or are both of them going to perform, or are both of them basically maybe not going to perform?
No, it's 100% the question at hand. Have they learned anything from playing with each other? Will strats be shared? How are these new individuals as a part of both of their squadrons going to influence everything? Will these guys be the stars? It's all up for show. We do have one more storyline to follow. We'll check that out really quick. It's going to be, drum roll please, the Controlas Scrimas as a part of the Heat. Mr. Ghost Bizzle fighting off against the entire input army of the Controller Squadron. This is one of my favorites, man.
Yeah, I can't say this isn't karma, I guess I would say, for Bizzle and people like Animal, the people who have been, on Twitter, very vocal about aim assist, very vocal about how they are not comfortable fighting against the controller players. And here they are in a heat with 28 total controller players, and pretty much spread out a bunch of different squads. We're finally seeing, a bunch of different teams be hybrids, right, of controller players and keyboard and mouse players, which is not something we've really seen. Maybe a little bit in the trios, but here, 28 players in this heat. That's not somewhere I want to be if I'm Animal and if I'm Bizzle and the other guys like Aspect, these guys who consistently are talking aim assist.
Yeah, there's no way for them to escape either. You go on Twitter, you go on Reddit, every single thread I feel like has something to do with L2 spam, your whole arm. These things are always said 24/7, and now they can finally be shown off in the actual game. Excited to see that 100% because we have the peak of the controller players as well as the keyboard and mouse players just going head to head. With that being said, though, we have a few caster picks as well and predictions. We can go through them really quick to see exactly how we've actually predicted. So Bala, you kind of went, your predictions went really well yesterday in NA East. Europe as well looks like it also went really good. For this heat, though, do you have any predictions yourself?
Yeah, this heat, I definitely think I see Unknown Army and company coming through probably at the backside. I'm definitely expecting Animal, Bucky, Aspect, and Falter to qualify through. I'm definitely expecting Bizzle, Eclipse, Dubs, and Mega to qualify through, but the rest of it pretty much is up for grabs, I'd say.
No, absolutely. Now we have a few picks that will also come up as well later on. We also have a player list, so we have the choice of going to either one. We can always break it down. I'm just really hyped to see how game one will go through. Another caster pick for Sundown, who will be casting off later today in NA East. He predicted correctly yesterday. NA West, he has a few as well, just to show off a little bit of his knowledge of, he gets picks right. And then we'll move on to the next pick as well if we have it up, or straight back to the faces. There we go. Reflections. A little bit of Heat 3 action over there with Defend the Farm. I believe this Heat has part one of that as well. It's Arab versus Liquid Luck. Who is your money on, Mr. Bala TW?
Well, we'll see. Arab is a squad that definitely can qual today, but given their performance in the finals, they've been consistent, but they have not been consistently excellent. They had the one win on game one of basically the first saga of #Defend the Farm. And well, today, they might have it uncontested. We'll see if it goes qualify. Then all of a sudden we can talk about Liquid Luck versus Arab squad, and Defend the Farm starts all over again later on.
Yeah, I mean, Arab is just one of the squads that are in the actual heat today. This is the full player list as to who's actually up for contention of those top 6 squads. We mentioned one of the big star ones. It's Poach, Snood, Wiggs, and Colazo at the very top. Bala had his money on Mega, Bizzle, Eclipse, and Dubs, an elite tier veteran squad, been playing together for a long time as well. Any other big names you see over here you want to call out, Bala?
In terms of big names, we also, I mean, let's talk about the controller players here. Slacks, Innocent, Casker, and Assault. That's a big controller squad minus Casker. So watch out for them. But yeah, literally, guys, if you know your controller players, just look at this. Look down this list and name them off, because Apex Sticks, Cartoon Paul over there in the top. We have literally just going down Grandma Teets and D's paired up with Npen and Hogman. Another kind of the start of the controller hybrids was basically Hogman doing that off. And then Aguilar on Arab's team. We have Destroy Godnik, Exoff, and Mistoris, another full squad of controller players. Just look at that. So yeah, these guys who are talking, it's basically now time to say, hey, no, you know what's gonna happen, child, which is gonna be really funny. Watch. If Bizzle and them and Animal and them don't claw, I guarantee you the Twitter storm is going to be excellent.
No, we're literally sitting in the eye of a hurricane right now, and like it's about to get really rainy. Not to even ignore the fact that there's some controller squadrons, you know, usually there's a lot of unison in this group, but hey, the A1 boys, a little bit infamous all throughout scrims practice. A lot of people thinking they don't deserve the spot that they have at the moment or the success they get, but they shut them up with facts and placements 24/7. Low ground warriors, they beat out anyone else dropping down, even if it's 1v3, v4. I've seen Scope make insane plays. It's going to be really cool to see over here. Another squad to pick out as well that I just want to really touch on is Janik, Sniper, Vape Jesus, and Uzi. I think they're going to be flying a little bit under the radar. There are a lot of squads like that over here who've had a little bit of success with maybe a few of their players in the past, pick up new additions, and now are basically, you know, it's time for the test. The exam is going to be 3 hours long. Got to answer all the questions. You mess one up, going to ruin your momentum. Let's move on to the next piece we have coming up, though. We're going to check out the entire schedule for the actual weekend of exactly how we're doing this broadcast and what we have up here. So today it's going to be Heat 2. It's going to be starting in just about a few minutes. People are waiting and queuing up to jump out of the bus. Later on, there should be an hour break, but the 6th game of the Heat should go a little bit through that. We'll have a short break and then be right back with Heat 3 for NA East. Same thing for Heat 4 after that. And then tomorrow we have the tri-regional coverage of Europe, North America East, and North America West.
Yeah, and that's going to be excellent. We're going to be following all the stories that have been developed throughout all of the heats, not just the ones that we've watched. So, obviously, EU is playing their heats at the same time, so we're kind of having, you know, split attention for a lot of the community. But hey, if you're watching those EU heats over like on Clay Stelling's stream, for example, he's live right now, I believe, doing casting for that, so make sure you go check them out. If you want to see the EU coverage, of course, Aussie Antics provided some coverage of the OCE region that happened earlier. Asia wrapped up earlier, so there's tons of different regions right here. Right now, we're going to be focused on NA East today, but tomorrow we'll get all the love to as many regions as we possibly can, child.
Yeah, and to break down a little bit of how the coverage we do specifically on this channel is, it's kind of unique. Basically, we've had a little bit of experimentation with all the cups and the other heats that were, or qualifier rounds we've hosted throughout the previous weekends. We've heard your feedback. We're using both replays and live player feeds. Had some comments about the quality. Well, the player streams, they determine the quality. We just watch along. The replayers are there after the game or after the play to give you context to the big moments that happen. The big example is Zextro going down early on in a fight off a stream. We go back to the replay, see him rebooted. You guys get all the action if it's happening on or off screen 24/7. If you have feedback on that, shout us out, hashtag FNCS Finals on Twitter, make a Reddit post, let us know, because we are doing this for your enjoyment and for your pleasure.
Yeah, and a little bit more of a focused, you know, storyline approach that we could see and try to catch everything that we possibly can. So if it's not covered on a stream, we're definitely going to be trying to cover it on the replay mode. We'll be watching every single endgame, both once through the streams as far as we can with what we have, and then we'll also watch it back with the in-game replay mode to catch anything that we missed. Like we said yesterday in NA East, we saw a lot of action that we missed. At Zexer, we saw a bunch of, you know, pop-up moments from him. Commandment and his multiple attempted clutches time and time again. This guy is in zone with the bandage bazooka, and we would never have been able to see that if we didn't go back into replay mode and take a look. But also, like you said, Shao, getting the updates throughout the game. Who is alive? How are their loadouts doing? Because these guys aren't streaming. We might not necessarily see that a team completely eliminates them, because some of these guys who aren't streaming are the best of the best. Don't forget, the best of the best, they're focused. They're locked in. They're not streaming. They're not focused on anything. They're not worried about chat, nothing.
No, absolutely. The big thing as well, you mentioned teams taking out other teams. Two words have kind of eluded us today that we mentioned a lot yesterday, and also take out teams that aren't real players. Storm Surge. It's been a big topic. On Europe, we watched it in the heats, and East maybe not as much, but when it got to that 6th zone, I think all the way to 8th, there was still more than 30 people alive. Big thing to keep tabs of. I want to see how Heat 2 handles it, especially since we have so many accurate aiming players.
Yeah, that's for sure. Storm Surge has gone forever in a lot of these games, and that's something that people need to plan for. And they need to plan for, because if they don't, then not only are we going to have high numbers of players, which makes it harder to rotate through, but we're also going to have high numbers of psycho players who are literally jumping into your box no matter what. Like, absolutely crazy. So people have to plan for that for sure. And don't forget the amount of players that are in the lobby. We saw 90 people in 3rd zone with Storm Surge active in EU. We saw that basically the same thing in NA East yesterday in Heat 1. And it caused, some issues for people running through the server, not able to get their builds out and stuff like that. So you got to be careful for sure.
A lot of things you got to take into account for exactly how things are going down. I believe the battle bus has taken off at breakneck speeds. People are already landed up. So let's check out how hot Heat 2 is going to be with the hottest squad to watch. Unknown Army 1X, Vanguard, Kaz, Avery, and Stable Ronaldo. And the beam already starts off the drip. My man is on that big cigar in Slurpy Swamps, dropping down. The solo drop that you've analyzed a lot, Bollock W, is going to be in play right now.
Yeah, one of his favorite spots to drop, really one of the favorite spots for a lot of different people dropping here in Slurpy Swamp. So you can see the versatility of it. Not only can you drop through and basically get a top-down view on this inside building, so if anybody does land below you, you have the better vantage point on them, but also the possibilities for picks through the sky. Unknown almost picking somebody off who went west of Slurpy Swamp. We saw Fremont and Company, Toos, and them experimenting with that drop spot to the west of Slurpy Swamps, kind of split all around in that area. And it, it kind of worked out for them. But most importantly, I think what we saw throughout all of the action yesterday, even the ones that we didn't broadcast, is being uncontested is very, very important.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only people who've actually played out and won the games or been in control of every single game that was won in, I think, either Europe, and NA East potentially as well. We'll get Stacks to check up on that. Were people who were completely uncontested. I believe there was one team that was contested, won the game off, and then used that advantage with the damage they took, with the loot they had, the pressure they built up to win. But at the same time, it's a big ask when you're facing the top of the competition and all these different types of biomes, stratospheres, and setups of, the difference in Weeping Woods, the shield available in Slurpy Swamp. It's going to be an uphill task, and at the same time, it's only game 1. There's no information to play off other than the games these guys have watched yesterday.
Try looking harder, because what you're doing right now ain't the vibe.
We are using the player streams. Coop looks like he, in the hecticness of getting started for FNCS, he didn't stretch his resolution out all the way for his stream, so we got a couple of black bars throughout it. Unknown, I believe, actually went over to one of his teammates' house to play this, and he's streaming from there if, what he was talking about was true. So that's an exciting development too, kind of moving over towards his teammates, possibly playing in more of a LAN environment where you can get that instant feedback with your teammates. That could be really cool.
Yeah, instant feedback as well as lower connection lets you actually be able to do a lot more when you're tarping around endgame, faster edit speeds, faster build placements. The box fights are already so strong when it comes to Unknown Army, and now it's going to be even more boosted up. Battle plan, though, of attack. How do you kind of structure out early game? Where do you get your tags? Because right now there are 100 people alive on the server.
We just gotta wait for Owen.
Wow.
So we just gotta wait for you.
Let that sink in for a second. 100 players are still up, and 12 seconds until zone starts to move. What a ridiculous start to this game. We're definitely going to have some issues with Storm Surge like we talked about. But also, that means a lot of uncontested teams. Okay, never mind. Aspect's team stream is quite delayed, so he has just first zone revealed just now, which means we might have, a couple people who are ahead who might have a better vision of this. But still, even first zone being revealed, this literally means that nobody 50-50'd each other, which is a absolute treat. And to me, that's like one of the most amazing things, because I hate 50-50s. I hate when people drop on the same chest and pickaxe each other. That is one of the most frustrating things in the games, and I guess we can all relate to that. But another treat, not on just a player count, Aspect streaming. Aspect giving us a POV into one of the teams that I think a lot of people are very interested about. This is not a team that usually streams Shio, and that means that we get to finally get an inside look at the comms, at the strats, at everything that these guys are doing.
Yeah, a lot of people in the actual North America East region watched the comms that Bucky had in his duo VODs, as well as a few of his squad VODs, to actually learn how to communicate with their team. So when it comes to secrets of play, when it's not an insane build strategy, when it's actual game sense, I think these guys are the ultimate pioneers, and it's 100% going to be cool to see exactly how they implement all their secret strategies live. It's going to be really cool. I also have never had a chance to actually get into and pick apart the roles each person plays in the new squad meta, because that did have a few defined roles in trios, but we had insane mobility there that you can pop off with. Now playing a lot more natural of a game style. It's going to be kind of interesting to see how these guys break it down, because, you know, with no mobility, with just having your mats always making the right calls based off your position, you're going to have to keep everything on point, crisp, and clear. Right now, though, you talk about on point, Bucky, Aspect, no shield, and their preliminary loop path is kind of already almost finished.
Yeah, but look at the split right there. We got the map. They moved out of Lazy Lake to the north with the majority of their teammates, but Aspect looting the remnants of basically this mountainous area. And yeah, there's a lot up here. 5 chests spread out along not only the broken building that we saw him earlier in here, the house, and then a couple of chests up on the peaks of the mountain. He can rejoin his team over by the bridge where there's a couple more. So they've got a little ways to go on this loop path still, but definitely, you know, people like to land at that army base up north of Lazy Lake. So it could be an issue for them if they're already yoinked some of their loot, but also split Aspect here could be rough.
Still only the start, though, but it feels like a big problem in Mountain is kind of coming up for all these players, because only 4 people have gone down. I believe a complete squad has still not been eliminated. We saw a little bit of it yesterday in the very last game of NA East Heat 1, all the way till the very end. I believe the 9th circle is when we started finally getting placement down. Early game RPGs over here from Jacob. 2 people down as well. These guys are going to be on the back seat trying to fight back and gain control of this fight. Looks like it's a 2v1 right now, though. We'll see if they win it out. Extra shields are available, but the momentum is coming in fast. Big pump.
Like, we do have an actual early game contest here at Steamy Stacks. It seems like one of the spots that continues to be contested. It's Spade, Yoda, Perur, and Keox who end up going down, but not at the expense of Gage, Tossley, Jacobicki, and company. Also defend the farm. Stage number 1 here with Arab, Aguilar, Kaz, and Inspire. It looks like they just finished off an entire... No, there's still players around. By Arab heals up, Kaz, Inspire, and players are starting to hold it down and figure out exactly what's going on. This looks like a push actually out to the Orchard North. They tried to maybe split both, and now Aspect down as well. We talked about how far that split was, and now it punishes them. He is out. They don't have his card. It's expiring. Nobody's even making an expedition over there. We don't have ballers for them to go pick that up really quick on a rescue mission. He's going to be down and out for the entire game. That is rough. Probably one of their star players, and he's not even going to be able to participate in game number 1.
This is completely their fault, too. Going to have to adjust for that next game. There's nothing to put blame on at all when it comes to external forces that might make your team come in forms of 3 at the moment as well, too. These guys look like they've just been rotating for minutes on end with no tags whatsoever, left, right, or center. Going through a river, might find a few people. They do have snipers in tow with a lot of shield available, but, you know, once again, it looks like these guys are just already falling behind. The second circle already hasn't shown up. Big thing to know as well, this zone is going to be on the top right side of the map, potentially even at Steamy Stacks with those big silos for rotation. Going to be a very tricky zone to maneuver around. I think it's worth getting me purple, honestly. I agree. I have a green. I'm carrying an RPG too. I gotta tell you that.
Aguilar, get on top of this. Arab, Aguilar, Kaz, Inspire, deciding how to rotate in from here. We just got a vision of zone. Steamy Stacks is in, but on the edge, so not quite centered, like you were saying. Might be a possibility, Shio. Obviously, anything can happen here. Looks like they're happy, though, with their position, and I would be, too. It's one of the beauties of Frenzy Farm and why it is so contested. Why Team Liquid Luck is so focused on making sure they have this uncontested. Why this team is interested in that as well. The centeredness of it, the amount of loot you get from it. The positioning you get from it is probably the biggest thing though.
And I think more than just two squads know that now. Once secured now as well in the grand finals, has the great landed and contested and was the victor ultimately for Frenzy Farm multiple times. One of the only squads to actually get out and win a game from being contested. And now they're an entire new chess piece into this big board of Defend the Farm. They haven't really, you know, been vocal about saving that POI, so we'll see if they actually end up dropping there in the grand finals. There's a big three-way story thread now that's kind of playing out between all these top squads that can make it to endgame. And when, speaking of top squads though, that can make it to the end, 4 shots and 3 of them hit with Unknown Army. I don't think these guys are going to be worrying about the Storm Surge whatsoever. 400 damage, almost above.
Can you unban that kid and then, yeah, unban that kid.
On top of the bridge.
400 damage above, and of course probably going to get a couple more tags rotating in here. We do have now second zone being revealed. Is going further east.
Hit 44.
We should be good for
Arab's team slightly out with the investment that they made. He is refarmed back up, but it looks like now Kaz and the players who are up ahead starting to look for position.
Yeah, right now the biggest issue these guys will ever have going forward fights or being contested in mid-game is the IGL difference between Arab and Inspire, I believe. Both these guys always want to make certain types of calls when it comes to the middle and end game. A little bit of a split for all 4 players here to cover all possible types of angles, but if one person calls a disengage, will everyone come back is the question. Looks like everyone is following now to go right back to the power position that they did have, but they need to go that way if they want to make it in the zone. So one obstacle to already face, you talk about not being contested off spawn. Right now they're contested on their rotation to be able to go and actually win the game.
I'll be 5-5.
Have the possibility of going up north if they want, up to the craggy cliffs hill and coming out on the edge of map above Steamy Stacks. It looks like there is a team even farther north, so that spot contested too. Interesting conundrum here for Arab and hashtag Defend the Farm. How they move forward will decide how they'll perform in the game, because they've got players on all angles, and it's going to be a difficult one.
The big thing to know as well as the zone position is going to be towards the northeastern side of the map. We don't usually see this. At the same time, a lot of moving circles as well and later zones will have a side-heavy kind of player base up. You'll see a lot of the times it's like a crescent or a moon on one side. You can take a lot of boats to the other way. Right now we have a replay of actually how Aspect end up going down Bizzle's squad with grenades being rained down from Bizzle himself after a few tags. I believe he switched off of his POV right before that happened. So the quest for shield made you end up with a death ultimately.
And the two sides of the controller drama end up clashing right away on top of that hill where Aspect is split. Of course, Doves, Mega, Bizzle, and Eclipse do take huge advantage of that. They're not going to let anybody go by, no matter of their, shared opinions on controller gang and aim assist debates.
Yeah, I saw him literally.
They take it. Aspect down. Now Avery down for Unknown Army, Kez, and Ronaldo. But another problem I see here, we do see third zone. It is right, moving even closer to Steamy Stacks, but we see kind of ahead in the future. Unknown's the only stream we have without delay, so we get a big picture up ahead. Storm Surge is still active. Falter is under it, but a big problem up there. We saw Frenzy. We saw where Arab's team was, and guess who was right behind them? Unknown Army and company. That rotate. Anybody on that side, I am scared for them.
And these guys aren't even close to being there just yet. I don't think these guys, they know exactly. The zone will even pull north. We'll see how they react to it with one man down. Biggest barriers are people who play so well on height and people who have perfect aim up in the mid ground. Not only is it going to be a problem for the squads that we're going to be watching on screen, but every squad who wants to rotate is going to be just getting bullied by a priority position. Look over at the Storm Surge tags for this squad as well. 64 above might not be the best spot to be in right now. A different type of POV is going to be low ground near the bridge, not in zone. A lot of Storm Surge tags. We'll see how this squad breaks it out.
Full box fight breaking down on the bridge. They've got plenty of heals, plenty of stuff to work with, and also the RPG. They did get 2 eliminations just then. The team pushing forward. I love how Jose comes to the side here and gets a different angle. He's even going to toss in some nades and force this team into a hard place. This is tough for them as this Spanish-speaking squad moves forward.
A lot gained for Surge on the right side of the screen. At the same time, that will start ticking. Only 76 players left alive at the moment. How many times can you use this RPG as well? Only 2 rockets left and remaining. If you notice the map, that fight's going on right beside there at the bottom left on the bridge, while these guys are already moving in to zone. A little bit ahead.
This is terrible start for Aspect, Bucky, Animal, and Falter. This is going to be a full wipe to Storm Surge. There is no way he is making it through this, and a devastating beginning to what looked like an amazing split, to what looked like possibly getting incredible loot going forward. Finally, Bucky does get above, but is the last member for this entire team, and that's going to be pretty much impossible to continue to stay active with Storm Surge, to continue to stay above. Even if he makes it through, he actually has no more heals, so he might be done. He might be out if any more buddy gets tags, and I think there's still 3 people looking for those tags. If he doesn't get more than 32 above, if he doesn't get much further ahead of the rest of the teams, he might be completely out. Scoped and King go down to Storm Surge, which is very surprising considering what you said about them pregame.
Yeah, as usually always make it to end game. They always have a nice plan of attack when it comes to rotations, but can never execute a win condition. Right now, though, a little bit of the opposite is what we're seeing. Bucky also gets saved by that elimination on the A1 squadron. Going to be 69 players left alive. They do have a thing that can save them in the end game. That is the harpoon gun. There's a possibility they find another squad that gets knocked down. They get a few shields back. But if they even make one little mistake and get tagged just a little bit, it's going to be very, very unfortunate for their squad. I think everyone's go activate all over them. Right now, Arab moving loot over. These guys might be getting naded from a far spot. Might not have height either in this position. Going to be a little bit troublesome once the next zone shows up.
We've got 16 minutes until that next zone shows up, so we'll see whether they have to continue moving forward. Good thing for them is they've been recycling materials this entire time. Arab is basically still maxed up. Does look like they picked up a couple more elims, actually, because last time we checked in, he had 1 total for this entire team, from what I could tell, so maybe some refresh coming in too. The zone not too far, so not terrible for Arab and company.
Not terrible for them, but for the whole game, we have a water river down straight through the middle, a hill on the left, low ground on the right. Once people start basing up on the zone, you'll see the full wide view of so many communities and rotations all throughout the map. Once all this is done and said, and that first half and half gets revealed, that's the biggest and most troublesome part. Right now, big mat investment to get towards that zone. I believe they have an extra brick available, about 500 of it as well, so they can do this. Interesting decision. At the same time, do you give everything up from this position, drop down low, get a little bit of that water action? How do you hold things? It's going to be interesting to see. Another POV from Inspire, who's a part of the same squad, is going to be moving straight up ahead and tarping over what looks like a majority of the server, finally grabbing attention with an RPG. A little bit of a distraction, actually. Will they be fighting for height is a question. Beams coming in from the back. This looks really messy.
Really messy, but he just gained himself a full rotation for his team on his lonesome. Speeding up ahead, we see where half in, half out is, and that is going to be where Arab squad is going to position themselves in that 4th zone. So very fortunate for them, and thank you to Unknown Army for the Layla stream that we can get kind of a preview of what's up ahead. Also finding a couple of elims for them. Big pickups on the box fight as they move into 5th zone.
Now the zone's finally closing in. Everyone has to kind of swim across that beach into no man's land and get in if possible. But so many people are already here rotating from the backside. Height is probably still also being contested. We saw exactly how much of that was developed from Arab's POV.
It could actually be them who end up taking height. We'll see if we can get a backup view of Inspire if they end up going up further when 5th zone drops. Unknown now and his team are down on low ground, and Getting a spot.
Just right, just
Do say he is white. He is still on the edge of zone, so that player might be down and out. More white tags coming in. They might find themselves in an easy elimination on the side of zone, but now the opportunity looks like it's gone.
Yeah, you know how sharks like blood and they're very attached, or like, you know, they'll hunt someone down as soon as they smell it. If Unknown gets a white tag, this man is not going to give up. I don't think he's looked anywhere else except for this part of the screen for the squad. Finally, an individual goes down. Don't think he got the elimination. Might have been one of his teammates, but they get the loot there recycled. They still have more to play off.
And 6 zone moving west back towards Frenzy. They have a tunnel already going towards it. So they're staying quite ahead. Very, very good game here from Unknown and company so far. And we do have a POV that we missed from him earlier. The elims that he got on actually Controller Gang 2. Destroy gets destroyed. Back before this, now they're in 6 zone. They're on that rotate. And they're trying to stay ahead, but a lot of pressure coming in. Again, Unknown. His fragging in endgame is unmatched. Literally, nobody can do what he does.
Here, I dropped you minis.
Dude, this guy is playing 4 roles at the same time, supporting his players when they get tagged up, gets the elimination, instantly flips over to exactly where the zone's going, and starts tarping for his team. A jack of all trades. They say, you know, his name's Unknown Army, but now everyone kind of knows that he can do everything, and it looks like, you know, the challenge for him is to, you know, get his squad up on par, play well in a team aspect. Right now, playing all roles at the same time, finally in zone, in a really good position as well. They're owning this game.
I have to say, kind of a new Unknown Army too. How far ahead he's staying with the zone is not something we're used to seeing him play in solos, but Squad's a different beast. And he seems like he's taking control, staying ahead, being the tarper, and also being a fragger at the same time. Placement points are starting to roll in. You can see they're already at 10 total points. Kez finally goes down. They're playing ultimate low, which is a very dangerous position to play and very precarious to move forward on.
Yeah, they could piggyback Kez and get him to the zone. They might need a third body to be able to finish off this game. Kez finally getting eliminated from the backside. So now it's just the 2 brothers, Unknown Army and Stable Ronaldo, playing with each other. But he gets all the mats from Kez with the harpoon gun, being big brained over there, and still has to move over into the zone and get a position.
He does. He is going to start miniing up. Traps come in. They're actually a player, full team up ahead of them. They might want to decide to layer upwards, but they're going to instead decide to go backwards. He's continuing to refresh and find these mats constantly. Unknown is turning up on another level here in squads. These little details that he is doing is completely different from what we normally see in solos. He's on another level here on to the first game of Heat 2.
And a big difference in what we've seen in competition. Only 10 players left alive as the 8th zone is closing in. Not sure exactly what ended up happening for Height. Ronaldo goes down. Unknown takes a lot of eliminations. He gets eliminated in 3rd place. There's only 2 squads left now, and it's Arab's full squad on Height. They actually ended up eliminating Unknown. This is a POV we've seen a little bit behind right now. We'll see exactly how they develop with a double RPG, knocking off anyone from high ground. They're going to be eliminating the server in record fashion right now.
Very reminiscent of the first game of last weekend's final, where Arab ended up winning out on Defend the Farm, or maybe a hashtag Attack the Farm for you Liquid fanboys. But, you know, they had Height in first game, and they played it to perfection after having the scuffle in early game. Nice pickoff on actually Eclipse, who is Dubs, Mega, and Bizzle's teammate. So maybe a sign here that they're starting to qualify for the finals tomorrow.
Has 7 total eliminations, and these guys are not stopping with the pressure. Inspire, a big fragger once the entire tarp is built up, and this tarp has been active for the next 2 zones as well with how far it has gone. He has an RPG with 5 rockets. These guys have 7 eliminations, tanking some storm damage. Doesn't have floppers, but he knows he can siphon. He doesn't care. Still going for any shots that he possibly can. Going to pop some shield now because he has bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. His teammates can take over as well. Still so many mats left for all of them, it looks like, but he's just on one more tile.
Stay high.
The infamous moment last time they wanted is, I'm going for heal off, thankfully. No, actually, we don't see Arabs. inventory. So you could have medkits. Inspire picks up one. Arab's going to yoink some mats out from height. But meanwhile, Inspire slays out, takes out Poach, Snood, and then Wiggs as well. I don't know if Poach was actually in that scuffle, but Inspire gets right back up to his team too and continues the onslaught. RPG's coming in. Ronaldo goes down, and that's Unknown Army too. That entire squad. What is that from Inspire? Unbelievable down on low ground.
He's the exterminator in this game. Influenced 5 different squads at the very end. Solo dropping down and popping off from the leadership of his squad mates to the absolute excellent performance. A final endgame replay from the aerial view of actually how much these guys had an influence on the entire server. That was top tier aggressive performance.
Aggressive performance from this team in the end game. Inspire, dropping down, finding some loot, and then continuing to slay it on low ground while his team controls everything from up on height and supports him in the most wonderful ways with RPGs raining down. You see Inspire just shot one down onto Snood before the onslaught began. And really, I love this overview because we get to see everybody's journey into this. We saw Eclipse and them. They must have been out for the entire time, but here's a POV on Snood. They actually have how many elims there? That's 5 total for them. They're going to be up there on the leaderboard as well, so good performance from them, but ended short by Inspire.
Yeah, big thing to note, they're playing on home turf right now. I believe we're in Frenzy Farm in the very last zone as well, so these guys have barely moved an inch and known exactly what's been going down from height. We'll look at Snood now kind of in an alien position. He doesn't drop here personally, so he has to, make it through the low ground as much as possible. Bandage Bazooka in tow for Wiggs as well to make sure he's staying up and healed up. But when Inspire makes a decision to drop down and just start ending the game single-handedly, no item can really stop him. Snood goes down, Wiggs goes down, Punisher's trying to find a way to stay alive. Is it even possible?
And just take stock of which teams made it into this basically it looks like top 4 situation. Jacob Aki, who was in Steamy Stacks with Punisher, engaged, won that engagement, got the reboot off, and they came all the way through. Unknown Army's team, Snood's team, all these guys, that's Poach actually. Gage, Punisher, and Jacob Aki, after being contested, they just got 2nd place in that game. So the storyline that we're talking about that we saw from yesterday, where if you get contested, you're not really doing too hot in these heats. Well, they still have 5 games to play, but of course, so far, so good for them.
Yeah, unfortunate for a lot of the people on low ground too. I'm very surprised and impressed that Punisher and Gage made it as far as they did. From the actual aerial view we saw right there at the very end, that zone never bounced back and kept going the exact same way. That was the maximum stress on your actual map management and resources. Impossible if you don't have the proper setup. You mentioned that Punisher was contested. He still has enough mats to get through at the end of the day. Height kept height with all the mats that they had. Granted, it was their drop spot. That was the hardest game for these guys.
And don't forget the actual push that led them to get height in that 4th zone. Obviously, they did get the fortunate situation where they got 5th zone, but Inspire pushing ahead of his team. He's got to be the MVP of game 1 because he was so far ahead. He paved the trail for his entire team to get up onto height and really hold it the entire time. So Inspire then going down to low ground, following the trail of Unknown Army essentially, and they MVP there and like defining moment of the game for me, to be honest.
Yeah, literally I thought that was it. Usually these guys have like these type of roles. I watch them a lot where they do one little thing and then they're kind of done for the rest of the game and someone else has to step up. But Inspire was just online from the first off spawn fight that we saw. Saves Arab, gets tight as you mentioned, and then drops down and just decides, I gotta go eat food, someone's at the door, I'm ending the game. And it's exactly what he did, man. Like that was their game. They were the showrunners for that entire lobby. I'm just curious to see exactly who got the eliminations in that game other than the top squad, because that, as we've seen in the previous heats before, has a big indicator of how the leaderboard looks. Yeah.
Yes. No matter if you get consistent placements, no matter if you're getting 2nd place, if you're only getting 2 elims, you're not doing anything with it. We saw in EU the unfortunate circumstance with Andretta Trox, Flick, and that team. They literally won 2 games, and they slayed out in those games. So this is kind of slightly different than what I'm saying, but 2 wins, and they didn't qualify in 7th place in EU. Such a heartbreaking moment for them. So keep an eye out on this, because just because they placed 2nd, just because Punisher got contested and still made second place does not mean the rest of these games are going to go the same way. Does not mean they're going to be able to capitalize. You have to have these big slay out moments in order to qualify.
Let's not forget the 3-digit number 100 that we saw at the beginning of this game. 100% I believe it's going to be adjusted now that people know, hey, might have not worked out. You know, we talked about it a lot in the beginning as well. Bucky's team had a little bit of trouble coming in out of the gates. Finally got, you know, picked off on that split. There will be adjustments. You say you don't like 50-50s. I love it when people get chaotic. So I want to see a little bit of fighting in that early game. I want to see these guys adjust.
Well, we'll definitely see some adjustments because a lot of teams who might not have been happy with their loot might have gotten pushed off in the even dropping phase. They might be, you know, switching it up and dropping on these spots that people don't like as much. For example, Steamy Stacks guys, they didn't like that fight. They didn't like their chances against Punisher Gage. They have to find somewhere else. And everywhere else is taken. That means they have to land on somebody too. So if they keep switching it up, hopefully they might be able to find something uncontested where they can, you know, steal a lot of loot. But things are not looking good for anybody who didn't have that situation.
Yeah, if you guys are watching at home and you're not really familiar with NA East particularly, these guys have been scrimming heat-specific scrims for about 2 weeks now. So they know exactly where people are dropping. They've had experience in fighting a lot of different off-spawn fights for backup drops. But with the added pressure of the finals, of only 5 more games remaining, not a whole week of scrims to experiment with, it's going to be a very bold call that someone's going to have to make on the actual squad to be able to get that victory royale. We are in game though. Usually we do have a leaderboard update, but we'll jump to this game first, then get those leaderboards after we find out who gets that second victory royale. Things that Bala said though, just because you had a good performance game 1 doesn't mean it translates over to the rest of the competition.
Already somebody knocked out of the sky. Apparently it looks like Kiox, I think, might be somebody who got knocked, but of course that does not mean he's down and out. I don't see a full elim yet, so probably means just sniped out of the side and no chance of getting the full elim. His team can get over there and pick him up. So it's still 100 players up. Unknown is the first POV, and he actually misses his drop, which is not something you're used to seeing for him, but quick recovery. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, as he breaks down his off-spawn fight, you guys can type exclamation mark leaderboard in the chat. You can see the Fortnite tracker updates right now, just a verbal update. Arab is in first place with that victory royale with 31 points. Inspire, Kaz, and Aguilar on that team as well. 16 eliminations. On the back, though, someone we didn't see in that game specifically, they came 4th place, was Strobe, Lays, Goosh, and Statsy with 22 points and 13 eliminations. Punisher and Gage, who came 2nd, will have 8 eliminations and 20 points in total.
I think Goosh was somebody who was by himself all the way into 4th place. They had 13 eliminations, which is what we're talking about, which is what they need. So kind of an unknown team pushing their way to the top, or at least lesser known, I should say. Mega, Bizzle, Eclipse, and Dubs are on the outside looking in right now at 7th place. And we'll get a full leaderboard as soon as we can so we can show it on screen, but we're just getting the update from Fortnite Tracker right now as we get that sorted.
A little bit of a difference from yesterday's heats for the top heavy teams. They were controlling the competition straight out of the gate all the way until that 5th game. Then we saw a few upsets. Now it seems like some people are already coming out of the fray, out of hiding, and trying to control the narrative for this heat. There are some top tier teams now who are a little bit behind. Them playing catch up might be a little bit of a bruise on their egos, might be a little bit of a mental task they have to overcome.
Yeah, I'm taking that blue tack. I'm upgrading that.
One thing to note too on this team, they don't usually land Slurpee Slumps. Of course, some of them land here in solos, but throughout the entire FNCS finals, like on the Sunday qualifiers, shouldn't say finals, the Sunday round 3 qualifiers, they were landing actually Pleasant Park. So they switch it up in this heat, switch it up, seeing that there's nobody contesting Slurpee Swamp. They can claim it for themselves. But you said they've been playing scrims with their respective heats. So they can kind of, you know, decide what they want to do, decide who is in the game, who can they push off, who can they bully. I believe there's Clix's squad, for example, with somebody who likes to go Slurpee. So if they were here, maybe Unknown would have said, hey, no, we're not going to take that. We'll opt to take something else.
A lot of these players, such as Clix, are going to be watching back and looking at these squads at the moment. While they look at the gameplay, we're going to be taking a look at those leaderboards with an update on screen. Going to pause out for the game for the sec as those early fights develop. First place, once again, signed Airboat Team Spire, Kaz, and E11 Aguilar with 31 points, as we mentioned, and all the way down at 6th was Poach, Wiggs, Colazo, and Go Snood, who actually sneak up in there, still getting eliminated by that first place team, but had enough placements to sneak right through.
Hornet, Defy, Tickers, and Jacob in 4th place too. Definitely want to shout them out because Hornet and Tickers had great performance, I believe, with Defy in the trios, but Hornet and Tickers have been duos all the way back through the World Cup qualifiers, which is very, very good that they're still sticking together. They have that chemistry and they are solid. You can go ahead probably back to the gameplay as we get an image, an idea of what the standings look like. We were looking at Sweaty Sands and there definitely was some shots fired, but got the med kit. All his team is outside of Sweaty Sands, so it might be a split drop where Sweaty Sands is getting contested and the team took the tower position, and now being so split, this might be a full wipe here. Link might have made a mistake by actually landing within.
Yeah, I don't think that this POI is the wave, man, as some people say. There's no heat that I've seen in any region at the moment where the Sweaty Sands team comes out on top. It's just been grief after grief moment, fights game after game, a ego battle of sorts that we might have seen in the trio season against Bluga and Inspire. That is the most similar also drop towards, a Paradise Palm / Moisty Palms as well. So I don't know if it's even the right wave to contest that POI for any squad. Right now, though, the opposite of what we saw in game 1, Punisher's team is going to be on the back end with a 2-man down situation. It's the 2 people who actually clutched up last time. It's all up to Gage and Tossily now. That with the back of their squad on their shoulders. They do have 1 reboot card, so not everything is lost. Going to be full metal being used as well in this box fight. This is what everyone practices. Goes for a cheeky shot when that wall goes down. Right hand triangle peek, not possible. Punisher still being able to be picked up, but it'll be 10 seconds of fear for the squad.
10 seconds of fear as they try to get the res and they don't get it. Punisher does go down as that wall breaks through. Gage.
Oh, he's revived.
He is revived. Sorry, I have that covered. So I wasn't able to see, but now 3 up. Trying to heal up, but Gage in the meantime got beamed down, so it's looking rough, but still recoverable here. They have Jacob's card. They could still move forward.
And they made a deal with the devil to get Gage's HP all the way down for Punisher's inventory slots to be active again. The POV from him beaming possibilities active again, but now Gage will be taking that med kit. This fight may have been prolonged a little bit. Seems like that other team might have disengaged. Early game, you're not going to be finding llamas. You're not going to have that much ammo to be able to put into metal walls repeatedly. And that's kind of what we saw. These guys might have to back up now. The result of that fight, though, will be ramified when we get further on into the game. Looking at the top squad right now, though, Unknown Army still just waddling along. These guys haven't seen anyone just yet. 94 people left alive. First zone finally closing in.
Not even any dick.
Always the bridesmaid. Look at these stats here on the side of your screen. Poach's team performed very, very well throughout the semis, throughout those open stages. But they actually didn't qualify a single time to the final stage, the Sunday finals at the Customs. So not only is that going to give them less experience in these situations, but they're also, I mean, this is a team that's experienced in them, but not playing in those Sunday finals is interesting. Another thing, though, is that could signify, hey, we're just not good at the open stage. We're not good when there's, a bunch of random players playing with us, so we can't actually qualify for the final stage. But when it comes to Customs, when it comes to top 25 of the best players, we can hang. We're there. I'm Poach. I'm Snood. You guys, these are staple names in the competitive Fortnite scene going back to the summer skirmish, going back to the fall skirmish. The accomplishment of these guys is unparalleled. They have so many placements. Snood and Poach were really thought of the best players at some point, respectively. Poach had a long run with Vivid, his teammate on Team Liquid, where they were considered the best players in the world, easily, bar none. Then Tfue kind of took over, but, the rest is history.
It's a dividing moment for Poach as well. Kind of the same story in general.
What is this? They actually made it out of Steamy Stacks. They ended up wiping that fight. They get the reboot onto, I believe it was Tossily, and they're out of here. They're chilling. 4 elims. Probably not much in the way of heals, though, and that might spell trouble for them going forward. Taking a look at Dirty Docks, I don't think they're going to get any loot here as they're trying to do on the zip lines, but also a quick rotate here from Takabaki.
We'll see if it's possible for them to find any type of mushrooms, but usually they're on the bottom left side of the map in that Weeping Woods POI as well as Slurpy Swamp. The people who land there, or the perspective of that general area, is going to be really chaotic. I think this looks like 3 or 4 squads moving forward, looking at all these built bases and rotations, wood being used everywhere, but possibilities of a lot of wood not being able to be recycled. We have all this pressure being divvied out. Players looking for those Storm Surge tags, still 92 players left alive.
I just leave them.
Let's go up here.
Wait, up here?
For now. We're going south.
Hit 128.
Storm Surge is definitely
Can we move too?
going to be an issue
We can move west
again.
again. We can
I'd be
move
curious
west.
to see
I think
if
we do.
Aspect, Animal Bucky, and
Team west.
Falter had any better success.
got
We
beam
haven't
from
seen their
west.
stream
Yeah,
yet.
I
I
can
wouldn't
need
be
this.
surprised if
Take it to
Aspect already turned
I
it
got
off.
bandage gun for you, Jared.
Yeah.
Alright, see them here.
We have a perfect
Yeah, a
nade here if
little
we
bit
can
of
just like
No, they're
get
moving
this
in that
shit.
I
situation.
use mine. I don't have many mats.
I'm trying to pre-fire an
These guys are still not in zone, but it doesn't matter when you're going for fights. Big nades being thrown out. No tags just yet.
Throw nades with me. At blue marker. Ready?
He's going to be on the driver's seat for this one. A little bit of a storyline or fact about Coop. He's been playing
They're moving.
with another squad that's qualified for these heats. Tezza rocks Gandhi. Before we get to that, we'll see if these guys will push up.
No. It's a really bad.
He's going to be going up the
wall.
mountain to find a nice POI spot to look down
No
on.
mats?
But he got a little bit dropped and replaced for a brand new
Let's just
fourth
get in.
soul.
We need to look
With
for a
that
fight,
being
though.
said, he
Down
brought it
northwest.
up, brought it out, and basically squatted up with an entire new squadron of players. Promised that he would get revenge on that squad, and by looking at how he's playing right now, he's popping off with damage.
Watch west. Watch west. They're looking.
We're watching a controller player right now. I just saw on the feed, actually, one of the A1 team took out Eclipse. So we could have an engagement between probably one of the most dangerous controller squads of all in this entire thing. Get knocked out. Inspire also getting the full elims there. So possibly a 3-way fight. That might be interesting to go back in replay mode and catch.
Purple, maybe I actually
Dude, I think we can run towards 285.
Southeast right now.
Question is, how many mats do you
Bro,
want to
what if we
invest
got
at this
off this
point when it
mountain?
comes to
Like,
brick
what
and
I-
metal?
The next match is gonna be hard.
Coop's
That's what I'm
resource
thinking.
pool
Like,
with
go
ammo
or something.
and materials not looking too
No, we
well. The
can't do
fact
too much
that
running.
Germany
We're
does
gonna
not
be
have
done for
any shield either,
Yeah.
and Ando
Look at this guy. Look at
low
yeah,
on that
look,
department
look,
too,
west.
means that these guys need a type of impact frag. When it comes to big chilling, though, still in their POI is Unknown Army, Kaz Avery, and Ronaldo
Let's go on the Slurpee.
They're gonna have no
Let's pop the
troubles
barrels and we can get on this roof.
in moving around whatsoever.
Stay with me, Tez.
Seems like this team has a renewed focus on the actual objectives of the game, which is very, very nice to see. Unknown Army even making the call. Let's go get the barrels and back up. But no, they're actually going to go right back on top of this team who's tunneling forward. This is a disengage. Yes, Unknown finds a great angle on the Rubified. The split from this team allows them to get so many different views and perspectives and isolations. Now Unknown might be in a little bit of trouble himself. He's by his lonesome. We've got 2 players in front of him, but the beams come in. Oh, Kariuki goes down, and now it's all in. Nothing is done from this team. A full wipe as they all collapse on the squad of Kariuki, Dom, Bugsby. That's a wrap for them, and an amazing performance from Unknown. 3 elims as they hold them in the zone.
Unknown Army is literally the sun. If you look into his eyes, you take damage. That's literally what it is. A single peek for a second, he has that AUG, multiple headshots. A single peek to kind of, save your teammates after that fact, relieve pressure. The SMG spray right there. At the very end, hey, I'll switch over to my shotgun. I don't care. I'm landing the shot anyways. 4 for 4, every shot hitting. Absolutely ridiculous.
Interesting stat on the right. It has this heat is the hardest, having 2 of the 3 teams that qualified every single week to the finals. One of those being Booga's team, who's not in this heat, but here we have Hornet's team and Bizzle's team. So this heat is stacked. Definitely could be considered probably the group of death. And as group of deaths go, so they always take out somebody that you don't expect. And I might say my guess right now, just based on things are developing in game 1 and game 2, might be Aspect, Animal, Bucky, and Falter. We don't have an update on them yet because of whatever reason. So we'll see if they have better success this time dealing with Storm Surge. It is going to be active in the next zone. This team that we're watching, AV, another really good controller player, one of the most thoughtful ones, both in solos and squad.
Yeah, he ended up winning one of those solo cash cups, got first place, which is a big feat to be proud of. Very hard to do as well when it comes to the mental strain it has game to game. If you're winning or even losing, you're always under pressure by yourself. You might have people in calls with you to keep those nerves calm, but ultimately it's all on your skills and the calls that you have to make. So can those results transfer into squads? Very similar to the storyline of Unknown Army. The whole squad alive right now looking a little bit healthier than what we saw Kez's squad at. And in what looks like a better position, Jose going down, one of those low ground squads still on low ground, flipping over to a more shambles position on Inspire. Immediately, Arab and Kaz get knocked out and eliminated on the higher portion of the ground. The winners from the previous game might have their entire competition in game 2 snuffed out, similar to Andretta from Europe. No points gained so far on eliminations whatsoever. It looks like Storm Surge was actually the reason as to why these guys might have been in this position. Finally, maybe an elimination from Aguilar. No, Heath goes down as well. It's a 0-point game. They can't have that as a repeat at all, or they might not be able to get to those grand finals and defend the farm that they've coined in game 1.
Unfortunate from them. That was the team that we just tuned into that knocked them out, Steen, Scoop, and company. And yeah, the first place team they knocked out this early is quite troubling for them. Now we're kind of ahead in terms of what is actually live. Unknown Army, they're making their way out of Slurpy Swamps finally, and a team on their backs. Typically, you see them decide to stormhold, but as the zone is not moving yet, they're going to kind of base up and position themselves on the ramp out of this building, out of this. Now looking at Animal. Oh, the snipe on the Grandma Teats. A team as they move through Lazy Lakes. They control Lazy Lakes. That is the Sentinels guys.
They're finally getting a leg up now on adjustments. When it comes to aim adjustments, though, Unknown is the king of that. We'll see if Animal, Aspect, Falter, and Bucky will make that end game because, hey, I think that's the ultimate win condition for that squad. As long as 4 of them are alive, doesn't matter what their mat count is or their HP. If they make the half and half circle, they find a way to win. Uzi, though, one of those underdog squads, completely getting shut out by Unknown. It doesn't even seem like he cares. He's eliminating these guys. It's another day on the job.
Focus on the task at hand. That's the key. Unknown picking up another Elim. They're at 5 total. 18 points. They're probably pushing themselves up into maybe 4th place or something similar to that. And still alive. They can still perform. We saw probably a shambles rotate out of one of the teams at the top. Here's the leaderboard. Obviously, Arab is out of this game at 31, so they might get overtaken. See if we can get an update on Strobe and them later on. Here's Aspect Stream in the meantime in the back. Unknown Army was in 5th. Poach's squad, I think, might be out of the game too. Another Elim, actually, from Unknown.
I guess the Elims, but Ronaldo's taking a lot of damage currently. Multiple floppers being used. Unknown still has a slew of them available, and he's going to need to use them as we see the half and half zone is across the world. A lot of low ground natural developments. It might be a little bit hilly as well. Playing mid ground from this position is going to be the place you're going to have to make the most decisions.
The farthest possible half in, half out, and they're still even fighting right now. Still beaming players are starting to rotate. These guys are making a path for them too, so what looked like a dire situation might end up looking very good. Guess who actually is close to zone in this 4th? Aspect, Bucky, Animal, and Falter. They've got 2 Elims in this game, and they're looking good. They might even be able to build over towards height in the next zone, given where we know it is up in that north side.
Unknown was beaming people towards the right side of their position, which is very similar to where these guys are holed up. So I'm curious to see exactly if they might drop down due to an RPG. They might be influenced similarly to other squads who are in troubling positions if they really people getting focused.
Expect one of the best snipers in the game, taking shots that actually might be where Unknown Army and company were rotating, but obviously that's a little bit earlier. Interesting stat there, actually crazy stat, which might even lead to some bang in the last of this game as they have to make that long rotate. Unknown Army, Fizzle, and Slack squads have had 300 total elims during semifinals. Here's the snipe, I believe, from A1 Scoped. Oh! Onto Severe from range. Takes him out with a knock, but not going to be too consequential. Remember that. Get right back up. Nice nade from Aspect, actually taking out Possibly and more. Oh my goodness, I think this entire squad just got wiped. That was second place.
That's Gage and Punisher. They made it finally out of the zone from Steamy Stacks, but the heat does not stop. Even if you have a high ground position, the investment for them finally ending. But right now, look at the mats onto Aspect. Look at how much they've actually chosen to put into this position. Only metal remaining. The zone finally gets revealed. We know exactly who's in mid ground behind them. The pressuring eyes of Kez, Unknown Army, Ronaldo, and Avery. All these guys are going to have to move through as we switch over to them. They're first in that moving zone off of half and half. It's finally moving a little bit more south towards maybe the old base even.
They did make it into half and half, and they made it even further up into 6 zone. Obviously, this is behind, or Aspect is playing on delay, which is good for him, avoiding the stream sniping and actually giving us more synced POVs, which is really nice of all these players. But we do have Unknown on no delay. Moving forward on mid ground, they might have actually have an opportunity to take height. They're going to go for it, spamming from the side, see if they can knock this down or build over them. They don't want to build over because it's out of zone. Continuing now on mid ground, that was a possibility. What is this from Unknown? Hold the phone. This man is unstoppable. He cannot stop the beams, but in the return, ends up, getting a taste of his own medicine. He goes down, but Pez, Avery, and Ronaldo still. Now it looks like they might actually take height.
Yeah, unfortunately, that end game does get very chaotic in terms of what you can see. He does spot one person making a few mistakes on his edits and instantly capitalizes on it, but there are a lot of other players with very similar skills and reaction to him in this heat as well. You can't be completely invincible if you're not protecting yourself with your builds. When it comes to that build management, though, Kez does it perfectly, calling for his team to get all the way up on height. Ronaldo was the first one who's all the way up there. Kez finally following through at the end, but now they need some form of impact frags. They need those siphons, as Kez is the only one with shield. They will have to drop down and attempt to finish this game.
Unknown Army, when he went down, he actually had 4 floppers in his inventory. All these different players that Unknown is switching to for us has a lot of floppers as well. So even if this goes bad, they can start making zone plays if they so need. Oh my goodness, Avery, a little risky there, dropping down on the 2 players, and he's almost out of mat. So possibly looking and knowing that he needs a refresh. No, Kaz has plenty of mats to still spare going forward and through these placement points.
Avery's kind of left alone on the low ground by himself. They're not sure if he's still alive or how he is, with no shield as well, taking raw peeks into multiple people. Kez still expanding. Maybe Avery got a few mats and can build back up. Maybe these guys just don't want to give up their position completely. It seems like there's another person beaming from up top. That's Ronaldo. Yep, Avery finally caught up onto that high ground. These guys are playing a very calm game, trying to end it out. The pressure still being put down. You can see that these guys are almost out of match themselves. I can't imagine the situation for everyone else on mid and low ground.
Just keep spraying, Avery.
And they're getting the call to just keep spraying, open up the sight lines, put the pressure on. Only 3 players remaining out of everybody. No, 4, sorry. There's 3 on Avery's squad and then 4 down below somewhere as players start to fall. He's getting right back up. They are starting to run out of materials, but even Bandage Bazooka on these guys, they are definitely in position, prime position to win the game, especially given that the rest of the team could be solos.
Now finally the shotguns are going to be taken out. The AR spam has been going on for too long. We need to end this game is what the squad is thinking. Avery taking big shots to try to do that. Kez is down here though, gets the first elim up, and the second with a big AR beam on the third. A nice 3-piece over there. Looks like there might only be 1 person left alive, and it looks like it was Kez or maybe Ronaldo who got someone trying to sneak off that win at the very back. Very good team play from every single person, being a crucial piece onto relieving pressure, finding those eliminations, with Kez being the MVP with a sick 3-piece on low. This is more context though as to what went on before in the game.
Yeah, so we saw the win. We obviously saw the dominant performance from Unknown, but here Animal by himself, his team has 7 elims, and he could clutch up placement points, and he could clutch up elims as well. We'll see how far he makes in this game. That would be wonderful, because given their start in game number 1, the way that they went down to Storm Surge, it was not a shining star. It was definitely fizzling out for this team. But Animal could bring it back right now. And with the 7 elims, this could be a strong performance to put themselves back into qualification range. There's top 6. Animal getting 2 white tags. Oh, the shot onto the player in front of him who tried to get him. He still has 1 player white, but no, finally going to go down in top 6. So only 2 thresholds. The final view of the game from a different perspective. It's Hill, actually. I'm not really familiar with this team at all. Getting the wipe on a couple and getting 4th wipe from Unknown Army and company.
17 points of that game alone. We're going to be looking at another perspective of when Aspect had height to kind of wrap up the entire game as to how it developed. Another pattern for a very thin end game in Heat 2. We did say some of the top competition with everyone trying to possibly play the same way, the same type of mid-ground control, height retakes going on at the same time. A lot of squads might be, getting picked off at the very end together, leaving these final moments to be, just 7 players alive, 8th circle, compared to the monstrous 20 that we saw yesterday. Look at the big split of bases right now. W carry all the way up top right now. You go all the way to the left there. There's another big development over there. Bucky actually took height. I'm wondering how these guys lost it in the half and half zone.
Yeah, but also possibly a reason why they had so many elims. They actually had height in 5th zone moving forward into 6th. There you see underneath. This is kind of just a view of 5th zone because we didn't really get a good picture on that. Unknown coming in through. Of course, I don't know if Nico's listening, but we can definitely come back out. And as we saw the full picture of this game. We saw exactly what happened, but definitely good to get context on what happened in 5th zone, how Animal and them actually got height and how they performed. But I'd really like to also know, we wanted to come back out because we got the full context, but how did they actually go down? That's a question too. Regardless, we will finish out that game. Unknown Army, Kez, Ronaldo, they're going to take the win in game number 2 and probably overtake Arab and company.
Yeah, Arab 31 points, and I believe Unknown Army just had a slight 13 in his squad as well, down at that 6th place slot or 5th place slot. Is it enough? 100%. Will it carry them through the rest of the games? I think everyone's just playing a grand and macro game right now. That's where the pressure is. Talking to a few squads who almost qualified yesterday. Those 4th, 5th, and 6th games were kind of all played with the attitude of how many points they had. Not what was going on in the game. They didn't worry about the zone as much. They didn't worry about the eliminations or the off-spawn fights. But everyone needs to find a way to play to get that top 6. Minor regions, you have top 12. It's a 50% threshold. To be at top 6, hold it, and break through that is very hard. You need to have a game plan before that game even starts.
Yep. And don't forget, when you're watching a BR, it's not just always what we see, but also what we don't see. I told you guys at the end game of in game number 1 to look at who's alive. In this one, look who wasn't alive in 5th zone. We didn't see Bizzle. We didn't see Poach. We didn't see Hogman. We didn't see any of these guys that we saw, get some decent points on the board. Not what we really expect from those teams, but this time, nowhere to be found. So that's unfortunate. We do have leaderboards ready, so we'll go ahead and see how that all panned out and see whether Unknown Army was able to take over. No, actually, it's going to be Strobes, Lays, Goosh, and Statsty again. What is that? 50 points already in 2 games, averaging 25. What the heck happened, Shayo?
This is another case of the mystery mid-ground eliminations. And I think that I see a few Goosh fans in the chat who are cheering him on. Obviously has a little bit of a fandom around him in the way that he plays. So there is a certain play style that I think we might be just missing covering because it's happening underneath all these big clutch plays from Kez and those big blunders from Arab squad. So I want to see some type of answer in this game 3. These guys hopefully making a loud pop off there. Very interesting. At the same time, we talked about it a little bit on the half and half zone. AV and his squad breaking in 5th place with 20 points. And the 17th point squad that we saw that went down in 4th place is Till, Dekipu, and Marks.
And 16 elims for that 1st place team in that 2nd game, with the 2nd place So they accrued a ridiculous number of points. Actually, did they top 30 points in that game? I believe they might have. Yes, they definitely did, if I'm doing my math correct. 30 points in one game. That is probably, might actually be a record. Maybe no. The guys who were kind of unknown in EU, the French team who snuck in at 6th place, but were winning in the beginning, did the same thing. So that's definitely impressive. But look, again, it's not just what you see, but what you don't see. No Bizzle. There's no Eclipse, Dubs, and Mega. They're not there. There's no Poach, no Snood, no Hogman. These guys who are up at the top, they're kind of getting overtaken. But what we do see, Bucky, Animal, Falter, and Aspect after the very, very poor game one, clap back, and now they're still in contention to qualify.
At the same time, that was just one big clapback, right? You talk about not seeing these big squads and teams. The barrier to enter is only 17 points after game 2. The top squads are still milking out as much as possible. If that continues, we might see a situation where game 6, that bottom 3, 4th, 5th, and 6th place is completely interchangeable with the other 20 teams that are in this actual heat.
So keep an eye, depending on how far the spreads go. It could be wide, it could be small. We saw wide in both NA Heat 1 and EU Heat 1, where, you know, it was basically only 6th place that was up for contention, but we did see some shakeups within them. Yeah, definitely a good point to watch out for. It is Fortnite, it is the Battle Royale, it is a game where anything can change at any moment, so keep an eye out.
I believe that that third game, though, we'll see if someone can catch up to that point threshold, is starting to get ready. People are off Spawn Island and in that battle bus. So we'll tune in and see if we can get some information onto Statsy. We'll see if, you know, Arab has another chance to jump in. We'll get right into that game and see exactly what these guys are talking about when they're dropping down. Is this, nope, not a switch up, just a different side to look at for Slurpy Swamp. Very interesting bus path, though. I haven't seen people drop towards these POIs in this specific way. It looks like it cut horizontally across the whole map. No one contesting them, it looks like, either. They're going to be dropping down. Looting up. People have kind of learned their lesson now. Oh, Lord.
A gold tax shotgun and another llama. We didn't really mention it last time, but they did spot the llama out of the sky on Slurpy. This seems to be a common thread for this team, maybe pulling a book out of, or a page out of, you know, Tifu's book, and Komikaze and these guys who are just masters at spawning the llamas. Definitely could be an influence into how they're able to dominate and do so well. They have a great base of mats and great base of heals. Like you said, uncontested, and at this point, I think you would be absolutely insane to contest these guys. Probably the best mid-game fighters in the game. That pinch that they had on the team coming through from Holly Hedges coming through Slurpy, Bugsby, Kariuki and company got destroyed, absolutely demolished. Not a chance for them because of Unknown Army Squad.
Yeah, the most experienced, I would say, box fighters next to even Clicks Kanata in the entire world, most probably. As well, the one thing I'm curious of in these early game fights is how Punisher is doing at Steamy Stacks. I want to see round 3 of the fight if these guys break out. And once again, to note with the zone, Frenzy Farm is almost central once again. Many developments were happening there off spawn 2. We'll see if there are any fights to track, as Unknown boats around. Does not have a fishing rod, unfortunately. Usually that is part of his loot path, or a big feature of it. So they're going to be missing out on some type of efficiency in gaining these floppers. But one big thing to note with that I've been seeing in Europe, mostly, not really in NA, is how people actually loot with the boat on the sides of the map, going for any chests and just shooting them off with the rocket. It lets your speed just accelerate. This is big brain mode.
This is interesting too. I don't think we really caught this, but they said they were going to key this team. What they did was, you know, Unknown Army's in the boat. He wasn't really looking to loot anything. He didn't get out a single time. He didn't shoot any of the fishing holes with the rockets. He's looking to clear this area out. And guess what? That really is very, very smart. Think about how this early game developed. They're so good at mid-game fighting, so good at early game fighting. If they end up keying a team, guess what that could do? That team could be like, oh, definitely not. I'm out of here. Like, I'm going somewhere else. If they're going to be keying us like this, we don't want a part of it. And next game, hey, all of a sudden I have more loot, more splits to go for, and more, you know, just everything, more resources to play from. So in my mind, very smart now looking at Aspect, Bucky Animal, and Falter. They're heading out in the same sort of split that they did Lazy Lake, given to all of the players, Bucky Animal and Falter, and then Aspect that we're watching getting kind of split on the edges, but he's got to be careful. Last time he did this, at least last time we checked in, he actually got taken out by Bizzle Squad rotating out of Misty Meadows.
Yeah, they finally have a taste of that leaderboard in game 2 as well. Don't want to make the same mistake in game 1. Want to accelerate their lead now.
I'm carrying.
That'll be the task at hand. Once again, just a reminder of all these different POVs and how they slightly do get delayed. When we watch Unknown Army stream, he's usually the most ahead. All these other streams will be synced up closer as they're all on similar delays. So we'll be going back in time a little bit when we're not watching Unknown Army's POV. Right now, the middle of the map is Orchard / Frenzy Farm. And it doesn't look like anyone's contesting the top squad from game 1.
Probably an interesting stat. I didn't realize actually that Strobe squad, you know, the trio of them did play in the FNTS trio finals. I didn't realize that at all. And here they are. They performed very, very poorly in that trios finals, but here they are in first place. Heat number 2. We've seen the reasons why this heat is one of the most stacked heats and one of the most difficult heats, kind of calling it the group of death, just based on how difficult it is. And they're here at the top. So maybe putting on a statement, maybe saying, hey, just because we perform badly in trios, just because nobody really knows who we are yet, we're somebody to be reckoned with, and we're somebody to watch.
Could be a complete repeat, though, because getting to grand finals means having a good performance in the heats. This is the heats. They're having a very good performance, but going to have to be able to translate that tomorrow on Sunday, because it looks like these guys will be qualifying if everything goes well, if they have just even one more very consistent game.
It's just one on the hill right now. We can like go towards. It's so annoying.
Do have zone here deciding what they want to do. A pretty good split on the north side of Lazy Lake. Gives them a lot of control, a lot of space to work with as they move into the next couple of zones, but not on any sort of high ground. Okay, here we have a build fight, actually. Turista is in the fight, and he's by himself. No. Sayrid actually has 1 HP somewhere. Literally hanging on by a thread in this insane build fight outside of Frenzy Farms. He's going to get knocked out into 23rd place. Think about that, 23rd place. That's only 2 from, that means that only 2 squads have gone down. Finally, 23 or 3 squads have gone down, and we're already into second zone. We got a picture of the first. No, I think this is only first even. Going over Lazy Lake, looks like Lazy Lake might not be fully centered, but slightly to the east of that will be center zone.
Very similar to what we saw in game, I believe, 1. So that being said, we have to look at those top squads who made it all the way to that point. Punisher was in there all the way to second place because Simi Stacks is something you can easily rotate from and to the word center zone. Arab had the biggest advantage just because Frenzy Farm is the central point of that zone, and Poach had a chance at redemption and victory as he also survived really well all the way to the end on low ground, finally got picked off by Inspire, who decided to end his game. So these big names, once again, we're tuning in with Punisher. As I guessed, once they rotate out of Steamy, they're just following back.
No elims for that team, so maybe not contested. Oh, no. Hogman's power went out. I did see him take the L, so I was wondering what happened. His power is out, so that team is playing down a man. At least he made it into the game, but unfortunate out. Looking at actually Statsy, Strobe, Goosh, and Breeze's drop spot and the split that they're having. If we could pull up the map, that would be fantastic and see how these guys are playing. They have the south side of this entire map. Oh, he actually almost gets taken down too from a team who might be splitting Misty. That could be Bizzle and company. Look at this map here. Look at the split from them. A lot of teams actually in the vicinity. I'm surprised they're able to get how much they can do. Being in second place right now from this position seems incredibly surprising.
Having 3 people on this island, there's about 2 POIs worth of loot on there. If you go towards the left side where they have that solo player, that's another 2 POIs worth of loot just kind of straddled around that you have to keep up with and loot very fast. So being uncontested at that spot is genius in a sense, and it's kind of showing in their leaderboard results. The question is, will they be able to do that in grand finals? Because there are other squads that do end up researching and picking off these weaker, lesser known teams with confidence, mostly a lot of the time. Right now, though, Punisher coming in from Steamy Stacks, we mentioned it before, it's a free rotation on the back of a lot of build fights and rotations from other teams who've passed through.
Guys, don't forget, we are doing this all weekend long. This is NA East Heat 2 right now. We're going to be watching Heat 3 and Heat 4 in a couple of brief, after this Heat finishes, we'll be back for finals as well. You have a engagement here by Unknown Army, Avery, and Kaz, but a bad position for them so far. It does take the wall, but Avery does get height, and they do have this split. I thought they weren't on high ground for a while. Unknown goes down to 13 HP, and all of a sudden this is dangerous, but he's going to right back up to his team, and they do have height, so plenty of time to heal up.
Has 2 or just 1 Slurpfish to pop up. Avery also in a very shambles position. Zone is coming in, so any tag that gets through that shield onto that natural white HP on all individuals will be huge pressure in terms of perform. Unknown finds bandages while moving around.
Yeah, but look at that zone at the same time. Sure, he found bandages, but this fight is still ongoing. His team is still getting pressured. And we're seeing kind of the resurgence of some of the stuff that we've seen Unknown Army do and this team do in the past. Is not the greatest fight selection. It seemed like it was good in game number 2. In game number 1, it seemed very good. But really, this is not a good fight. Down 2 players now. It's only Unknown Army and Kaz. And are they even going to make it out of the zone? They've got plenty of time to go to get even out. And he does have those bandages. Hopefully, Kaz has something. He did pick up Ronaldo. And hopefully, they'll get in zone. Now, don't forget, these guys, Bizzle and Unknown Army, definitely a huge rivalry, even dating back all the way to World Cup. They've been playing against each other and, fighting. Did he just find a med kit?
He just found a med kit.
Med kit on his way out of zone. So lucky, I have to say, and clutch at the same time. 4 elims, though. Hey, those 4 elim points, I guess tiebreakers do matter, too. So we'll see.
I was on a call that there's, it's really interesting to see that Unknown makes these finals time and time again. I was going to say he's not going to make the zone whatsoever. Bad decision on that fight. But if you know the loot path on how many chests are where, there is a big likelihood that bandages and medkits will be left behind. We can say lucky or, clutch moments because they are. There is a little bit of luck involved, but bandages are the biggest thing that are left behind by a lot of squads. They prefer having those floppers in the inventory. They prefer, as you can see in aspects right now, they do carry 1 medkit, but prefer that fast usage of 50 HP while you're in zones within the end game. Big actual cracks. I think I heard one from the squad, maybe no nade actually touching that other squad we just saw on the backside. We're going to be tuning in with Destroy for the first time on his POV. We did see him get beamed by Unknown in about game 2, I believe. Right now, pushing on the gas pedal in this bottom zone box fight. Very close to the zone as well, so this one will go the full way.
Could, but third party on the side, too, getting action. He's going to go into the box and finish up the fight. The pinch comes in from the backside on that. Listening to the comms, they're getting naded at the same time, but great call from whoever that is on this team, making the call that to the spot that they're nading them and that they could back up. Still nading, still need to back up, still need to avoid this. Oh, another angle onto Mistoris. That's so unfortunate as they try to make their way out of risky reels and onto the Frenzy Farm. Notice that, though. It is the Frenzy Farm. We haven't seen Arab yet in this game, but given the fact that center zone is over Frenzy Farm, we could have the same sort of thing where they get essentially a buff in the mid game and in the end game and end up slaying out. I definitely think that they perform better when the end game is over Frenzy, somewhere where they're familiar with. I don't know why that would be, but maybe they just get a passive buff by being in Frenzy Farm.
It's the home turf. So much pride And one of the weeks that hype these guys up really hard. And there's two people trying to take this floor right now, and they do get it. Aspect has to kind of back up. Ultimate Low's very hard to fight when we've seen it time and time again. The squad that goes in first on the offense usually has the upper hand against low ground defensive teams. These guys might have to get out, but in doing so, will use a lot of mats if they switch layers, opting to, how long is this tunnel? Go all the way back, 5 or 6 boxes that have already been built up with metal. Look at the investment, though, once again on Aspect's mats.
Definitely a big investment, but they needed to get away. Here's the update on to Arab on Frenzy. Again, huge position of strength while they stay in Frenzy. Zone is moving slightly away, but they have a top-down view on everything because of how long they stayed here, and the materials compared to Aspect, Animal, Bucky, and Falters is high. They can come right back down and refarm before moving out and finding another position in fourth zone. Here's Snood in Risky, actually. Pressing Risky. Not sure who this team is, but a nice snipe there onto Till. Unbelievable shot there from Snood.
That's going to affect the actual shield amount for that squad. Storm damage for Bizzle squad as well. And right now, Unknown's getting really affected. Once again, we saw them in shambles out of the frying pan straight into the fire of another base, though. Zone locks in. They have to move in just a little bit. Ronaldo actually goes down. Usually these guys perform very well when they're both last alive, but now it's all up to that star player Unknown, keeping tabs on the low ground of exactly how Ronaldo's loot is doing.
Yeah, he's only got one big pot. He does have that initial gold tax shotgun and only an AUG too, but he does work with that AUG sometimes. I saw Eclipse get an Elim in the feed as well, so that team of Bizzle, Dubs, Mega, Eclipse is up and alive. Meanwhile, another update on Aspect, Bucky, and Animal. Falter went down. And so even less for them. A big shambles situation, but they are in that third zone. But I don't know how they recover here unless they get an impact frag, an impact, and a refresh Elim. Meanwhile, Inspire's POV shows us, hey, they got out of Frenzy Farm and on top of what looks like actually where Aspect, Animal, and Bucky are.
It's actually surprising because it seems like it's a playstyle reverse from Aspect, Animal, and Bucky compared to Unknown Army, Kaz, Avery, and Ronaldo. Usually the smarter, less aggressive, but when aggressive, fast box fight finishers are having trouble in the mid game with these low ground tarps, with these overinvestment in mats possibly per base. Just getting pushed out by multiple RPGs and teams. A big brain move, though, from Arab Squad that might be a topic for contention is skin switching. All 4 players right now will see, an update from Pocha Squad. Colazo going straight down to Godnik.
This was the fight, actually, we saw from Destroy's perspective. It was against Poach, Snood, and Colazo. Wiggs. Looks like they wiped them, possibly. A good update. Don't forget that was a replay from the replay mode in game. And we're continuing to try to get coverage on all the different teams that we're interested in. Unfortunate there for Poach and Colazo going down. Not sure how that fight ended. Mega in the feed picking up Ronaldo. We saw Ronaldo was already dead, but Mega being the ones that cleaned them up is interesting.
And Punisher picks up Statsy, who's currently doing really well. I believe first place in the competition. Punisher always having trouble getting towards a good spot after his rotation from Schemy Stacks. Will now take out one of the top competitions who slay out in the end game, possibly making room for him once again. This looks like a repeat zone from game 1, trying to actually pull towards the water at the very middle of the map. This is the most central a zone can get in Fortnite.
Should be free. They start fighting. Wait.
Do you want 2 of us to rotate in early?
Yeah. You can go in. Just sitting on Mark. You can go in above them. Go in above them.
Listening to the IGLing prowess of the various different teams, one of the reasons I like squads so much is that presence is needed. Arab on his team, really, making sure that everybody's communicating on the same page, making sure that everybody's contributing, and then making the final say, and keeping your team hyped, keeping your team motivated, so important in squads and in team modes.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday as well. There's always that discussion between mechanical players and game sense heavy boomers, as some people say. But, you know, Ninja Squad, people who've been playing for a very long time who might not have been the most competitive gamers, the synergy they just have, the trust they have in each other to make the right calls, the fun they have competing and playing for the game just showed and kind of trumped over everyone else.
And this is what I was talking about in game number 2. We saw a number of the teams that performed well in game 1 who were in the top 8. They had a poor performance in game number 2. The average finish was 18th, not even close to the placement threshold. That is rough.
Yeah, basis of that as well could be where these half and half zones go. They could have a possibility of getting a better placement. Right now, the 9th zone usually sometimes gets really far away from where this 4th zone is specifically. With that being said, since it's a very, very central aspect going down to an RPG, the squad's kind of in trouble now.
More explodes coming in. I think that's the end of their run in game number 3.
I'm so safe.
This is definitely very, very sad to watch. They were in 7th place. They had an incredibly weak performance in game number 1, both due to Storm Surge and both due to Aspect getting picked off. Now it's all up to Bucky. They do have 5th zone up, so maybe he can make a play. Maybe he can get some placements. Aspect gets knocked out. We'll see where Bucky is in terms of mats. I'm going to guess shambles, especially that we see him actually in a cone. Could be shambles for Bucky and possibly even no position to get anything else. But it is Fortnite. Don't forget, again, anything can happen. Arab's team making a play for that 5th zone right now, possibly even making a play for height. No, they're going to base up as soon as they get into that 5th zone.
It was actually Arab that ended up getting the elimination onto Aspect, I think, or maybe even the finish. But we saw in that situation as well, there was a Harpoon that grabbed a few mats. Judging by the fact that these guys have made such a big base across their old base, it was Arab who made the call to get those mats from those down players in a completely separate fight. Looking at the actual leaderboard before the action starts popping off for the high ground, Statsy's already down from Punisher, completely eliminated. We saw that before. Punisher just hovering right below the 6th place slot. Haven't seen much of Till other than the snipe from Snood, who then ended up going down to that big fight in Risky Reels. Unknown Army's also still in a very clutch spot. The last player left alive, Ben Matisse, going down from Gage. These guys have been active throughout the entire portions of this game, mid, early, and now end.
They're 4th place right now. Given that they were getting contested early in Team Attack, I think they might have finally had it uncontested, which is a huge difference. They're starting to make their way up. They're in 4th place right now, picking up more elims too, and still up in the game. It's going to be interesting to watch. Arab's team, meanwhile, in 3rd place. They won game number 1 and in prime position. Not the greatest. The maximum distance 6th zone, so unfortunate for them, especially with their MVP from game number 1. Inspire is down already.
But now this is where all the tricks come in and the decisions have to be made. You do have an opposite side zone, but everyone besides you are smart players. They're going to want to rotate. The people who have position are going to have to take and actually try to get as much priority on shots. If you over prioritize that though, people could pass you by and get hype from you once again. Bucky, still alive all the way on low ground, fishing with a fishing pole for any match that he can find.
Wow, moving Bucky. That's incredible. He does actually find some brick and metal. Holy, this could actually get him back in the game. 200 at least. That could, propel him to get forward and at least find one more impact fragger, maybe find some more materials. Spot that from range and even try to use it. Look at the low materials that he's using, just not even building a single time, rotating so well. If he clutches this out, that would be incredible. Any placement point they get from this point would be fantastic for this team.
He's gotten 2 white tags already, but now is finally in another squad's lair. Has someone in his box, but chooses to move away and possibly play for the placement if possible, or get easier tags from the bottom. Now facing another whole squad.
One tick,
no
take
white
him out.
Heels. He's finally out at 11th place. Unfortunately, now tuning in with that 4th place squad of Jacob on the backside of zone. Has 2 floppers, so he has a little bit of flexibility. The question is, can he make this big trek?
Can he make the big trek? That's for sure. It is water, so he can move slightly. Jacob Aki, Gage, Tosley, and Punisher, you said. The 4th place team, here they are. They're getting beamed out from low ground. I am seeing
It was fourth
place from that, but the placement points are insane, so it finally works out for Arab. Meanwhile, Mega and them are slaying out up on high ground. We'll see if we can possibly get any POV we can. So Bizzle, Mega, Eclipse, and Dubs, they're here now, and they're here to play. They're taking the game in a stylistic fashion.
Yep, the big also thing to note is Ando, who was in 8th place, was getting all those elims onto Punisher. Curious to see exactly who got out with that victory royale and who came in second. I'm going to see that update when we get those replays back. 34 points in total. On height, though, Bizzle, Dubs, Mega, Eclipse.
We will tune out with the rest of the replay, see exactly how Dubs, Mega, and them were slaying out. I see 5 elims on Mega, 4 elims on Dubs, the prolific duo through World Cup. There's Arab, I think right after he pulled off his shenanigans with the med kit. That's pretty funny there. He did get 4th place. Aguilar getting beamed up from Mega. A total of 10 elims for Mega and Dubs, but Bizzle adds 3, so that's 13 for the squad, plus the win, I believe. Huge game from them and huge comeback. Dubs even picking up more. Wow, they might have actually just killed the entire lobby. They could have taken out every single player.
They're literally a metal door. Everyone's trying to knock in there, but this entire building is absolutely closed. Only one person can have first place. Everyone now dropping down tickers all the way in the storm. That is Arab, who we saw get that heal game off. Finally comes right back through, but Mega with the big awareness blocks off tickers, and the RPG comes through from the top. That is team play. That is perfection.
18 elims for this squad puts them at 41 points. We'll see how that shakes up the leaderboard, because I believe they might be in 2nd or 3rd after that. An incredible performance from the team that we, expected a lot from, but also had a lot of questions because of the impact of the controller players on the seat, the impact of just being the group of death, really.
I know the big kind of talk was in the beginning, will all these potential for beams be the big thing that stops these keyboard and mouse players? You mentioned it a little bit in game 2 and game 3. It's all just been about these guys actually facing each other on height. It's kind of been like, keyboard on keyboard violence in a sense over and over again. These downstairs box fights. It's been epic to see. The game sense is actually what's been clashing between these players. 4, 5, and 6, those games are left. This is where you have to play for whatever threshold you want to hit, whether it's 6th place or 1st.
So we are waiting on the leaderboards to update, and we'll get that update too. I mean, other stories I was looking at, Aspect, Buckwheat, Falter, and Animal. Once again, having a disappointing performance. They did get some elims in that, so it wasn't a totally wasted game, but getting out and knocked out before placement, getting knocked out because they were shambles on the rotation in, they've got to find out a new way to make this plan. But also, the frenzy zones kind of not vibing with them. They don't enjoy those at all. The way they have to rotate through, it feels like there's just too many different teams collapsing on them in the way that they are.
Yeah, and the win, although some teams are getting those victory royales, we've seen the patterns of the amount of people who just fly by with high elimination placement points. That combination, very deadly. Once again, though, Bucky's not having, and his squad are not having that opportunity to get to that point. Something I want to see they can change up. Big thing for trios that we saw last season. Game 3 was the tipping point. We had Mongrel as an example in EU. They were in 1st place, won a game. Stompy Chicken Aqua were nowhere to be found, even in the top 10. They had stellar performances back to back to back. They brought it back. So it could still possibly be anyone's game. We do have very high point thresholds at the top, but now it's kind of a attitude shift for a lot of these squads who are at the back, and a defensive hold for the people at the top.
Yeah, and a halfway point. So we'll see. The other story too, Unknown Army and them, right? They had a great win in game number 2, but switching up the playstyle, I thought it was good in the early game, but then deciding for some different weird fights and probably costing them the game as Unknown Army went into the end game as a solo. We do have the leaderboards ready, so we're going to hop towards those and take a quick look at how it's been shaken up. Who's at the top? Probably Strobe and them. Yes, still at the top, but only getting 1 point that game. So unfortunate performance from them, but still they're out the top after 3 games. It's definitely you know, very, very, very good given what we saw of their early game drop. Tough spot to work out of. In second place, Arab inspired Kaz and Aguilar. They hang on. They have a good game in that one, especially given Arab's heel off to get fourth place by himself. So good from him. And then third place, Unknown Army, Kez, Ronaldo, and Avery, 45 points total, but a poor performance. Mega Bizzle, Eclipse, and Dubs from a great game. The 18 points or the 18 elims and the win only puts them at fourth. That's crazy.
Yeah, they've had a little bit of trouble coming in through. You even mentioned it in game 2. There was nowhere for Bizzle or Poach, you know, some of the big names to be seen at all. So it could be a pattern that we've seen where people have pop-off games, then 0-point games. We know, though, that's not the way to qualify for these grand finals. You cannot have those many, you know, unfortunate performances. That being said, though, we'll wait on our next game 4 to come in. We'll be taking a short break to rotate some casters. We'll be right back. Stay tuned and embed this leaderboard into your minds. All right, welcome back. We got the title cards right this time. Let's go production. I'm Shio Wager if you're coming in after that break. And to my side here is Reflections. Give us a big recap of exactly what you've casted, man. Welcome once again. I'm excited to get the show off with you.
Well, game 4 is already getting started. We're going to keep this brief, right? I've casted a lot. Friday Fortnights out there coming up with the Sunday Showdowns. Probably like 40, 50 tournaments overall for UMG events, UMG Gaming. A lot of great stuff. But Shao, you got the swagger going on. You've been calling the action with Bala. I'm a lot less better looking to the guy. I get it. You're going to have to deal with me for at least the next 3 games. But I tell you what, the action has been fantastic. Arab has been bringing that Fuego, second place coming through. And I got to say, that whole squad. Arab, I think game number 1 had 11 elims. Inspire popped off in one moment. There's so many great things going through. I think game 4 is ready. I'm ready to hop into it.
Yeah, man, these guys are an absolute unit, and there's so many others as well. We talked about it right before the break. Game 3 is kind of that tipping point when you've tried as much things as you've tried out. You've tried contesting your spots now. If you're not looking to grief your entire tournament, you will try to change things up. You will try to get a better attitude. So it's going to be looking at one of the sides where that happens a lot. It's Steamy Stacks. We've seen this fight off spawn multiple times. Punisher actually coming out on top more so than not in all these games. Going back towards Frenzy Farm as well, where Inspire and Arab themselves land. A few white tags from Inspire. He always knows where to look. A lot of storylines to follow. Everything now in Game 4 is going to be a little bit more brand new, though.
Talk to me about the contestants, though, right? We've had a lot of storylines develop off of contested spots. Some players have had to back off of that because they've been contested so hotly. They necessarily haven't been winning. By the way, quick touch up right there. We got the legendary tag coming in off the rip for Inspired. That's a great way to get things started. He's got shields for days to hand off to his opponents. But going back to the original point, contestants, how much of an impact has that made?
I mean, you know, we've seen Unknown not be contested game after game and have the opportunity to survive through all the way to mid game. We've seen Punisher be contested and still make end game in a sense. So we do have a little bit of an anomaly when it comes to, you know, the favorability of being uncontested, as those teams are having a little bit of trouble actually deciding on what to do in mid game. But right now, the momentum is the biggest thing. That's, I think, the one thing that's going to trump being uncontested or contested. It's all about the decisions these guys are going to be making in the mid game. They have to be making the right ones or you're going to be falling behind.
I know Narmi's been connecting shots late game. He's been slaying out even mid game, right? I mean, his shots are absolutely nasty. He's been known for that. Of course, over to Steamy. There's been a couple of battles ensuing here, and I got to say, it's been some great stuff. Hogman, though, down low. Internet is back. 3 games left. I think his internet actually went out, and he wasn't able to play at least one of the games.
Yeah, this man is the biggest and key part of that squad in terms of the IGL, the morale, and it's going to be huge for these guys. You know, he wasn't even he wasn't able to watch any of the games that his teammates were playing even, right? When you get knocked, that's one thing. You give a little bit of advice. But to have, you know, the father figure not there, a part of the squad, very hard to come back from that. I'm confident, though, that they can bring him back in these 2 games.
Definitely something to be watching out for. Since he's back, he's got to let that go and just play out of his mind. Bring his team back into the mix. Overall, the standings are getting pretty interesting. You saw first place of Breeze, 51 points, and he's going to be 20 points ahead of that 6th place, which is, of course, is going to be the bottom end of the barrel in terms of moving forward and qualifying for tomorrow for finals. So still a lot of leeway there, but you can't let down your guard. Consistency is key. You got to make sure you're firing on all cylinders. Of course, over towards Arab, the guys with Inspire, Caswell's, Aguilar, they've been setting the precedence in terms of the overall intensity for these games. We talked about earlier, 11 elims for Arab game number 1. Inspire popped off as well in a couple of games. Even last game, they were playing incredibly well. I finished with top 4, I do believe it was, but they still managed to get a ton of points through elims alone. And Orchard has been their spot, rotating out now, out of zone, maybe over towards Steamy potentially, to go ahead and maybe cut off that team we saw a little bit earlier.
Yeah, different zone entirely as well. It's more towards the left side. Haven't seen this in the heat before. At the same time as well, this is kind of Arab squad's debut. When they did play in those first heats or the last qualifiers when they made the finals with their best performance, unfortunately, they were kind of in Grief City Central against Chap's team. Now we get to see how they perform when they make an endgame and are playing properly. Going to be really cool to see. Question for you, though, Mr. Reflections, is the squad you're looking out for the most. Who do you have your eyes on to kind of qualify, or who do you want to qualify in this heat?
I mean, you know, going into it, I think those are 2 different questions, right? Because who do I want to qualify? Well, I wanted Snoot's team actually to come through and surprise us, right? That team didn't do too well during the FNCS squad qualifiers. They ended up getting placed in because of points. And for me, that's a bit rough. I'm a huge fan of Snoot, right? The Snoot Army. So that's a team that I kind of want to see come through and maybe do considerably well. But at least whenever it comes to today for heat number 2, they haven't played too well. They've kind of been struggling a little bit. And in fact, they're not even going to be in our top 8. But another duo that I'm kind of invested in is Mega and Bizzle. Now, they have been playing considerably well. Bizzle, the king of consistency. That's probably the team that I want to see make it through the most in terms of like actual potential to make it out of heat number 2. But overall, though, Snood, I also wanted to see Destroy. Grandma Teaches Weapon, following him for quite some time. There were so many teams I wanted to see in top 6, but they can't all make it.
Yeah, stacked heat, and right now I still think I'm going to stand by it. these leaderboards will not be solidified in terms of who is the top 6. We do have a little bit of a catch-up potential from the bottom side. In terms of coming first, I think if these guys in the #1 spot keep it up, still be elusive, you know, we have the leaderboards up here right now. Statsy, Goosh, Breeze, and Strobe. These guys keep it up in where they are. They've played every single game consistently, and they've been in every single game and had a voice. Arab, you've noticed, one of the games completely eliminated, no points whatsoever. Could have a risk of doing that again. Very high risk, high reward squad. Statsy, just glad to see these guys having a performance right now. Once again, though, Aspect locked in the mid game in one of the safest spots you can be in, the center island. As long as you're not really rotating far from it. The revive not up again either. Shots being taken on his back. There, another man down again.
That is tough, right? Now you're facing the world at a constant 3v4. We just saw an RPG come in a little bit late there as well, so the pressure is on, forced to back up. It's going to be, of course, Bucky, Animal, and Falter, and hopefully they'll be able to be successful in this fight. They've kind of had a hard time so far, and maybe, going into this event, we expected a lot more out of them, but there's only so much you could do. Another fight engaging, though. Unknown Army in the mix, getting some tags. His accuracy is deadly, and ever more so when he has that epic burst that they can bleed through builds. The damage, the headshot accuracy as well is insane. And we saw a little bit of that before. They're not worried about Storm Surge because they're constantly getting tags, even off the rip with players falling down.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys just have to fix up exactly what's going on in the end portions of their mid game. Unfortunately, we've seen time and time again that they might get a little bit too aggressive. When you are winning, you have that level of confidence that's not, there by a default in game one. Game one, it's very, let's put our name on the map. Once they see themselves on the top of that leaderboard, they start making decisions just to kind of flex a little bit, I think. And that's going to hold them back right now. Taking these rockets from this boat repeatedly over and over might not be the wave. They might want to rotate to a better spot.
Yeah, I think rotation right now is obviously going to be the best thing you could do. Prioritize that rotation instead of just, being a barrage of bullets from the rockets from that ship. It's just, overall, it's just not going to be that beneficial. They seem to be taking our advice. Unknown Army is going to be pushing in along with the squad, but you do see how far he is pushed up on that mini-map compared to the rest of his squad. So if a team decides to push him, he's going to be in a bad position. Luckily, he's going to go in and box up. He'll be okay. But at this current time, the zone is going to be getting a lot smaller. We do see, in fact, that the Storm Surge is going to be taking effect, something that has affected quite a few teams. Obviously, though, Unknown Army's team is going to be quite all right. Still 81 players remaining. Still a lot of action to unfold.
Yeah, right now they got to choose and see exactly where they want to set up. We've seen Inspire make moves in fourth zone to get height. Right now, it is very early. It is second zone, but moving to a good position in fourth. Plutooning with their squad, once again, who we were talking about. Being in a good position exactly before the decisions that are big have to be made. A little bit of a tongue twister there. Put yourself in moments to get height before anyone else is even thinking about it.
Frenzy Farm, another spot that has seen a ton of action, and Arab is going to be leading the way with his squad. A couple players just up ahead, going for some tags, so missed a first shot. That's going to be all right, though. He's going to be hanging out in the cornfield for the time being. Kind of curious to see how much damage they are above that Storm Surge. Unknown Army, though, starting to fall down a little bit. When we got on board with them, they were about 200 above. Now they were just 50, finally getting a tag, but they're on that threshold. They'll be okay, though. Plenty of heals, plenty of shields still in their inventory, and they've got a great overview of a ton of builds off in the distance to their west. It's going to be a lot of players pushing them, and I'm kind of curious to see where this next zone is going to lie and where they're going to choose to rotate.
Yeah, once again, the Unknown Army's perspective is the one with no delay whatsoever. So every time we see him, we get a glimpse into the future. The future right now looks very, very aggressive as they get a nice corner place into a box, but nothing to follow up with. Unknown with a nice block as well with an RPG. The fight starts now.
Fight definitely going down. They've got to play this appropriately, and there you have it right there, dealing with that Storm Surge. We talked about it earlier. They were just above the threshold, so not only do they have to deal with opponents, now they have to get overly aggressive to get those tags so they can stop that 25 tick damaging them from Storm Surge. Overall, trying to take over the wall. They're going to get one. Tries to go for some tags up ahead. Unknown, not able to connect yet. The players are slippery. The opponents are backing up. Not going to be as successful as they probably wanted to be. For now, though, the Storm Surge is going to take a break. So that gives them a little bit of respite. They're going to be basically center zone here. There's a lot of angles that they can get lasered from. They've got to be careful, Shayo.
Yeah, they have a ticking time bomb in their inventory. You saw they got absolutely no tags in that fight. Storm Surge might be gone on their screens, but it lingers as a part of their squad statistics for this game. Still no damage done. With 66 players, it will come back. Right now, we're looking at Breeze, Strobe, the first place team, their perspective on where they are landing next to Lazy. This is exactly where Aspect was beforehand as well. They're going to be swimming in. We'll get an update later on from that. Inspire actually going down, but the revive is coming through.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Hopefully that revive can come through because Inspire, he's made some great plays, and I think he does, in fact, get revived, so he'll be up for the time being. Hopefully, they're going to have some shields and heals they're going to be able to give to him. Obviously, he's got some minis in his inventory. You will hope that Punisher, who got the revive off heads-up play, has maybe some floppers he'll be able to hand over, maybe some slurp, but until then, seems as if, no, that's not going to be the case, so he's going to be chilling for the time being. Now, over towards another great player on this squad, Gage, right? Gage has been playing considerably well, trying to get some tags well above that storm threshold. He is chilling for the time being, and obviously a little bit further back, but 77 players still remaining, at least from this perspective overall, and there's going to be an Elam coming through, another point to their inventory.
Another point, more momentum for Shield. Their ammo counts still look a little bit low. The map management is there. They're very close to Arrow's team is also what it looks like. Tossley moving forward in this base. I'm curious to see once again where that last squad was too. These guys are both in contention for those leaderboard top spots. Top 6 is once again what all people need to be able to qualify with 25 teams. A little bit of a big ask, especially if you're not already on the leaderboards already.
And you asked me earlier, like, you know, who do you want to see move forward? Well, Punisher's another man that I want to see move forward. I had a chance to hang out with him last Monday. Great guy overall. Of course, we got to talk about his World Cup accomplishments. 30th place over there with Landjock in duos. He's very accomplished overall, and I expect a lot from him here, especially with this squad. And they've obviously played well throughout the FNCS squad qualifiers, but, you know, there are some favorites that have been struggling, and you got to be thinking, right? This is the most difficult heat top to bottom, and big names had to fall. So we are going to see maybe some fan favorites that aren't going to make it through, and that includes Rubified, Hogman, King, as well as Poach, who are all 15th or below. But off to another storyline. Jose getting tagged up a lot, forced to back up. This engagement could be the end of him.
Has to use all the charges of that bandage cannon so his teammates not get help in case they get shot down as well. Once again, we pointed it out before, these guys love sitting on low ground to fight, but if you have nowhere to move vertically, you're in a defensive position. We've seen time and time again, offense is the wave. When you're taking these fights in Fortnite, you have to have a good place to clap from initially and a safe spot to clap back if you are on the heels. With not being able to move downwards, very difficult for these guys to win these fights. In 2 games in a row, they've already lost. Hopefully it's not a repeat in game 4.
Gage, Tossley, Jacob, Punisher, you hear that communication coming through. Chaotic, but controlled chaos, in fact. Letting everybody know the exact information they need to know as the rotation will come through. They were just on the outside of that zone, so they had to rotate a little bit in. A lot of builds up ahead, but that is to be expected. Of course, now over towards Coop and his squad. And all's going to be quiet for the time being. Seems as if they do have a free rotation, choosing to walk it in. Plenty of mats in their inventory, so it's going to set them up nicely for late game. And they'll go ahead and get a couple of tags, stay away from that Storm Surge, but they did find a nice angle to kind of rotate in and get it basically for free.
They actually ended up taking out Punisher in the very last game as well, and they're very close to that top 6 spot. Kind of in contention, maybe even just 5 points behind. Going to be really interesting to see if these guys get a chance to make it in. I think their win condition is ultimately the most basic one. Stay alive, play to what you can see. Not many tricks in the bag. A very basic squad, but basic is sometimes what you need to be able to play these games with a clear head.
Oh, sure, right. I mean, keep things basic. You know, it's called keeping it simple, right? That's a common saying, right? Keep it simple. I guess we'll mute it and say silly at the very end of that, right? But overall, though, keep it simple, silly, and that's the best way to go about it. When you start complicating things with already a complicated end game as it is, it's just too many variables to kind of put in your favor, right? There's so much already going on. Keep it simple. It's the best way to go about it. Saw Inspire a little bit earlier. Unknown now, putting his hat in the ring. He'll have the most up-to-date feed with no delay. Be quite a few players down low, just trying to get a couple tags, as many as they can. Still, a very slow game for them so far. They haven't found any elims, but we do know late game is where they tend to pop off. That's where Unknown starts to heat up, get a ton of elims, and we are getting close. Half and half has now appeared. I'm kind of curious to see what is going to unfold next.
Yeah, let's put all the pieces on the board right now. All the top teams are all going to be watching. AV as well has a very good chance of being on that top spot threshold. I believe they might have been in top 6. We'll get a leaderboard update at some point to refresh our minds. But we saw Unknown's perspective. We've seen different parts of the map from Frenzy, from the Slurpy Swamp side, the bottom left perspective as well. All these teams, the top heavy ones, are on the top right. Spark actually going down. This team being eliminated in 17th place by Viper's squad.
Viper squad coming through, tearing it up. That's exactly what you want to see, right? Taking out some of the favorites overall, getting those elims, getting those points, and getting so much closer to maybe being top 6. Great tags up ahead for Coop as well. RPG will come through, drop him down just a little bit. Of course, onto AV. He's going to be into an engagement. Does, in fact, get a knock. Baits out the trap, pushes forward. He's going to go ahead and get that finish along with maybe refreshing on the mats, but gets pressured. Sater will, in fact, be able to get that elim. Now, back on board with Gage. You saw him firing off some shots, trying to get some tags. And then Coop as well. The action's getting crazy, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, duel of fates right now for the high ground. We do have Coop, who has invested. Look at his inventory of hard mats. A lot to make this base out of brick with a lot of metal as well. They're going to have to get some type of impact pressure down. Sometimes it's not just about the eliminations, but just moving people away so you don't have to exert more mats to keep your position. They're going to want to do that against the height they see across them right now on the outside of zone, as well as the people below them. That is the key. A lot of ammo being put into this. One down going on to Jacob, actually. That's Gage's squad who's going to get knocked down.
Gage's squad now. One less player they're going to have to deal with, right? So they're going to have to face adversity. Make sure they're firing on all cylinders for the remaining 3 potentially to come through big in the end game. But you're right. They are, in fact, consuming a lot of ammo, right? They're trying to take off those guys from high ground because they know at this point they're second in contention. They're able to break those builds down. They will not be contested for height, and they want to make sure that they lock it in. Unknown Army, though, the man, he's got multiple jobs on this team. We've seen him be the main tunneler at times, the main slayer, also the IGL at certain at least points in this game. And they've got great potential here. A lot of builds they're able to use. They're consuming a lot, but I think it's going to set them up nicely, especially if Zone decides to go the other way. They're going to have plenty of fresh builds, plenty of old build to go ahead and tunnel their way through. But I'm liking Unknown's positioning, trying to find some tags up top. He's never slowing down.
Yeah, he has the most advanced perspective, and he's moving forward in the most advanced way. I believe that whoever is the front of that tarp, Avery, is giving these guys such a good base to fall off of. Unknown at the back, looking for any type of height advantage. He knocks them down. Now he's going to have to do those 90s if he wants to take it over. But look how separated he is from his squad. Everyone is ahead. If he finds opportunities, it has to be close by where someone can help him and react.
Already divvying up the minis as well as the slurpfish, trying to give it to their teammates, make sure that they are ready to go for the next engagements. And I think there is going to be a team just down below them. And it looked like Unknown was actually going for it, falls in the water. He doesn't want that, but takes the advantage of it. It's going to manage to at least get one elim. Now the Storm is in fact going to be taking away at his health. He's not even going to have an opportunity to take a mini. He gets dropped in the meantime. His squad, though, comes through. Of course, Unknown is in fact going to lose his life. Mysterious comes through as well to take him out. And it's going to be 3 players on Unknown squad to try and carry the torch. We'll go ahead and watch it. Avery, who was on your screen just a little bit earlier, trying to take over an advantage. High ground, though, for Coop, it seems. He managed to take it over, but a lot of fighting still to be had.
Yeah, a lot of mad investment here to only 250 wood left on Coop's actual build resources. He's going to be using a lot of them to drop down all the way. They ended up losing height. Need someone to be able to tarp for them, going for a smaller one. They're looking to shoot down height if possible. Don't have any rockets in the RPG. Everyone else on the server is looking back now. They have played the position perfectly. These guys have fallen behind in both position and story. The aim, though, is still there. Punisher getting the absolute punishment from that mismatch of movement on the backside of zone. Coop now, the last one alive, has to clutch up for the rest of the squad.
It's going to be tough, right? At this point, right, Shai, what are you doing? Are you going for elims? Are you just trying to preserve your life as much as you can? Shoot for placements? Or do you just try to slay out as much as you can?
I mean, Coop here's always going to put his back right towards aim. It's not possible. 1 placement point away to 7th place goes down. He doesn't get to have any say towards that 4th place threshold. Mastoris still alive with Exoff. Both players really good synergy when it comes down to having 2 people left alive with 2 eyes watching you from the back as well. It's where the most clean and efficient plays can happen. Both of them together in the same box defensive mode.
So dropping down, player in his box. forced to back up, trying to take over the wall. Meanwhile, though, on the side of Arab, right, second place team fighting it out. Aguilar dropping a player down. That's his high ground, but if someone is in fact going to get a challenge, I think he does in fact get the knock. Goes for the second, and there's going to be the finish. Great stuff from Aguilar, maintaining high ground and getting some points in return.
Yeah, you talk about secret strategies. When you knock Arab, it's kind of like that saying, you strike me down now, I only become stronger. He becomes an absolute coach for his whole team. It's an eye on every single player and complete control. It's like an air traffic controller, making sure no airplanes can touch each other whatsoever. It's perfect gameplay. That happening, though, at the same time as a lot of people trying to clutch down bottom. We've seen it time and time before. Winning the game sometimes is not enough. You need to translate your position into eliminations.
Well, they're definitely getting it. Mega, he's going to get knocked in the meantime. That's a big team to knock out, right? You got to be thinking they're in 4th place currently, trying to break the storm, unable to do so. It will, in fact, be him going down. This is a fight we saw a little bit earlier where Punisher ended up getting knocked, and Gage and Tosley trying to fight their way out. Gage, though, in a tough position, fighting off Storm, trying to break some builds. I think he will, in fact, get dropped. Yeah, just on the edge. So frustrating. He'll live for the time being, but we know he won't get picked up. Tosley follows suit. Ronaldo goes through and eliminates that squad. Good stuff from them to maybe get some points.
Yeah, we saw Unknown finally go down all the way really early near the zone, but Ronaldo still staying alive, gaining his team points now in 5th place, has the opportunity to get even more placement. Doesn't look like he has any floppers. We'll be tuning into a different POV very, very shortly. It's the overall one through the replay. We'll get a lot of context on exactly how people are moving around. We'll be tuning in with the top squad on the bottom side. Looks like almost all the teammates are alive. Bucky Animal are also still in contention to be playing this game. Aspect is down. Falter is there. It'll have to be a trio format for the win.
Need to see Animal go big, right? Of course, being replay, I'm kind of curious to see what happened at this point. Tunneling through that zone pretty far away. They know they have to commit quite a bit. Animal being the main tunneler. Focusing fire down low on Exo. We saw that, right? Exo fortunately gets dropped. That was when Unknown Army was in the water. He managed to pick up at least one knock. Eventually finished off, though, by Bucky, it seems. Dobbs, I saw a little bit above him. It was Ronaldo and co who was just up above, so they got to be careful there, and I think they know that. That's why they're focusing fire just up ahead. Aguilar up top as well, but we knew how this played out. Aguilar came down and absolutely slayed out Kaz in a tough position. So many inputs going through, and that's why we bring it back to your point, Shael. Keeping it simple, best way to go about it.
Yeah, you have to be playing to the most basic things when you have no shield available, very low match. It's just the raw aim potential and the decision makings on where to look and where to drop. Now Dubs finally taking over height with Eclipse. It did cost them, it looks like, one teammate though. Mega did go down over there to Aguilar. We saw that fight from their perspective, but now they have ultimate height, they have a little bit of health, but do they have the mats to keep things going? Statsy still alive and getting placement points with his entire squad, one man down. If they get second, they hold on to the lead.
Clips a good angle on Animal and Co. just down below. Look what builds up. Hill up for the time being. Trying to find that angle on Carry. RPG comes through with the spam. Bucky will get tagged up, and it's going to be a good knock on his part. And the focus attention onto Carry. Now, from what I'm hearing, Dubs had a great moment here. I know when we were just spectating them, they were, in fact, at least for the entire team, at 8 elims. That's respectable indeed. They obviously want a little bit more. This is where Dubs probably starts to heat up. Breeze down low. Misses a couple of shots, get pressured. And this is a tough position. If he makes it out of this and slays out, that just comes to testament how improved and how great Dubs can be.
Has the double edit as well. This is his moment to shine. He's going to be not only fighting the players on his screen, but the leaderboard position they're in as well. Gets out, Breeze with the shot. No, it misses. The spray comes through. He goes down. Him and Eclipse, the duo of the generation, in a sense, are going to be going forward. Mega's down, so there's a little bit of a replacement. They still don't have the game through and one yet, but Eclipse pops over and forward. This team gets the win. 7 elims on Dubs with a pop-off near the end. They have extra mass to spare as well. That's the entire big corridor of builds that we saw. The zone did not stop, did not bounce back. It kept going. What a game for leaderboard shaking, in a sense.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's 15 total elims for Dubs & Co. That is absolute insanity. When you're dropping numbers like that, you can expect a big shakeup on the leaderboards. Kind of curious to see where Arab's going to fall. Strobe, will they stay up top? We knew from first place to sixth, they had a 20-point lead. That's pretty solid, but not solid enough when you look at teams like Dubs, Megan & Co. coming through with 15 elims plus the victory royale. That makes them a very scary squad, to say the least. How many points? What's the highest number of points we've seen for a squad so far today?
I think we've seen an 18 elim win, but that's when you actually have a basis to stand on. I just want to point out the fact that Eclipse, Dubs, Mega, and Bizzle had no mats, no shields, ended up taking height, and then Eclipse solo outplaying at the very end off his teammates' backs. Huge win. Let's see how that win actually translated to the leaderboards. We'll jump right in and see if there have been any first place changes. Statsy did survive all the way to the very end. No, doesn't matter if you can't win games. Mega, Bizzle, Eclipse, and Dubs. The top spot, 71 points, 2 victory royales.
Wow, 2 victory royales, 71 points, and now we start talking. First, it was 20 points last game between first and sixth, and now math is hard, but that's plus 20 points overall, at least 30 points, or even more, of course, from now first to sixth. And now you got a little bit of a cushion, and you can start to relax a little bit. You don't have to go for those elims. You don't have to get crazy. But hey, if they come across the way, right, in game like Dubs did, right? I think he had 7 at the end, very respectable. We're not talking about Arab numbers at 11 from first game, but still though, 71 points. They're pretty solid. They're pretty safe. There's only 2 more games to go. And now, Shio, I posed the question to you. With only 2 more games, you're looking at 8th place, right? The final marker, at least on this graphic, 19 points. They need to at least clear 15 points, 20 points or more if they want to overtake Ando, Jeremy, Stans, as well as Coop in 6th place. If they want to do that, they've got to get aggressive. They've got to slay out, and they got to go for placements, and they got to find really, a cohesiveness between all of that. They've got to play chaotically, but they also have to play controlled in the meantime. But now, we talked about it, right? Only 2 games left. After this game, only 1 game. You got to put it all on the line. What would be your strategy? Your team leader, your IGL, you're going in with 19 points. You know you need to clear at least 20 points this game. What are you doing?
I mean, the big thing right now for any team is to realize to get into 6th place, you're going to need 40 points. 2 games, very doable. I understand there are people at 19 at a lower threshold. Coop, as well, to point out, is now fighting and in that 6th place spot because he's getting these good games. Megs, Dubs, Mega, Eclipse, and Bizzle, 15-point elimination win. That is what these teams need repeatedly, but you have to be at that caliber. You have to have that opportunity. The unfortunate part is only 1 squad can have it per game. And that's the thing that all these teams need to strive for. If you're 19 points, it's kind of out with consistency. You have to go for these, big-headed plays, these big risks. The thing is only 1 team can go away with it per game. You're going to need to have wins now. We have a team in this heat that kind of sucks up all the placement elimination points, I like to call them. Statsy, right? These guys are moving in. They're always 2nd place. They're still on top of leaderboards. Win. There's no chance for people to play that way. You need to be able to overtake Dubs, Eclipse. You need to be able to have a top spot team moment. That being said, though, let's check out if these guys can do it. The next game is underway. Game 5, the last defining game before the final end of the heat in game 6. We're tuning in with Unknown, vibing, getting maybe some phone calls from a few orgs, maybe. Who knows? This man is just big chilling, checking out his text messages.
You got to be thinking, right? You talk about being the ultimate form of relaxed. You're now in game 5. You're trying to qualify for finals, and you're sitting on bridge in the open, just totally uncontested, at least to your mind, right? Texting away, and there he goes again. Hey, look, I'm liking the confidence, but you can't be that confident. He's even showing a text off to somebody off at a distance. We did talk about it. I think he's playing at one of his friends' house and streaming from one of his friends' house. If that's true, hey man, it's always good to have friends in high places, so you could just go over there, take over their internet, and get it popping. 3 players though, who didn't get in?
Yeah, it looks like Jeremy's actually the one not to get in. He was a key aspect in playing these games, actually fighting people like Punisher from, you know, box to box, lane to lane. He's not going to be there to be that supporting fragger for his team. One big thing to know as well, Bucky, Animal, Aspect, and Falter, I believe, are in 9th place, just a little bit off that leaderboard with 27 points. We'll see if it's possible for these guys to pull through and pop off in a sense, but they have to get through these problems they have. Another big thing, a card, you see the stats on the right, more than just L2, Unknown placed 5th. I think a lot of people know this in the Solo Cash Cup with keyboard and mouse. Bala and I have had a few conversations about exactly what makes this man so special. I think it's just the angles he takes. His just box fight game sense is so much ahead of so many other people in the region and in the world.
This thing, I mean, you watched Unknown earlier, and late game, I mean, he was taking over multiple roles. He was the IGL, he was tunneling, he was tarping. On top of that, he was also slaying out all at the same time. He's completely focused. He's incredibly aggressive, but when he slows it down, his angles, like you mentioned before, right, you and Bala, he can make it happen. So overall, you know, I know there's this big debate, right, controller, keyboard, you know, overall, the better player is going to win at the end of the day. Bottom line, period. Unknown has proved himself to be a fantastic player in multiple retrospects, and I think we're going to be seeing a ton more of him in the future. I've been following him for quite some time, whether it's elimination-based racing, whether it's competitive. He has proven himself in multi-facets, and I don't think he's going to be slowing down anytime soon.
No, it's absolutely correct. I'm just excited to see if he can finally break the curse of not having the same type of play styles and decision making. And Mastoris goes down over there. Exile, last person left. I just want to see if he can kind of break the curse of just being the solo dominant player. Not saying he doesn't have results in squad-based gameplay, and neither am I saying none of his teammates do. Kez very good in duo placements as well for that World Cup. I just want to see these guys perform as a squad. I want to see these guys' minds come together and pop off when it actually matters for the format at hand.
Want to look now, just kind of focus up. With them losing a teammate, it's definitely going to be tough, to say the least. And when you start thinking about them, they now sit at 4th place with a total of 52 points, still about 20 points ahead and about 19 points ahead of 6th place, right on, of course, on that minimum of qualifying over. But you have at least 2 games left. You have a bad game here, missing a player. You don't get your placement points. You don't get your elims. That can put you out of the running. That is something you don't want, and you don't really want to kind of boil that down to just missing a teammate. So they've got to turn up here. This is the moment to face adversity and to go big in the end. Just on the outside of Steamy, though, we've seen these players get big, and I got to say, some more updates coming through. Apparently, Poach and Snood did not get into Game 5. Snood! Can I get some Fs in chat? That is rough, to say the least. Snood, a guy you asked me before, right? Who did I want to see moving forward? Well, Snood and Co. was one of them. Now they're missing 2 players. That's rough.
Yeah, big thing to know as well. Just look at the total player count for the game and the fact that it hasn't dwindled and the elim feed hasn't really shown much of anything at all. 82 players. We have the exact same number, I believe, in European 1 in a game where a lot of people did not load in. So I'm guessing this game, I'm going to coin it, is going to be the bare bones game where you're going to have your back against the wall, no more experimentation. You're going to be looking at playing the most perfect way you can play because a lot of these teams are going to have people not loaded into game.
Off at a distance, Unknown, thinking there's going to be somebody out there probably trying to go for a snipe. That scares me any time that I see him aiming down sights at somebody because we've seen him connect 3 out of 4 shots at times. Absolute insanity, but they'll go to back off. Loving the fact that they were able to go fishing. They're going to have plenty of fish to work with. Slurp fish, floppers, right? A lot of opportunities for late game to be able to heal up. They're all full and shield. That's something you expect coming out of Slurpee.
Absolutely. The big thing you can't expect, though, to happen at this point, which is happening, is 10 total players is the exact number not loading in the game. Some of them being the biggest keys of these squads. Slurpee Swamp, though, is a place where this entire squad is going to have all the people loaded in. The same thing with the Semi Stacks rotation. Question is, can these guys do it in a sense? Can they use the advantage they have, these 4-man teams, to push through, even if you're in 25th place right now? 2 very good top elim performances can boost you into 6th the way things are going. Punisher has to hold out and make sure he stays in the top 6.
100%. I mean, you know, this is, in fact, the second to the last game. I think last game is where you kind of solidify top 6, right? That's where you see top 6 really start to move around. Maybe players who are teams, rather, who are in top 8, maybe top 10 have a chance or an opportunity to move up the top 6. But second to last game is more important, at least in my eyes, than last game, right? Because this is the opportunity to set the precedents, time to get some points, and time to really move your team up ahead and set yourself up right for the last game. Fortunately, like you said, 10 players did not load in. That's rough to say the least. We're looking at a squad where they, of course, they are missing one of their players, and they're going to be playing very passively over on that hilltop, trying to get some ticks. Now, going back in time, Collazo, player that I've been watching for quite some time, very solid overall over at Pleasant. Seems as if they had the entirety of it. I do see 2 players, at least from this squad, that are going to be there.
Yeah, the other 2 are just not in the game at all. Collazo, Wiggs, obviously the teammates of Poach and Snood. Poach and Snood being such a big factor in all these end game decisions. Snood, one of the best box fighters of the region as well. They will not be able to have that. Looks like Winter Royale comes early for that team to have a dual performance being played. A nice preview. I guess they get to play 4 cups. Right now, though, full team is Unknown Army. They've been chilling in Slurpee for a long time. They had the first zone as well, and it looks like the second one is also very close by.
Kind of curious who's been challenging their position. We saw Unknown kind of watching off into the distance, building up. And obviously, you don't want to see those early engagements. But like I said, teams are going to get desperate at times, especially the ones who are at the very bottom with a low amount of points. They might get desperate and make pushes you wouldn't necessarily see in game 1 or game 2. Now, off that rotation, though, is going to be Hornet, Defy, Jacob, and Co. So they're going to be rotating up this mountain, trying to take over this natural high ground if they potentially can. And I think they do see a player just down low, unless that was a fishing spot, could be going crazy. But regardless, though, the action is going through, and tags are happening. AV, he's going to get tagged up. Let's see if he can live.
I've seen this house before. I'm pretty sure Animal Aspect and Bucky walk through this place all the time. Big sprays going on to the star player of the Solo Cash Cups, AV. He's going to be going down. Almost not gets to be saved by all the bills, but they're in a very tragic position on a house in the middle of nowhere. Central zone, though. 81 people still left alive. Curious to see if these guys can survive. I believe Arab as well has a teammate who's not in the game. They work so well when there are 4 people in total together. Unfortunately, they will not have that opportunity either. It's going to be very interesting and non-common type of showcase from Game 5.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yep, there's 3 teams.
Here's our duo, right? Our duo trying to go big. Now, they could set the precedence, like you said, for Winter Route. Imagine if they come through missing Poach and Snood and still capitalize in this moment and take over the victory. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but crazier things have happened, especially when it comes to Fortnite. Still within that storm, they got to make sure that they break it. There are going to be some builds just up ahead, and I think they will probably be running into at least somebody. A lone jot, though, for Arab and Co. They're going to have to run quite a bit of distance, going through the military base off to the left just momentarily, and they're having to fight off a squad in the meantime who's taking some pop shots.
It's just trying to complete a puzzle without a singular piece. Usually, sometimes you can get away with not having a certain teammate in the squad. They're more of a support anchor, or, you know, the entire squad can operate still without one of their players for their win condition. Arab squad, though, every single person has such a good purpose. They're all equal in terms of what they offer. Losing one is so big on the way they actually play the game. Collazo and Wiggs being very smart. I saw Collazo coming in with 2 stacks of grenades in his inventory. That's the only way they can take forward with squads, taking out slacks. 2 teammates behind, still putting points on the board, upgrading loadouts, having more shields. They're going to have to find more grenades, though, if they want a chance at doing this again. That's 2 total elims, actually. It looks like Wiggs might have also taken a few shots off over there. They have a total, actually, of just 1 elim for the squad. Not sure how that second person went down.
Talk about taking lemons and making lemonade. Fantastic work from the duo, keeping the squad alive, looking good. And, of course, there has been some moves happening. You see that graphic to your right? Endo's team has made the largest move up, going from 18th all the way to 6th. Currently, on the other side, Poach has dropped from 6th after game 1 to 17th. And look at these fights. A1 squad going off. That's going to be at least one knockdown low. Of course, we'll have to see if they're going to make it over towards Lake M, how well they're going to be doing. But now we're on a boat shot. We're cruising over towards at least a better portion of the zone. But getting lit up in the meantime, though. Hopefully they don't run into another squad.
This is the troll portion of why some people don't take Arab seriously when it comes to competitive. A lot of the times I'll see the same mistake he makes with his squad, where he'll stay on boats, where he'll chill out and not make the right decision, even though it might be harder to execute. Ooh, Colazzo with a big box fight. 2 total elims right now. Sometimes more of the points they've got when all 4 teammates have been alive. Big thing to know as well with a lot of the platform cash cups we've been seeing across the nation. These guys, Colazzo and Riggs, used to be former console players, finally switched over to controller on PC and are now performing with the top dogs in the region. Finally, though, Arab gets out. The silly strat actually ends up working out, taking a lot of damage, though. Flipping over to another team as well who has a team down, or a man down is Coop. Jeremy not available. We'll see if they can win this box fight in central zone of Misty Meadows.
Trying to find maybe, hey, do we want to go ahead and break out central zone where you want to be, especially for half and half coming up. RPG is going to be out trying to fish for some nades potentially. You know they want that because they want to be able to break those builds up ahead, maybe get a couple of tags, but no reason to push or get aggressive here, especially when you might be moving into a squad, a full squad, right? They only have 3 members on their side. Still, plenty to work with. I mean, we're talking about some of the best, right? Coop, Steams, as well as Era, but Colazzo and Wiggs still battling, it seems, the opponent that never loses, and that's going to be the Storm. Luckily, they will, in fact, find 3 or at least 1 med kit. Also, a couple floppers in their inventory as well. They do have a boat, so they'll be able to travel through. Maybe this is something they accounted for. With them being a duo, they might be playing the Storm game, Shio, trying to stay in Storm as much as possible. That, therefore, limits their engagements to full squads and allows them to be able to rotate in and maybe garner a couple more placement points.
That is a very smart strat and observation, 100%. The thing is, it's a very far zone. Ticking for, I believe, 2 now when they get in. They are above Storm Surge by a mile. They won't have to worry about it that much. But these teams who are up all the way on height will see these guys coming if they have that type of focus. I think they're looking back in Storm now onto the river. This might be Colazzo themselves. At the same time, 400 damage above Storm Surge as a duo, unheard of, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%. I mean, come on. As a duo, slaying out, doing as well as they are, they're keeping the dream alive, and they need to do that because they were so far down in overall placements. We saw that graphic earlier, right? That team has fallen quite a bit, but unfortunately, the Storm will get the best of them. We already see Colazzo backing out, and I think that's going to be the end of them. They got to that point where they were just by the waterfall, and I don't think they were going to be able to make it up in time. That Storm was taking for too much, so at least for the time being, that duo who unfortunately didn't have Poach and Snood load in, they're going to be done, and that story will, in fact, and besides, I was going to be worried about them for late game because they weren't going to be able to siphon mats right between. It's a lot better to have 4 players siphoning mats for your tunneling than it is just to have 2, so it's kind of curious to see how that would work out. But in the meantime, though, Coop and Co. still going to be inside basically center zone by Misty, and they're chilling.
Trying a dude down here.
Going to be looking at exactly what they can get done. On the other side of the world, though, this might be a little bit of a POV that is slightly delayed. We have Ticker's Hornet who have to get into Misty Meadows, but are so far away, have to heal and bandage up after a fight they might have taken. This is the riskiest way to also move in a very tragic zone for a lot of teams that are not experienced with even landing on this side of the map. Navigating through water, one of the hardest things. Playing 1v4, also very hard. Avery will be in that situation on top of the leaderboard right now in a very sticky spot in terms of getting forward into the game.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep updated if Avery will be able to make it out. He had plenty of match, right? Plenty to work with. His health line, his shield line was still looking solid. So we'll have to see if he'll be able to 1v4 it up as that zone is getting smaller and smaller still. Tightly packed, 68 players remaining. So there's going to be a lot of fights still to be had. I did have an update a little bit earlier from Bala in chat. He did, in fact, say Colazzo left the inventory for Wiggs. So Wiggs apparently might still be running around with the inventory from Colazzo. So Colazzo, go ahead and exit out. Hey, take my floppers, take my mats, We're both not going to make it out. If we both try to make it out, we're going to consume too many medkits, too many floppers. Now, if you try to make it out and go for placement points, especially with my inventory, you should have a much better chance of making it out. So Wiggs might be solo squatting up to this point. So that storyline might not be over just yet.
We have a duo in the game. We have a solo in the game. We have self-damage as well. Wait, yeah, Avery did take a little bit of damage, 100 from that blue RPG. He'll be mining back up, but it's a trade ultimately onto his opponents. Multiple solos now early on means that placement will potentially be hindered if these guys keep surviving over and over again.
Alright, see him and take his wall. See him and take his wall.
700 damage above Storm Surge. Still using all the rockets he can right now because it's probably not possible for him to have those saved for a high ground retake against 4 different players having 1,500 match each potentially. Mats each potentially. Right now, though, big spray coming in, but he doesn't get to finish it.
Did he get sniped?
No, he got beamed down with a common assault rifle. 100
No! That is the way. Sometimes all you need is a common AR to take some of the best players down. I can't do it personally, Sha. I can't speak for you, but man, some of these guys are absolutely nasty. And you even saw Unknown's reaction there. He was absolutely flabbergasted. Phenomenal stuff. But hey, that's a big team out of the woodworks now, right? That's a team that was up there in overall leaderboards. They were sitting in 3rd. They're going to be missing out not only on elims, because I think they finished with a total of 2, but they're going to be missing out on a ton of placement points. So we talked about it, game 2, or at least the second to last game. Very important for setting yourself up for at least the last game. Well, Unknown Army, hey, they're going to be at least taking a step back, I think. They're going to move down. They may even move down to maybe 6th place if they're not careful.
Yeah, we saw an update on the zone as well. The team that we were just watching previously actually will get that northern side of the map to be able to play off of, and very limited mat investment to actually get to that point. So we'll see them have the opportunity to pop off once again. A Misty Meadow zone spells disaster depending on where it goes. If it pulls down towards the south when it's moving, that means we're going up vertically. If it starts moving up towards the north from where we are right now, that's an aquatic zone, and I don't think these guys have been to SeaWorld enough times to be able to have that experience of playing the zone perfectly. So, Coop, 3 people are going to be up in an uphill battle in the low ground portion of this map.
In our tarp!
A lot of crazy communications going through. I think they're trying to figure out who's going to tarp over, right? That's something that you should have figured out, especially whenever late game is coming through. So hopefully they'll be able to tighten up their shot a little bit and make it work moving forward. Of course, over towards AV. Spyro as well as Prian going to be firing some shots just down low. Pretty good in zone, but a damage threshold very close. They need to get some tags here. All it takes for that bottom team to move up just a little bit. Before you know it, you're taking 25 ticks left and right. I'm not looking at any floppers or meds onto the side of AV, so hopefully his squad will be able to help him out. Does throw a flopper down. Maybe they're working out for the Storm Surge just a little bit earlier. We're going fishing, though. Harpoon gun being put to good use, trying to get maybe some of these mats. And I got to say, it is miraculous. This trio, after not spawning in with at least one from the squad, still up, still rocking it. And this is a team that is at least in 2nd place, or at least for sure top 6. But unfortunately, they're going to get lasered, Shile. They got to be careful.
Got to be careful right now. All these teams who are in this game have a complete advantage to catch up to the top of the competition. A lot of the teams who are very far ahead, maybe 20-point leads, including Unknown Army, have now been fully eliminated, and it's an open race to see who can take up these spots and get forward. AV, though, is going to have a tough time kind of racing and running in sand and mud. Going to be popping off a few floppers, but has Storm Surge available to him. Has to pray that 2 people get eliminated before his health pool runs down. Prien is looking like he is on the last tick of his life, bandaging up and playing some heal game, but it won't come through. Both players get taken out at what looks like 15th place. No placement thresholds available for them, and not much damage done, meaning that that is a zero-sum game or a 0-point game for them moving forward. Coop now is trying to battle for this lair and move forward for that next zone popping up.
Ooh, that's going to be one knock. That's going to be dubs, right? That is a huge knock, to say the least. You want to be knocking these top squads out, especially if you're one of the top of the food chain, trying to get this finish. RPG goes through. Can it connect onto another And I don't think it does, but he does at least solidify the elim onto Dub. So it's going to be another point going their way. They're sitting at a total of 3 elims for the squad. They can keep this up. They are going to increase dramatically, and they've got free reign to go ahead and tarp over. No, they don't have ultimate high ground, but they still have a lot of mats and a lot of potential here, Shio. And already lasering another player down low. It's going to be the last player. Dom going down. That puts him at 4.
That puts him at 4, and Punisher actually getting the reaps of the reward of all the loots that Dubs went down with. A complete 4v1 box fight. Not exactly sure who went down. There has to be a high-profile individual at this point up in the game. Coop, with the complete balance of playing with his squad, the comms are firing off. They're finally up down the low ground to push off and get an advantage on everyone recycling and being in shambles down below. They're going to be getting these edits on them, but it's a war on multiple fronts. People down in the water, people up in their boxes looking for the same advantages. Coop has to get them first. Now his squad is split up for him. He does have a few mats left on the backside of an entire other squad. The first elim goes through. He has the squad in his grasp. The second one as well. He eliminates the rest of Bissell and Mega. They are down. He moves forward as the Terminator at the end of this aquatic zone. Can take height if he wants to. Has a full mat refresh, but now has to find more to move forward with.
Coop, absolutely insane. This squad is popping off. It's going to be a total of 8 elims for them. We're talking about at least now only 15 players remaining. They're going for the victory royale. They, of course, are going to be lasered up top, forced to rotate through and right into A1. Not takes him out, goes for the second. Are you kidding me? That's going to be another knock. Coop, he cannot be stopped.
Coop is still moving forward 180 degrees of complete carnage. If he turns about a bit more, Jacob going down. Control Escrimas are on top, and they're still editing down. Gage eliminated. I didn't even see that one pop off. 8 people left. 13 eliminations. Placement still coming through. The block off with the stairs. Second place in total.
Oh my
A
gosh.
performance from Coop single-handedly with one controller popping off against the rest of the entire server.
Wow. Wow. Coop, are you kidding me? And they were sitting in 6th place. 6th place. They didn't even have a player spawn in. They were doing a 3v4 the entire time. Of course, Jacob on the bottom end was absolutely going off himself. He was getting a couple of elims. He was sitting at 5 for himself. Total 10 elims for his squad, for Punisher and co. And they were sitting in at least 5th spot, at least overall, for top 6. Fantastic work. We're going to see a huge shakeup in the top 6, Shio. I cannot with Coop right now, though. Coop absolutely dominated. Jacob, though, Shio, he's not playing too bad either.
Yeah, when these guys were on low ground, they had everything in control until the Beast entered their realm. Gage went down first. Punisher went down completely right after that. He tried to get a shot off onto Coop. He stopped him off and goes up for the finish. Coop is sending a complete message, and Bizzle was the first one to receive it, getting invaded on from the outside portion of the zone. Vape, Jesus, Uzi, and Janix, though, I was talking about being able to win these games, taking off the names from the top spot and having a chance, if you are in 20th place, to get up in contention for 6th. They've done it with this win. Animal, though, was at just 8th place in this game. He kind of sneaked around and got out near the bottom. We saw Aspect actually go down very early within the game, so a lot of things going on low ground. The big thing, though, the guys who didn't win were getting a lot of the eliminations. At the same time, Knifer or Uzi up top with the RPG is still getting elims while the game is going on. I think the entire eliminations for the whole lobby happened near the end of the game, and they were kind of funneled into so many of the important people who are fighting for these top spots.
Great stuff overall. I mean, I gotta say, this is heating up to be fantastic. We got the final game coming your way, Shio, and I gotta say, it all comes down to this. Anything can happen, especially after seeing these guys pop off. Talk about moving from 5th place to 6th. Even Vape Jesus as well down low. He picked up a couple before going down himself. And it doesn't stop there, right? We'll take a look. Niffer up top. Down onto Tosley. Takes over his Warleash, tries to. Gets to Elim himself. And this is where you want to pick up the bulk of your elims. That's why getting contested off spot is not the way to go about it. Fantastic elim to finish it off for the victory royale. I cannot wait to see this scoreboard. and see how much it has shook up and how much it's going to change, because it is going to change drastically. Game 6 is going to be insane.
It was that was the sickest end game I've seen so far. I'm not going to say history of Fortnite because we've seen a lot that can compete with that, but of recent memory, man, all these tournaments, I haven't seen someone at a disadvantage from the beginning of the game come in at the very end and literally destroy squad after squad, starting off with the guy who disrespects the way you play first, which was Bizzle. That storyline still clashing. At the same time, these guys did survive towards the end of the game. Bizzle dubs Mega Eclipse. They still won the last game. They were in first place. So a lot of these teams who were alive in the top 6 were in the same position. I'm curious to see when that leaderboard update does happen, exactly what has shaken up. Coop was 6th when we last tuned in, but with a big performance like that all the way to 2nd place, where is he now? Did Uzi pop up near 6th place? I mentioned before the break, 40 points is the place to be at by game 6. They're now at 33. Multiple threads now finally closing before the last game.
Yeah, multiple threats. It's getting crazy, Shio, and it's heating up. This is, in fact, heat number 2 for the final game. Let's take a look and break down our leaderboard. Let's see what is at stake for these teams. And as we bring it in, what shook up a little bit? Well, Mega, Bizzle, Eclipse, and Dub still there at the top. Strobe, Breeze, Goosh, as well as Statsy still in 2nd place. Unknown Army in 4th. And look at the bottom there. Hornet, Defy, Tickers, and Jacob now in 6th. But it is so close. And you got to be looking, right? 6th place, it is the minimum. But look at 8th and 7th place. They are just 5 and 6 points away from taking that over. So I think the storyline is really going to develop who is going to take that 6th place spot.
Yeah, man, it's a very, very close fight over there. It looks like 5th to 1st is basically locked in, but if Defiant Tickers have a pop-off moment and then Evade repeats what he, or Coop repeats what he did before and just stays exactly in that same kind of mantra and mindset of eliminations, 5th place could be taken over as well if 2 teams pop off near the top. That being said, embed this leaderboard into your minds. We still have these top placers staying near the top. Statsy, time and time again, surviving. I mentioned, although Bizzle did get a little bit bopped at the very end there, these guys survived all the way to the very end portion of that game. We'll be taking a little bit of a break just to fix a little bit of the tech issues we have. We'll be right back for that final game 6. Oh, yeah, and one thing to also note before we jump to that break, because it kind of looks like there was a little bit of a mix-up on the leaderboards. Coop only has 34 points with his squad. I believe that last game hasn't been tallied up in total compared to where they are now, so they will be far ahead. That means that the battle for 6th place is also so important. You have to take down Coop if you want to be in the grand finals. Break is coming up, though, so just wait up. Any squads that disconnected do not have their points count. They'll all be added up. That game 6 leaderboard will be a big shakeup. Stay tuned. right back at it, straight into game 6, game 5, the most polarizing game we've seen all the way at the end. It's going to be a big performance here showcasing.
Absolutely. Starting off over in Steamy Stacks. We've seen this go already. Tosley is going to be dropped. Punisher taken low in health. Is they're going to have to back up just a little bit. Hopefully Jacob will go big. We knew this spot was in hot contention just a little bit earlier. I'm kind of curious to see what's going to be going down. Punisher is going to drop himself. This is devastating, especially after we saw the leaderboards. Punisher and Cole, they were sitting in top 6. This could spell disaster. We could be seeing them drop out.
This is very true. The top 6 are very hard to pierce through, though. It's a big point asked to get there. If you're not having a low ground pop-off performance against multiple squads, it's not possible. Big thing to know as well, if you did tune into the leaderboards and left in a fast fashion, just to update you guys, those leaderboards were not correct. Big update as well on the storyline in general of that game. A lot of teams did not load in with their 4th player. Every team that was in that situation did not get their points counted. So there's a bunch of teams who were alive at the end of the game that got placement that haven't been counted yet, just because the API needs a little bit of adjustment when that happens, manually or from the back sort or the back zone. So we'll have an official leaderboard available past game 6. But there still are issues. Stay tuned in on Twitter and with us for the next heat on updates. Once again, if you want to shine over that schedule as this box fight still goes on, Gage is going to be taking down a half HP through the window.
They're pushing me right now.
We are covering Heat 3 and Heat 4 after this. All of NA East will be broadcasted, and the finals will be followed by with tomorrow.
Not to mention Heat 3, Sundown's going to be joining us, right? Coming through. He'll be casting himself along with Aussie, yourself, and I think Bala too is going to be there. So I got to say, great stuff. Great coverage overall coming out from the practice server as well as practice production as well. Love it. I love the work that Monster's been putting in, as well as Nikolai. Definitely got to be thinking to yourselves, man. I mean, this is a great production where we get to cover all the action from all the Heats finals tomorrow as well. You guys will be casting.
I am getting out.
But I got to say, things have been getting crazy, and that battle for Lazy Lake has been insane. We've seen 2 top teams cannibalize, literally cannibalize each other, right? We've seen A1 King and Envy Bucky both landing at Lazy Lake. I got to say, Bucky's ahead so far, 9 to King's 17. Bucky has since left Lazy. He doesn't want any more of it, but overall, you got to be able to throw an audible out there. You got to be able to switch it up. That is important to be able to adapt on the fly, have multiple landing spots. You got to have a plan A, plan B, and plan C. Maybe even a plan D if you're really ahead of the game, because sometimes your drop spots just don't go as planned.
Yeah, you can't have planning done without the planner, though. Although Arab, the IGL, is alive, Inspire, the wild card, the game finisher, the fragger, has been taken out, and it doesn't look like they have Inspire's reboot card available to get back up either. A lot of these teams opting to, when they get the final elims on high-profile candidates, they wait out for that reboot card to finish, so the team can't have anything to say. Talking about high-profile candidates, Gage, the last man left alive, still taking ticks of damage. Looks like he might have a bandage cannon to heal up. That thing is not quiet at all. He'll be moving forward. Jacob is the last person left alive, and there's no reboot cards for this squad whatsoever.
No, not at all. Unless Jacob, right? Unless he's able to get him, there's going to be a reboot van there, but I think he's still going against potentially a full squad, or at least, I guess at best, a 1v2. So hopefully we'll make it out. Now, on to Sweaty Sands, though. Take his points. Is, in fact, going to be my man, Destroy. Always bringing the hype. Fantastic controller player. SMG in his hand. You got to be thinking you are in trouble. But luckily, all he needs right now is just going to be an AR. They are now fighting it out for Sweaty, trying to get as many points as they can, sitting at about 39 or 30. So, with that being said, potential for them to move up top 6 is going to be there. Now, of course, they are going to lose Mysterios, though. That is going to be unfortunate, to say the least. Godnik, as well, is going to be back up to 100 health. He was down quite low. They got to play their cards right here. This engagement. Luckily, the zone is going to be right beside them. So even if this does extend for quite some time, they won't be fighting Storm for too long.
You got to have all these things happening in your mind while you're trying to get elims and perfect the way you build. A lot to handle, especially with the pressure of Game 6. And there's so much action going on around the entire map. Sweaty Sands once again returning back with a different POV with Destroy, who's up in a build fight. One knock is getting given out, but his teammate goes down. He has to finish up fast.
Yep, got to finish this quickly, right? Got to make sure that you get out of the woodworks and fast. Destroy, though, known to get in, get out quickly. Great job placing the roof down. Unfortunately, up close and personal does, in fact, take a tick of damage, but luckily he's going to be able to get the finish and refresh on some mats.
I got your card right now, bro.
You're going to be thinking, can he get to the cards in time while also dealing with the players around? Well, he does manage to get one, and I think his partner was able to get the other. So this squad, some peril at the beginning, but they recover quickly, and they should be a full squad attacking in-game.
Right here below us.
Like there should be.
Yeah, having that 4 total man operation is so crucial. Jeremy, back from the grave of spectating his team, maybe on Coop's stream, he's going to be playing out the game with his entire squad. That support role is right back into action. This man is the star, I think, of the Heat, though, with that Game 5 performance. I'm excited to see what he can do. It's just about getting there now, Reflections.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get there, right? It's going to be a long journey.
190.
Currently looking at the amount of players left, 63, and we kind of knew this would happen, especially going into late game. Players were going to get overly aggressive. That's probably why we saw a lot of fights early on at those hot contestation points, because players are trying to get in and get out quickly, trying to get as many elims as they can to stack onto their points. You got to put it all on the line here. No reason to be passive unless maybe you're top 6, right? You're playing for in-game. If you're one of those teams that are low in points, low on that leaderboard, you have to go for it. You have to go full send, and that sometimes includes making bold pushes onto this team. Luckily, the full squad will be here this time. Snoop does get dropped to all 4s. Luckily, he will get picked up in the meantime. Salty, though, seems as if a hot contestation point, but Shio, Eclipse, he's going to drop.
Eclipse goes down. The rest of the squad actually looks very healthy at the moment to continue, and the reboot card might be a possibility there. Wig's actually going down right after Snoot, so this team's having a little bit of trouble staying alive near Salty Springs. We'll see if it's a possibility for them to keep moving onwards. Big thing to know and see, though. One of the top squads, Arab, has Inspire actually out of the game. Although, once again, I keep touching on it, that he is the IGL, the operational manager for that squadron. Inspire does so much to get these guys through mid-game and has a nice feel for the game while he's alive and moving. The fact that he's not there, although he will be in that coach role, having all the spectator POVs available from the down position, he's not going to have that game sight or like insight at all when playing these games in the last moment.
Glazo breaking some builds down. Snood luckily able to regain the majority of his health back, probably just 25 away from being totally maxed out on his health. Seems as if they did, in fact, wipe one squad out. So that was going to be a great engagement. Still, very low in overall score. 17 total points. We know they need to cover a lot of ground, and that's why we're going to see them aggressively rotating through. And here's a man we've been following since the very beginning. Unknown Army. Stop it. Off in a distance. Doesn't miss a beat. Has the legendary burst and just takes some ticks off. The big thing is, right, even if he knows he's not going to get that knock, he's still applying pressure. He's forcing his opponents to heal up with, half pots, maybe slurp fishes, maybe some minis. He's putting the pressure on, and on top of that, he's staying above potential storm surge, which might not even be a problem this game. It might, right? But the lobby is falling up quite quickly. But they are, in fact, going to be pushing in very hard. Players just up ahead, unknown. He's not stopping.
Yeah, and his home turf right now, doesn't matter if his whole squad's up or it's just him. He can be the anchor to move around with in these early game spots. At the same time, these guys have a curse on them when it comes to making decisions in the early game. They always go for that one fight in the worst possible time that leaves them in a desperation situation. Looking at the player count as well, looks like the entire lobby of the NA East Game 6 has very similar stories. 64 players left alive. The first zone just closed in. Once again, Unknown's perspective is a little bit ahead of the rest of the POVs we're watching. This is a kind of a peek into the bad decisions in the future all these squads are making. Multiple teams going down, multiple players going down. Right now, Unknown getting a lot of downs. This is a beam in the fight.
Oh, man, that's going to be one. Takes out Godnick in the meantime. Focuses attention on another player just up ahead. He's going to be taking some shield off of him. I think there's someone to his left. Out in the open, so incredibly bold. Doesn't even want to build up, but he's running out of bullets. He's just got about 5 or 6 rounds in his legendary burst. He's got plenty of shotgun rounds, forced to go up close. SMG, so incredibly deadly, especially for those controller players. We've seen Destroy kind of be the leeway man for that, how well you can just melt somebody. But unfortunately, he can't even burst these builds, right? Because of the fact that he's running low on ammunition. Hopefully his teammates can come through and he can go ahead and refresh if he can. But overall, getting up close and personal, Unknown Army, not missing a beat. See if they can get this finishes. This is a team that wants to finish strong. They are top 6.
And it's all about defense for them right now. But hey, the best defense, especially for this team, is a completely offensive maneuver, calibrated, precise, pre-planned. And that's kind of where they need to be. Once again, stressing the fact that you cannot make a bad call or mistake. Kez has been on the forefront of that from the World Cup in a sense. These guys almost qualified. I think it was him and Fung playing in week 2. They were 1 point behind where they needed to be. He's learned from that moment all the way back when, did well in trios. But now it's about making these types of calls when you're on Mega's side and avoiding them if you're on Danny's side. Dubs goes in to actually make these guys stay exactly where they are. The trap gets set, the nades get thrown, and they come out on top in terms of total damage and eliminations. Unfortunately, though, Mega gets taken out completely. Eclipse also out of the conversation. The reboot is still available there for Dubs, but I'm curious to see exactly where Eclipse is in the whole fight.
I am myself. 2 players dropping that early is definitely rough to see, but I mean, some well-planned nades. There's not a lot you could do to it, regardless if it was nerfed down to from 9 to 6. Still, got to be watching out for them. Astorios is in fact going to get dropped, though. Destroy going into action. Couple of builds being shot out. No worries, though. He's got plenty to recover from. Places a trap down, trying to be sneaky. It does go off. Unfortunately, though, up close, he gets taken out.
Yeah, no chance there whatsoever. It was a very nice maneuverable tactic to either get that player damaged or him out of the way. Unfortunately, with more players left alive on the opposing team when you're trying to face down, tricks like that won't work, especially in the last game of Heat 2 in NA East. Viper, I would say this man is the doorstop who's kind of interrupted a lot of these top teams' performances, getting crucial knocks left and right. Link, one of the most strongest individuals of that squad, will not be alive for the later portions of the game. But if Viper is still there, there will be something to say for some of these top squads in the server.
Survival
See that graphic on the side. Playing safe is important, right? Whenever it came to game number 5, setting you up for game 6, where we are now, the very last game. If you were top 8, you wanted to play it safe and go for those placement points. Top 8 teams had at least 3 elims or less. That is showing us something, right? Playing safe is the way to go about it. 2 teams had 3 apiece, and 2 top 8 teams had literally 0 elims. So overall, that is the best way to go about it. This game, though, everybody getting hot and heavy, going in, trying to be extremely aggressive. Viper looking down low, waiting for his opportunity to pounce as a Viper should. A body is going to drop in the meantime. And being in the storm, he's going to take this player off guard. If he can get this wall, that's going to be deadly. Does get a knock and goes for the full finish.
Gets the full finish and points on the board. You talk about playing safe. The issue with that in the final game is the prize pool is the same for everyone except for the people who will be able to make that grand final. So getting top 6 is so much more so important than being at the very end, maybe in 100th place. You do have a little bit if you get a few more placement points up on the leaderboard. You get a few more ranks up there. But in terms of prestige, in terms of actually playing for the ultimate win condition, although getting 0 elims and being 8th place is very good for consistency, it's not going to be a thing you want to do. You want to be in this type of perspective, getting these eliminations. Unknown Army dropping down, getting those beams in. A P90 in his inventory is nothing, or a compact SMG is nothing to shake your head at. That is dangerous.
And they haven't had to move far, right? From Slurpy Swamps. They're still literally right beside it, and Zone is blessing them every step of the way for a game 6, already in top 6. That's what you want. The Fortnite gods coming out strong. 9 Breeze, though. This is from another squad that was very talented up on the mountainous side. Still trying to get some elims. Back over to Unknown, though. We keep that action flowing for you. Great job from production. They continue to slay out, and I love it. They're like little ants moving forward. Red ants, if you will, right? Because they sting, and when they sting, it hurts.
Yeah, their plan of attack is literally attack, and that's what they're doing right now, box to box. Once again, Steezy all the way up top there. Is going to be in a very good place because leaderboards wise and height wise of the server, 2nd place, as well as very high, moving downwards from exactly where his drop spot was. He should be on the southern portion of this zone if I do see the shapes correctly. Unknown, though, is going to be at the southern portion of this entire big tunnel and box. Once again, getting ahead of himself, separated from his team, will be taking a little bit of punishment because of that decision, but will ultimately catch up, actually relieving a little bit of eyes and stress from the rotation his team was making.
Now, of course, watching Bucky falter Aspect and Animal. Only one elim for the lot of them. That's going to be Bucky. As they were rotating in, we've seen this house quite a few times. They still have, a long traverse to go through, but they seem to be making it all right. Nobody really trying to challenge them, so we will be expecting them in late game for sure. Unknown Army is reckless. Absolutely reckless. Now, I know we kind of talked about it before. He loves to WK. He loves to get into the mix. He can be passive, but this entire game, Slurpee Swap, they've been in their neck of the woods the entire time. He started off texting, and now he's finishing off slaying out. Fantastic work from him. I got to say, a lot of players are dropping off. They're still within half and half. Honestly, I could see them getting the dub easily.
Could be a possibility, but it's all about just not making a mistake. That is the win condition for that squad. Play simple, silly. You said it, your self-reflections. That is the mantra they should be adapting. At the same time, now finally everyone getting into that last zone. Unknown on low ground, picking up a few more things from the bottom. Has 3 elims now as a part of his squad. They've done so much damage. Haven't found any complete finishes, though, but that helps a lot for Storm Surge.
Yeah, it absolutely does, right? So you have to keep it in the back of your mind. His competitive players know what's up, and a nice laser up top. Yep, sit down. I think he actually got that one kind of taken from him, but regardless, though, he was still connecting. Unknown hasn't built pretty much, at all. He's still sitting at basically max maps. Now, of course, he's been refreshing. He does not care. He is not getting any respect to his enemies up ahead. He's just lasering and peppering shots left and right.
Big thing as well, we're hearing from a lot of people, Bala as well in the chat. Right now, if Game 6's pressure could not be enough, a lot of these players, oh my god, the beam's still coming in, no pressure here from Unknown. Discord is down for a number of players who are going to be in these types. You're looking at a complete Lego puzzle piece.
Oh my gosh.
Developing with everyone, and Unknown has the complete best viewing party for it, taking shots at everyone he can see that's not building in metal. What an investment. It's a complete portrait, actually, a nice painting of the whole server, and now these guys are on the opposite side of it. Looks like one of the only teams, a few of them actually up top and above him. That is insane.
Call it the Mona Lisa, if you will. Still lasering up above. Now, of course, down to just wood. You got to be thinking maybe they're running out of mats. You definitely want to use hard mats if you're trying to tunnel in, and just misses the end as looks as if it's going to be destroyed. Maybe a couple of nades RPG move through. They have done such a great job allocating mats up close, though. It's going to be Unknown Army and another.
It's Adam's squad.
Dropped. Aguilar is going to be him, and he's going to go for more.
He's going to see if there's a possibility. Aguilar fully going down. I think someone else got an elim as well. They're already up to 8 eliminations. That's Arab, who was in that 5th place spot. I said if there was another team that pops off and tries to go for it, they might get knocked out, which would be so unfortunate. No chance to defend that farm that they've held down for this heat at least. We saw it with Andretta. You have to have consistent performances time and time again. Inspire is already out of the mix in this game. It'll be a 2-man operation. Someone's holding height. The question is, who is it?
Well, you got to be thinking, too, is it going to go away? Unknown Army going back to where he started. Slurpee Swamp's right on the building where he loves to land, or just at least on the outside. Doing a great job trying to deviate. You got to be thinking, right, Shio? He's feeling at home at this point, up close as possible. He's going to come in and get another one. That's going to be 2 down as he continues to slay out. He's at 7.
He's in his home turf, got these guys through the door, got him in the kitchen, and cooked them up. This is Unknown's territory. Ronaldo and him back to back. Doesn't matter. Doesn't need builds. Hasn't used them. Traps, don't care. I'm going to dodge those 2. I got a compact SMG and a big pump in my inventory and hands. I'm moving through. You thought Coop's gameplay was dope? Watch mine in Game 6. Floppers still not used either. We're waiting for this zone to divvy down. There's only 6 players left alive. Does height really even matter if this man is searching for your brain to shoot? He's going to look for another retake. Full mats available. This is prime time. Double edits coming through. The box retake in the same one. Will the
Uh-oh.
ball come out? Not yet. 4 floppers and down. That could be tragic. His place is held, though, for this tournament.
Ronaldo, yeah, absolutely. There's no way they're moving from top 6. We're going to be seeing Unknown and Co. move forward. Ronaldo, mind you, still very much so alive. You ask, who has high ground? Well, Ronaldo does. He's going for the drop. He's got plenty of mats to waterfall down. And now he's just going to be picking away at whoever he can. Somebody actually is going to be above him, trying to shoot him down. Unfortunately, we are going to lose that feed for the time being. We'll switch over towards Kaz to see what's up. Kaz is alive.
He's alive. Is a little bit further back, it looks like, of the zone. It could still be in Slurpy Swamps. He's actually just lagging behind. Has some of the best inventory slots you could ask for. Goes for a big 160 shot on the back. It is an earlier feed. There's 24 people left. The question is, can Kaz get placement here? Can he survive? We saw the placement and the actual player count go down so fast. He just needs to survive.
Absolutely. He's doing just that. The rest of his squad, Aguilar, Arab, Inspire, watching. Right, they are feeling the pressure for his teammate. Kaz just needs to stay alive to maintain that top 6 position. This is Takers just a little bit earlier. That's where, of course, we saw Unknown push through, and Kaz will get taken out. Was that Ronaldo who got him?
It was Ronaldo. I think he got him from that high ground with the compact SMG. At the same time, 8th place is a threshold for placement. The question is, with the elims that they got, if they got any, is it enough for them to stay in the top 6? The suspense is probably killing that squad and is ruining me right now, though. Ticker's looking down. This is where Unknown is looking at a peak for him, actually. He goes to try to actually grab the bandage cannon, gets a nice upgrade as well to his tack, chooses not to take it, gets interrupted. 5th place gets divvied out.
Ronaldo came through and may have managed to at least get that elim. Continues to slay out, pick it up where Unknown left off. And they continue to get those points going. A couple more players still remaining. You're going to see them fighting it out. RPG came through to drop one down. And taking our time is going to be the player on the screen in the box up close and personal. Is he going to get dropped? Yes, he will. The Storm also pressuring him too. As that elim does come through, we'll go ahead and watch as the final few players are, in fact, going to drop. I think Ronaldo's still in the mix up top. Some player to be watching out for. Maybe even Kaz, too. I don't think Kaz has been taken out yet.
Yeah, right now we're just waiting on the feeds to all get taken with. We're just waiting on that replay, and we're going to be going a little bit back in time to the 16 amount of players left alive. Poach still alive with Wiggs. Colazo at very low HP in a box. Coop still dominating on low ground. Unknown getting those elims that we saw early on, but he finally runs into a stop sign on the freeway. Poach says no more. KB has a little bit of the laugh at the end of the day, but Coop's performance has been dominant this entire heat.
Yeah, Coop, I got to say, he is playing incredibly well. You talk about just the entire squad from Unknown. Like you saw it, we talked about it. They literally only had to move a couple of yards from Slurpee. They literally didn't have to move that entire game. And they were in their home turf fighting it out. And you saw Ronaldo, he just got dropped there. This was kind of the end game that was a bit, pieced out. Unknown just down low. He eventually gets finishes off. That was, I think Scoped was able to take him out. Yes, it was. And that was going to be a nice shot. Compact SMG with a shotgun to follow up. And then this is when the fight between him and Ronaldo happened. He backtracks. That's going to be 4 floppers in his inventory. And you know that's going to come in handy, especially with that battle against Ronaldo.
Yeah, Poach is still alive, I think, for that 3rd place on Logan. I believe Ronaldo ended up getting 3rd when he ran into Scope there. So it's a 1v1v1 scenario. I think Wiggs is actually still alive as well. So these guys have the advantage. Ando, who is fighting for these leaderboards as well, he's a part of the Coop squad, is going to be moving forward. Right now, every single person in this end game is completely relevant as we watch from the replay mode. Ando taking so many ticks. Scope, we know he has all those floppers. Not sure exactly what Ronaldo has or is doing, but right now, primetime position goes to Poach and Wiggs as we close out this game. The final 2v1v1 goes down.
Yes, sir, it is. Poach doing everything he can. Nice shots on to Scope. Then he'll actually capitalize. And that's going to be a great game. That's a total of 12 elims as well as the victory round to put him up to 40 total points. But is it enough to apex top 6? And I don't know if it is. I don't think it's going to be, but
I'm worried.
man, Shio. First of all, by the way, going back, you mentioned the kitchen. That's food reference number 3056 from Shio Wager, by the way, casting. If you guys didn't catch that, brilliant stuff. You love to see it. Honestly, fantastic last 3 games. You've watched the entire thing. What's been the biggest surprise for you overall?
Biggest surprise is people actually coming up to the plate and batting off with the win condition of, in terms of leaderboard ranking, getting those insane 15 elim games, whether it's winning or not. Poach right there. I believe that's 15 points for the win, 12 extra points for the eliminations. That's what you needed. I said early on, by game 6, 40 points could be that kind of threshold you want to hit 6th. Big thing to note as well, the person who got knocked down to 6th was your fellow Arab and his squad, right? That unfortunate Inspired being knocked down earlier. They did get 8th place of placement at the very end, maybe a small amount of eliminations. I really want to know exactly what's going on. We have the leaderboards ready. They're not the exact ones we're looking for in terms of point consistency. There's still a few missing. Let's check out though how the top teams are looking in first place. No surprise at all. Unknown Army finally breaks the curse with Vanguard Kaz, Stable Ronaldo, and Avery Trident emoji at the very top in first place.
And you know, you look at the bottom for 8th, Poach, Colosso, Wiggs, as well as Snoot. Unfortunately, they don't make it. It's tough to see, right, when you finish 2 away from qualifying, but it happened. Still a valiant effort nonetheless. If they pick up just a couple of more in any of the other games, they would have finished up there. And look at a heartbreaking finish for Hornet, Defy, Tickers, as well as Jacob. They literally tied with 6th, but overall, they finished in 7th. Still some points to come through, though. There might be some shakeups, but regardless, though, a lot of the top teams being up there. You mentioned Unknown Army. Course, Bizzle, Mega, Eclipse, as well as Dubs up there. And I gotta say, Tosley, Jacob, Punisher, as well as Gage coming through. They played incredibly well. Arab, Inspire, Kaz, Aguilar too, and then rounded off Jeremy, Stins, Coop, and Anda, who played incredibly well.
Yeah, big thing to note storyline wise, and one thing before we get to that is that it looks like a tiebreaker, but a lot of the points for Ando, Germ, Steens, and Coop have not actually been allocated.
Right.
So these guys did pop off. There might be some other points we're waiting for as well. So 5th to 7th could shake up. I believe right now, I'm just going to call it though, Frenzy Farm, or the Defend the Farm hashtag part 1 is underway. Arab is there, Has the Great is there from Heat 1, and in Heat 3 that's coming up in just about 45 minutes, Liquid will have their chance to actually put their name on the table. The other thing, round 1 has concluded between Bizzle, Unknown Army, and Coop, all actually making it through. The keyboard and mouse versus controller warriors and scrimas is still going to be in play for the grand finals.
Chat, it's no surprise. You showed the graphic earlier. I'm going with Liquid Luck in Heat number 3. Hashtag Defend the Farm, baby. I think my boys are going to move forward, and I cannot wait to see the results of that. I put my money on that. I'm happy with that. Anybody can argue with me in chat. I'm going to take you all on. Those are my predictions. I'm feeling good. I think, of course, Liquid Luck is going to come through. All right, I'm looking at you, though. Hey, it's solid. Team Solo Vanguard.
Hey. I'm going to say the prediction and my face both do be looking kind of fresh though. Right now, I'm telling you, this is facts. Palk, Zextro, Mac, and Vinny, ultimate potential when it comes to grand finals. They sleep in these heats. They're barely trying. Give them just one moment in the grand finals and run away with it. I guarantee it. Defend the Farm is just going to grief your pick and anyone else who picks Arab. I think these guys will not stop because of the egos 100%. If they do, I'll be impressed. And Haz is there, man. Haz has to get into that fray. Calc's not going to worry about him at all. Grand finals, going to be sick. At the same time, if you have anything else to add, Reflections, thank you so much, man. That was a dope cast with you, bro.
Yeah, it absolutely was fantastic. Guys, I want to say, by the way, production has been fantastic. My mic, it's been bad. It's on my end. Got some audio levels to figure out. Apparently spending $2,000 in audio equipment, it's not enough. You still have to learn how to use it. I'm 28. I'm a boomer. Guys, I've got a lot of catching up to do for you Zoomers out there in chat, all right? But regardless, though, Shio, hey, you got the swagger going on. It was great casting with you for the first time. I remember whenever you casted for the first time for one of the skirmishes, and I got to say you did incredibly well. I'm excited to see you continue on. Heat 3 is going to be coming up. Liquid Luck, if they move forward, I cannot wait to see that Arab Liquid Luck face off.
Yeah, this is some of the previews we have from Heat 3. A lot of climbs to fame. A bunch of squads that have been playing with each other for a little bit of a time or have a small name finally get a chance in this actual heat because it is a little bit top heavy to actually battle it out. Teza, Frat, Rox, and Gandhi have been playing it out with each other. Sleazy, Volry, Deepichu, and Laminator. I call these guys the ticking time bomb, a place to watch out for. If they tilt If Vo retilts, their entire squad is done. The Reddit favorites, Zimio, his squad, Problem, Haji, and Ace, they have a chance to pop off as well. Pigon and Leo, we've seen these guys perform time and time again as a duo. Now they have another shot at the top in squads with Fuva and Rampage. And then Connors, Donks, Jay Free, and Trippy. We've seen Jay Free and Connors play scrims day in, day out. Gotta wait for these guys to pop off as well. That's a little bit of a preview as to what's to come for Heat 3. If we want to roll through the rest of the cards as well, we can, or we can save it for the pre-show we have there. Nope, we're gonna have that preview on Defend the Farm. This is the basically the precursor to the finals. You guys can type in hashtag Team Liquid or hashtag Team Arab in the chat to support, even on Twitter with hashtag FCS FNCS finals. Right now, it's the biggest drop-off fight in the FCS season, 100%.
Oh yeah.
Other thing to know as well is that having Frenzy Farm is so important in a sense as to if the zone goes central, you win the game. We've seen it with Arab in this heat. So many things to know as well in that list of reflections.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you got Defend a Farm. I don't know, hashtag Defend Slurpy Swamps, right? That's going to be something Unknown's going to have to do, at least moving forward as well. Stevie Stacks has seen a lot of action. Sweaty Sands as well. Holly Hedges at one point, especially for last night in Heat number 1. So many storylines still to develop, and hashtag Defend the Farm is real. Do we have any more graphics that we need to pop up that we need to talk about? Because I got to say, we are setting the storyline straight, especially going into Heat number 3. Gates of Paradise coming at you. Booga on the right. That's the guy to watch out for. Gotta say, there's a hey, Shia, break it down for me, baby.
Yeah, Inspire, who's now in the grand finals on the left. These guys had one of the most explosive fights basically in the trio season on trying to control Moisty Palms at the time. They went heat or head to head over and over again. Now it's all about Booga getting in there, getting the trump over Inspire and outplacing him this time and popping off at the very end. The question is, will they drop near each other? Most probably not, because we know there's a big fight going on at Frenzy Farm. They do play a little bit similarly in endgame where they try to control height or maybe stay closely in mid-ground layers. Will it be ego versus competition?
Yeah.
Which will triumph? That's the big thing. It's all about what happens mid-game onwards. And if Booga can qualify to have a say, I believe he can. Very big potential in that heat. At the same time, there are lesser teams on the tier that they have to face against. It'll be interesting to see once the grand finals come around. It'll be very, very cool.
Hey, man, ego's a real thing. Put it aside, right? Comes down to the competition. That's the way to go about it. But that ego for these young players, it's a real thing, especially when you start gaining some Fortnite fame. It's something that comes with, the rise, the meteoric rise whenever it comes to your popularity. But ego versus competition, will you be able to put that aside? Just go straight for the competitiveness? Well, you're going to have to make that decision. I think if you do that, you'll be a lot more fruitful, especially moving on to finals.
Yep, talking about moving on to finals and moving on. That was the Heat 2 coverage. Reflections, thank you once again for joining me. Big thing to know as well, shout outs to Evade Coop for one of the biggest performances I've ever seen in an endgame. You can check him out, Twitter, his socials, Eclipse as well for a big 1v1 clutch. And of course, Unknown Army, Kez, Ronaldo, and Avery for their top dog performance. Guys, check out the leaderboards, do what you need to do. We're going for a quick 25-minute break as we set up the next heat coming over. Coverage will still be live, a brand new slew of casters. Hope you're enjoying. Stay tuned.
Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake?
Over. Matt Replenish is coming through to connect, but it might just be 150. Moving down the quick left and right in. The 1-2 combo on Pedro.
One more! Swing! Let's go, boys!
Cracked on me. 1 HP. No, 1 HP right here. 1 HP. 30, 20. Let's go!
This is what it's all about.
Let's go! Yes, they're in our game. Yes, I'm in grief mode.
Yeah, we talked to you.
Good fucking shit, guys. Good fucking shit.
Let's start the show.
That just gets me so hype every single time. Huge shout outs to XJ, by the way, on Twitter for making that for us. Welcome back to the unofficial coverage of all the action for FNCS finals over the weekend. I'm Ball TW, joined by my good friend Aussie Antics. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing very, very well. It's early morning here, but I'm very excited by this gameplay. That trailer gets me hyped too. No better way to wake up.
Yeah, absolutely. You had a long night last night, man. You had the OC action. How'd that go?
I did. It went very, very well. We had a bit of upsets, bit of drama with the point system, trying to figure out this morning, actually checking if one of the teams that was a favorite to win maybe didn't qualify. So they were 1 point behind. Let's see if they got through. But no, it was pretty crazy. We finished up at 11 last night. It is now 7 in the morning. So that's all right.
Jeez.
The content's keeping me going, though. It's good. I'm excited. This game's going to be awesome. Heat 3 looks stacked.
Well, thanks for joining me early in the morning, early risers. You're awesome. So I can't wait to cast with you. We did just watch, of course, Heat 2 in NA East, where a lot of what maybe happened in OC happened here too. Some big names not qualifying, Aspect Animal and Bucky. And there was also like Poach's team was right on the outside looking in. So we'll see if that's actually, make sure that's true. I know Epic needs to update the leaderboards to make sure that people who disconnected from games do get their points, but also some normal stuff. Your prediction of Doves, Mega, Eclipse, and Bizzle did make it through, and in great fashion.
There we
2
go,
games in a row.
Yeah, no, I was worried that one. I didn't want to pick the favorite. I mean, everyone was going, like, I kept hearing the Saf, kept hearing the Zayt, and I was like, I want to go for someone that I think's got the experience there. I reckon they'll still come through. But yeah, top 3, there we go. Wasn't a bad prediction.
Yeah, well, you still got to win the finals, so we'll see if everybody battles it out. I don't think any of the predictions have not qualified yet, so that's still a possibility. But let's go ahead and take a look over towards Heat 3. Let's look at the player list and who is going to be involved in this heat that we have coming up, because it's a stacked one, that's for sure. And right off the bat, I'm just looking for names that I'm seeing. There's a lot of interesting storylines, especially in that center portion. Yeah. Team Liquid Luck, which is a favorite for a lot, not necessarily for Aussie, but I think everybody's interested in this storyline.
Oh, for sure. At the same time, I mean, who doesn't love Liquid Luck? It's such a good story. You got some of the old veterans coming through, popped off in the first week. So we'll see how they go. We'll see how they pull it out. We obviously saw last game. We're going to have the contestant of the farm in the finals if they do go through. So I know there's going to be a lot of eyes on them as well. I'm guessing Arab's team will be watching this heat very, very closely.
Yeah, Arab, obviously the kind of people who hashtag attack the farm in the final week of the qualifiers. So that'll be interesting. maybe that's not actually going to happen. But hey, if they qualify through here today, that's definitely something that a lot of people are going to have on their mind. But both teams are smart. Both teams know the effect of obviously contesting. Other teams in here, Booga, Thwyfo, Clarity G, and Stretch, I think is the one of two teams or one of three teams that have qualified into the finals in on the Sunday finals for all the qualifiers every single time. So that's a big one to watch as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the one that I'm looking at, I'm seeing the bottom right corner there. You've got Cease, Riversun, Hydra, and Elevate. That's a very volatile team. They're definitely going to come in, very skillful team. I could easily see them come out on top today as well. So there's some other scary teams in here too. It's a very, very stacked heat.
Yeah, and that's another team too that might have, you know, some early game contests against Zexor, Macwood, Vinny, and Calc, who came out of Heat 1 yesterday. They already have had some drama because of the finals that they had, but it hasn't had as much coverage of Team Liquid and their resurgence. So that's an interesting one for sure. Then I think that Niddle, Mikey, Posick, Smacked. That's a team that is criminally underrated. These guys have been like our data analytics team in the back is saying, hey, these are the guys who will win. Like these guys are so good and nobody is watching them. Obviously, they don't have as much stream presence and they're lesser known players, but these guys have been in the scene forever, and every Sunday finals they've been slaying out. And of course, too, I would be remiss. I come from the Reddit community, Fortnite competitive. They've supported me all the way through. I got to shout out Zimio, Problem, Ace, and Haji. Kind of some new names that are climbing up. We do have obviously those storyboards that we've been going through and seeing which stories we're watching. So let's go ahead and take a look at their climb to fame and some of the other players in here. There's not that many big names that will 100% qualify like we saw in Heat 1 with Zate, Staff, and High Sky, like we saw in Heat 2 with Dubs, Bizzle, Mega, and company. Here are the guys that really have a good chance to qualify and to make top 6 today because there's not that many other teams who, you know, will 100%, you know, push through.
Would you say it's a more middle heavy heat then, obviously? So you haven't got those big names at the top. Do you reckon it's more of a going to be fighting out for those like 5th and 6th spots? Like, yeah, like I said, Heat 1, you had those big names that would have been an insane upset to not go through. Looks like this one's a little bit more around the middle heavy, which can be different. Though. That's still incredibly exciting. You haven't got the big names, but if it's only a few points separating, you know, 10th from 6th, that's where all the excitement happens as well.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely would say it's more middle heavy, not as, you know, it's stacked in terms of definitely difficulty of the Heat. Heat 2 is very, very strong. This one, it doesn't look like it on paper, but probably the best performing players overall, like if you look at everything as a whole. So we'll see. We obviously have more storylines to go through. I'm not sure what's next, but we will pull that up. It is hashtag defend the farm. You see on the left, Team Liquid Luck looking mighty, mighty intimidating. And on the right, I don't know, you get some people that call them content creators, but hey, this is a battle of content creators for sure. And they've created it for us.
I mean, obviously, they've already qualified now, right? So, I mean, content creators, they're going through. So they've already created this storyline now. We've got to see if the competitive players can now qualify too. You know what I mean? Content creators on top. We obviously saw Ninja's team going through in Heat 1. I think content creators are getting some support here in these heats, honestly.
Yep. So we'll see if there's any contestation of Frenzy Farms, of the farm in this heat specifically. I don't expect there to be any because obviously Chap and company have done a great job, you know, intimidating people off. So we'll see if that's not an issue. We expect them to do so strong no matter what. But then going into finals, that's something that we have to keep an eye on.
Definitely. So what is your opinion on the whole Grief 4 strategy? How do you feel about it when it comes to contesting these drops, making sure they go for them? You know, so we saw in the trailer there, we saw a little bit of that. We got in the same game, we're going to Grief. We literally had that clip in there. How do you feel about it, Paul?
Well, specifically that instance, it really didn't matter except for the prizing in the weekly because both of them had already qualified, but still just kind of, hey, it's strategy. You're looking to push people off of your drop spots. You're looking to mind game them to drop somewhere else because it's so important, right? It's so important to get uncontested drop spots. We saw that time and time again. Heat 1 EU, Heat 1 NAs, even Heat 2 of NA. We saw all the teams who qualified through really didn't have too much contestation except for, I think, the first team out of all the heats we covered. It's been not Posix team. Who was it that was getting contested? Steamy Stacks. Regardless, they made it through, even though they were getting contested. They only got contested on 3 games, I believe, but still, it's a huge detriment to your game.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the stats. We talked about the stats team earlier, and that's the one you can't get around. It's the contested on drop. Like the stats for the teams that even go through when they're contested and they win, all 4 players walking away, it still lowers their chance of qualifying massively as far as like points go. It's insane. So I mean, it is definitely the point to make, going for that less risky POI. But then if you can condition your drop the same as Liquid Luck has, you walk away with a massive drop and no one wants to drop on you. So you never know. It's risky, but I like it. I like the strategy of making sure they hold their spots.
So we will obviously keep track of all the different drop spots around the map. Risky Reels, you said risky. It just came to my mind. See who's dropping there because that could affect Liquid Luck. We also have the Retail Row team, the big one, which is Booga and company. And, there's some heat as well with the same team that was defending the farm. Booga versus Inspire. We'll see how that storyline and the rivalry. Inspire is now in the finals, and we'll see if Booga can make it too. This is the kind of thing in trios that the Paradise Palms fight that was taking place with these two was very dramatic and really caused Booga's team to tilt off the earth through the mid game because Inspire just wouldn't let off. So we'll see. Booga obviously in this team or in this heat with Twyfo, Clarity G, and Stretch at Retail Row. Depends on who else drops there. We'll see if there's anything there.
They haven't really been contested at retail yet, have they? They pretty much had that to themselves all 4 weeks, correct?
Yeah, I think so. In all the finals, I think they've been uncontested in all of them. So that's for sure.
Nice.
I don't know how it's going to go in this heat. I haven't looked exactly because again, there's a lot of people that I really don't know too much information about. But yeah, I don't think Inspire. They were dropping obviously Frenzy Farm. But you never know. Things could change. If Liquid Luck pushes them off, all of a sudden they could be dropping near retail, and all of a sudden this rivalry could, spiral out of control again.
It's hard. At the same time, you're looking for drops. I mean, if you're looking at this heat and you're looking at it on paper like we have a little bit, the big names pop out to you. You think the first places you wouldn't be dropping would be Frenzy or Retail, but you never know. Maybe they've got complacent, maybe they got comfy, maybe you want a little bit of attention. If you never know. This is still broadcasted to the world. There's players out there maybe trying to get their names in the books. Taking down the big guys could be the way to do it. Not saying it's the strategy, but you never know with these kind of drops. That's what makes it so exciting.
Yeah. Let's talk about Booga's team a little bit more in depth too, because this is a team, again, who's qualified 4 out of 4 weeks to the finals, and that's obviously why they're playing today. They haven't won anything yet, but I think that kind of speaks to their play style. They're very mid-ground heavy teams.
Yeah, definitely as well. So let's see how it goes for him. Obviously, Booga's come out of some pretty strong performances recently. A lot of eyes on him as well. I know he had a bit of issues finding a squad originally. Am I correct in saying that as well? Kind of changed up a few times, but he's found it comfortable now. And I mean, obviously made a good choice in the end. I know one of the points of contention I heard originally was this whole team that will stream with me. How do you think that plays into some of these finals, the teams that stream versus don't stream? Do you think it has an impact? Do you think it's something that players should be aware of? Or we've seen most of the big names still streaming and still qualifying though. We're talking about those content creators. So
Yep. I think it has a big impact. I think the best of the best players are, they're not streaming. Obviously Booga is streaming. There's a lot of the really, really good players that are streaming too. Obviously we saw Ninja and company in terms of, content creators streaming. But I think that, the divide between those people who are playing out of their minds and being the best professionals they can be and not streaming at all, not caring about, building that presence on Twitch and interacting with their communities. Obviously they do it through other ways, through Twitter and such like that. I'm thinking Saf High Sky Commandment, the gap is thinning, I'd say. This time we have Booga, we have Liquid Luck. These guys are, consummate pros and they stream at the same time. So it's a good look. That's a good segue though into how we're doing this, guys. We are using both a combination of player streams and the in-game replay system. We're going to use player streams to capture as much of the most relevant action as possible and cover it live, and then use the replay system to, get updates on people who aren't necessarily streaming.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best bet otherwise, because we have Liquid Luck not streaming today, right? That was one of the bigger points a lot of people noticed, no streams on Liquid Luck. So again, through that replay mode, we will be able to cover that storyline because you don't want to miss out what's going on there. So I think the combination is what really makes it as well. It is so much more exciting. The production going behind the scenes here, getting the live. It's nice to get the comms as well, watching it live. You get the excitement, it happens there. But going back into replay mode, catching what happened, it's awesome to have both though. I think the combination is the way to go.
Yeah, and we will be, swapping through and watching Endgame once as best we can with the streams, and then covering it again in the replay mode to get the best coverage and to follow any stories or any threads that we might have missed. I think that adds a lot. So stay tuned for that. And if you see the replay mode at all, just make sure you understand it's slightly delayed. So that'll definitely be something that we should look out for. And as a viewer, you need to know. Regardless, we are hopping into NA East Heat 3. The games are about to get underway in about 2 minutes. We just finished Heat 2. Later on, we're going to be covering Heat 4. I don't know if Nico can pull up the schedule so we can see what we're doing, because Heat 4, I believe, starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll be back for that. And then tomorrow, we'll be back for all of the EU and NA East and NA West finals at 11, 3 p.m., and 7 p.m. respectively. Each of them have about an hour break in between, so make sure you're tuning back in for that. But Heat 3, it's about to get going. I'm not sure if you you want to make any predictions about who definitely is qualifying, Aussie.
Yeah, I don't know. I think at the same time, you'd have to obviously say the big names we've already talked about. I'm not gonna try and pretend I know heaps about this heat. Like I said, a lot of middle game names. I think if you don't know exactly who's going into this very, very well, I've got no chance of knowing as well. So I'm gonna have to be the fanboy and obviously just pick the favorites. But again, we've already covered those players we think. But I mean, obviously, I'm putting on Liquid Luck. Liquid Luck's been my probably favorite NA team since, you know, the beginning of competitive. The first team I watched going into competitive, I got a soft spot for them. So I mean, that's who I'll be cheering for, and I'll make sure my bias is known. But I'm still gonna keep the coverage fair, obviously.
Yeah. And obviously, I think Liquid Luck is one of those teams, those players at least, are the people who we all started watching and playing competitive. There's a lot of teams, though, in this heat. Booga, I think, is pretty much a clear-cut qualifier unless something happens. We saw Aspect, Animal Bucky, and Falzer have huge struggles early on. Another team that's pretty much a shoo-in for me is Smacked, Posick, Niddle, and I forget who their last player is, of course, with 4 players and 100 players. It's ridiculous. But that team is, you know, showing off that they can hang every single time in these custom lobbies.
Yeah, they're obviously showing they can hang well. Like you said, they're the underdogs going into this. The stats team was definitely, they pulled up some amazing stats on them, showing they are the team to watch for this one. So it's nice having that insight as well. Just confirming as well, none of them, I think, stream as well. So we might have to follow that one in replay modes too. But yeah, I think that's it going in for me. I think they're the main ones that I'm looking out for as well. I want to see the retail row uncontested though. At the same time, it's a drop that I don't know so much about NA. In OC, it does get contested quite a lot because you can split some area around it. It's also a very easy drop where you can drop on the edge of it, take some loot, and then push away. It's not one of those drops you have to always fully commit to. So I want to see if that comes into things as well. I know at least for other regions I've watched, maybe not in this final, when you have those middle heavy brackets, sometimes it leads to a lot more safe drops. People try and have bigger splits of the map. They're not as comfortable, you know, engaging into those big POIs and staking their claim. So I guess we'll have to see how that one plays out. It usually leads to some more kind of like spread out rotations too, which leads to some crazy fights, right? You catch one person out, you end up winning the fight, but sometimes it takes you out. It's always exciting when you have games like that, to be honest. When you know where all the big players are and where they're dropping and where they're going, it's a bit more predictable. I like the unpredictability that's going into it.
That's for sure. Definitely all these guys have been practicing, you know, within their respective heats, probably combined sometimes with other heats. So they can kind of figure out who's dropping where. We do have about 45 seconds until the game loads, so we're still waiting for that. Of course, we'll hop in as soon as it does. But yeah, you're right. Middle heavy team. You know, I think it might, you said it's unpredictability. Yeah, I definitely think there's gonna be a lot of volatility just because there's so many of these guys trying to, you know, put, like we said, rise to fame. They're trying to put their stake in the ground and say, hey, you guys don't want to contest me. I don't think those people have built the reputations that Liquid Luck has, like Booga's team has.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's always hard, like I said, like it happens in almost every region. The big names, whether it's content or whether they're just a scary pro team, they can claim those drops, right? And people know they're there. Again, I don't know about you. I couldn't name a lot of the players in this team and where they're dropping. So it could change it up. You should have people contesting each other. Again, heat custom practice is one thing, but on the day, if you start having a rough couple games, like you said, it's top 6 or nothing, right? You got to go for it. So you might drop on some of those big teams knowing that it works, right? Usually a lot of teams think that, or your drop's working. Let's go see if that works for me. And unfortunately, it can sometimes affect those top teams. So if you're looking at the top of the leaderboard, obviously what you're doing is working and other teams see that. I mean, the one here is obviously none of the big teams dropping at Slurpee in this game from what I can see. One of the most contested POIs. It'd be interesting to see which 2 teams will probably duke it out there. It's normally that POI that does have the double drop on it in almost every region, so I guess we'll see.
Yep. Yeah, that's for sure, except for the last one that we saw was Unknown Army, and nobody wants to drop anywhere near
that's true.
him,
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
That's for sure. Dirty Docks is a big one that people are thinking about, especially because of EU Mitro Squad dropping there. We're on the bus, so we are going to be able to hop into the first game of Heat number 3 here on NA East, and I couldn't be more excited. We're hopping on with Booga, Stretch, Clarity G, and Twyfo.
For
We'll see how they go. Obviously, one of the live perspectives we have here as well, being one of the people streaming it. You'll love to see that Booger's now streaming this one as well, so they're obviously sticking to the retail drop. Nothing crazy going there. Trying to note as well, it looks like we've got a full lobby in the player count, or have we lost someone as well?
I think it says 95.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we've maybe lost one squad again. You know, obviously seeing a bit of a theme with that one at the moment, but we'll see. Going in with almost full, that's pretty good. They're going in as a full team. I know in Heat 1 that I commentated on yesterday, we had Creo's team making only 4 of the 6 rounds with a full team, which was a bit interesting. Played affected things, so we'll see how they play out with this one. So how do you think about their retail drop? How do you like the way they split it?
You know, I like how they play the retail drop. Sometimes they're able to split. I love that they're spawning for llamas. They are uncontested. And when they're uncontested, you know, this isn't a team that has done this much, but I would have liked to see them, you know, split a little bit farther. But the issue is the mountaintops nearby on all sides of Retail Row, right? It's not the same as it used to be in season, or I guess chapter 1, where retail was kind of open on all sides. Here, it's mountainous on all sides. So you could see things like what happened to Aspect when he ventured off by himself and a bunch of teams, you know, rotated onto him and he got knocked out early. So makes a lot of sense.
True. There's some good loot on those mountains as well. So there's enough loot on the mountain to the southeast-ish, basically, or southwest, sorry, which pretty much has enough loot for an entire squad. Again, a couple regions we have teams do very, very well jumping on that mountain. You get a lot of good vision, get a lot of coverage for rotations and stuff. So yeah, it's a bit scary as well. We're seeing that with a lot of drops, the whole flying in and how much airtime you have and where you split, how you can get targeted from other spawns. I know obviously Lumber Mill, that's one of those drops you try and get to, but Slurpee can see you from. It's an interesting aspect of Chapter 2, which you have to consider is sightlines when it comes to dropping in and how you drop on those spots.
People already dead, bro. What?
Well, there you go. Heat 3 highlights. We're highlighting the fact that it has 2 of the 4 teams to qualify for finals every week. Obviously, that is Booga's team, and that is, I think, Posick, Smacked, and company. And it also has Liquid Luck, who clearly has a potential to win, straight up win these tournaments, win these 6-game events. We're watching Holly Hedges, Master, KNB, Andrew. They're getting pushed right off the bat in Holly. So early game contest already. And one player's knocked. They're kind of splitting off to see if this is going to go to stalemate. I don't think it is.
Yeah, we'll see. He's got the epic pump in hand, so if it goes to a box fight, he might be okay. He doesn't have the mass to really hold out the onslaught, though. I think he's just going to get taken down from a distance. Doesn't even get to bring it into a box fight with that epic pump. Goes down. I think Andrew is disengaged, trying to play for points. Again, the format being only 1 game, 6 rounds. There's no real point going down with your team. There's no honor in it. If you can get away and maybe try and sneak in some placement points, it's worth trying. He knew that was a losing battle. They obviously didn't win the Holy contest. And it'll be interesting to see teams like this. You lose contest on your first drop. Do you change it up? Do you go somewhere else?
I actually just realized that my entire, you know, talk about the dang people that were playing against Boog at the rivalry is actually Thresh and Inspire. I believe they were playing trios together, so I'm not sure who the player was that was up. I believe it was Inspire, but Thresh too is somebody that Booga has history with. We saw him slightly for a second there. But regardless, moving forward, 90 players alive right now. We saw Tabs G in the feed as well have a bit of an early game contest. And this is another team that I think Shia Wager is specifically interested in. Gandhi, Rox, Frat, and Tezza. Some of this team like basically have, you know, huge influences in a wide network where they get the best practice possible. They know a lot of the top players, but they haven't quite yet broke in and really had the performances that they you know, show by their network. They have a lot of really, really good friends.
I mean, they got uncontested Lazy. That's always a good sign. I mean, that shows some respect in lobby as well. I feel like Lazy, again, one of those drops that quite often does get contested as a POI. So they must have a name for themselves within this heat to kind of have this uncontested, split it really far. They got a whole bunch of loot. This is the team doing one of those drops that I was talking about earlier, maybe a bit more of a split drop, a little bit safe around the lake here, trying to not maybe contest one of those major POIs. Looks like they're going for some tags. See how they play this one out.
An interesting split from these guys north of Misty Meadows up on the hill. Looks like they might have dropped on the center island here. They already have 1 elim. I saw it in the feed. I think they got a knock too. Nice tag there from Cadrant. This is another team. Huge potential.
Yeah, it looks like they're playing a little bit safe right now. I don't think they obviously want to engage any of these fights. Just being conscious of those Storm Surge tags is one of those drops that obviously not going to get contested here, or you imagine they wouldn't. So they've got to look for those Storm tags on the rotation. Looks like they found a few, so we'll see how they play out that one. back to Booger's team. Already looted now. They're rotating past Lazy. We did just see there was a full team in there. So obviously going to be careful to try and rotate around that without maybe... No, they're actually going to go through it. Interesting. Maybe they've seen that team's already left, but they're going straight through Lazy Lake. This could lead to an early engagement. I'm going to guess they maybe spotted that team if they're going for it. But, you know, this is a team that isn't scared to scrap at the same time. I mean, Booger is a solo player especially. He definitely goes for those high kill games. It's not like he just sits back and goes for the end game. So shooting back into this team. It's gone for Lazy Lake. Oh, we're back over Booger now. So they have run into that team at Lazy Lake right now. So I don't think they want to fully engage in this. It looks like they want to stake a little bit of a base inside one of the buildings at Lazy, keeping themselves nice and safe. He's got the 5 RPG. He's got the 5 rockets in the RPG and the 6 nades. So as far as Storm Surge tags go, if they can find a team boxed up close by, should be a good way to get it.
I think we do have pretty much everybody synced up. I haven't seen any huge drastic differences in delay. I think one stream is 1 minute ahead from Booga's here, which is really nice, so that we can all have sync perspectives as we watch this through. Of course,
love to see.
Center zone, very important here for basically all these teams. Tabs, G, Cadrant, they were based up slightly to the west of Booga. Yeah, it took some time, Booga's team did, to recycle some mats, get a little bit more farmed up in Lazy Lakes, but moving even farther center, they're marking the biggest hills and the biggest power positions to try to control as much space as possible here. Again, another team, Tech Matter, Dolls, Militime, and AJ. Nice tags up the verticality too, which is not something you normally see.
Yeah, finds a nice little angle there, puts the pressure on, maybe kind of makes him back off a little bit so they have this rotation. They are rotating on the natural low ground. I'm really interested by this zone. I love zones that go this way. It makes it a little bit more exciting, taking some shots up. So they're trying to rotate through a little bit split here. They've got Yoaj out in the lead at the split up there. So at the same time, this team could get held. They've got the natural high ground. They're really building up for it. I don't know. Maybe we could have Yo kind of appears. He looks like he's flanking back around to maybe get an angle on them to alleviate some of this pressure. They have to push back down. They have to abandon their rotation. Yo has to make it all the way back through this team. They're going to rotate back around.
And the fact that they're so comfortable going all the way south down here. We see the edge of zone finally. It does make me wonder a little bit about what is going on over there. Okay, we see replay of chat 72 hours, Vivid, and says Lucky. Team Liquid Luck seems to be completely uncontested on the farm. So hashtag defend the farm is strong and it's living. They've defended it. They're holding on.
Yeah, it's a good spot as well. It's one of those ones that obviously does get contested. You're middle of the zone too. I mean, you're middle of the map, so it's good for a lot of rotations on zones. So yeah, nothing super exciting going on there. Again, we touched on it earlier, replay mode being 5 minutes delayed. So we will follow Liquid Luck's storyline, but it's going to be that 5 minute delay. So we're going to watch the other teams probably come back. We've seen they're uncontested on spawn. We imagine they rotate out pretty clean. I can't see too many dramas there. We haven't seen them in the feed, so I'm sure they're stacking up and looking well.
We do get a preview of the zone. It is still covering a bit of Lazy Lake, just the edges basically of Lazy Lake. You can see it now. He's looking over the waterfall near there. Looking more like a misty ending, but second zone still quite big. What I was worried about, yes, was what we just saw there for a brief instant was those 2 mountain peaks south of Misty Meadows. It could end up being an end game that, you know, does focus on those. And what I've seen is Liquid actually thrives in those end games, surprisingly, because they're so far from Frenzy Farms, but they are so good at, even though they don't necessarily get the top of the peaks because of how long it takes to rotate over there, they're so strong at rotating with the, you know, huge elevation changes. So looking forward to them doing well if it does end up going for one of these peaks like Booga's building up to. And I think they get a really good power position here above Misty Meadows.
Yeah, very good power position for Booger. I think depending on zones, you always have those more experienced teams seeming to do better in those more difficult zones. Obviously, the deep water zones, the mountain zones, because it does. It just rewards that thinking ahead, going a few steps further. If the zone pulls this way, if it pulls that way, where's the best position? So they always seem to come out on top when positioning matters most. If you've got a giant flat open area, I think almost any team with a bit of experience knows how to position that one. But Liquid Luck, obviously, chat, one of the best IGLs in the game, knows where to set them up set them up for a victory. So see how that plays out for them. You've got teams sitting up inside Misty. Imagine this team's had a big advantage if they dropped Misty. We have our first Storm Surge warning right now. This team's only 16 above, maybe trying to pick up some of those tags, get themselves into a better position. They've got the meds, which they're going to want to hold on to. Booger's team, like you said, in that power position now, shooting down towards the bridge, just pretty much pushing everyone away from them. They've got a really nice sightline for the whole, pretty much. They've got a 360-degree sightline actually at the moment, trying to push these teams to the east away.
That's exactly what I call a power position. Look at the amount of tags that Booga is able to get. No sniper on him, so not getting the... Maybe Thwifel has some of the best snipers in the game, but looking forward, Looking at the player count, 89 players alive. So going on with the theme here on this POV, and slightly ahead is Cadrent. Maybe not on the delay at all. He's 461 above Storm Surge threshold. And when the activity goes on, there's 85 people alive. So you have to be above Storm Surge. Otherwise, you are almost certainly getting eliminated here.
Yeah, there's no way this game doesn't go to Storm Surge. We touched on it earlier with obviously the middle ground heavy. There's going to be a lot of people going alive into endgame, not playing as risky, not taking those fights, especially first game as well. We have the RPGs coming into play right now, still holding on to those 6 rockets and 6 nades. I would not want to be that team very close to Booger right now, trying to get this power position. They're going to push you off it at all costs.
And that's exactly what they do. But you saw Booga split off to the side with the RPG and then come back to join his team. That team must have set up some nades. And you could see the mark too. Right in 60 meters, Booga gets a little closer to make sure there's no chance of this team getting any coordinated nades. They're all split up. They're all in different bases. They're making sure they've learned the lessons to be learned in Chapter 2, Season 1, nade season. They've learned them and they're avoiding them. Now, Gandhi's team here, Rox, Frat, Teza, only 6 above going into Storm Surge activity. It's still only obviously the just the notification for this stream. They need to get more above, and that's why they're setting up these nades, but then getting it returned. Remember, if you're 65 meters away, you can also get right back naded, and that's what's going to happen. This is trouble, especially because now they don't have any room to use their nades. Teza goes down.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. You set yourself up for those nade strikes, but then you're in the exact same position, right? You're 65 meters away. You're all boxed up. Not only that, the enemy sometimes might be split into spaces, like you said, for Booger. But if you're setting up for the nade strike, you're all together, all 4 players on top of each other. Only Teza goes down. I would have actually expected to see more there. Now the box fight comes out. This team is pushing straight forward. They weren't happy with just the knockdown. They want to fully go for this elimination right now. We got Frat on low health as well right now. We've got Rox just under 150. This team is not looking good right now. They're pushed down onto this natural low ground too. He's fighting his way back out though. He's not going down quietly. He's only got 91 health, playing as if he's got 100, pushing forward, trying to make this a box fight, and Storm Surge going out on top of that right now. This is not where you want to be for this team. Everything's gone against them now. They're getting pushed onto the back foot. This Storm Surge will take him down if he can't find time to med through it. Only got 1 mini. I don't think he'll be able to get above this Storm Surge without going down to it. They're in absolute shambles. We have Dab. The only player still alive comes out with a crack, takes him down and knocks him, but doesn't get the finish. That team went for the nade strike and it completely went against them.
Unfortunate for them there. They went for the nade strike. They went to get the nade strat working just for the Storm Surge too. You have to remember these teams are using it to literally get Storm Surge tags. And then because of the timing on that, because they weren't fast enough on getting those nades off, they ended up getting naded themselves. How unfortunate. They're out of here with 0 points.
See this in squads, things turn so quickly, right? You see a squad, you know, quite often I'll be like, oh, they're looking good, rotating together, good mats, good meds, and then everything, just all hell breaks out. So didn't go well for that team there, unfortunately. We'll see how this one plays out.
This is crazy. Storm Surge still active. They need to try to get above. I don't think it's going to be, I think this is going to be the second team we saw fall the Storm Surge, and also how many teams are pushing to try to find eliminations. Meanwhile, Booga did rotate to even a better position in this 3rd zone. I think we're seeing the end of this team. Storm Surge still active, but they did go above as AJ gets knocked. In the meantime, I do want to highlight the fact that's on the screen. Liquid Luck plays together better than everybody, have the most time with all 4 players alive, and I think that's definitely something that we can just see by watching. So shout outs to our stats team in the back, Prodigy Analytics. You guys are doing amazing with that. Thank you for the stat.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's surprised by that. Pretty much, they're the team that you see. If they win, they almost always win with at least 3 to 4 alive. They're normally on high ground, all healthy, full control. It does come on back of, like we said, they're rotational experts. Some of the veterans in the competitive scene, they know how to play these games. They're always in control. But yeah, they've got the ability to obviously go off on their own as well. We saw that in Heat 1 yesterday. I was watching especially. We had Funk kind of solo carrying the team a few times there. We've got the nades coming out now. This team's trying to push in. They knock down Flubber. The nade comes out. He was only on 100 health, no shield. Don't know if they pre-tagged him before they pushed on that. I think they're actually fully going to engage onto that fight on the edge of the lake there. Tuning back into this team right now. They survived the 1st round of Storm Surge. Let's see if it happens again.
Could be, but we saw their position. That was all the way back in the 1st zone, all the way down from Frenzy Farm, already moving across the lake, across the massive lake. And we all know it, guys. I'm sure the chat is already spamming it. Chat is a rotational genius and a positional mastermind, spamming those nades and moving forward because he knows he needs to keep that team occupied as they need to get across that river into a position here now around Misty Meadows. Hopefully if we're still following the stories. And if the stats don't lie, they're still somewhere here around Misty Meadows.
Yeah, they should be. And it's a hard rotation there as well. As soon as you hit that little portion of deep water, that's when you're at the most risk, right? You've got to double connect to the ground to try and build around yourself. It's where you can get stuck in some really awkward situations. Shallow water is one thing, but deep water is a whole nother beast. We got tuning back into this team. All four alive right now is Sword JT. He's rotating through. They didn't get zoned. They're going for a pretty clean, straight rotate. That's a lot of bases in front of them, though. So far, they're not getting shot back at. It's a pretty clean, just walking rotate, saving their materials. I'm amazed they're not getting shot at yet right now. I mean, they've picked their one. We talked about, obviously, we got, this is the Team Thresh. I see him on the team list there on the left. Someone Booger's got a little bit of drama with, I've heard. So we'll see how this one plays out. Maybe he is actually encroaching towards that high ground position we saw Booger take earlier. Don't know if they're still there. We haven't tuned into them for a second. They're going up for it. This was a very clean rotation. They have not got even shot at once. Saved a lot of materials, got up. They're in right now based on the side of this mountain. See if they can maybe get on top of it. I don't think they're too worried about going up much higher. They've got a team directly above them, I'm guessing.
We just got a preview of where that half in, half out is going to go. We see fourth zone on our screen right now. It's down to the southwest of this fourth zone. So Sword JT reloads. Thresh and company, they're basing up slightly north of it, which is going to be slightly unfortunate for them, but not too far away. Good for them.
There goes Harpoon in here. Not too many meds right now. Obviously not the best materials as well. We saw this team on the back foot because of that Storm Surge. He's got the Harpoon still in hand so they can try and get the elimination. That Bandage Zerker seems to be doing wonders for them right now. Got them all back up to pretty much 75 health after that Storm Surge came through. Don't have a lot of meds though.
Booger's team, the position they took after they rotated and pushing off that team is perfectly centered in fourth zone, and that's going to give them the easiest possible rotation into fifth zone. We know exactly where it's going. It's down to that southwest. And they're even closer to that than everywhere else in this center. So they're in good position. They do obviously have to rotate because they chose center, or I guess it's not necessarily even a choice if fourth zone was just given to them. Here we're watching a fight of Posick, Niddle, Smacked, and Mikey against actually the people you called out. Riverson, Cease, Hydra, and Elevate, and Riverson goes down right off the bat. I'm not sure if we'll watch this entire fight, but Elevate immediately going to try to pick him up. That was an engagement way north of where the zone is right now, and we said these guys are recovering, but all of a sudden, as that fifth zone is about to show, which is one of the most transitional periods of the game, they get knocked and kind of W-keyed out of this. It's just Doms and Militime.
Yeah, so far. I mean, it wasn't looking too great. Doms has some shield at least, so he's looking the healthiest of any of the team. But I mean, after that Storm Surge, sometimes you survive it, but do you really come out of it on top? You kind of just live and you're holding on. You got to try and pick up some kind of a big elimination. I was two of the volatile teams we talked about, right? Niddle's team, the underdog, going up against Cease, Elevate. It was good to get some sight lines on them. It looks like they're down to a trio now. We've got our first half, and I believe that would have played very well for Booger's team. They didn't get the half on the mountain, but they should be able to rotate maybe right to the very edge of that mountain on far side and just see if they can box up next to it. We have Storm Surge coming back into the game again. 52 alive as half is shown. We've got 31 seconds till it starts coming in. These players are scrambling to try and get there. This team is in the worst position though, trying to get these damage tags while rotating. It's not the position you want to be into, having to do damage and rotate.
I think Booger, as they built in off the side of the mountain, I believe they might actually have height, but still capping, still making this big base nice and wide, because you never know when somebody comes over the side of the mountain and builds up. This team obviously not known for really taking too much high ground. And I like to play mid ground, but one of the things too is being up here. If six zone goes over the mountain, they are literally in the best position possible to continue playing in the game. I see Mikey still alive in the feed. He actually took out Vori, who we were just watching, and oh my goodness, the nades are coming in on top of Booger, Clarity G, and Stretch. He goes down. That's Clarity G, and it's still raining down terror.
Look how good they look. We looked at them. They seriously, like, it looks like they had the best game. I would have commented 5 seconds earlier that they looked like they were going to win this game for sure. And then instantly, nades come out, and now they're in shambles. They've been knocked down. They've still got 2 players alive. The Source team here on the low ground. The RPG's coming out too. He's got 7 RPGs. See how he plays with those ones. He's got 46 alive. Half's about to fully close now. They want to try and see if they can get those materials. This is going to be such a great zone. Going up the mountains. I love this. It's always the best kind of Fortnite to watch. These awkward zones, seeing how the teams play, seeing how they come out on top.
I'm not sure exactly, but based on the position of JT's squad, Air-Cool, Thresh, and Reloads, it might have been actually this squad firing up at Booger from down below, which would have been very interesting. Don't forget, they still have the time to get that revive off and to get and play in third zone. I don't think they got the full elim. Zone 6 zone going way northwest. Pretty distant. Cadrent obviously still already in it. We're kind of ahead. We're probably not going to be watching that too much because it's not in sync with the rest of the POVs. Booga and company making a rotate. They didn't get any of the teams up, and even Stretch is down now too.
Yeah, we got Booger and Twyford. They're looking pretty good, though. At the same time, he's got decent materials. He's got a lot of hard mats still, about 700. He's already made it to the far side of this zone. Again, Booger, obviously, don't need to tell anyone, a great solo player as well. Him and Twyford are going to see if they can somehow get some of these placement points. Still 46 alive. Rotating zone. He's trying to get up there. He wants to get on top of these rotations. He's doing beautifully right now. Look at the builds. As a duo, somehow find themselves on top of the rotate.
Yeah, but one of the biggest issues and weaknesses that a lot of people are pointing out is how many mats he has to spend on that rotate. He literally built the tunnel the entire way through, and now he's already down no hard materials. He's down to wood, only 200 left, and he's not even in zone yet. He's not going to be able to box up in zone, so he has to play this.
This gets scrappy. This is probably where Booger does play best, though. He's gone a little bit scrappy right now. Got that RPG to maybe expose some people. Go for that box fight, see if he can get something out of it.
Is under Storm Surge too, and that's going to start ticking as this zone closes, so that's possibly a very, very big issue for him. 175 below and not even getting an tag from the RPG to help him at all in this. 35 players left, and it's going to start ticking any second here. Nice tag on the one. Can he hit two? Yes! Booger clutching up here. The refresh and some floppers. It's Elevate, and I believe Cease, who he just took out. But in the meantime, Twyford went down too.
Booger coming in clutch with the double elimination, picks up the floppers and the minis. Look, he's totally turned his game around. Only 150 materials, but that's it. He's gotten above Storm Surge now. He's gotten 2 elimination points, closing in on these placements. Let's see if the solo World Cup champion can somehow solo clutch this one. He's going onto low ground. He doesn't have the mass to stay up. He's going to see how he goes.
What a rotation here from Booger, getting pretty much all the way ultimate low as it comes off the hills. He finds a refresh on materials too, and the P90, so the potential to slay out and get a couple more refreshes is going to be big. 200 mats about remaining for him, and he's ultimate low. The one thing is, in 1 second, if this zone goes back up the mountain, it doesn't. Continues to go down low. Booger could clutch. Ace just gets taken out by Booger. One more in his vision. He's going to box it out and maybe continue the pressure, but I believe he's going to want to continue out down low around Misty Meadows. Yes, full low ground to himself. He has the possibility of doing this.
Oh my gosh, another beautiful RPG. Oh, another player. Oh my gosh. Booger was on a warpath. He takes down so many players in his trail. He just goes down, but he went down swinging, picked up some placement points too. He solo clutched that as well as anyone could have expected. It stayed on that ultimate low. We're now tuning into, I can't quite see him. There's another scrap on the low ground. I think if he survived that, Booger was going to have to try and fight his way out of that one. He did phenomenal. Picked up so many eliminations, took out some other big teams in contention. He drops back down, hits the double beautiful tack shot in the back. He's trying to rotate up right now. Unless he gets some materials, I think he's going to be stuck here. No, he does have some extra materials. He's going to rotate up and through. He's stuck up on this build right now, trying to hold against what looks like at least 2 players on the low ground, pushing up and around. Beautiful rotation choice here, going around the side, just ducking, weaving, getting in and out of those builds, but he gets caught, unfortunately.
This is actually Kadrent's team on low ground. Their stream is probably already over since we tuned in with only the synced up streams. We just saw Icy actually, who went down. Kadrent looks like he's definitely in towards the end game. Guys, don't worry. We're getting ready to launch the replays, getting ready to launch back in and see exactly how this game unfolded. I see chat right off the bat, but they're not on high ground. They're somewhere on mid. Booger right now is at the point where Elevate went down, where he got the pop off on the mid ground. Meanwhile, Vivid just took out 2 as well. And there's someone on the low ground. Conjures, Skylix, Lupian are up on high.
They're up on high, still quite rotating through again. We saw Chap as soon as this one went, but I didn't expect to see Chap in that. Not on high ground right now. They're not in the driver's seat, not where they like to be, but they're rotating through on mid ground as a unit. We'll see how that one plays out for them. Look at this team right now, just harping through. We got building the tunnels down. We got Chap obviously doing most of the building, the rotating for this team, just trying to get them back down this mountain. But he obviously leaves a clear rotation back up the mountain. I love this rotate down with the stairs. It lets you come back up if it does rotate back up.
And you see the patience with this team. He knew the storm was going to rotate. He knew the storm was going to come around, and he waited for it, gave all the time in the world for that to happen. We're in the 8th zone now. Booger is about to go down. Yes, he just went down. This is basically where we left off from when Booger was eliminated. Chap now onto Tab G, and I believe the rest of his team, the entire Liquid Squad is still up, but then the Caster Curse comes in. But don't worry, 72 Hours, Vivid, and Sizlucky still got this.
Yeah, they're still pushing through as a trio right now. Chap went down again, being the IGL, being at the front of those tarps. The RPG is knocking him down, exposing him, unfortunately. But again, this team knows how to rotate without him as well. They're still doing a beautiful job. Second height, it's a scary spot to be. Obviously, normally the first one to get focused from height. And if you have low ground with some RPGs like there, they will knock you down. Still rotating through, picking up some placement points, coming into that area right now. More tunnel rotating straight down.
And they're at 10 elims so far. Sizlucky has 5 just by himself. And they still have the potential to slay out, but all of a sudden the RPG comes in and blows up their entire tunnel. I think they're still safe, minus 72 hours, who I believe is taking some damage. Still on high ground as the same team we were watching before. They're now up to 6 elims, but they drop off height, and they might start to spell disaster as they're running out of mats, but they do get a refresh off of one of their teammates who went down. Conjure, Skylix, and Lupian still holding on though.
Yeah, they're trying to push down. Look, we still got Vivid, Sizz Lucky 72 hours. We talked about their cohesion as a unit. They stayed together, but unfortunately looks like they're going down together here as well. Found that top-down angle to let loose some of those tack shots on top of them.
Storm plays are happening. Both Shades and Vivid are in there. Diggy goes down. Vivid's still in zone. Meanwhile, this team is slaying out so many different people. Here's Vivid in zone. He finds the bandages. He's not going to get any more placements from this, but what a clutch play to stay in zone and make sure he's all the way in the back. He survives the onslaught of Skylix as they drop down onto Shades and Diggy, I believe, was in the end game there. So Vivid picking up second place. Team Liquid picking up second place. And I guess Defend the Farm might be on tomorrow because as we see in game number 1, that's a first place from them. Well done.
Yeah, geez, we saw them. Obviously, we see that team commanding a lot of dominance on high ground, but that was a very beautiful mid-ground rotation there. They were second height, rotated around the mountain, some beautiful builds, stayed together as a team, and we saw Vivid going for a pretty old school heal off with the bandies. Didn't have any floppers, unfortunately, but still clutched up the second place.
So the 2 games I was referencing when I was seeing that the zones were going down south over around Misty Meadows on those peaks was actually from the finals in, I believe, week number 2, where both of those games actually came down to clutch moments, one by Vivid. He had 3 members of his team up alive, but he ended up in a 1v2 by himself, and he took out some clutch flick shots. And then the the very memorable one with Sizz Lucky in zone with the floppers and then looks back and is able to take out the last 2 players. Those clutch moments were actually what won them the game, those 2 games off the mountains, and here they do it again. They're very strong, probably the best team at all in those treacherous Misty Meadows mountain end games.
Yeah, at the same time, again, their positioning is so perfect. We saw those rotations. A lot of teams opt to do their waterfall tarping when they go in that situation. You always see Chap's team going for those reverse stair rotations. So if zone pulls back up, you've got a beautifully fully built tunnel. You can just rotate back up through. It's not luck. This team always looks like they're in such a good position. They put themselves there. You predicted it early. You saw it coming. You said when you saw those Misty zones that they were going to rotate and put themselves in a power position, and they did. We didn't get confirmation on which team it was that knocked Booger off their power position, took them into shambles. Some people in chat were saying it was Liquid Luck. I'm not really sure, but yeah.
I think it could have been. I think it could have been Liquid. And you saw they had those nades early on. We saw that replay of Chap pushing across the water through Misty Meadows, using it to push that team off and give them the straight path down onto the mountains. It could have been Liquid. It's a possibility. But speaking of Booga's team, Booga put the team on his back in that game. What did he get? 7th place? And something like 4 elims we saw. I mean, I didn't count up the rest of his elims, but that was ridiculous display of flick shot accuracy, speed, building mechanics, and everything that we know and love from Booga.
Yeah, I think that was 7 points from what I saw there as well. So coming out with 7 points, 4 elims, and the first place in points as a solo. He rotated well. It wasn't just 4 eliminations. Those were 4 toe-to-toe scrappy clutch eliminations. He had more than 2 people barrels down at him, and he fought his way out. It was actually beautiful to see. Again, obviously, solo World Cup champion. He knows how to play solo, but against the whole squad, it's pretty hard. He rotated well. He was in shambles a few times, and he fought his way out, but again, took down one of those power squads. We talked about Elevate, Cease's team being up there. I believe it looked like half their team went down to Booger and half their team went down to Chap. So, I mean, pretty hard teams to run into, hard players, but it was good. We like to see it. Liquid Luck on top at the moment. We'll see how they play that one out. We might see if the team that came first picked up enough eliminations, or is it going to be Liquid Luck on top?
Yeah, that's for sure. I think it probably is going to be Liquid Luck. Even though Skylix and company did end up winning the game and did get a couple of eliminations towards the end, I didn't see too much of their names in the elim feed when they were on high ground, capitalizing on those eliminations. We do have the leaderboard, so you said it. Let's take a look at where we stand. Where is first place? Is it Team Liquid Luck, or is it Skylix, the team who won the game? It's actually a tie ball game all the way at the top, 25 points across the boards for those 2 teams.
Yeah, so we have the tiebreaker, obviously, with the victory royale going their way, so they're coming out on top at the moment. But yeah, we've got Liquid Luck in second, and most of the teams we expected to see up there are up there. We've got Booger Clarity down there in the 7th place, but you want to run it through, Baller?
We do. Obviously, in 3rd place, Tabs, G-Tech, Kadrent, and Janik. At 16 points, we saw them have a huge push towards the end game. Nothing crazy in terms of, I mean, actually, they must have had something crazy in terms of elims, but a lot of placement points coming in for them. And then in second place was actually Benny, Diggy, Nanolite, and Shades. No, sorry, I think third place. Shades was in the zone and Diggy was way up ahead as they got cleaned up, as the players pushed from high ground into the zone. And then a couple of other guys, Pop Fast, Van Tam, Noble, Joy in fifth, and in sixth place, which is that qualification threshold, is actually a tie between the Reddit heroes of Zimio, Problem, Ace, and Haji against Thwyfo, Booga, Clarity G, and Stretch. And something I want to point out is that the 6th and 7th place threshold was actually Booga who clutched up, and Booga took out Haji, which I believe was the last player from that team remaining.
Yeah, it's a big clutch up there. Look at that. He puts the solo, carries them into almost 6th place. So they're tied on 6th place right now with the tiebreaker obviously going to average of limbs if it's not going to the victory royale. So, I mean, as a solo, that's not a bad performance. He's got himself up there. These games aren't going to come down to an insane amount of points. We said it's a very middle heavy heat. So at the same time, around that top 6, I think it's going to be pretty damn close. So every single point is going to matter. You take down the team above you, it's even more important, right? So he did him phenomenally well. Got from 25th down to 6th, though. Big spread right now, but first game of 6, that will spread out more towards the end. Who do you reckon is going to come out on the top of next game? Do you have a prediction, Waller?
Well, based on what I saw, Liquid is already heating up, and they tend to stay around that top 4 and everything in terms of placement. So we'll see if they're going to continue, to improve on game-to-game performances. I mean, they were in second place that game with something like 13 elims and second place total overall. Obviously, Skylix and company taking first. So we'll hope to see more of that all the way through. We are in game, so let's hop into game number 2 here. I'm Bald TW, joined by Aussie Antics, and we're going to be covering the action here in NA East, heat number 3. We're on with Booga, Clarity G, Stretch, and Thwyfo, who are just outside looking in.
He drops onto a llama. So again, obviously a little bit confused at first when I saw Booger running across land, but obviously drops on a llama, looking great. You mentioned the first game, they're always looking for those. It is a very kind of flat area around them at retail, so they can definitely spot those llamas in advance. And uncontested retail with a llama on the start, looking beautiful. This team we've tuned into now, fully utilizing that massive amount of shield you get from those shield tankers. I actually like that drop. That's good. Getting the full trio onto all the tanker there. So obviously I can't see where the 4th player is. Must have gone for a bit more of a split drop, a little bit of a safer area going for those no major POIs, but trying to split up these lots of little 100% chest spawn areas around the mountains. So I like these drops. So again, touched on it there with 100% chest spawn. How did you like that changing up different drop spots and rotations, Ball? Are you a fan of it? I think it's pretty good.
Absolutely, I'm a fan. It makes everything much more viable. I'm really liking the innovative drop of them, the split that they end up splitting a little bit on the drop, grouping up for the tanker, and then all splitting again in different directions. That's not too far away from Retail Row and where that team was, but that was the team in first place. So really nice drop from them. Very like interesting to be able for them to do something like that, to do something so kind of low key in terms of their drop spawn and come out in first in the first game is nice. Now, looking at the risky
we
reels.
got 2 players down. I don't know how that split worked. How'd those 2 players go down, do you reckon? I couldn't quite see where their cars were. It looked like they were more towards that kind of frenzy farm area. I don't know what split they were going for there, but 2 players down to kick it off near risky. You said that is one of the biggest impacts that's going to happen on Liquid Luck is risky reels. Very close POI that has very same rotation paths. So I don't really know what happened there.
Be a number of different things. Could be 50-50s on a split, sometimes 2 different splits that is really kind of uncontested, end up like grouping up on each other if they get a little too greedy. That could be what happens. So that's unfortunate from that team, Volry, DP Chu and company. Now back onto the Lazy Lake team. It was completely uncontested, but we saw their struggles last game was Storm Surge. They ended up going down with 0 points. This was the team that almost traded the nades with that. As they set up for the strike, they got naded themselves and then went down to Storm Surge.
Yeah, again, we saw that team in great position, so I don't think there's anything wrong they're doing with their drop. Obviously, they're walking away with good loot. They had good positioning. It's just they just didn't pull the trigger that half a second or second, too late when it came to that nade strike, and it came back at them. So we'll see how they play this team. I think I liked the way they looked. I think that was a bit of an unfortunate first game. Definitely wouldn't count them out to do well this game for sure. They've got Lazy still to themselves. No one snuck in there. It looks like based on the elimination feed right now and the player count, I don't think we've seen any major changes up with the POIs. We haven't seen anyone dropping on anyone else, causing too much volatility at the start. I think 2 of the players we've already accounted for around that risky drop are the ones that have gone down. Maybe a squad didn't connect, didn't see the player count at the start. But again, not too volatile for the second game. People still playing their game the way they want to. We've got Booger's team now rotating out Obviously, him finding the llama already means he's good on materials. It gives them extra time to rotate earlier, try and set up in the next zone, get those power positions. We saw them claim so well in that first game. See if they play that one out pretty well.
Looking at the first zone right now, they've actually got what looks like very, very centered. Lazy Lake in the distance, where that team Teza Gandhi and company were. It looks like, yeah, they're definitely going to decide to stay here. And given that I don't see any edges of the zone, that means this is pretty far centered. But one thing that's looming is now we see them on the map. Look how far spread Booga is with the rest of this team. He's way, way ahead. And I kind of like this, because what this does, they're based up over there. It looks like they're not moving too much. No, they are finally starting to move over. But this spread means that no matter where first zone goes, they have a distance to cover that's basically all theirs. They've got the control. They've been watching and keeping people out. They've been zoning people away from where they're at. That's amazing.
Yeah, you can make these big splits when you've got this natural high ground, right? They've got such good vision lines. They can spot everyone. You see here, Booger's not just pushed ahead and sitting there. He's looking around. He's trying to get some information for his team. We touched on the fact he got the llama, so doesn't need to rotate as much, has some extra mats to maybe build some fake bases as well. I know you've touched on that in the past. Saf and Zate's team doing such a great job of that, always building the fake bases, claiming more and more area, gives them something safe to rotate into. He's marked that mountain now. I think that's the high ground position he wants his teammate to take. Yes, looks like he wanted to mark that so Stretch would rotate up onto it and hold it from that other team that was pressuring from behind. Again, showing how beautiful they are. Again, it's not just luck with the positioning. They don't just find themselves in those positions. They make those positions happen. Got another team on a power position here on edge zone. See if they try and rotate through or whether they stay here for a little bit. Snipers out, trying to maximize those Storm Surge tags. We saw how many times Storm Surge came out that last game. It's definitely something to always keep on the front of your mind.
Don't forget, that was the team on the edge of that zone there who was in first place. So setting up where they are right now, overlooking Retail Row, down a little bit farther south. Booga still getting a couple of tags, possibly. No. Ooh, a little cheeky there. But starting strong for sure. Liquid Luck had 13 eliminations, and that was 3 more than actual victors, which is why it's a tie game at the top.
Yeah, again, and we obviously see their team not lending too much that elimination spread, right? They're usually one of the teams with the tighter spread, eliminations versus placement points, obviously being those positional masterminds. But again, it shows they have the ability to frag out. When you have good positioning, it's easy to find easy, good eliminations, right? We saw Sizz had 5 of those eliminations, just sitting back in those tarps, finding those angles. When you've got someone doing everything for you at the front end, building beautiful tunnels, you get to just sit there and frag, right? It makes things a lot easier.
That it does. Laminator, DP2, Volry now. Obviously, Sleazy and DP2 are down. These two are playing as a duo, but a really, really solid position on the bridge. Not too far away from where Booga is, on the north side of Lazy Lake. Hadrant, Janet, and Tabs G, who I believe were in 4th place with their 16 points. Setting up to the west of Lazy Lake, right on that river. Not a very, very high spot, so I wouldn't call this a power position. But in terms of probability for zones, in terms of getting the next zone, hopefully they don't get naded here, but they have a good chance of continuing forward. Nice split from them. This is completely anti-nade season.
Yeah, but look at the loadout, though. Not looking too great. If they survive this one, they've only got half metal, not even half wood, no meds or shield, and he's less than full shield as is. So this team's going to have to try and maybe pick up something here. Don't know what it is. They're 169 above Storm Surge. That could bring them down if they don't go for some tags. I don't like that team's positioning right now, but we'll see. But coming back, it's light and day. Look at Booger's team in the high ground, in the driver's seat, in those commanding positions. Split again. Very, very split right now in 2 different sets of duos right now. Clarity and Stretch trying to hold this high ground in that power position. Booger's got eyes on it, ready to rotate over, apply some pressure if he needs it, but also keeping one eye behind him on the rest of the lobby. Again, they're just commanding these positions. It's beautiful to see, right? Baller, obviously, as someone who does a lot of game analysis yourself, you like to see nothing more than this, right? This is beautiful play right now.
This is incredible, the space that they're controlling, even getting pushed. I love the ability for Booga to find these tags at range with the first shot accuracy he's getting. He's got to be careful not to get sniped, though. If he does get sniped, he's in huge trouble because his team is so far away. That's the risk you take when you try to command all this space. Meanwhile, we saw them get naded earlier. We said it was good anti-nade play, but all of a sudden they get pushed together. They do get the res off. And all of a sudden, Cadrent and Tabs G are still here, but Janik and Tech are out.
It was, yeah, like I said, anti-nade season. They still got found, but again, the health and the positioning they were in, they were in those wooden bases, didn't even have full shield. The spray comes out now, somehow got that clutch res off. He's found himself with minis, so his teammates had some of them. We're down to a 2-man. They have about 140 health between them, but they're box fighting. They're trying to fight their way out of this one. They want to go down swinging. They're not going down easily. The spray and the nades coming out on top of them. They're somehow dodging these nades. The spray is going to maybe catch them soon. No, they're somehow still holding this one out. They haven't taken any more damage since they got this revival. See how they fight their way out of this one. Is going to have to come down to a little bit of aggression soon. They're not going to be able to hold off this onslaught forever. Tabs G gets knocked down. Quadrant right now on less than 80 effective health. He's shooting back, trying to fight his way back if he can, back against the wall. He's got the harpoon to try and break some of these builds. He needs to get something here. He needs to get a knock, something to alleviate the pressure. I don't know if this is one squad or this is a split same squad trying to shoot at them, but this is a lot of pressure right now. I think he has to leave Tabs and just see if he can play it out solo. He's got a team at his front. Team at his back, and Storm Surge coming now too. This is not what we want to see. We've seen a few teams in this position. It rarely ends well for them. He's got a full send in. He's trying to find them. Storm Surge ticking. He's only going to survive 2 more ticks. 5 health, 5 seconds till he goes down 2, and that's it. The shotgun ends him, not the Storm Surge. Oh, we're back to night and day here though. Booger's team completely in control in comparison to what we just saw.
Still on such a wide split. Absolutely crazy how comfortable they are. Right outside of the retail row, right across the bridge, and right outside of Lazy Lake. I think they did finally have somebody join Booga over here, just in case there is some snipes. They are still slightly split in case of nades, but I really like that they had somebody join up. Nice little stare ahead of that as the rocket came in. He blocked it so that it'll control. But one thing here, we see the next zone, and Booga and Clarity G and all their squad, that split that they have is all of a sudden going to be trouble as they need to rotate in towards this third.
Yeah, at the same time, we saw that beautiful block there. Kept his build safe as well. That was before zone showed, so he maybe would have got zone. Didn't, like you just pointed out there. Has to rotate through. Oh, nice little right-hand angle through this window. The RPG coming out of point-blank range. I don't think that connected. Maybe even connected with himself. Didn't see what that was. This player really aggressing into this Lazy Lake on the edge of zone. A very aggressive push forward. From the health and shield I can see here, I don't know what that player saw to want to push forward into that edge zone. We'll see, though. Again, going a little bit aggressive. Maybe need a Storm Surge tags, trying to slot an RPG through point blank and then rotate away. Didn't connect, though, so we'll see. We're back on the Booger's team here on the high ground, and they're looking too good right now. We haven't got a touch on where Scissor's team is. Obviously, Liquid Luck maybe could be trying to find a power position of their own. They get edge zone. Half the team having to rotate back. They're marking the next zone, though. They're not happy in this power position. They want the next power position.
Interesting for them here. We saw this team go down to Storm Surge last game. Well, put them in shambles. In this case, it's happening again. Connors goes down to Zimio, who's the Reddit superhero. We'll see and continue to keep track of him because they are in qualification range, slightly above Booga. Storm Surge, a huge issue. We are going back slightly into third zone right now. We saw ahead of time the people who ended up winning. This might be Skylix. This might actually be our first place team here that they're pushing in on. Yes, this might be where the rockets came through the window. This might be that shot. We'll see, though. They base that right outside the building.
We saw Storm Surge coming there as well, coming into factor. Maybe that's why they went for that aggressive RPG up into the point-blank range there. Because, again, when you got Storm Surge at your back, it puts pressure on you. You've got to do something. You've got to make something happen. It's where we see mistakes happen. Oh, we got Dab's team spraying in right now into this building in Lazy Lake. You'd think being inside those buildings was a safe haven, but no. The constant pressure on this team. They're trying to get in there. They're getting these Storm Surge tags. Storm Surge active. We don't have a reading on where they're at. The RPG's coming through. Trying to apply so much pressure into this team. I'm going to guess they've had some damage tags right now, and they're trying to get maybe the knock, the elimination. Can't quite see, but they want it. Whatever it is, they're even splitting separate angles. There's Tezza at the window. He's knocking on the door, trying to get in, trying to make something of this. We'll see if they can find an opening.
And what a difference here for Gandhi, Roxfrat, and Tezza. Game number 1, they went down to Storm Surge. Game number 2, 500 damage above Storm Surge. So maybe they got the nade airstrike out and connecting. Meanwhile, just want to touch right back onto that Booga split really quickly, because one of the things I thought it was out of zone. I thought they were out of third zone and they were going to have to rotate in from both sides. But the coverage that gives you, that they have with the spread, means that they're already based up in 2 different spots. They already recycled their materials back up to max in 2 different spots. So that team moves on the outside can just move over to Booga and look in. They did continue to move, like you said, Aussie, further center. And based on the HP that I see, they might have spent a couple of heals, but they're still all so healthy, and Booga's still even farming a lot more materials. He's going to get maybe back up to 400 brick, which would be key going into endgame.
Yeah, it's incredible, right? You think most players would be like, okay, we've got edge, we've already got a zone, we might as well just stay here and wait. But no, they want to be in that power position at all times. It's where they are, it's where they play best. And they rotated to it from what I can see from their loadout and health without using too much. I did remember seeing Booga have a couple more big pods in his pocket, but sometimes a couple big pods invested to take this power position. I think it's worth it. I don't know about you, but they've now got another beautiful mid. They're obviously center zone. They're on natural high ground. They're looking great. So cost them some shield, but for the later game, it will pay off for them, I believe.
And here's the 4th zone right on top of Booga, Clarity G, Stretched, and Twyfo. So maybe we should be starting a spam in the chat. Maybe we should be starting the positional masterminds of these guys, because all I see is 100% very, very smart positioning. We haven't gotten an update on Liquid just yet. Not sure exactly where they're at, but of course the other players who are just so strong positionally probably also in a good position here. We're looking at 4th zone, slightly ahead of where Booga was in Tech Matter stream now. And quite a lot of teams, 19 teams above 50 right now. And as we move into that half in, half out, as this 4th zone closes, that's going to, be something that is huge. If that stays the way it is on this rotation, and I think it might be, as 4th zone was pretty much centered in 3rd, everybody's going to have a pretty easy path to get back in. We might be seeing a lot more people going down to Storm Surge in this game.
Yeah, and like you said, we had a middle-heavy roster, but at the same time, we had a bit of a stat there on the right that the top teams are showing up right now. 8 of the top 10 teams are in the top section, so we'll see, again, middle-heavy, but at the same time, they're showing up right now. Again, I'm seeing the marketable spam in the chat. We've made jokes about that. Obviously, Booga getting zones because he's marketable, but at the same time, he's making himself get the zones, right? He's not just sitting there on his back heels. He's not resting in those positions. He's always pushing forward, looking for better positions, making sure they're in control. Sitting in the cone right now, looking for angles. You've touched on how many Storm Surge tags he's gotten with just that AR in hand, so his loadout's looking a little bit weak, but at the same time, it might be all he needs, right? He managed to clutch up 7 points by himself last game with way worse loadout than this. So all for alive, they're looking better right now. A lot of spray coming out from those positions, trying to rotate in. We've got a lot of bases right now, but no one really high. So everyone's sitting in pretty much long bases on the ground, avoiding those nades.
355 above Storm Surge, so not necessarily going to be a problem for them, but 0 elims on this team. So they've done basically 4 elims worth of damage at least to be where they're at. Here's the update I asked for on Liquid Chat. They were not too far away from where Booga was, and again, using those nades. This is one of the teams that I still see prolifically using the nades. What a shot and snipe from them onto Hoodie, a little solo player by himself. Hey, nade season, might be weakened by the fact that people are starting to use the split bases, but you can still get the solos down if you target just perfectly.
Yeah, at the same time, we saw it look like even like threading them through the tree, making it even less likely that that player knew they were coming, just finding those angles.
And he might be marketable, but that looks like a pretty difficult rotation. But right away, he spotted the path. I think they might even decide to go through this old base. No, he's going to decide to build over it. Leading the pack is Booga right now. Don't forget, they're in 7th place, right outside, right away from Haji, Ace, Problem, and Zimio. And we already saw Zimio pick up 1 elim at least. The rest of the standings, make sure you keep an eye on it right now, because Team Liquid tied for 1st. Tabs Tech, we saw them get knocked out. We don't know where Benny, Diggy, Nanolite, and Shades are, but so far there's a lot of teams up in the top 6 who are still alive in this game, so it could be a huge shakeup at the top, or maybe just continuing the spread.
Yeah, 590 above Storm Surge without any eliminations. Just looking for those constant tags, abusing those power positions. Like they're in the driver's seat because they're putting themselves there with those tags. No nades yet. They still see if they have them later. This team looking light and day the way they did last game. We saw them in shambles after they went for a nade strike that went against them. 51 alive. They get half, and now they're going to apply the pressure. Hold teams away from them. Don't see any RPGs or nades. They've only got those ARs, but 4 ARs is enough to suppress any team rotating towards them right now. They haven't chosen to build up in this half zone, just sitting in these long builds, using that harpoon gun to secure some of these materials. Standing pretty exposed around those windows though, wants to grab that metal. The spray comes out, he's just dodging, ducking, weaving. They haven't taken any damage just yet. That was pretty scary. I don't know about you, Bolivar, standing open exposed like that, all four at the window. I mean, you want to get the mats, but I was a bit worried there for them. I don't know about that one. Like to see them find maybe some safer angles.
Changing his sound settings in the middle of the game just because there's so much spam going on. He's got to change it back. But yeah, the difference now with the harpoon gun, you're able to go through with safety to grab the materials. You see players like Booga really make risks and go for these mats that are down on the ground, and that's what separates some of the good players from the bad players, able to spot exactly where they're going. 6 zone now moving for Booga. They are still full HP. They are still chilling in terms of anything, and now he's got a nice path across the water here, way ahead of zone, and even deciding to make a little wide base here for his team to look for more. This mark zone, look how far it's going across. He's going to have to spend a lot of materials if he wants to go all the way, but they've got the top side of zone moving so far ahead of everybody else, and moving way early means that this brick is going to be still fully formed by the time anybody decides they want to start pressuring. Look at the space in this tunnel to work with.
They react so quickly, right? Booga he commands so much presence there. He just moves straight away. Team follows, he sets them up, and they just go. It's insane. He always reacts first out of everyone in the lobby. Gets there first, swam a little bit, knew when he didn't have to build, knew when he did, set up a beautiful little tarp for them, investing quite a lot into it, like you said, but giving themselves the room, the spray coming back. We've seen this is what happens when they get ahead of zone. They get that pressure and they can go back. We've got a different angle from Booga's squad here.
Yeah, and they did take high ground. We saw Booga starting to shoot up. Meanwhile, Clarity, Stretch, and Thwyfo were cranking, and they have height. This is not something you normally see from this team. There, it's a knock on anonymous mode player. Not sure who that is. It's Tendi on Team Evade. They've got 3 elims now and the high ground. I don't see any super power weapons on their team, no RPGs or anything like that. So we'll see how they're able to capitalize. Almost gets the harpoon on those extra mats, that refresh that they want to come in. 25 players now remaining.
Yeah, look at the player count. 25 is so much less than we've seen at this point. Last game is rotating back into laser. They've got the high ground, so some of these teams might find refuge if they're on the middle and low ground, if they can get themselves into those buildings, hold themselves some positioning. But right now, this is definitely Booga's team game on the high ground. No power positions, but I mean, no power weapons, but they've got the ARs, 4 of them on high ground, splitting up, finding these angles, trying to lay down some damage on the low and mid ground.
I think I'm seeing players from Liquid getting elims. It might be a fake Liquid player. It might be 72 hours. I can't quite see based on the quality of Booga's stream, but I also saw Zimio in the feed grabbing a couple eliminations. And meanwhile, down on low ground, Gandhi, Rox, Frat, and Tezzer are still playing out of their minds. They've got 4 placement points so far. And moving forward, they're moving back in their hometown of Lazy Lake. They're getting that early game drop spot buff as it moves into the end game, and possibly even moving, further into Lazy Lake.
If this is Liquid's team still up as well, that means we've pretty much got 3 full squads here with a couple of fill in between, because we've only got 14 players alive. So you've got to imagine these full squads, they're fighting on low ground, they're shooting back through, gets a pick up with that epic SMG, play low's the call, they're rotating through, dropping those cones. They don't really have the materials right now, but again, they're in a good position, all 4 alive, looking pretty healthy. They're rotating through on ultimate load, 12 alive, 4 eliminations on this team so far right now. We're back into Booga's team. Booga on literally 1 health right now. The Bandage Zuka coming out. He's still alive though, all 4 alive, 1 health. Booga is still incredibly scary, especially when he has this high ground dominance. He's going to try and push from top down, find these extra limbs. It is, we pretty much got a full squad on full squad here, high ground, low ground, playing it out. Let's see which one comes out on top. This is going to break down into a scrappy box fight pretty soon. Running low on mats on high ground. They're going to have to push from top down, make their move pretty soon.
I think it might actually be a 3v4. The team down on low ground, Gandhi's team against Booga's squad. Rox does go down. That's that box that they were in. The traps are coming out. Oh my goodness, Gandhi facing straight off. Does get a knock, but I'm not sure who the rest of these players are. Yes, it's Stretch and Thwyfo, but Rox has taken high ground from these guys. All of a sudden, he's up there. He's got a bandage bazooka, and he can make this work. 1v2 against Stretch and Thwyfo, some of the most clutch players in the game. Let's see if Rox can do it here.
Can he do it? He's on the high ground, 1v2, got the bandage Zuka, looking healthy, 100 on a 1v2. They take the high ground back off him. Good tag, 94, knocked him down, 22 alive, 2 health. He's on the edge of zone right now, trying to rotate around, but he gets stuck against the builds, and Booga's team coming out on top with the victory royale on 34 points. Oh, they're looking good.
Wow, what a difference there. Booga clutching up in game number 1 to get 7th place, and then here to actually win the game and taking high ground early. Quite impressive for them. We're gonna hop into the replay mode and see how exactly the rest of the game unfolded, because I did see a lot of different POVs in, or actually, entries in the action feed that were interesting and relevant. Smacked was the team that we started on. Smacked, Posick, and Mikey, and Niddle there, all getting over towards top 7. So accruing those placement points, this is one of the teams to watch for sure. They almost pushed in and took height from Booga's team, but they were able to hold on. Not too many power weapons in the inventory of this team.
Yeah, this endgame was a story of full squads, right? There was so many full squads rotating in, looking healthy, and then crazy. The high ground, low ground. I think mid ground got taken out a little bit there. The pressure came out. Maybe it was here, trying to take these builds, trying to make sure they have the edits. They can't get dropped in on. The spray comes in from behind. They're stuck in Storm now, trying to hold this right-hand angle if he can. Looking up, it is just absolute mayhem. There's no way I can call exactly what's going on right now. There is just so much happening. The volatility breaks out as this zone closes out on the edge of Lazy. Oh, Booga going down to 1 health. There it is.
Get the fifth placement threshold at least, but now we're down to the 3 squads of Posick, Niddle, and them against Booga and Frat's squad. And this is how the last moments of the game unfold. Of course, we saw it from really multiple POVs thanks to these guys. We had Gandhi's POV and we had Booga and Clarity G's POV. It was just an amazing endgame and a great squad versus squad. There's the high ground take from Rox. Exactly how he did it as they jumped down, takes out Booga. I think he might have actually got the full elim, which could be extra points there. See if he ended up finishing. No, he did not. They might die to zone before Rox ends the game. I think he does. That's what he does. Builds up and waits for those 2 knocks that he have to convert so he can get the points and then start to try for this 1v2.
Yeah, gets the Siphon to make sure this 1v2 is in a better position. We already called this one as well. Loses high ground, but then gets some really good tags. Takes down Twifo, but Twifo goes down swinging with that extra tag. Takes him down to 2 health. Puts him in the position where it's just so easy for Stretch to finish him off. But 34 points after 2 games. They're looking amazing. Again, I don't know if we look at how many points it was to qualify in Heat 1 and Heat 2. It's looking like it's their game, right? If they just pick up, maybe like 15 more points or so, they're pretty safe to qualify.
Yeah, definitely pretty safe and definitely pushing above where they were in first game, which was 7th place. So no longer on the outside looking in. We are going to get an update on the leaderboards, and I'm curious, definitely curious to see what happened to Liquid in that game in terms of points, because we saw the nade from chat, but nothing much too more. It is going to be Thwifo, Booga, Clarity G, and Stretch to overtake first all the way from 7th. So huge swing in the placements.
Yeah, crazy. You see on top, we got them in the Victory Royale with 34 on top now. That Victory Royale for tiebreak is obviously coming in pretty clutch as well. We have Sizzlucky's team, Liquid Luck, coming in 27th. How does it feel to see that, though? We've got the 2 big power names on top. We've got a couple there as well. We touched on Niddle's team. They're now in 5th on 22. Again, no sign of Cease and Elevate's team, though. They've kind of dropped down a little bit. Didn't see them too much their last game. I want to see where they are placing as well.
And in 7th place now, Tezza, Rox, Frat, Gandhi. What a story from them, because of the way that they went out in first game. That would have tilted pretty much any team in the world. But this is why these guys are here. This is why they're trying to qualify for the FNCS finals. They want to prove that they're the best. And to get tilted just because of one Storm Surge game, hey, it could have all gone different for them. And it did here in game number 2. They're at 20 points right now in 7th place. Another thing too to touch on, says Lucky 72 Hours Chap and Vivid actually pushed 2 points ahead of where Skylex, Repic, Lupian, and Conjures were, and that team didn't actually get any points in that game. Did get an update on Cease and Elevate's position. They're in 14th with, I don't remember exactly, I think it was 14.7 points only.
Yeah.
They didn't get any in that game.
Yeah, so a tough game for them trying to find purchase on this one. Again, we didn't name them as one of the more volatile teams, so even if they're not going to go in that qualification, at the same time, they can shake things up, though. All it's going to take is them to rotate through one of these, top-tier teams. They've obviously got the mechanical skills, bit of an upset there, but still, it's very tight here between 34 to 18th. Obviously, a bit of a spread from 1st to 8th, but around that qualification mark, I mean, there is, only 5 points separating 4th from 8th right now. Remember, top 6 does qualify and go through to the finals, so that's the main area you're looking at. Obviously, coming 1st today and 6th, not too much an advantage other than bragging rights. All you gotta do today is qualify, so that's where we're looking, around that 6th place, and it's looking tight.
I do want to point out, actually, if we think back towards the trios FNCS, Tezza, Rox, Frat, and Gandhi, I'm hearing actually went down to Storm Surge in 4 out of 6 of their games in the trios qualifiers, and they did not qual for finals here today. Storm Surge in 1 out of 2. We'll continue to follow how that story progresses, because if they continue to lose to Storm Surge, that is going to be rough for them, since they've had so much experience losing to it. This time, they clearly can break through. They clearly have the potential to do it. It's just a question of how they can continue to execute and have games like that.
Yeah, can they find those Storm Surge tags again? It just creates so much pressure right now. This has been the story of, do you have that control? Are you fighting against Storm Surge? Are you in those power positions? And again, very middle heavy. These are stacked lobbies. Storm Surge coming up time and time again into the end game. You've got to manage it well, and we're seeing some teams just not find a way to manage it. Again, Booger's team, they got that power position in without power weapons. Those one-shot tag accuracies, like you mentioned, they count up. They add up 15, 20 tags, and you got 300 damage. You know, it really does make a difference coming into end game.
It doesn't matter who you're tagging. It doesn't matter if they're, converting into knocks or anything like that. That 33 tags from the AR at range, they do add up. You can tag multiple different people. That's going to be 400 damage from that team. No Storm Surge worries at all. We are in game number 3, so we're going to hop on over and see how things are shaking up. Here's Conjures, Lupian, Repic, and Skylix. NV Repic. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce his name, but these guys, hey, they've shown me that I need to learn it.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. They're definitely putting themselves on the radar. We said there's some teams in here that are obviously a bit underrated around that middle level. And yeah, 25 points. They're looking good. Looking like they're at a good chance to qualify. If they keep playing the way they have, they definitely will. Tuning in over onto Kudran's team right now, going for that military split. Again, they've got more of that middle area split, obviously a little bit wider. They're rotating around that liquid luck area. So at the same time, we'll see they're near the river there. See how this one plays out. They've gotten good zones for this team so far. I think both zones have pulled this way so far. So how do you reckon it'll play out if we get more of... No, we get another southern zone, sorry. So getting pretty far south zone so far. That should be 3 in a row that are going south. How do you reckon it'll play out for some of these teams if we get a north zone? Do you think it'll shake things up much? Or these teams that are on top right now are just too good at positioning? You don't think zone will matter too much for them?
Well, I definitely think it could affect some of the teams up in the north, and thinking specifically of the team that you've been talking about, we've been talking about, Cease Elevate, Riversun, and Hydra. They're actually up in Craggy Cliffs. So the furthest rotation on these southern zones, that is key in their success, is going to be figuring out how to still succeed on zones that go across the map. We'll see if there's anything new for them this game. Of course, teams like Liquid, they've kind of figured it out. They're not as far as a rotate from Craggy to the southern zones, but still quite far. And that last game wasn't all the way south. It was, kind of central, not too far. It was in Lazy Lake. So not a terrible rotate for anybody by any means. Here we have I thought it was going to be a fight. No, this is just a double POV. So we could see the teams that got first place and second place in that last game, Gandhi, Rox, Frat, Teza, and Booga, Clarity G, Stretch, and Thwifo, they're uncontested and both at some strong POIs.
Yeah, seeing Frat rotating from outside the builds there. I mean, it looked like he was outside one of the buildings coming in, maybe. Spotted a llama, I can't confirm, but it looks like from where he was coming from, it wasn't inside a building. Don't know other reason why he would be out there, so we'll see. We've got one of our first tweets coming in from the hashtag FNCS Finals. We've got my guy, Booger, showing why he is the best, coming from LazyXSZN. 100%, definitely Booger's not surprising anyone here. He is one of the best players in the world, proving that across game styles as well, solos, squads. He's doing well at everything at the moment, and he's streaming it too. So, you love to see it. Content creators coming out on top again. I don't think many people would refer to him as a pure content creator, but streaming this was a big emphasis he put on it, and he's doing well.
That's definitely something that has changed with Booga since the World Cup. He's always streamed his games, but with this blow up, with his rise to being one of the most popular gamers in the world, he's really turned up his content creation side, turned up his interactions with the community, and been streaming every day pretty much consistently since World Cup, which is crazy to think about.
And what a good face of Fortnite as well, though. I mean, obviously, I don't know about you, Baller. I'm obviously I'm getting the boomer calls a lot at the moment. I get it over time. I mean, I don't know if my head was as switched on as Booger's at his age. He's doing such a good job with all the fame, all the attention he's getting, and he's representing the Fortnite community so well. We're just representing OCE. We got no one representing OCE from World, unfortunately. But yeah, I love having him in the face of Fortnite right now. He's doing such a good job. Everyone makes those marketable jokes, but at the same time, I think he's stepping up maturely into this position in the spotlight so well.
Shout outs to his dad, Dorf Dad. Love talking to him. He hangs out in all the chats all the time.
That's
unbelievable
awesome.
Figure. And see their rotation now. They're already deciding. This is something that we actually saw. Booga was doing a watch party yesterday, and with clicks, they were commenting on different Storm Surge tactics and how you have to play out of Slurpee when we were watching the Slurpee teams in NA East. They were really struggling with actually Storm Surge and getting tags and getting good position. And Booga's advice was, guys, I don't care how much loot you get, you need to get a good position. And that was basically proven in last game and given and proven again here as how early they're leaving retail row, and it's in zone. They have plenty of time to loot, but they say, hey, no, I don't care about any more loot. I want to get over towards center. I want to try to get one of those splits. I want to get that control moving.
Yeah, I think that was one of the biggest moments in that last game. They had zone, they were in the edge, they did that split double base we mentioned so often, and they rotated out of it. They're just always going for that middle zone. I don't know, I haven't seen too many squads play that, I want to say, aggressive for defense, right? They play aggressively to rotate. They invested, like I said, some shields into it to get there, but it played out for them in the end. They're investing their loot to make sure they have positioning. I think this team's identified the strength in squads of having good position rather than having good loot, to be honest.
JT air cool thresh and reloads. A nice split coming out of Slurpy Swamps over towards the large dam. See how that continues. Trying to spot exactly how this zone is moving. Who's it favoring? It is going to start moving. That's only first. And we got so much more to go in this game. Guys, don't forget to be using that hashtag FNCS Finals. Tweet us your top thoughts. Not tots. Tweet us your thoughts. Tweet us what you guys are paying attention to. Tweet us your predictions. Tweet us who you're cheering about. We want to hear it. We want to put it up on screen and feature you, as we've been doing all weekend long, and it's been really fun to interact with you guys in that way, especially because it, sometimes triggers some fun things in chat.
Yeah, I don't know. I was obviously casting the Heat one, and we had some Team Has, or we had Team Calc as well. And I don't know if you followed the drama. Obviously, Calc, a volatile figure sometimes when it comes to a bit of drama, always the center of it. But obviously, with a lot of my viewers coming into the stream from OCE, it didn't make the best impression on OCE. There was a lot of drama when our players went over there. So I think we got a lot more of the Team Calc going on in chat. It was good fun to see. But at the same time, he does also still have some fans, though. I mean, at the same time, he's doing well. He's performing. He's backing it up, right? Again, I think we've touched on that before. Is it toxic? Is it trash talk? As long as you back it up, I don't think too many people are against it. But I mean, it's interesting. You love to see it. Brothers going up against each other. I believe they're the only professional brothers in the NA scene. We have a few in OCE, but yeah, I think they're the only ones, right? So it's interesting, and they both qualified, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah. One got sniped up here. And Young Calculator actually took second and third in Heat 1 yesterday. Just pretty nice. Now we're watching Connors. Looks like this is an engagement still outside of first zone. A huge build fight by this J Free, Trippy, and Donks.
You guys are getting
retaking the high ground.
Sorry,
so much time on the zone still.
They go for these big hype battles. You see these more scrappy fights breaking out as we get towards these, like, later towards the games. If you're not finding your purchase on, you said about not tilting. Obviously, that team coming back with the victory royale after having a tough first game, but they've got to start getting some points up as you get closer to those 6 games in. You've got to start racking them up. You can't just keep playing safe. You're averaging 5 points a game, and you need a pop-off game. You're going to take fights that end up looking like this. This is a big investment on far away from zone. Zone is now coming in, so I don't know. Obviously didn't play out for them, but they tried for a big play.
Should I try to stay in this bush?
You gotta wonder what the play is. I don't see any heals in Connor's inventory. This might be one of the worst fights I've seen yet in FNCS, I have to say. Absolutely crazy. Donks goes down. See how far the zone is. Actually, JT has it kind of marked for whatever reason. Marked the distance where they were. You can see how far they have to travel. Thankfully, it is still first zone. But given the time that it's about to close and how long that fight still could go, J Free and Trippy did just pick up elims. Oh my goodness, I think they just wiped up the squats. 3 of them are now down and out. And who knows what the situation was at the start. That team might have just wiped, but they still need to move, and they still have a long way to go with time to boot.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's one of those situations, win the battle, lose the war. Oh, you're coming back to the fight now. Let's see what happened there. They do get them. We see here some of that flame coming out. They weren't too happy. Maybe they didn't initiate that fight, or they just weren't too happy that it didn't go their way until right at the end. They take him down, but yeah, they've got to go very, very far. It's only a single tick storm, but that's still enough when you got a whole squad. Single tick on 4 members, that's a lot of meds. They don't have any time to obviously get anything along the way in. I don't think they would have picked up a lot of mats from that fight. So yeah, that one, don't know about that one, but we'll tune back in, see if they can pull it back in. But again, it's why it's so important for teams like Boogers to be out in the lead at the start early, because teams get desperate towards the end. As the games come more and more out, we said it before, there's no point coming. If you're coming last or 6th, you just want to qualify, right?
Look at this team again, taking the same control that they did last time, the split. Booga making multiple fake bases, multiple things that are basically diverting and saying, hey guys, look, there could be a team here, there could be a team there. When a team is looking from distance, they see that. They see how many possible teams are based up with Booga's fake bases. They're like, nope, not going to go that way. I'm going to go down the river, south side or something like that. But the difference here, I think this is third zone that we're looking at. I'm not sure exactly. Look, 3 fake bases on Booga, and he's even going to move up onto that hill with the rest of his team.
We gotta split the nades. We gotta split the nades now.
I don't have any.
Yes, we have a little bit of a stat on the right here. We have different teams, same results. So Frat is one of the more consistent players and valuable IGLs, making it to heat and finals with different teammates each time in duos, trios, and now squads, showing the value of having a good IGL. Some players are just good at molding to other players. They have good chemistry with almost anyone they play with, and it's very important, right? We saw, we talked about it yesterday, especially with Heat 1. It was a little bit of a snaking season with a lot of the teams in there. It looks like in Heat 3, a lot of these players are in the same squads, but it makes a big difference having a good IGL.
Back on this team who placed second in the last game and is moving their way up the leaderboards. I believe they're in 7th place total. Saw the note about Frat. If anybody's been in the North American East scene, you probably have heard Frat's name, or at least seen him around the chats. He hangs out pretty much everywhere, friends with everybody, and a really, really good player to boot. He's been one of the players who's placed consistently well throughout all the World Cup qualifiers, throughout all the solo cash cups and the online competitions, but not quite having the blow-up performance that one would want. Unfortunately, we talk about Storm Surge, we talk about the warnings going off right now. Here's Booga's team. Looks like a team encroached a little too far, too close, and they're all going to get nades from multiple different perspectives, multiple different angles, and they're getting the knocks, and they're not stopping. They're not letting that team go anywhere. They do finish him off. That's AJ and his squad. 494 above now from this team, and that's exactly what Gandhi and company are going to need if they want to survive the Storm Surge. They're already down to, I mean, they're already, you know, not in a great position. They've lost the Storm Surge once. They were already below it is what I meant to say, and if they can't capitalize, they're in trouble now. Booga, Clarity, Stretch, and Twyfel, they want to push in. They want to wipe the remaining 2 members of this squad.
Yeah, at the same time, taking this fight on the edge of zone, trying to hold this team coming out of lazy. Again, they have the ability to play a little bit more aggressive now. They've got some points on their side, and they want to make sure they hold that edge zone. They didn't push in early. What do you reckon the play is for that, Booger? We've seen them prioritizing that middle zone so much today, but right now they're on edge, taking the fight.
Back up.
Pressure coming in now. Looks like they did manage to either use some nades or get some tags with the sniper or ARs or whatever. They're now 231 above, 15 players above the threshold, and it's about to start getting active as this zone starts to move and close.
Yeah, we'll see how they go. We're back on a Booger's team here. They're on edge zone again. Now they're going for those middle power zones right now. So they're trying to get into that position, see if they can get in there, try and get on some elevation there. There is a little bit of elevation. Doesn't look like it's claimed. And look at all these fake bases. You were talking about it. They're walking forward, and this would look scary if all of these bases weren't yours. He knows no one's in them because they're his. He built them before they rotated back through, built them all out of wood, made it look nice and scary here. And again, that could be the reason why he has this clean walking rotation straight through. Oh, the RPG comes through, clips him just on the wall there. We're tuning into Andrew right now. He's only got the bandies as meds, trying to heal, and they go down. Just watching back over to a fight here at Lazy Lake on the very, very edge. So, man, Booger was taking a fight with one team. There was 2 full squads on the edge of Lazy Lake right now. We have this box fight coming out. Shots come through. We see a reboot card there. This is a trio right now. Militime has no shield as well. He's trying to find his way into this one. It looks like they're going to rotate around. They're obviously trying to go away from this fight. This is their build, so they've got a nice clean rotation through on this far edge. But again, they lose a player in the process. Didn't get to see what they picked up. No elimination points unless this is glitched. It looks like no points in general. This is one of those 0-point teams that maybe is going to go a bit aggressive here, try and fight their way out of this. They're rotating up behind Booger. We just saw Booger have a pretty clean rotation through this channel. But then again, that's because no one was there. Once Booger's team there, maybe they'll make your rotation a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, you pointed out the vicinity of Booga's team to this team. It was actually this team that Booga did nade. Oh, AJ was one of those players, remember, that we saw come out of anonymous mode. Not sure exactly how they got that nade off, given I thought they got full elims on 2 players, not just 1, but maybe I was wrong about that. They are going to make their way into zone, edge their way. Third now is moving. Here's Gandhi's team. They're comfortable. Got a good
They look-
spot.
This is a very good spot for them again. So they had a rough first game, and maybe they've learned from it, right? They went into the second game very strong, came out with the victory royale. Right now, he's got the what came in very close. They got a lot of placement points, so they're looking different now. They've learned from their mistakes. That's all that really matters, right? You got 6 games. It's not a lot, but at the same time, if you make your mistakes in game 1 and you come back from it, sees how you go for the rest of the tournament. This is game 3 now of 6. See how this one plays out. Again, we're not going to be able to finish the very end here, Baller. What are your predictions, though, if we don't get to say? Who do you reckon is going to come out? What's your top 3? Is that too much to ask for? A top 3 too hard, do you think?
No, absolutely not. I'm loving the way that Bogut, Clarity G, Stretch, and Twyfo are playing, and I'm absolutely loving the way, this is Lucky 72 Hours Chat and Vivid are playing. The guys that we expected, the top dogs of this heat, are playing out of their minds right now, but I'm also going to go even a step further and predict that Zimio and company getting 3rd place because they're rising the leaderboards, and I continuously see them in the standings, in the action feed. I do want to know if we can maybe get an update on Skylex's team, who is the current 3rd place, and Liquid's team. I ask and I will receive. Again, the Nade's on the move. You can't stop Nade's season when it's Liquid who is the targets, or actually be, the throwers. They get another knock on that outside of Frenzy Farm, and hashtag defend the farm pretty much in action there. Teams got a little too close. When you're too close to the farm, you know what happened to you.
Yeah, and that nade wasn't specifically an easy nade angle, right? Like, it wasn't the 65 meters. They were kind of the same elevation, but they slotted them through, got the knock. It'll be interesting to see if they push in onto that. We saw 2 squads right there, so a little bit scarier, but he got the knock. Don't know if they're going to push in and try and finish it off, but either way, for Storm Surge tags, it's a very big pickup for them. They are nade experts. It's half the reason they get the positioning they have is because they always pressure with those nades and take people out of the way. We've now got Booger with this sniper, maybe trying to go for some tags at the moment. He's got, just doesn't connect. They're up on the high ground in a beautiful position. We see half. You see this zone going a little bit further across. It's over near the water. Half this zone is going to be in the water, but it's not that big of a lake, unfortunately. It's going to be more of a safer zone. We'll see how this team rotates towards it. They've got this high ground for now. Don't know if they're going to invest all their mats to go across on high ground using this old team's existing builds. Going down a couple layers, though. They don't want to build their own high ground. That team that rotated in early is now going to turn around and try and hold them off, but they don't want them to come in behind them. They're putting the pressure back out. We have Mr. I think it's Epic. I can see Epic only, sorry. He's gone pretty low right now, 40 health or less. They've got the shields, but they need the time to use them.
I have 400.
They do. Plenty of resources, though. Medkit on Epic. 6 minis and 2 big pop on Conjures. They still have to make their way into zone. They got 50 seconds to do it, so I think they're going to be A-okay moving into this 5th. Keep an eye on exactly where that is, because as we tune into different streams, this one is slightly ahead. If we see any 4th zones, we can make predictions about basically what's going to happen, how these teams are going to need to rotate, which is very interesting. Is going over towards that height. Meanwhile, Booger, Clarity G, Stretch, and Twyfo not too far away. It's not a zone that I'm going to say is like, completely impossible for them to move on. But don't forget, last game, they did get 4th zone. They did get sent to a 4th zone, and actually that's what happened to them in first game too. So Marketable Booger continues. They are going to stay on the edge here and have to move slightly west, but a potential high ground take based on the position of where 5th zone is and how high they are.
Yeah, he's got that epic AR. Again, no power weapons. We don't have any of the rockets that we can see. Don't have any of the nades, but at the same time, this team positions so well. They work so well as a team to suppress the people on high ground, even just with the ARs. So we'll see how they rotate for this one. I believe they actually must get zone, right? I believe they get the next 50-50 zone from where they are. We have Elevate's team trying to do some nade spam of their own. They're dropping them on top. Look at the production. We get this split angle. The one nade taking down Tabs G and Janik. This is 2. They get some serious takes there. Maybe with a double knock, they might push in on that. 2 knocks is enough to maybe want to fully engage.
And that was actually Tabs G, Janik, Kadret, and them. They're sitting in the leaderboards. They're sitting in qualification range, but that might have actually pushed them out, because they were in 9th place before this game. They were in the, I think 4th place in game number 1, but there, Elevate, Cease, Riverson, that's the perfect team to try to take out because of how relevant they are to them in the leaderboards. Stretch is down for Booga and Twyfo on this rotation into 5th zone. I thought it was going to be easy, but it really wasn't. As Stretch down and out. Now ahead, it's Conjures.
Yeah, we go back to Conjure right now. He's on the high ground. He's trying to hold this right now, not in zone. The pressure comes out. They're investing a lot to try and take this. Hopefully, once they have it, it will be a little bit safer for them. He definitely took the damage going up, but now they have it. I think this team will be able to control this high ground. He's got them. He's got the mats. He's got the shields right now to rotate in behind this team. He's only got 215 medals, so you got to hope the teammates have a little bit more since he did a lot of the investing to get the high ground. They're now going to spray down a fair bit. We got 39 alive. It's a pretty stacked lobby. 300 above Storm Surge. Something to look for if we tune into some of these other teams. Storm Surge going to become a factor again in this end game, pushing players to the edge, pushing them against the wall.
I see Ace from Zimio's team still up in this game. Meanwhile, Conjures, Loopy, and Epic Skylix are holding high ground very strongly. They seem to always be slightly above where Booga was, or Booga is here in this game. Again, same thing. But these are the winners of game number 1. They took first place over Team Liquid Luck, and they're maintaining high ground again. So it might be the same story we saw in number 1.
Let's go. Game 3 is ramping up now. It's getting exciting. They're going through on these halves. They're not splitting up yet. I think Matt's a bit of an issue. We see some of these players dropping down, trying to find the low ground angles. They're not sitting up too much on high ground. 31 points. They're going for some extra eliminations right now. We've got one player holding high ground. They're all back up. But again, they can't find those split angles because the mats are running a little bit low. They're still playing it smart. We've got less than 20 alive now, 18 alive, 3 eliminations. Placement points going to start racking up very soon. The zone's going a little bit up that hill. If it goes all the way up that hill, they are still in even a more commanding position of having this high ground. Goes back across their existing builds, also a very good zone for them, but it means the low and mid ground teams go back through their existing builds too.
Yeah, but what an amazing point for them. Look how many of these builds there are. They have so much legs to stand on, so much room to play with, and so much time that they can just sit up here and accrue placement points for essentially free. Just that small one-time investment of taking the high ground. What a beam onto Frat!
That means Frat's team's still in here as well, so we got a lot of the leaders still here. This is going to be incredibly tight at this top 6 right now. Frat goes down. It means his team's still alive, still picking up placement points, so they're looking really, really good, trying to wrap their way through these builds. Look how many there are. They're trying to spray it out. The wood's their best chance, but the builds just keep getting thrown out. They can't find a way in, but they're playing patient, they're playing calm, they're not dropping down, they're not getting ahead of themselves, just holding this high ground, commanding position, and laying the spray down from below.
They're top 4 just by essentially staying up on high ground and not getting pressured at all. The amazing thing from this team is there's literally nothing anybody can do. No RPGs on, even if there was, there's so many builds for them. Perfect final zone for him. It's spray season. He's not letting up, but hold on a sec, guys. There's a couple of teams all around.
They're having fun with it. They're loving it right now. They're dropping down. Here it comes. They're dropping down. Now it gets scrappy. Toe-to-toe gets the side angle out behind Storm. He goes down. He can't follow up. We see the dance. These teams are having fun with it. Let's see. It's 6 players alive. We've got a 3v3, I believe. High ground versus low ground. We've got a trio off. Let's see how this one goes. Trying to break into these builds.
And the player who took one of those guys out, Conjures, who dropped down a little too early, getting a little ahead of himself, was actually Problem. So one of those teams that I'm tracking, I think they're losing high ground right now. I think they did just lose it. It might be Problem who just yoinked it from them. Lupian goes down. Epic trying to knock it out, but it's way too structured. Skylix trying to get through zone. He's down. One player all the way up on high ground. I think Epic finally holds. He is knocked from up top, so he doesn't need to worry about it. I think it's a 1v1, no 1v2. He takes one out and then goes down. That was Problem. That was Zimio's team. So the duel continues for placements here in the top 6 for the qualifying spots. Now we're 3 back in with Booga, slightly back. This is the 8th zone. They continue to get placements here.
They were having too much fun. They were playing so patient, and right at the end, they got a little bit ahead of themselves, dropped down, tried to have that scrappy box fight. He just went against 3 shotguns on 1. You'd never come out on top on that one. We'll see how this one plays out again from the different perspectives. But again, that could be a very big sway for the tournament. I don't think they were in that much of a position to kind of play that one that aggressive. They had some fun with it. You like it, but you can't let up. So we've got these players on low ground right now trying to push through. I believe we have 14 alive here, 3 eliminations for this team on 30 points. So they've picked up 30 points in 2 games now. They're coming back. Definitely one to look out for. So Rox goes down. It's Tezza and Gandhi right now trying to push through. They've split up a little bit now. He's finding his way around these builds. He's left to no material at this point, though, so he's got to find a way into this. He's got to make sure he holds these angles, uses these existing builds that aren't his, and tries to stay safe. It looks like he's playing for the placement points now. No shield. No extra shield, no mats, not the position you want to be in, but at the same time, he's sitting in these existing builds. He's playing safe, finding his angles. He's rotating through this very nice. Goes out into Storm, opting to go round, drops down onto low ground right now. There you go. He gets picked up from behind. He places top 4. Now we're going to tune back in to see how Liquid Luck played this one out. They're on 35 points now. Oh my gosh, 72 hours gets lasered.
Wiped out, but he did get placement points there. 72 hours did. I saw only 3 players into the game for them. I believe there was only 3 of them. I might be mistaken. I don't think I saw Chap at all. So that might be a reason why I didn't have a huge performance here, but still had a huge performance because they got top 6 in placement points and probably some elims. I saw Vivid in the feed too. Here's the problem. Hadji, Zimio, and Ace, I believe the people who ended up winning the game and popping off in the meantime too, taking out Icy.
Yeah, at the same time, we talked about how well that team plays as a cohesive unit, but again, Chap coming through, solo clutch, picking up some of those placement points. We're back in on Zimio now on low ground. We have Zimio, Problem, Haj. They're down here right now. He's trying to spray back through in a better position than we saw the other teams on this low ground. Still has some builds, still has some decent amount of health and shield, using that harpoon to pick up even more materials. They're playing this one very smart. Bandage cannon in hand as well, trying to just top up that health. Rotating through. Ace has gone down right now. He's still down right now. They're pushing through, knocks him down, gets the SMG spray through. No shotgun there, just all SMG spray coming through, taking down Rox. That's how we lost Rox. Turns around, takes down Tezza as well. He is playing so well on this low ground. He's got a good loadout and he's putting it to work right now.
Okay, Problem. Okay, we see you. 4 elims, picks up the floppers, get back into zone. The low ground play here from Hadji. Zimio is clinical. Booga all the way into the top 4. We saw his perspective as it ended out. So they're trying to clear out low ground, not caring at all about what's happening on high ground. Remember what happened in this game. It was actually Skylix and company all the way up top. They ended up cleaning out the low ground and making it a 3 versus 3. Conjures went down so early.
So Booger's team coming in third. So again, solo clutching. Booger's showing how strong he is. We see the dance moves coming out now. Here we go. Maybe this is what caused them to go a little bit aggressive, throw them off. Maybe some mind games. I don't know, but they definitely did something right to make this team throw the game. They got them agitated. They got them down on low ground, and then they went serious and took it from them. I don't know. Could be strategy, bit of mental warfare going on. Here goes Jobs down. See, they had the 4v3 advantage, and just like that, it's swung back against them right now. It's now 2. So now we got 2 men. It's 2 versus 2 right now. So they're on high ground now. Sorry, 2 versus 3 on high ground. Player gets knocked. They're trying to fight this one from the low ground. They're trying to hug this zone. All these builds aren't theirs. You never would think this team comes back with the win, but they do. Never epic going down. If you rewinded 2 minutes, you never would have thought it went that way. But again, you've got to keep your composure the whole time. This is qualifiers. You need to make sure you don't let up.
And what a story there. They ended up with the problem, which was, even though they had all those builds, even though they got zone up on the high ground, they had a protection, they were never going to get knocked down. They couldn't actually open up any sight lines. I'm not sure why they were not able to get any spots or ideas down there. It was basically the congestion of how many builds there were and how many materials were actually being spent in that. So that's definitely something we have to watch. We do have to obviously go to break. We're going to take a one and tune in with what the leaderboards are going to see after that. Thank you so much for casting with me. Honestly, it's been a pleasure. Our first time casting, and it was a great one. I really enjoyed it, man.
Thank you so much, mate. It was amazing. Love working with you.
Well, with that, we are going to swap casters. Sundown and Clay Stelling are up next on this stream, so make sure you stay tuned for the last 3 games of Heat number 3, I believe. Yeah, we're in Heat number 3. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
here. Get to like 60 some. Good.
nades on me. I'm max nades.
Max nades, so's Gandhi.
No, I only threw.
Oh, you only three.
I've only got like 6 AR.
Let's get rotated.
Yeah, I'm dipping.
I'm about to get some more IQ.
Leaving with a minute is big.
Go loot the modern.
Might not be hit. I don't think Lake House was hit. Also, there's an airdrop right now. We should go for it.
Yeah, I'm down. I think.
Yeah, triple chest was hit. Triple chest was hit.
Okay.
Let's get this fucking drop.
We can fish too.
Yep, there's a few harpoons, few spots. I don't have harpoon.
I'm gonna go towards the hill northwest and look for tags.
Yeah.
Some guy might run over to the drop. Like,
I mean, we're gonna be. Like,
I'm beelining it.
Hey, there's a chest in there, Cody.
Yeah. Blue pump in front of that chest, with the one chest close to us.
Take that.
Whoever's in the far back, fish the spots.
Bro, I don't even think there's a. No.
Someone grab my boot.
We need to grab his boot and go right away. All the way to dirty.
This shit on this kid with a great tack. There's literally no way.
Someone grab my reboot. There's extra metal behind like the walls. Can someone carry attack for me?
Yeah, I'll try to. Let me loot. Go reboot now. Attack, here's bandages.
Start running for reboot.
Tabs,
Yo,
go.
can someone carry a shotgun for me? Make sure someone carries a
Yeah,
shotgun.
I got you, relax.
We might even be able to come back to this loot depending on what zone goes.
Okay, let's go now.
Yeah, you guys go.
We have all the storm surge we'll ever need.
Nobody grab the bandy gun.
Can we can use the river tabs a bit.
I just flicked on that last kid so hard.
That was pretty epic.
I fucking shit on one kid, and then
I did nothing.
where's the bandy gun? I don't even know.
It was under Jank's body.
I literally spit on that kid.
I missed my first
kid, and then I didn't even know he trapped the roof. That was cancer.
Okay, we have seven minis total.
This is a good ass zone, dude. We're chilling.
Oh,
Can you
fuck,
I'm running down.
Hit him for 20, hit him for 20. Just keep going, keep going.
Literally leave me, keep going.
Just
ignore me.
Where are you at, Tabs? What the hell?
I'm swimming all the way down to the river.
Tabs, where are you?
You guys need to try to get to dirty. Can you guys get dirty or no?
Yeah, we can. We're just... The kids are just being weird. Tech is white, man. He's gray.
I'm chilling, I'm fine.
Build, bro.
I am, bro. Chill
Okay,
out,
okay.
chill out. You're not even like... Shut up. You're not even like... You don't even know what's going on.
We have a bandy.
I want to look for pistol tags, but it's just so like I can't see anything from here.
Okay, I'll start going center.
Yeah.
Come on.
Storm Surge might not even. It is gonna pull. Yeah, and it's gonna get less and less stacks.
Bobby here.
Okay, thank you. Oof, that's good.
I'll drop your green one.
Oh, yeah, watch out for the team that's like literally right off.
Cross.
Yeah.
Imagine predict.
That'd be nice.
Oh, everybody, I hope you're having a great day. This is Sundown. Welcome. His cam's not working, unfortunately, so we're just going to have him here with this nice, awesome picture. But we're going to hop right in the game Sundown. I hope you're ready for some awesome Fortnite action.
No, it's going to be a really good time. I'm super excited about it. Like, I couldn't be more excited to dive into NA East finally. Like, it's going to be great.
I agree. As we saw a nice win there from Problem and Company picking on up as we move over. This is Master, Exit, me, and Andrew, a controller player here looking to make a name for himself. 12 total points. Now, this is where we start to see if they don't start to get those points. We talked about it before. If they don't start to get those points, they're going to have an issue to where they need to start getting 20, 30 elimination games. It's going to be just improbable.
I mean, improbable is one word for it. I would say impossible is another, particularly with how safe a lot of the NA East teams play. You're not going to see, I mean, I don't know if those of you who tuned in at Middle East earlier when Clay and I was casting it, there's a lot of early aggression in those matches, was not happening at all in NA East. So a lot of people, they play a lot more patient, a lot safer. They look for the initial drop fight, but then that's about it until around circle 5 or 6. So it should be interesting.
Yeah, we see Gandhi here trying to get some early shots. Now he is looking again more towards the top of the leaderboard. I believe was sitting around 6th last time we checked on the leaderboards. So still within the spot. Yep, sitting right at 6. Thank you, production, for absolutely killing it. You see, they looking to improve it as we move over to, of course, Booger Stream. Them sitting in second. Problem with them picking up that game there. We do see a lot of grenades here for Booga and them as they're looking to set up in a nice center zone spot. Pretty standard here for NAs.
Yeah, what they're really looking to do is just rotate as much as they can into the center zone during the early circles, avoid that conflict, and just get their positional advantage. Get as much of the mats up as it can, look for tags, look for picks, so Storm Surge isn't going to be a pressure onto them, and then just play safe. They want to play for late. They know they can pop off in the late game. They all have the mechanical ability to do that, and if they can avoid really getting picked out early and set themselves up for success later on, positionally and in their kits, and by not burning shields, they'll be great.
As we see now, looking at a sniper here on the master, trying to get some snipes going here in the farm. My favorite spot to fight provides, we talked about it over on the cast, ambush potential, as they do have floppers as well, looking for it. The squad, again, needs to find some mid-game eliminations, need to find some things to try to help themselves get towards that. Again, they're 35 points right now for the top 6. Not that far, being 12, but it's only going to continue to rise as we move back over to Gandhi. Speaking of 35, they are actually below Storm Surge threshold. We need 9 more players to fall before that goes away.
Yeah, and that 70 threshold, as you were talking about, so the way Storm Surge ends up working is it applies damage to the team who hasn't put damage on the opponent. So that is the cumulative damage threshold they need to do. So 1 AR bullet is what they're looking for here to get back up to that threshold. But anybody who is below that will be taking 25 damage every single time that lightning bolt comes through every 5 seconds. So you can burn a lot of your utility to kind of wait it out. But the more you're waiting it out, the less opportunity you'll have in the later game.
Yeah, as they see, they're still below, looking to try to find those tags. They're not really having a very good shot as we move to Conjure's perspective. You hear the comm saying they're beaming these players, one of them being wide, another one going to be very, very low. The shots continuing to come in. They're trying to find a nice angle here. Nice shots there, but almost knocking that player. But he's going to manage to make it on out. 70 players, so you will see no more Storm Surge until at 4th and 5th zone where the threshold is 50. You see the eliminations have yet to come in. They've decided to just completely disengage. There was zone moving in. I think this is the right place. We move over to Master and Company, who are in a fight, and this is not looking good here for them.
No, it's not looking good for them at all. I mean, that pressure is going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. And you've seen how much, like, even getting sniped or getting grenades thrown at you, that's where almost all of the pressure comes from in squads from the early, or during the, well, I call this the early game phase. A lot of people refer to this as mid game. Unfortunately, like, the way to confirm a lot of these elims is incredibly difficult because you have to actually be trying to close that distance with so many people to defend a knocked teammate. You have to really either have RPGs or have grenades, like we talked about, those impact weapons, or be hitting somebody with a snipe and then rushing down and following it up afterwards.
Exactly, and especially when the zone gets to that third to fourth, I would consider a big game as well. That area is going to be harder and harder to do that because there's more people that are going to potentially shoot at you, more people that are going to cause you issues. And you see, you go over to Master's perspective, they are able to heal back on up. They do have the pressure come off as we talk about that. Grenades are going to be thrown there as Smack actually going to take a player down. He's going to continue to get tagged up here. Master trying to make the edits on out, but unfortunately he's going to go down. I believe Phantom going to knock him down as his teammates trying to up on out again, only playing as Trio right now. Seems like one player did not get in the lobby. As Phantom will finish off this player. The confirmed does come through. XNTB, my apologies, going to go down as Andrew just sitting in the corner is really not even helping his teammate out at all.
Nope. Just hanging out, being a little bit of a tribute to Flossin right now. Does see his teammates go down, but this might be the only play he has available to him at the moment. It's not a great play, but sometimes you don't always get the best of choices in Fortnite. You're stuck with the ones that you're given to, and what he's looking for is a pick. He wants somebody to press inside the box so they can't immediate react to him, so he can try and get an impact elimination, but instead going to edit his way back through and just play a little bit of scavenger, get some cards, and maybe see if he can find a play as we see somebody else get taken down from a bunch of nades coming through. Andrew doubling back over, and now we hop on board here with Kadrin and Janik as two of their teammates have been knocked as well. They're going to be in a tough spot.
And go back to Andrew's point of view to talk about it. That reboot van is inside the cornfield. You're able to pick up your team as we see Kadrin, though, getting absolutely sprayed. No builds remaining. He can't protect himself here. He's going to have to go for the shot, but he couldn't go for it. Someone else spraying him. As Zimio going to be the one to take him on down. Janik, the only remaining member there, trying to clutch on up as we see actually just deciding, hey, I'm going to go ahead and pop a med kit. I'm not even going to try anything. One build remaining here for him. And that's why we see him going for the med kit first rather than going for the elimination.
Yep, just wanted to back off, make sure he had his health, playing safety first, disengage downward. And I mean, he's in a tough spot, quite literally stuck in a rock between a hard place, trying to make a flank happen here. But the teammate is able to react and cover right away, gets the SMG headshot, but can't quite follow it up. 18th place going down. Zimio picking up another one right there as well. So well done from him.
And I before we tuned in, I looked at this. And they're averaging 14.5 eliminations per game. So Zimio and company looking very, very good in form, and they're doing a really good job of it. We'll see if they're able to continue it as we swap over to Booga's perspective. Now this is centering around that apple orchard. You do see though Cease is living up to their reputation, right, as a volatile team. It's either feast or famine. Missing top 8 in game 1, but 15th and 23rd in games 2 and 3. So I was actually going to talk about this. And I think in this game, I don't know exactly where they are, because we'd love to see that. But not having the best sort of games, and again, game 4 is where you can either turn around your games and get to the top and get to spot 6 or 5 and fight for it, or it's where you're pretty much setting your destiny of not even getting anywhere close.
Yeah, it ends up being really difficult. If you fall behind after the first 3 games, you always kind of like, game 4 feels like the pivot spot. Because 2 games, like a reasonable amount of score, you can get like 10 to 12 points, a couple placement points, a couple elims with how squad kind of funnels elim points into teams. But like realistically, a big pop-off victory royale is still 30 points. So if you're all the way down there, I mean, there was one team in EU who was able to win 2 of their matches, but because they dropped literal goose eggs into, and I think single-digit points in 2 of the other ones, they ended up getting bounced out on the outside. It's not quite good enough if you're going all the way for the top and going for qualification, particularly in these large regions where top 6 will advance going through. Again, this is heat number 3, the back half of the matches for NA East. If you guys are just joining us, top 6 will move on to the grand finals tomorrow. It's really difficult. Like, these are the best of the absolute best. They put a ton of pressure down now as we hop back on board with Frat and Ropes.
Yeah, they're way better than I would ever think to be. It's really great to see just how good of a competition it is. As we see Rox and Frat going to be below Storm Surge again. But luckily enough, they do have that RPG the way they can apply pressure here on the backside of zone, which is what Frat is trying to do here. Really needs to hit those shots as they only have them as we move over to Booga, who Claire to G is going to be picked back up here. He's going to go ahead and build for him there. Seems like maybe a sniper or grenade came in as we send her in. And this is where we're going to see half in, half out zone start to form. But Booga's loadout not looking good on heals. He's got some materials. He can make it work, but overall loadout not looking that great.
No, they're really going to struggle unless they're able to find a pick in that situation. But right now, just looking as the circle is closing in, 50 is the Storm Surge threshold you're looking for. So 2 more players do have to go down. They want to keep trading out shots as much as they can since they are only 15 above. Now, as I say, that 83 below does get a 36 tag and then able to get more on the downed player. So that's going to push them up and above. So yes, damage on down players does count towards that Storm Surge. So make sure you're finishing the elims, getting those points out and over. And I mean, they're relatively comfortable. 1 more player has to go down. It's not going to impact them on this round. As we get the 5th zone revealed, removing Deuce.
As we move back over to Booga and company, as they're going to pick up elimination. You hear the trash talk going through, getting hyped up. They're on 2 total eliminations right now, 49 points there for them. Their loadout definitely looking better. Still a little bit light there on the break for the hard match. They're sitting on a lot of wood, though, and a lot of metal. So we're going to be able to rotate in, half out, pulling straight south. Going to be a hard rotate there for them if players are looking back like they should be to try to find these eliminations. But Booga seems like he's just going to find the easiest rotation I think he's ever had to make.
Yeah, just walking right through the middle. Sometimes just walking slowly up the middle is totally fine. You know, had no issues there. Is going to build out with the hard mats, make sure they have Prio on the edge of that zone. But I honestly think that might have been a little excessive. He burned through a lot of his mats and did get a split from his teammate there. But I think that might have been a little overkill. Not a single shot was kind of thrown towards him in that middle part, but definitely going to put them in a priority position, assuming the zone doesn't pull to the opposite side. Even if it does, because the tunnel is long, they will be able to double back and it's metal. So decent investment there. Just playing the odds a little bit.
Oh, and as we move over to Tech Batter, he's going to take down one of Problem's teammates, Haji. I believe I don't actually know if I'm saying that anywhere remotely correct, but they're going to take one of them down, and now they're going to get pressured, and now one of them is going to go down. Unfortunately, now Tech Batter has to build for his life. He's got to run and actually able to build right here in this little creek bed there, protecting himself so he doesn't have to do the weird floating thing back and forth. His teammate Militime, unfortunately, going to go down, and Problem going to be the one to take him out. This guy, though, luckily has so many floppers that he can take a lot of zone damage as we see reloads getting knocked out as we move over here to the Thresh. He's going to get a nice beam on the backside of this player. Not blocking your back has been a theme of today. Players, another nice beam from someone getting pressured by everybody. And just a very, very, very heads-up play there by Thresh to look at players getting sprayed by the entire lobby.
So he actually sort of misplayed right there. You could see that he wanted to harpoon the player back to him so he'd have the ability to hang out in the zone. He is also sitting on a collection of floppers. Call him the sushi chef because he's got 7 sitting over there, so no problem hanging out in the zone. But if he hadn't shot him while he had down the player, he would have been able to harpoon the body up and then be able to pull it back. Does end up going down there, unfortunately, in the Storm. Storm Surge is active. 6 more players need to go down as we hop back on board with the solo World Cup champion, Mr. Booga himself. They're fine. Nearly 1K damage above the threshold, trying to own as much of this around them as possible.
Yeah, we see Ace1X still in the elimination feed, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Again, they were in first moving into this. Booga and company were in second, sitting on 49 points, have yet to increase. Hard mats have basically been used here. He's got some builds remaining. I'd say, what, about 50 builds remaining here for Booga. Stretch going to be the one to take him on out. To see a couple of anonymous players continue to pick up those elimination zone. Continuing on westward there, Booga gets sprayed from above. They have to be careful. They could look towards high ground. RPG going to come in. They drop him down, and they may start to crank. Booga looking to try to take it here, but no, not quick enough there with the high ground where he's taking. Unfortunately, he will not go up, and we'll see. You hear him say, hey, we can just take it later from them.
Yeah, I think that might have been the moment where he misses a little bit, that extra about 100, 200 metal he burned. But as we say, that 1, 2, 3 traps go down right away. They fire off, and he is able to convert there. However, his teammates are under pressure. Clarity goes down. Stretch goes down as well, and the Storm is closing in. So Booga off on a little bit of a solo adventure. Thryfo trying to work back over towards him, does drop down, finds one, but no conversion comes over. Thryfo needs to stay up, make sure he can confirm on that elim. See him rotating back over and through. Thryfo still working up the back, does get the elim over. Thryfo finally into the Storm. 4 elims on him as well, putting him in a decent spot. And he has a lot of mats here, and he goes up for height, but ends up falling down the backside of the Storm.
Oh, no, and I think he would have had a high ground there, and depending on it doesn't seem like it's a 4v1 because they definitely would have been spraying him down. Well, and now as we're speaking, he's getting sprayed down. We'll see, though. He's got 5 eliminations, 13 HP, though. It does not look that good here for him. A nice shot there. So RPG's coming down. Everything just going to go down, and he's going to take 3rd place there. So it wasn't as we swap over here to 72 hours to see a little bit more of what was happening in the end game. Liquid Luck not being so lucky this time around as they already have 2 of their players downed and basically eliminated.
Yeah, but you can see Vivid in that top left corner did get a conversion onto 2 right before that as well. So adding up into their elim total, pushing them up to 41 points, getting nearer for that first placement threshold. And some solid performance. So the veterans working in towards the top 6. And I think the thing about this team in particular, they get stronger the tougher the lobby gets. Right? Like, the more the game becomes about strategy and less about merely outplaying the person across from you, I think these guys largely have an advantage as Tom is able to work around, get that quick edit. Unfortunately, does get flanked, and it goes down to just Sizz lucky. But, I mean, they were able to get inside the first placement threshold and able to put together around 8 points. That was the moment we saw when Booga dropped down and was able to get it. Now let's tune into Diggy on the backside of the Storm, who also got cleaned up right away, trying to run out from there. Schneider was the one up on the high ground, and these guys are just walking from the top down. This is what you're talking about when you said you didn't think it was that 4v1. Here was him going down right towards the backside, and he gets blown off.
Yeah, and then Potfast, Joy, and Phantom just able to just stay on top here. They end up taking down Wi-Fi, I believe. Only one player left, and I think that player is actually inside his zone, which is why we didn't really see him. They're using the flopper strat where Wi-Fi tries to make the edits. There's RPGs coming in. He's unfortunately going to get out and Confident, sitting outside, has a lot of floppers, but unfortunately, his name's Confident. It doesn't really seem like he's very confident about making it into zone this time around. Sitting maybe able to 90 up, floors himself off. He's now okay going for the edits. He's maybe going to be able to do it. Uses a lot of builds. Could have put a trap down, but he actually, I thought he had one, but no, wasn't able to do it. Phantom going to take it, and the victory route going to go over there to them. They pick up 8 eliminations as well, so 47 points, looking good there for them.
That's a good push and a good swing from them. 47 total coming out from that. I mean, I'll take it as a 22-point swing coming out. Like, brilliantly done there. And again, apologies for the video issues. That is something on my end acting up. However, you get to see my nice smiling face there. Again, welcome back, guys. A great way to close out game number 4 of NA East Heat 3. We have 2 more matches, and this is the fight for the grand finals to defend the farm. Let's take a look at the leaderboards and who is in contention with 2 games remaining.
And as you see, of course, the top of the leaderboard remaining unchanged. Problem and Zimio's team staying on top and first, but only by 7 total points there. Dwifo, Booga, Clarity G, and Stretch, of course, sitting at 64. We do see Snyder and company move to third there with 52 total points there. They didn't get that victory out, but they were close. I think ended up getting 3rd place there. Potfast, Phantom, Noble, and Joy move up the leaderboards to 4th with that game. It's going to be big for them. Working 6Lex and company in 5th place now, again 46 points. And of course, we have Liquid Luck team in 6th place, 44 points there for them. And they're on the cusp of not making it into the finals, and that would be very interesting to see.
I mean, it's so incredibly close there towards the bottom. We've talked about all of these teams having the potential to really go and win a game in this heat. Everyone is like, well, there is a couple of clear favorites. Nobody would have ever put Zimio and co all the way up top. And that team has had a really consistent rise in terms of their performance. It hasn't just been, oh, they have one pop-off week here, they have one pop-off week there. It's very similar to what we saw with Andretta during the World Cup qualifiers on the solo. Every single week, starting out, I think he placed like 236, and then it was like top 90. But then afterwards, it was like top 40, and then top 25 and top 12. Every single time, if you go look at Zimio's page, he is increasing his placements, getting closer and closer. Top 3 now in the leader, 7 points clear of Thwifo, Booga, Clarity G, and Stretch right now with 2 games remaining. And honestly, like, it's not like they're abusing someone at their drop spot. It's not like they're getting lucky sprees going through. It's very consistent, well-executed gameplay out of them, which honestly, I'm impressed.
I'm impressed as well. And they're doing very well into the mid-game eliminations as well. Finding those eliminations, being quick with it, not really hesitating, just kind of taking fights when they can. And when they, if they do, they make it very, very clean. They make it look super easy every time we're spectating. We swap over and then just wiping an entire squad. And it's like, it's just amazing to see that kind of performance. And we'll see if they're able to keep it up going into the next games as we swap back over here to our face cams. Again, thank you everybody for hanging out. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Obviously, Sundown, I'm joined by him. My name's Clay Sailing here, bringing you, we're gonna come into game number 5 of this Sundown. Is there a team that you're looking at that you're like, wow, I can't believe they're not performing as well?
So I don't really particularly want to say that there's anybody who's negatively performing, because it's like everyone at this point is, who has made it to this point, is at the absolute highest part of their game. Like we talked about Zimio's performance and them, I'm shocked that they're in first place and clear it ahead. I want to see a little more in terms of aggression out of Booga, Thwifo, and Clarity now that they're like a little clear of what I would consider the top 6 threshold. I think they're definitely a little bit better than the average player and the average squad in this heat as a team, and I think they're better than that mechanically. However, I don't think they're expressing that enough in their gameplay. I think there's more opportunities where they can take advantage of the people they're going up against in the fights that they opt to take. And if they do go that route and opt to try and press it a little bit here, I think now would be the time where you test those skills. It's like, hey, there's 2 games left. We're at 64 points. We're about 20-something points clear. Let's see if we can push a couple of these guys real quick. Let's see how good we are. So if we're forced to take a mid-game fight tomorrow in the grand finals, will we be able to execute on it? Or if we're put into a bad situation early because we squad wipe somebody or there's some adversity, are we be able to do something with it? Because I think they have the talent to do it, but they're not doing it right now.
I would agree with you. They definitely have the talent to do it. They're very, very all individually talented in their own, and you put them all together, they're making a great squad and making a great run. As we'll see how they're able to do it. I think I would agree. I would love to see a little bit more of Sizlucky and them. It seems like they were going for position a little bit too much, right? We know we talk about Chap and his positioning. He's a positional mastermind, right? But I didn't really see them having a little bit more eliminations like we've seen them in the past. Maybe just prioritizing that a little bit too much, playing a little bit too safe. And now that they're on the cusp of not being in the finals, they're going to have to turn something on. The switch might have to start ramping on up.
I mean, 2 games left. They need to find placement points guaranteed, but additionally, I think they need to take a fight in the mid game. I think they either need to get a pick with a snipe and then follow it up, or set up a nade on somebody who is unsuspecting. Without that, it's going to be difficult just because rotating around that center area of the map, you basically get the loot you're limited within that area, and everything else is going to be swept out because everyone is going to be scavenging and picking around it. As we hop in, this is match number 5, and we are on board with Mr. Zimio himself over here, landing at Misty Meadows. As you can see in the top right, match number 5. Zimio, Haji, Ace, 111XX, and Problem currently sitting up top at 71 points. And for those of you who don't know Zimio, we've talked about him being the Reddit hero. He's a very prominent member of the Fort FN competitive subreddit. Posts on there all the time, is a big advocate of trying to improve, trying to get better, and being like, hey, I'll wear this crusade. I'll be the guy who puts this on my back. And as we talked about before, has always continued going upwards. Look at that. I was just about to say, I straight up didn't know that, didn't know the actual placements, but I appreciate that. Thank you, production, for throwing that up there. It's got a little giggle out of me. But he's been able to be a big advocate of saying, we can do this, we can get better, we can make sure we improve with each other. If we're looking at that, there's ways we can perform. And I mean, after the 3rd place in the finals going through, and the fact that they're now leading the Heat, I'm impressed. It's something I didn't think. It's a nice little story, and on top of that, it just shows that while there is so much mechanical gods out there and there's so many people who play this game, the community still wants to come together and help each other out to become better.
It's definitely writing a storyline itself there. We love a good storyline, and ooh, that player going to get knocked through the tree. The sniper and the AR combo coming in as CeeLo going to be eliminated there. Andrew going to go ahead and finish him on off there. As we see this squad landing on top of this antenna, combined with the Dirty Docks landing, looking good. Again, going to be hard for them to get to that top 6 spot, which is what they're really vying for. First, outer reach, second outer reach, third, fourth. Yeah, a possible game. 5th and 6th might just have it as we swap over. This is going to be Connor's perspective here from that fight. Him, Trippy, and Donks are in a fight. Nice shots there for him with the AR. He's going to manage to take down Camp. There's a player dropping in. Unfortunately, they have an SMG and a shotgun. He almost takes him on down. That was really good tracking there for him. As we swap back over to Master's perspective, an almost clutch play there by him to pick up almost 2 eliminations.
Horseshoes and hand grenades. Horseshoes and hand grenades. Almost clutch plays and almost 2 eliminations. Unfortunately, the keyword there is almost.
I love that comparison. As we see, they do have 2 eliminations. It seems like the other members decide that they're going to just run away. They're out. They're not playing for fights. They just want to try to get towards that late game to get those placement points. It seems like they may have found them out. As we do see someone being eliminated there in the feed, it seems like they do. Oh.
Yeah, he was. I don't know if he was gargling there, or that was almost a little bit like, nah, I'm good.
That's ridiculous. This man is kind of carrying his team right now with 3 of the 4 eliminations. Looking back, to find more. If I'm this team, I give this man a sniper 9 times out of 10 because he's just been hitting shot after shot, looking very good as we move back over to Zimio's team, as now they're rotating out of Misty Meadows.
I got one person in my chat.
Yeah, and right now the goal here for them should just be get as much excess shield. You can see already sitting on 6 full minis and a half pot as well. Has the full set of nades, decent in terms of the shotgun, not great, and a good AR. I mean, being able to just rotate through here, get towards the center of zone, and be safe. We kind of talked about this a little bit during the Middle East Finals. When you're in kind of those 6-game stretch, once you have a decent amount of lead, the point difference is what it becomes about more so, right? People trying to climb their way up and make up a delta. However, if everyone is getting that first round of placement points and the top team is able to just outlast, they don't have to fight. They're not forced to go seek the eliminations to make up the distance. They can opt to play a little safer. They can opt to go for center zone. They can opt to not necessarily have the best combat as long as they have the utility and the mats they need to get all of those placement points, because it's that much harder to catch up to them.
Oh, and as we swap over, we see Master again in another fight, hitting someone through the bush. A nice shot there, going to crack him as he's trying to pick up the last player here. Seems like he found one there on the zipline as well. Wasn't able to hit the sniper shot. If he was, I definitely would have been like, I would have freaked out. That was one you got to put on your Instagram. A shot's going to go through. He is going to take that player down. His teammate's going to help on out, and they're going to find the last elimination there. As Dirty Doc seems to go back over as we move over to Booga, as they're rotating out of their drop spot as well. It seems that they were the ones that were on the zip line there, so it could have actually sniped Booga off the zip line. Maybe it might have been clear to G stretch, but still, you hit a snipe off that zip line, you're definitely going to make a highlight reel play somewhere.
I mean, these guys are just utterly ridiculous with the snipers as well. When you put it in the hands of somebody who is capable, even I feel like sometimes when I can shoot the thing, I can make plays, let alone, I know I saw it was Kaizui just running at somebody and just no scoping into the box. And there's so much utterly ridiculous plays these guys are capable of, and they will go for it. Rifo is in that exact same box as we're now back on over to Zimio, rocking the Nogops, rotating up the hill, trying to get to a decent high ground overlook, and then we'll see if they decide to go center or if they just take that high ground position and then try and gatekeep some people rotating in late.
Yeah, look up there.
As we see them, this is your drop spot. You talked about it a lot during the Middle East. There's a lot of high ground areas that they can go towards. Seems like zone pushing them a little bit more north as we see them keep running north there. They're looking very, very good. Max on break there, looking to pick up some metal, but as we know, that Ego outpost is going to be very, very heavily contested. We see 2 reboots do come on through. We talked about it earlier on the Middle East outpost, or the Middle East conversation. Luckily, they don't actually go down the waterfall because, hey, who knows? Someone might be building as we move back over to Booga, who's at the farm. Oh, if he would have hit that snipe, you know what? Yeah, I would have just given up sniping right there.
I mean, I would keep shooting him if he hit that one. He's just firing him away, but you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Michael Jordan, Michael Scott, or Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. And now I messed that one up. That's unfortunate. My reference was awful. With that being said, the reason Booga takes all of these shots, and he talked about it during the World Cup, the way to get ahead is to find yourself and make opportunities and force plays, and particularly in squads. Sometimes you're not always going to have the ability to force a play outside of grenading somebody, outside of rocket launching somebody, or hitting one of those ridiculous snipes you talk about and then executing a push when 2 members are now occupied, because it takes 2 of the squad to then get that person back up in that 10-second period. So if you can execute a 2v4 in that 10 seconds, or just start layering down explosives and then follow that up with a push, that's pretty much the only way you're going to see some of these early game eliminations come out.
Yeah, unless you're able to just absolutely W-key a team like we've seen in a lot of other regions, right? Some teams just will one at you. Even if they only get 1 AR tag, they're like, hey, you know what, that's enough for us. We know they have no shield. We know they have no nothing. We're just going to go ahead and push as we swap back over to Booga, who looking to maybe throw some grenades here at this team as that was marked there. They're going to go ahead and rotate to try to get more center zone. We do see reloads being knocked there by Joel as we see this rotate coming in. They're going to go near this orchard. They're still looking good, but I don't know. Not having a lot of that wood in the hard mats. Luckily enough, they'll be able to farm on up. we'll see as we swap over here to Sword, JT, Aircool, and Thresh. As they're fighting inside, it looks like a little bit north of Salty Springs. There's grenades are being thrown, not going to connect. Maybe needs to take a little bit of a playbook there from Europe to learn that a little bit. He needs to get that marker just a little bit right. He wasn't kind of just throwing him, trying to get rid of him, it seems like, as we go back over to Tech Matter, who now they're looking for a fight onto the team that's fighting Sword JT in them.
Yeah, and they're only sitting on 6 points as of right now, which makes it incredibly difficult. There is a defensive trap placed down, so no push going into the box. Hopping onto the angle, good little tags right there. But the thing is, they're not quite going to be able to force these guys out before executing on this pincer movement. So they need elims, though. They're only sitting on 6. They know that they have decent amount of pressure and 2 sets of 31 armor tags coming through, but still no body damage, and he gets traded back, loses a decent amount of their shield. And, you can see Zimio and Haji feeling a little confident going on there, have turned on their streams mid-event, but with only 2 more games left and at 71 points, can't blame them. I would get a little bit up there, and, hey, increasing your marketability never hurts.
I agree. We saw it happen as we swap over to Booga, who is currently being shot at and pressured. He is down, but his team can still go ahead and pick him on up and get the revive off, and it seems like that is what they're going to go for here. I think if you have Booga on your team, you got to go for the revive. We saw it happen with Europe. Red Rush and his squad there, they were in such a far lead today. And in game number 3, after that happened, they said, you know what, we're going to turn on our streams. And they just started streaming because they said, you know what, we're so far ahead. Even if we start losing, we're still going to qualify. Luckily enough for Booga and them, they do manage to pick him back up. And I think, again, like I said, you have to pick a player like Booga back up on your squad.
You have to pick him up if it's reasonable. Good little snipe coming out there. 105 tag, going to force some shields out. Getting the shot from across the farm. Heading over towards Red Barn. And now this is the point in time in the game where people are looking for the sniper tags. You want to get trades out. 16 people need to go down. Frat and Crew, Gandhi, Dab, Rocks, and Taza. 251 above, 105 courtesy of the snipes coming out. Another near shot coming through. But they're not going to be under too much pressure. They're going to look to capitalize on people who have to over-peak because they're underneath. So looking for snipe setups, looking for somebody else being pressured, and looking to coordinate their fire together, particularly towards this guy who's down in the river right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the guy down there, he's just getting pressured by everybody, which just means more Storm Church tags for them. We saw them last game struggle with getting him, and now they're very far above. I think a couple of eliminations will go through before they have to worry about getting any tags on them. We do see it's at 84, so I mean, what, 7 or 14 people? I can't math today. It's been a long day. 14, 13 people now need to go down before they have to worry about that. But they're looking much better than the last time we saw that. As the snipes today have been insane. So now as we move over to Zimio, oh no, he's in a bad spot, and maybe he did get a little bit too confident, and he went down there to threats. As you see, Envy White Hat gonna take down Problem as well. So now it's up to Haji and Ace to try to clutch it up here with the squad. Again, they are ahead. But the question is, they're just too confident right now? It feels like.
They're very confident. Might come back to bite them, considering a 0-point game will definitely, well, I don't want to say definitely drop them out at first, because honestly, there's only really 2 teams who could realistically overtake them in such a short amount of time. But it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt your confidence level, particularly when you're in that first 25 round of people being dropped. Storm Surge still active. 5 more players still need to go down. But the standings over there really show that's what the qualification line is right now currently. But there's a whole mess of teams who are right around that low 40, kind of high 38 point range. And with just 2 matches left, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and Teza and them were also right within, I believe they were sitting at 8. So you see them looking for more shots as we move over to Booga and Company, or in a little bit of a box fight scenario. They're trying to find and work their way down to try to find anything, making sure they're taking all the walls together and not making a mistake. I think they're going to find a player out. Oh, a nice beam going to come out. Booga going to go ahead and take down that player. Couldn't exactly see who it was there, but a nice elimination nonetheless. Going to put them on, and he's going to find the rest of the team just sitting down there as he's going to be able to take them. The grenades are going to come down, and unfortunately there for them, you start to mountain goat on the side of a little bit of a cliff. the grenades are going to be your worst nightmare there. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they're able to find any more. As Clarity D starting to drop down, he's getting in very, very, very far ahead of his team as they're going to knock another one. And now Booga has fully committed to dropping down. A nice box up there, though. He's going to protect himself very, very well before he gets involved in this fight.
Okay, one's over here, guys.
Yeah, just wants to trade out a little bit of damage there and then try his best to back off, covering himself, retreating, making sure he gets all the mats and all the access he can, but still working with his teammates to try his best to get some pressure in here, trading shots in. Somebody is able to confirm on that other elim, and they are now continuing to go forward and slightly up. You can see with that zone reveal, Edit does come out 71 to the body. Ken, he finds it. He wants the pickaxe. You can see him looking for it. Nope, instead just cleans it up. Great shot going through. And Zolify says, let's go, champ. Mr. Booga. Hey, Clay, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Boo.
Boo.
Booga!
Hey, I like it. I like it. As we see the graphic come across, Booga's squad is at the top of their game. They're the only squad in this heat to finish top 8 in all 4 games. 7th, 1st, 3rd, and 3rd. And that is such impeccable placement there. That's what you have to have if you want to move on to the finals. As we move over to Gandhi Dab, as now he's getting grenaded, a team that needs to have better placement and needs to also get some more eliminations because they're sitting on 0 right now. If they go down, this would be a net 0 game for them.
Yeah, it's incredibly tough. We talk about that placement threshold being so hard to reach, and in NA East in particular, the pace of the game is a little bit slower. People are a little more cautious, and it's harder to convert on those elim points. So everyone wants to play for the placement, but that kind of compounds the problem, right? And it makes it so you get kind of these bursts of actions around Storm Surge and at key gatekeeping thresholds, but otherwise, people are just looking for tags, looking for quick snipes, or to set up the perfect nades.
Yes, and as we move over to Conjures, who's the only remaining member, his team all went down, and there's no reboot of answers, not even a possibility of a possibility of going for them. As we see, he's got no builds remaining, nothing to really work with. I'm him, I'm holding the sniper out. I'm holding the sniper, I'm running with the sniper. I have to try to hit a perfect snipe. As you see, he tried to build, nothing there for him. He's got to try to find a way, and luckily enough for him, he's going to find a nice little spot. But, well, okay, he's going to be eliminated. We swap over the Master and them. Unfortunately, they're not able to find anything again. I think got to run with the sniper out when you're that low and you have nothing else to lose.
Yeah, that's tough whenever you're trying to play a rat down on that low ground, move around through people's old tunnels. Unfortunately, with no builds to protect yourself, no spare HP, the second you peek and somebody happens to be looking your direction, you're going to go straight back to the lobby. Now back on board here, Gandhi Dab, rocks Taza again. Decently above the threshold. No eliminations coming out from the team, but still 600 damage clear. They've done a great job during the rotations, making sure they're tagging opponents, keeping their communication up. And the key is, can they execute all the way through the end game? Because we talked about it. 44 points is the line. They're hanging around that margin as well. 36, only 8 points back.
And they're having another issue that we saw a lot in the Middle Eastern region, is they're not always getting to the end game together. From the games that we have seen, they all have been at least one player down. As we move over to the replay client, this is Liquid Luck here. There's 0 eliminations. Again, you said they needed to take a mid-game fight. As we're moving in more to the mid-end game here, they have yet to take one. As we go through limits with that common tactical shotgun, not going to be able to do much. So we'll see if we look at the elimination feed for him. Is now he's like Boo, and then we're going to start to crank as he's going to take an RPG to the face. As I think they're continuing to think about going high ground. Booga is looking to go for it as well. I think they may have just secured it there, and that seems relatively easy. Only one RPG to stop them.
I mean, that was one of the safer picks. You can see immediate snipe shot coming out. Unfortunately, a little off the mark there, but they'll take the positional advantage. They'll make sure they have the rest of that zone, as a lot of people are going to have to rotate now from the south side. We just saw kind of the layout and what it looked like. People trying to get priority position for that zone. Only 2 people will be impacted by the Storm Surge once it goes through. So the lobby has thinned out at least a little bit from there. So expect kind of a decent amount of people to fall in the next circle, but it's not going to be over the top because Storm Surge isn't going to have the pressure on it as they make the relatively safe rotation on the low ground side.
And no one really looking at them right now to rotate, and that is really good. It was kind of a later rotate as well. Already moving once the zone was basically about. Luckily enough for them, they're going to have grenades to throw back on the zone where they just rotated from, trying to get some tags there, but nothing going to go through. It seems like Gandhi can't really exactly see. They can't really tell exactly where he is. They know where he's building at, right? But got to go through that stair first. You got to try to find him. And of course, that burst AR, not that great for shredding walls quickly. It does do a lot of damage, especially if you're able to thread a bullet or two through, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. We talked about this, but the shotgun, I apologize there. Shotgun AR combo there, able to rotate very, very quickly between the two, as now they're going to start to get, I think, almost pressured there by themselves. We'll see, though, as we move back over to Booga, who's, again, sitting on high ground with enough mats to maintain it.
Yeah, and they're just going to keep hanging out, like relatively priority on the zone. They were up on top of the mountain, so they're going to drop down a couple of levels to make sure they're not burning too many to maintain it if somebody does end up challenging, but they are going to rotate right past another team. We'll see what that team's reaction is. Note Booga's mats on the right-hand side. He is getting lower, just above 250 right now. It's 25 total builds. Good snipe. 110 coming out from there. Is able to get the cleanup, and that is Cease, who's having a rough time of it after his first match. That is 3 tough games in a row for Cease and crew, or at least Cease going down. His team might be able to rack it up there.
And Booga hitting the snipe that he's been trying to hit all game. He's going to get tagged up there, though, by someone playing that mid-ground layer. And this is interesting that they're playing so close to that second height, but I think it's because due to the lack of mats here from Booga, as well as from what I would expect the rest. We do see Nox going down, but Niddle was in the elimination feed as well. As we move back over to Gandhi, and the squad rotating in. Lack of mats as well. They're trying to maintain what little semblance of hope they have right now, because they have to try to get as many placement points. Again, Storm Surge is in effect. 6 more players, I believe, need to go down before now being 5. It's just continuously falling, and they will more likely not be affected, as Booga trying to get a harpoon play maybe added to his repertoire of awesome plays, but doesn't seem like, oh, he's just going to go ahead and beam him instead. He's got no mats, though. Really got to be careful about getting knocked down.
Yeah, some good tags coming out. Really good high ground control, showing multiple angles, trying not to overextend. Needs to be conscious again of his mats here. The zone did not pull back over towards their old builds. Booga is down to only 5. Somebody else is going to have to rotate over, or they're going to have to start fishing for mats as he pulls out that harpoon gun, trying to pull up whatever up to him he can. And instead, he's only getting some traps, so just some bait there as he ends up rotating down on the low ground now with Gandhi, Rox, and Taza, who have been very disciplined in making sure they're sticking together the entire time. Another team is right around that threshold, picks up the double RPG knock onto Posick. Can they get the conversion? Team trying to wall it off. The rest of them go down 44 points because that pushed them up a placement threshold as well. Well done from them. 45 as another Elam comes through.
Yeah, a double RPG. They're looking back, which we see a lot of players go down because they're not looking back at their zone as they're tarping in, and they're doing a very good job. Now, they do have the double RPG, so they can look to contest high ground or just get some easy eliminations on the low. Have to be careful. Rock's going to get absolutely tagged up from above. They won't pick up at another elimination. As we see the picture come through, it's going to be Booga and them versus Gandhi and them. I believe another solo is in there somewhere. We'll see. It is going to come down to them. I think now it's going to be them versus them, a 4v2, and I think Booga, unfortunately, for Gandhi, is going to be able to pick it up on 50.4 points there for Gandhi and them. There's going to be nothing to stop that. It's going to be a very good game there for them. Shot's going to come through, though. Trap did go down. He may have gotten the tag there, and he does get the knock. A big knock there from Gandhi is unfortunately going to go down as he doesn't have the floor above him, and Booga and company are able to pick up another win there for them, as they are sitting in a very, very good spot to take over first place.
Oh, yep, and that's what we talked about. As soon as Zimio and co went down, we knew we were giving up first place to them. We're going to flip back on over to the replay mode now, see what we might have missed as we're running around with Vivid on the low ground. 2 elims to his squad, currently up to 46 points. Knock on to A1, simple as well. We'll make that into 47, some yeeting going on into the box as Vivid continues to push forward. Simple does end up getting the trade back down onto Chap, so Vivid and 72 Hours will be alone during this run.
Yeah, unfortunate there for them. They didn't get a mid-game fight that we talked about. They get those eliminations, but Now here comes their placement points. This is where they need to find it. We see Vivid, no mats, is going to take down Nanolite, which is huge. There, 13 mats now as we see 72 hours continuing to rotate through. They're going to make it back to each other, which is really good for them. Still a little bit separated though. Vivid now with no builds has to try to get back to his teammate or find some more frags on the backside. Of course, he finds Face Diggy there, but he's not going to be able to take some shots. This is where Clarity G starts taking down Envy's White Hat. Ace, we're going to take down Shades. Shot's going to come through. Benny going to take Vivid down there. Unfortunately, is now it's at the 72 to try to clutch it up. He's got mats as well. Nice shot there, but the RPG going to start to come on through, going to disrupt that a little bit. He's going to go back. Doesn't see the edit, and that player didn't see it as well. So Diggy made a little bit of a mistake as 72 hours able to get out of there for just the time being, but it does not look very good here for him. It does only end up having 2 mats and just has to try to play the flopper game.
3 floppers, though, will give you that extended amount. Back in the storm, he's looking to try and find a pick on the backside. Does eat the second of his 2. Harpoons over, picks up RPG, not quite finding any other floppers. Finds some minis as well. Shots are coming out. That's a tree in the way. Finds the bandage cannon. Will he be able to get it down? 1, 2, 3 goes out. Unfortunately, that is going to be all in 72 hours. We will see you later. Diggy getting the Elim credit for that one as Booga continues to work top down, and this is the other perspective and just the number of Elims.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. Sitting on 18 eliminations, and we know it's going to end up being 20 eliminations there for them. So a 35-point game there as Clarity G just starts 90ing and building for High God. He's just going and making sure that, hey, they're flexing on him. They're saying, hey, we are still on top here. So a very good game from Buka and company.
99 points coming out, brilliantly done, but more impressive, the 20 bomb going through in squads. Just, I mean, there's a reason he was the World Cup solo champion and has performed incredibly well since then. He's doing really, really, really solid.
Yeah, apologize. Seems like my cam is not working there. See if it refreshes there. I think it did. We should be good to go. Welcome back. But yeah, showing, hey, I'm still here. You know, World Cup was a couple months ago, but I'm still around. I'm still kicking. I still got the ability to clutch up. And that, going to just shoot them up to the top of the leaderboard. We saw 99 points, and Haji and them were around 71 points when they went in that game. So definitely at least a 20-point lead. We'll see if they're able to increase it there. Of course, we'll wait for production and give us those leaderboards exactly. But the question is, where is Liquid Luck? Did they move up or did they move down based on the other players in that game?
I think they're probably going to end up moving up at least a little bit away. The question is it significant enough to get them away from that bubble we were talking about, right? Because going into the final match, you want to try and push yourself clear of the rest of the crowd. You don't want to be worrying about needing to scratch and claw for every single point. But in the reality of the situation, only 6 teams will be moving on. So it's very possible.
Yeah, only 6 teams, and this heat being very, very stacked. As again, Eastern Riverside not able to push it on up there. So we'll see how that shakes it up. Again, the 6th game, a lot of teams are going to play spoiler here in this game. They're going to be looking to just try to have the best game that they can. And if they see that they eliminate somebody, they're just going to go near the top. They're just going to be like, okay, now we know we can go a little bit harder in getting the rest of these eliminations.
Yep, and now we're going to take a look at the leaderboard and where everyone is standing going into the final match. You see Thwifo, Booga, Clarity, Stretch, 99 points, 2 victory royales. Zimio and Co, 79 points, 20 back. So now the rest of the top 6 rounded out by Liquid, Luck, the Niddle, Posick, Smack, and Mikey. Teza, Rocks, Frat, and Gandhi also climbing their way up due to the 2nd place there, 54 points. And the bubble is currently at 53 with Iciev, Wykel. Jayeth is vibing. Yeah, he is. And then Schneider with Joy, Noble, Potfast, and Bantam just on the outside with 1 victory on their belt. And then Skillix, Envy, Repic, Lupian, and Conjures also just on the outside looking in, 6 points out despite the victory royale. So some good efforts coming in from a lot of the challengers. I'd say the top 6 looks roughly what I would have expected, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, but I mean, it's really starting to run away, and some good performance from Booga, Thwifo, and Clarity. And that's kind of what we talked about going in the game, right? Like, could they press it? Could they get high ground a little bit better? Could they go challenge? And honestly, I think that's a much better barometer of how they play, and they should be looking to match that level from that game.
Yeah, and they took your respect. They took your, what's the word? They took your advice. They took mid-game fights. They had a lot of eliminations. They had high ground, getting even more eliminations, and now they're pressing their advantage, and now they can press it even more if they want to. A thing to note, FaZe, Benny, Diggy, Nanolight, and Shades are right on the cusp as well. They were at 46 points. So very, very close in that those next 3 players, these 3 squads that are within that fighting range for 6. So it's going to be an interesting game. If you see off-spot eliminations between any of those players, it's going to cost them a qualifying spot.
And you don't want to be left out of Championship Sunday. All of these players used to playing on that Championship Sunday, used to competing and trying to get here at this point. Every single one of those 4 weeks was about qualifying to now. And if you can't make it here, that is the end of your FNCS run for this session. So you want to be in the top 6. You want to be playing tomorrow. And I mean, that's the goal. And we just had production in our ear let us know that that was the point and elim record for a match. So the 20 eliminations coming down was an FNCS record, as well as the 35 points. So executing it and getting the maximum out of it. Very well done from them.
Yeah, I think we're going to hop over to game now, as this is going to be game number 6, as we see multiple different perspectives. This is a squad that right now needs to play perfectly. They cannot afford to make any mistakes going into this game.
I mean, nobody can really ever afford to make mistakes, particularly going into the final game. With that being said, though, like, you really need to be able to find some sort of pick or some sort of momentum going in here, because that's what it's all about. If you can get rolling right at the start of the game, you don't want to get sniped. You don't want to get a couple of bad loot drops. You don't want to be struggling to find shields and be stuck looking and depending on slurpfish. Like, you want to get a loadout and potentially try and find an early pick and get safe and get into the zone, because this is what it all comes down to.
Yeah, as we swap back over to Booga, and again, retail row for them being so generous with all the loot. If you're going to get it uncontested, I definitely need a big POA like this. Like we saw Frenzy Farm, a lot of players, you know, in the chat, everybody's saying, hey, defend the farm, and Chapping them really needs to have a really good game. Again, on the cusp. Again, it's really 3rd to 9th have the chance as we move over to Master and Company. Again, doing that, the zipline ego outpost drop that we see a lot of players usually split. Seems that they're also splitting Dirty Docks, which is something is a new. I don't usually see these players actually go to Dirty Docks, but I like the split there for them. We had another team that is going to be. I think that if they had an amazing game, if they had a pop-off game like Booga in them, they would be in top 6, but it's going to be very, very hard for them to pick up 35 points in one single game.
I mean, it's the type of things that generally you see in Arena and you're like, wow, that'll be a YouTube video. Then when it's done against the absolute best of the best and everyone else is competing here, like, it's almost like kind of scary. Like, it's going to be really exciting to see like where those elims ended up coming through and how they were able to convert on it so well, because I mean, it didn't look like they were going to be set up to be having that type of performance, and then they were just able to pop off.
Yeah, usually when you see that kind of performance, you expect a Bala TW bod review there from it, right? You expect him to go down, break it down, and say, hey, this is exactly why they did this. This is exactly why it happened. And I'm expecting one there for him, putting him on the spot there as we see Conjures and Company looking on top as we swap over. And we do see an epic AR there for them, just on top of Lazy Lake, looking good. Reloads is going to take down Joy. There's more shots going through here for them. I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to do it there. Again, they are right there. They're on that cusp. More shots coming through. Actually, my apologies. That's going to be retail. So that is right? But that is Booga right there that they're taking shots at.
Taking some shots over towards the side. Booga and Co. not necessarily going to be overly threatened by this. Regardless, they'll be playing tomorrow. 99 points is not going to be passed by 6 other people. So they're going to be comfortably just hanging out. So he's not afraid to take some shots over. This is a team who was able to rocket themselves currently in to the top 6, but is definitely wants to get settled, wants to have a safe game and be fighting for those placement points constantly.
Yeah, and as we move over here to Lazy Lake, this time around, Donnie, Rocks, Frat, and Teza again need to have, I would say, the exact same game that they just had. Very good amount of eliminations, able to find a lot of placement points together. Didn't pick up the win, but ended up getting second place. And they picked that up again. They're definitely going to make it through to Sunday. I think they're well within the reach of doing that. You see, though, a lot of teams that I've noticed in NA East are not picking up SMGs, and I really like that Gandhi is picking up as a side note because it allows you to have such a different impact on the map, especially with the different ammo type, especially with the amount of ammo he's about to get from there. So just a little side note there, but pick up your SMGs more.
Yeah, I mean, in a meta where you definitely need to be able to pressure somebody else, I can see how it's valuable. The one thing that I understand why people aren't doing it in NA, again, with how much the meta revolves around getting tags and playing around Storm Surge and playing safe and playing for placement, almost the loss of a slot for extra utility and for extra heals is too much of a burden. And pretty much at all times, you'll see if people have the ability to or the choice, they're running 2 weapons. It'll be a shotgun and an AR and then 3 utility, whether it's a whole bunch of fish in some combination of floppers and slurp fish, or it's minis, fish, and grenades. That's pretty much, you'll find some permutation of those as the standard NA East loadout. Some variability depending on player, but most will opt into that 9 times out of 10.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, and it comes down to that harpoon gun being so useful as well as the floppers. We've talked about it with the introduction of the floppers and the surffish. It allows for such a different mechanic. As we go over to Master, who's looking to get some shots here onto a team, is he's gonna get beamed up from behind, and you should have taken a little bit more shots. Or, I'm gonna be honest, running away from a team without knowing exactly where they are is not something that you want to do. And now he's gonna be forced to box up. His team honestly has to get here quick if they want to have any sort of trade damage onto these players. But it seems like the players just wanted to get the tags and they kind of backed up. I'm not too sure exactly what happened. I think these players just wanted some Storm Surge tags, and now they're continuing on their rotation.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Storm Surge tags right now, because as soon as that third circle does close, Storm Surge will kick in. So you're going to try and get as many shots as you can, get priority positioning, make sure you're not going to end up in one of those kind of like wind tunnels of gunfire as people are desperately looking for Storm Surge tags, or you're not lined up 66 meters away from somebody or within that 50 to 70 meter range where they can quick tunnel, chuck some grenades, and then quick get out. Because as we get closer and closer and people begin to feel that pressure, you're going to look for moves. But again, this is also the last game. And as we've seen across a lot of the heats and across Middle East as well, in the last game, the people who are towards the end will get desperate. People who are on the bubble will get desperate. People who are in the top 6 can be patient. They can play all the way up and they can just chill and they can relax. Because they already know that they're in a position where they need points and a good little shot coming up, but not quite connecting.
Yeah, and we see that with Gandhi and them. They're just sitting based up in where they've dropped, just sitting here waiting. They said, you know what, we're just going to sit here. We're not going to risk getting sniped like he's trying to do here to this player. They seemingly have some Storm Surge tags, or not worried about it. As I believe we'll see it in the next zone if there's 70 less or more players rather. Going for a quick little snipe though, not going to hit it. I'm loving the little lean back in the chair that Gandhi has, right? I guess it's like the reverse gamer lean, relaxing. You can tell he's not really stressed out. He's vibing right now. We do see Andrew going to take down Jay Free again in the elimination feed. Jay Free and them have not been having the best sort of games, but it's okay. It happens. Everybody has bad days. You know, Post it going down there as well. But Gandhi and company quickly see the zone's not going to be centered on them, and a nice quick rotation that we expect out of most NA East players.
Let's go get a position now. Yeah, I don't need to hold it.
Oh, apologies there. ended up actually hard muting my microphone because I am very intelligent. As you can see now, Balla throwing it up. Please, Team Liquid, just defend the farm. We have a little replay. This is from the early game. What do we have? Apex Faded pushing into the barn. A nice little common tack going over for Liquid Chap, and he's pulling a book out of Flossen's page, rotating through the cornfield right now, doing absolutely everything he can to find an angle and get the loot. And the reason we're cutting back here is this is a team on the bubble. This is one of the favorites. So many of the analysts have picked these guys because they do get better in these high-stress lobbies. But what and how do they end up facing the solution? They're pincered between two different teams. If you look at that bottom right-hand side, Grenades and Co. up on the top, and another team over to the west. So this is incredibly tense.
Yeah, as it is their FNCS squad championships possibility going to the finals, relying on if they're able to play this perfectly. And you see they are on that west side, or east side, my apologies. They can just back out of this. They can completely disengage. Now, they're not going to get a lot of loot, right? They're going to have to rely on what they have. As you see, the loot not going to be the best here for them because they haven't been able to really invest into going into the haystacks and getting all that loot, going into the house and getting the remnants there. They do have shields there for Vivid, though, so they can make this work. If they have to disengage, they can make it work, but they really, really, really want to try to find some more loot and more hard matches they're rotating, because sitting on that, they have 80 total builds as a squad. That is not going to get you anywhere near the end game.
And you know what? I think they seized the farm. They went somewhere else. They did not defend the farm. They have left the farm. I repeat, they have left the farm. But honestly, I think this is the right call. I think it's the intelligent play to recognize that the Sanders is coming through. Donks and Co. are coming through. They're going to cross over the river, say, this is our side, that's your side. If you want to try and make a push, you can go for it. But we are not fighting in that section. They have given it up and decided that their best opportunity is to move away, get mats, and play for the late game. And when you're in towards the top 6, I think this is the right decision. As hard as it is when all of the look of kind of like the motto they put behind it with the defend the farm and make sure we're here. Hey, this is ours. We'll challenge anybody who comes here. Don't worry about it. When all is said and done, they're going to turn and go away, and they're rewarded for their proper decision-making with a nice little llama going over to chat as we hop back on board with Frat, Rox, Gandhi, and Teza.
Yeah, and that llama going to be so useful there for them, especially because we talked about their mats not being great. So all you got to do, leave the farm and you get a llama. I'm going to start leaving the farm more often as we swap over. You talked about Gandhi, them looking for more eliminations and more storm surge tags. You see on the screen there, despite holding one of the early leads, Skylake's team now find themselves outside the top 6. Inconsistency the cause. Their finishes first, 14th, second, 20th, 16th. So by that logic, right, I feel like we're expecting a second place here from them.
Bookend the one solid performance. Honestly, it seems like, well, I guess I can say the second place is a pretty solid performance as well. Not sure how many elims they racked up there, because if I recall correctly, they had a number of elims in the first match as well. So to be outside the top 6 with a first and a second placement just shows how painful those kind of early squad wipes can be. It almost further stresses the ability to avoid contention or to quickly resolve contention and get out. As now we pivot on over to Liquid Luck, see how that decision ends up paying off. This is Lucky is currently down, but Connors is pinned against the wall. And Vivid says, I call the bank shot. That's an easy one. Connors will go HORSE out of the lobby, out of the game, and that's another point coming over, as 72 Hours was also able to pick up an elimination from the last time we saw them, closing in on 60 points, further trying to secure their spot in the grand finals, and 2 more grenades being tossed out from Vivid. So some good pressure coming out from them, largely on the back of the Splodes.
Unfortunately, though, for them, it seems like everybody has gravitated towards this side of the map. You do see the pop up there from 00 King. There he said Liquid Luck for the win FNCS finals. We do see Vivid, though, in the box right here, trying to get that edit there on the stair. Not going to be able to do so. Just going to wait. Going to go for the cone there. He's going to go for the quick edit out, but he wasn't able to make it, and that's something you got to be able to make quickly there. The edits now coming through here for Vivid. The squad trying to help them on out there, all getting together, and now they can fight together as a unit, and this is where Liquid Luck really dominates together in the same box. Another team forcing their way into this fight, and Liquid Luck is very, 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 very close to just diminishing here.
I mean, it's tough. They're running out very low on materials, very low in terms of their excess utility. Doesn't seem like they have white heals or any extra shields. Every single member with less than 50 shields, except 72 hours, he does have some floppers, so if they take white damage, they will be able to give that up. Storm Surge not quite going to be a threat yet because, as we talked about, this game a little quicker in terms of the pace. Good shots coming out right now from 72 hours, but not quite able to connect. Trying to use the rocket to follow up, but not finding any tags at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, for them, they're, like you said, not finding tags. 7 builds here for 72 hours. Has to try to find something big. Grenades are starting to come in as well. He's going to use the last little bit of mats that he has to get back to his teammates now. He does have that sniper, and 72 hours with a sniper can make some plays. He can impact the game in a way that is unique to him. Is he's going to go back down the side of the mountain, and I really like this. They're going to use the natural cover to completely disengage, and this is a very, very smart play for them. Even if they're only able to get a couple of their players out, even if they're only to send Chap and 72 down, they can completely disengage with this. But Andrew and company not going to be able to do it, as Riverside and them now seem to be in a different fight as well. But that player got very, very low quickly. As we see the rotates coming out, a very good rotate though. The grenades continuing. It seems like this squad continuing to chase Liquid, as they may just have to fight this. There comes a point in the game where your defense has to become offense, and you have to turn around and start to fight as Chap. Gonna get taken down very low, 16 HP. Chap, no builds remaining. He's getting lost in the builds, and he can't do anything to protect himself other than go for the shot. And Andrew gonna take Chap down as we move over to 72 hours. He's trying to hit the shot. Vivid also 2 builds remaining. Now he does have that rare tactical shotgun, so he can use it very effectively. Says Lucky going down. Vivid, nice shot there. He's gonna take down one. I don't know if it's gonna be at those 15 builds though. Coming on over, he's not gonna be able to get it as he's gonna go down. 72 hours just needs to leave. He needs to leave right now. He needs to disengage. He just needs to go.
Yep, totally agreed. He needs to get out of dodge. He only has the 4 mats. As soon as they chase down that hill, he needs to use half of his mats to even just walk up the hill. But no, he's looking to turn back down. Think he might actually try and push into this. As a 1v3 situation. The player is down, is just going to opt to go for the Stormhold right now and catch them off guard. You can see they do have the 3 elim points that did go over, looking for the shot, not gonna find it. That is going to be incredibly dangerous. Does have 4 floppers to try and loop back around, is looking for any excess loot and any excess mats he can find. So far, he has gotten 1 single build for his troubles, which he just used, and he has to go so freaking far. That is such a far rotation on the backside with now only 3 floppers to go. No extra materials, trying to find a snipe, trying to line something up, but instead just going to play the long game. And honestly, Tom is very accustomed to the long game. Winter Royale last year, one of the games spent, I think, over 4 minutes in the storm. So it's been there. But as you can see, finally breaking through. Liquid Luck found themselves in danger outside the top 6 for the first 4, but now back into it in 3rd place. But, you know, a little bit under pressure. As you can see, Gandhi and Co. also at 59 points. So 60 is definitely not safe.
Yeah, as luckily enough for 72 hours, he does have the ability to rotate out. As we see, that was a little while ago. So he may have came around the outside of the map on a boat, right? We've seen time and time again a couple of teams do it. We talked about Left Eye on the Middle East podcast and how he does it. He can take zone outside of where people would expect him to rotate, but he's going to need to find more as we move over to Sentinels. Booga again on the high ground, looking to pick up yet another victory royale and just submit. This is their best performance of the FNCS. Everything. So
yeah, I mean, they're playing incredibly well right now. Is going to go for the water jump. You can see them lining that up to make sure they don't take the damage. Just going, honestly, right out through the middle of no man's land. But the time they decided to go is what makes the difference and makes this semi-safe, because they were able to go as everyone else was forced from the early rotation slightly early on. And now Gandhi and Crow able to pick up a whole bunch of mats and going over there. He's nearly back up to mats. Is slacking a little bit on wood, but 61 points.
And if you think about that, right, Liquid Luck had 60 points. Now they're sitting on 6 eliminations here on Gandhi, 34 players. So Storm Surge will be there for 4 players if they don't fall before the next moving set of zones. A very nice rotate here for Gandhi. And I genuinely, one point, I don't know how he's doing this by how much he's leaning back into his chair. The man has probably put hours into doing that as we move over to Booga. He's trying to use that harpoon gun just to get a little bit of extra mats or loot there. We do see Dwifo does fall there, so unfortunately going to lose one. But so far ahead of first, I don't think that they really are concerned about it.
No, it doesn't seem like they're really worried. It's just trying to get into that late game, and as you can see, Simeo, Haji, Ace are able to make that play right now. Problem, unfortunately, has been knocked, but they're just trying to play for that placement. 33 players remaining. Problem will finally end up going down there. You can see the players up on high ground. There is a potential for a snipe. He has the sniper out. He's holding the edit. If somebody does go for the gargoyle, they're going to look to punish. And there is also the supply drop along the route for this rotation. So we'll see if anybody is able to be sneaky enough to grab that.
And that would definitely be something that you think that 72 hours would want to go for if he was here in the zone. Definitely, probably not on a lot of HP or mats. But move back over to teams that are on a lot of HP and a little, happy to say about average mats. 72 hours did make it into the next zone. It seems like he did go a little bit more south. 54 builds, does have an extra flopper. So he did make it into that at 3rd and 4th zone there. The question is, how far did he get as we come back to Gandhi and them, as they're looking really good again, protecting their back. They're doing so well at it. And look, there's 1,600 damage above Storm Surge threshold. This is not going to worry them at all.
Nope, not threatened by it. Storm Surge also going to be turned off very shortly, and once we're inside 30 players, it will no longer be active. So probably not going to play too big of an impact. It will not kick on until this circle fully closes. So you can see one more player going down will be enough. 61 points again coming into this match. That was right around where the bubble was. The question is, who finishes in the top 6? Who's able to hold out enough? Is 72 Hours able to be the 1v4 hero, or will Liquid Luck end up falling out of the grand finals in what everyone thought might have been their really first big resurgence? They've all been playing incredibly well across the Cash Cups and across the FNCS, and to be held up in the last game, caught out on the edge of the storm, pushed by another team relentlessly, and then not able to get the type of disengage you need. It's super unfortunate. As we see now, Gandhi trying to make space, does hit the placement threshold there. 65 points now ticked over for him. Rocks is still up, but Frat has been knocked, so it's going to be the 2 of them against the rest of the lobby with 14 players left.
And he's got no builds. Smart enough to bring out the RPG, but that's going to be stolen there from him. And he's the only one left. He's going to take home Postic. Apologies, going to take him on down as Booga tries to yeet that player in his own, I think accidentally picking him up, taking home 5th in that game. So not going to be able to get that first place, the back-to-back that he wanted. As you see, Smack is going to be the person that we're spectating on the ground there as we look to see exactly what they are doing in the zone and sees like a player inside his zone very, very far. This is going to be Liquid Threats. They're getting a nice beam on the player from above. But GG, well played there. Booga, and though ending on 111 points there as we swap back over to the replay to see exactly what happened to Liquid 72 Hours.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is placement points and where he ends up finishing. The first round of placement points is top 8, and as Jazzy said, spam this squid to help Liquid. 72 Hours in the 1v4 situation inside the cone. Somebody knows he's there, and he does go down. 60 points is where they ended up finishing. We can now take a look from the other angles as we have Ace, Zimio, and Haji over there. So the question is 60 good enough? My gut feeling is, I haven't looked at anything. I don't think it will be. That's really tough.
It's going to come down to I think if they qualify, it will be the last spot. There's no way there's a team that has less and is in that top 6. Because they only got 60. I think that is all they're going to have. I think.
Well, we saw Postic and Niddle as well in the late game. Haji and Zimio are still up and above. Booga and crew are still up and above. Right? Gandhi, Dab, and crew are still up and above. So that's 4 teams right there who we know for a fact are above. The real question is is 60 enough for that? I mean, it's going to be so incredibly close. Like, I mean, I'm sweating even thinking about the end of the leaderboard. You can see Cease again continuing that Jekyll and Hyde day, as production ended up saying. Posek able to pick up the trade over onto Ace with some help from Diggy. Clarity picking up Teza. Zimio doing his best to just hang out, make a flopper play on the backside of the Storm. Almost gets Niddle, and that is a huge almost there too, because then he immediately gets put under pressure that Siphon could have allowed him to potentially make a play. Instead, gets cleaned up. Rock's trying to do everything he can to eat all the floppers, but not having the time to take it down. Gandhi also going down on the low ground, and this was just the case of who's up top and did they have enough to hold it. The 3 builds and everyone just backside the Storm. Go hunting, baby.
Oh, and Nanolite being in there means that Diggy and them got a lot of points as well, so they might also be there as we see Niddle ending at 76 points. We'll see as we wait for that leaderboard to come through. It's going to be very, very close. The possibility of Liquid Luck not moving on to Sunday is very, very high right now. We'll see, as that is the view of what these players had to fight through to get to where they are.
A nice little fossil going on. So let's talk about it. We know that Thwifo and Co are 100 plus. We know Haji and them made late game, so they'll be good. We saw Posik and them late game, so they'll be good. We saw Gandhi dab in them. They were above. The question is, did anybody else pass them? That's 4 teams, and there are about 3 other teams who are right around that like mid-50 range. So if anybody else made the second placement threshold and got 2 or 3 elims, they will be pushed out.
And I think the only thing that we can do now is go back to our face cam so you can see us one more time before we go to that leaderboard. It's going to be close. So now, regardless, it's been a great day casting with you. You're so good. You're so smart. You just make everything so much easier, especially production making it easy. I just get to sit back with my hands up and watch and cast and have some awesome matches unfold in front of me.
No, it's been absolutely fantastic casting with you. We'll also be catching the Asian finals as well when that ends up going out. Shout outs to Aussie Antics as well, who'll be covering the Oceania finals later on in a little bit of a time slot before that. We're also going to hit up Heat 4 after this. But I mean, it's just the games have been so good. It's so fun to watch the squads, particularly in this environment when the grand finals is on the line and so much can change over the course of a 6-game series. Like, we've seen tons of plays. It's been a lot of fun, and I think that NA East in particular is going to end up with having a really diverse kind of spread over the course of the grand finals. There's so many different teams who have the capability to win, but there's also so many squads who are used to doing well that not all of them can actually do well, right? Like, some of these teams who you're used to seeing consistently in the top 3 and the top 5 are not going to be in the top 3 and top 5 because of just how stacked this lobby is, and you can't always guarantee a day like this. So that's what I'm always interested to see. Who's going to be able to carry over the momentum from today into what is going to be only a tougher tomorrow?
And that is a very good point. Not everybody can win, even if your favorite team makes it. Booga makes it. But if tomorrow, if something happens, if he's not able to get the rotation that he needs, or they're contested off spawn, Booga might not do as well. We know for sure that he has made it to tomorrow. We know 100% there's no way anybody got more points than him. So we will see. Again, the leaderboard will be brought up to you guys very, very soon. But, what a game. It did. The question, I think, of the night, did Liquid defend the farm enough to get 6 or higher place? I'd say comfortably 6th or 4th place. I don't know.
Well, we know they weren't top 4. Is just, did Benny, Diggy, and Co do enough to push him out, and did anybody else do enough to push him out? Let's take a look. Was the farm defended? They abandoned it in the last match, but the call and the play to go away still ends up paying off right on that line. 6th place, Sizlucky, 72 hours, Chap, and Vivid rounding out the group with Wifo, Booga, Clarity, and Stretch in first. Vivid says, GG's, you tried. Kissy face, letting everyone know, hey, no problem. We'll be playing in the grand finals tomorrow. Shoutouts as well to Haji, Ace1XX, TS Problem, Zimio, Niddle, Mikey, Posick, and Schmacked of BBG. Tessa, Rocks, Frat, and Gandhi, and then Binny and Diggy. The Controller Warriors coming out of phase with Nanolite and Shades backing them up. That is your top 6 coming out of heat number 3 from NA East.
And as we come back, I can say the farm was successfully defended, and that's going to be it here from me and Sundown. Actually, for me, I think Sundown is going to come back and bring you some games with Aussie Antics, I believe. So I look forward to hearing those as well. I hope you have a great cast, and it was fun being here and casting with you yet again.
Yeah, it was incredibly dope. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We're going to go to a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back with Heat 4 action. Stay tuned.
Does the beat take you over? You just can't breathe. Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the
over. Matt Replenish is coming through to connect, but it might just be 150. Moving down the quick left and right hit. The 1-2 combo on Pedrosa.
One more. Sway. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Cracked on me. 1 HP. No, 1 HP. 1 HP right here. 1 HP. 30, 20. Let's go.
This is what it's all about.
Let's go. Yes, they're in our game. Yes, I'm in grief mode.
Yeah, we talked to you.
Good fucking shit, guys. Good fucking shit.
Let's start the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, and everyone in between, welcome back. My name is Sundown, joined here for the first time ever with Aussie Antics, and we will be bringing you Heat 4 of NA East, the final heat. We will see our last 6 teams join the already 18 teams who have advanced, who will be contesting else over at the farm. I mean, Aussie, I'm ready to go. How are you, man?
I'm very, very good. Very happy to be here. It's going to be exciting. The final heat. Let's see how we go. We've seen some big names in these past ones. I'm really looking forward to Heat 4, to be honest. I'm keen. See how we go.
Yeah, so first, let's hop on into the player list. Let's see who is going to be battling it out. Who can we call out right away. I mean, there is a ton of teams who specifically would have probably ended up fighting each other. There's some special favorites in here. I'm going to immediately go over to the crowd favorites of Canada, Cloaksy, Liquid Fiber, and Tfue, that second row down on the left-hand side. You can also see just down and to the right of them, Clicks, Blake PS, Crims, and Spades. Those are definitely two powerhouse teams. You expect them to be able to perform well and to be able to come out in a top 6 performance at this group. However, there is also some contention that may or may not be happening with one of those teams, as Neferux, Mojo, Blasta, and Doggo are also in this heat. And we saw during week 4 of the FNCS during the FNCS qualifiers that they went to Steamy Stacks every single game. And while they were able to take it away from Tfue and Cloaksy and Co. once or twice, generally they got pushed around. So will they still decide to go? And what will end up happening if they do go? And what do you think? Should they go? Should they fight? Should they abandon?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, if they go, they know they're getting met with Tfue. There's no way Tfue, we know his reputation. He's not giving it up. There's no way Tfue doesn't. He's going to stay there. So if they go, I mean, the problem is, even we've looked at it time and time again with these qualifiers, even if you win the contested drop, you normally still end up losing the game. So it never goes well for either team. So I guess we'll have to see. I mean, I hope so from the hype perspective. It'll be interesting to watch. But for these players, as their potential of qualifying, I kind of hope they don't. But I guess we'll see. I don't know.
So there's been a little bit of bad blood as well going back between Fiber and Neferux. It used to do a split, not necessarily on the best of terms. And then again, after the week 4, had a relatively heated exchange going back and forth from each other. To Neferux's defense, I think what he said made absolute sense. They're like, hey, every other one of our heats, we haven't really had somebody else that's steamy who has been fighting at us. We don't know if we can fight you guys there. Why would the first time we do that be at our chance for heats and then we have to pivot? Then we should challenge now, and hey, that way, even if we have to run with our tail between our legs, we know that ahead of time and we can go elsewhere. Or they can try and come up with a specific game plan to maybe try and work the mental of Canada, Cloaksy, and just put the pressure on those guys, because if they do break down, like, you are able to take advantage of them.
Yeah, true. I mean, at the same time, they made that point. It was very good. Like, let's not save this for the finals, right? Let's not save this for qualifiers. Let's save it for now. Let's try it in the heats. We both qualified. It's a respectful way to do it. You know, it's play style. There's been a lot of, controversy around griefing, contesting drops, whether you're okay with it, not okay with it. There's only so many spots on the map. Those big name POIs, they have teams going to them and they know they want to hold them on lockdown. So again, I respect it. We'll see how it plays out today. I think first game, we're going to keep a very close eye on that one as well. So it's definitely the main one. We do have another storyline we got going here. We've got Old Flames Burn Bright. So a lot of these teams, we've seen a normal theme going of a lot of squads. We've heard the snake term go around. Teams don't perform, they split, they find new teams. But this heat, more so than any others, we have some very, very old talent together, staying together since, before even squad FNCS, right? Like way back into squad scrim days, the original Fortnite competitive scene. So we got a lot of old teams here. Do you recognize a lot of these names, Sundown? You've been watching them for a while?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, almost every single one of these guys has been playing with some combination of the players on this sheet as their duos and trios and now squads, partners. I also want to give a shout out to my boy Yope. He was somebody who I played another competitive game with back in the day. He has been an absolute grinder making it through to here. But they're players who, I mean, you'll see Vix and Voyle on, I've almost been attached at the hip. Jamper and TJ have played around and been together forever. Cloaksy and Tfue going back to TwitchCon and even before then. I mean, almost all of these guys like H-Tag and that whole group as well have played together going back to some of the early Discord days. And then, of course, the entire core of Clicks, Crim, Spades, and Blake. They've had different rotations and different groups of their duos who have played together. And when they're not on practicing with the partner, it's like, hey, let's jump into duo scrim real quick. Hey, you want a VOD review with me? So the one thing I genuinely enjoy probably most about the Fortnite competitive scene is how a lot of the upper echelon of players have formed these kind of friend groups, but it's supportive. It's not about like trying to gatekeep other people out. It's how can we lift each other's collective scores up? How can we VOD review and push somebody here? How can I help you get better at box fighting? And while they still joke around, give each other a hard time, and there is like that little bit of competitive edge to it, you don't get to that level without having a distinct form of confidence and a competitive edge. Because once you lose that, it's really difficult for you to think that, oh, when this guy is flying at me 9 times out of 10, I'm going to beat him. You don't really kind of get that type of mentality unless you are that really confident in yourself. But then the flip side of that, the best of the absolute best tend to be the most humble players who are kind of super quiet, contained on themselves. I know somebody put that post out about like how the most consistent players from the World Cup carrying over, like 9 out of 10 of them had like very quiet, calm, simple demeanors. So it's an interesting look into it, but I think it's fun to see how the community has developed.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, highlighted by the stories of the Battle Bus, right? They've been phenomenal going into it. We saw Benji Fishy's background. He said, same thing, no matter how good you are, you can always get better. You can be confident, but you can still know you can improve as a player. So definitely there. And I mean, we've seen in squads more so than probably any other, meta so far that it does lend to that chemistry, right? Like it leads to a whole squad working together as a cohesive unit. So this chemistry could come out on top right now. This, again, we've seen there's not a lot of names we pointed out on that leaderboard. There's some big names up there, but there's also a lot of fill for those extra qualification spots. It is top 6. We only really named like 2 or 3 teams at the start there that we're looking for. So some of these old teams of good chemistry can definitely come out on top.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And then you can see right now you have Flossin. So somebody who kind of made a name for himself by setting an ambush in the cornfields when those got added to Fatal Fields back at the original TwitchCon Stream Invitational, but then got a really cheeky elimination. I believe it was onto either Gotaga or Mikolo, one of the Europeans. And then everyone was kind of like, oh, he did that. And then immediately flexed up like 490s, got himself in a position, went on to get 4 elims and placed like top 10. There's somebody who then off of that placed in Winter Royale, ended up having an interview with him. And he said, I put off dental school for a little bit, opting to try Fortnite now, kind of opting to go the opposite route, put out a post recently saying he was going to be stepping away from Fortnite after this series of competition to focus more on school again, to try and get back into dentistry, hence the name Flossin. I mean, trying to balance the two together and whether or not Fortnite will end up potentially bringing up a resurgence. I just think that even to have the ability to make that choice is just good on you, because that is a lot of school and a lot of hard work. But we've seen what a lot of hard work is put into Fortnite. So wherever he applies himself, I have no doubt Flossin will be successful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen the ability that Fortnite has to change lives, right? Maybe if he does really well today, you never know. Maybe it rekindles that flame. He did make the tweet saying that he is, after this, going to be going on to dentistry school. But at the same time, who knows? He's obviously got that competitive, like some people have it. They just got that competitiveness in them and they need to perform. So we'll see how he goes. Absolutely incredible to have that as an option, just a casual backup option of going into a dentistry degree. It's crazy. But I mean, it's great to see. It gives you more. I'm going to be watching out for him. I want to hopefully he performs well, just even if it's a last hurrah, even if he doesn't continue. You want to see him do well.
I always want to see him do well. He's somebody who I enjoy rooting for. He's able of making plays. It's an easy, good guy to root for. Had the opportunity to speak with him a couple times through interviews and just like hanging around events. And it's just generally good to see people succeeding and growing and kind of using the relationships and the skills they built through Fortnite. Again, you referred to the stories of the Battle Bus and how Aqua's mom was really just talking about how the big thing for him was seeing the interaction with other people and him having friends and getting out there. And for me, that's kind of what it's all about, particularly why Clay and I had casted Middle East earlier today. We'll be casting Asia and Brazil alongside all of the other casts. This will be the first time we have an English cast in every single for every single region, and getting to expose some of these players that you might not always get a chance to be in the limelight and have their chance when they're competing on such a big stage. And some of them for the first time, like we've seen Zimio and co making a great name for themselves and just blowing up all through this open system.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as someone who obviously has made their way out of OCE, I commentate OCE. A smaller region doesn't always get the respect and attention it deserves, I believe. But yeah, it's great. You want to highlight everyone, right? This has the ability to change lives all around the world. So yeah, I can't agree with you more on that one. It was a little bit OCE pride for me. So yeah, definitely agree with that one.
Now, I know you guys are anxious to be getting into the game. We have about 4 more minutes until that matches will launch. We'll be picking up with some of the streams and then also supplementing with the replays if you haven't been hanging around. Now, don't forget, this is the squads format. This is heat number 4. So we have already qualified through 18 other teams, and it's been honestly like some really good competition, and it's been across all of the regions going on. If you're unfamiliar with where exactly the placement thresholds are, top 8 will net you 3 points. Each additional 2 placements is 3 more points for a total of 15 placement points if you get the victory royale. So top 8, top 6, top 4, and then top 2. So if you get in a situation where you can just stay alive, avoid being eliminated, it ends up being valuable. And then, of course, each elimination will also be a point. And it's not going to be good enough to just pop off 1 or 2 games, as we've seen across a lot of these heats.
Yeah, at the same time, you got to rack up those points. It's looking like, across 6 games, you got to average about at least 10 to 12, per round. Seems like get you in the top 6. We'll see. Again, 60 points going to qualify Liquid's team for top 6 in the heat we just watched. So again, you got to kind of get about that 10 to 12 points to make sure you're safe. Yeah, it's close. Yeah, it's doing really well
that was a real close 60. Like, let's talk about that.
That was, yeah.
I mean, the fact that they got almost next to no points and pretty much the 3 or 4 teams below them didn't really get bumped up, and pretty much all the teams above them ate up a lot of those excess points. But with that being said, they definitely had a lot of adversity going on towards the end of that match. So well done from them to get through to tomorrow, and hopefully they'll be able to defend the farm. I'm sure there might be some insurgents there. I would also come prepared with a backup plan based off of the routes on other people and where they're landing. So get some VOD review and get your homework done. Make sure you guys go out and practice, because the grand finals tomorrow is going to be some really intense gameplay. The first time we're seeing all of the Titans and the best of the best in NA East really going at it.
Yeah, at the same time, we said defend the farm. We did see Arab's team qualify as well. They caused some upsets for Liquid's team when they were dropping a Frenzy farm. So we're going to have to see the farm defended again. So it's going to be exciting, though. It's going to be crazy. We'll see. Again, we've talked about contesting. It seems to be the main factor going into the squad format now, right? Are you contested on drop? Because even, again, the team that wins and walks away statistically has a much lower chance of actually gaining placement points in the end anyway. So trying to find those uncontested drops. And like I said, maybe some backup plans. These big names can normally go for their drop. They can contest them. They normally get out of them unscathed. But at the same time, you need something. If you have another good team dropping on you tomorrow, first game doesn't go your way, you've got 5 more games, you can turn it around. We've seen some teams qualify in the heats this weekend with, we saw in heat 3 that I watched earlier today, first 3 games, we saw a team lose their first game, didn't get a single point, and then still went on to qualify. So you never know. You need a backup plan. It can work out for you in the end if you have it in your back pocket.
Yeah, and I think what it really comes down to is maximizing the amount of potential points you can get in a game. So realizing when you don't need to go pick up that person, you can play with 3 people outward, because you're not going to be fragging out and getting those elims. You're in a position where you're really playing for, can I get that first threshold? Can I get that second threshold and maybe sneak an elim or 2, right? And can I maybe funnel resources into people? We've seen that across a couple regions where players are opting to stack a lot of either their power weapons or consumables, or sometimes both. There was that 1 point unit today over in the Middle East where they're giving him all the rockets, all the meds, the only consumables possible, and just saying, hey, you're the carry. You've had 60% of our team's elims, and they kept relying on him, and that was able to basically single-handedly pull them into a top 4 finish. Wolfie's was a very similar thing, being like, here is all the consumables in the world. Please go shoot stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're seeing that trend there as well. I watched that a little bit today with Unknown Army as well. We're building a little bit of a trend of who gets the power weapons, but again, you got to play to the strengths, right? At the same time, they're insanely good at fragging out. So again, let your other people tarp for you. Again, that's what I love about squads, right? You have designated roles. You're an old school veteran at esports, competitive sports. I love the meta right now of designating roles, right? You have an IGL, you have a tarper, you have a fragger. It's awesome to watch. It's super exciting. I love having teams with defined roles, knowing who you to look out for and what they're going to do, and it makes everything so much smoother. It's awesome.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see what different combinations of player types end up being successful, because there's some, I don't want to say squads, but maybe combinations of squads of people who ended up complementing on a squad really well, where I wouldn't have thought their play style goes really well there, or either they adapted to it or it just ended up meshing. And I think seeing that evolution and seeing how they're able to communicate, since we get a little bit of insight into that as well, has been a really big positive. So I'm excited to see it. And I mean, this heat, like we said, last 6 going through.
See how we go. Let's see who does it.
And now we're on to the bus. This is match number 1, heat number 4. You can see we have the cut going down. It is pretty much north to south, little bit of a west to east, and right away, Tfue jumping off the side, heading over to Steamy Stacks, going to try and see if there's someone around him. The question is, when does he stop to look around and see who's there, see who's pressuring? Are they alone? Honestly, I don't think Neferux and crew end up going.
Yeah, I don't think so as well. I mean, at the same time, it's very telling of Tfue right now, not really looking around this point, very singularly focused, going straight for his drop, knowing there was no doubt in his mind he was going to go there. Doesn't matter what goes on around him, he's going to go there. But looks like they seem to be okay. I'm not sure. I think they're splitting up the drop. You see Tfue going straight. He's obviously been assigned, get down first, get the gun, because you can see on the minimap the other teammates, they're looking around. So they're all looking around. They're trying to find those sight lines, see if they can spot who's there. Tfue misses the high ground right there. He wants to get this gun on a high ground position, see if he can maybe apply some pressure, hold it from there. Oh, we can hear the comms again. Serious today. They know there's people around them. If even not at Steamy, there's definitely people in their area. There's a lot of urgency there in Tifu's voice, making sure they're doing this drop properly, make sure they're all focusing.
Nobody lands on this.
Yeah, it looks like they might end up being
I'm gonna get it. I have it.
relatively safe. Now as we swap on board
I
to Blake in spades, as Clicks will have at least one other team near Steamy, or Slurpee, excuse me, not Steamy, potentially landing over towards the back. He's hitting those pallets right away, trying to get some form of gun. Also going to opt to hit the jugs. Notice how they didn't group up and aren't hitting those together. It is slightly inefficient, but they should be okay considering the other team is there. He wants to try and get a line on them right away and steal whatever chests are kind of on that 50-50 mark. So we'll take these warehouses, you take those ones, because we know there's more chests here.
True, and there's a lot of them here. Like you see drops like Craggy, obviously whole teams usually squad up, try and like get as many barrels as they can. Slopey's got so many of them. There's enough to spare. Looks like the shots are coming out right now. They're rotating over. Doesn't have a shotgun though, unfortunately. Double AR. Not really the loadout he would have liked going into this fight, but then again, we'll see how they go. 3 nades. He can use them to his advantage. See, one of his teammates has a shotgun there, so they're boxing up. They're trying to get together. Ooh, there we go. Has a spare shotgun. Hands that over to Clicks. He is mechanically one of the best players, I think most people would argue, in the world.
I'm going up right now.
Definitely a player you want with that shotgun, making sure he can put on some serious damage in these box fight style scenario. It looks like it's going to break out into a close range fight if they can't pressure them from a distance.
Half on roof. They're trying to back up.
Yeah, they don't want to get pressured out right away. They want to try and close that gap, particularly when they have the shotguns there. Some chip is coming through, is going to be forced to take that big pop before finding any minis. But if he can resolve this fight, we'll be good. Again, we talked about how important it was about not being contested off the start. And if you are contested, wrapping up your fights quickly because you're going to have to loot and move. Luckily enough for them, they're in Slurpee, so they will have that swamp to negate effectively the first 2 storms and will have time to loot up if they are able to get away. Good 58 dink coming through there.
Oh, good tag, yeah, but he gets pushed up onto from behind there. Just reacts to it in time as the player was coming up around the corner. He's going to break down into a bit more of a box fight style here if we can. He's going back up onto height. The call comes out. We have height. They want to stay on top of this building. If they go down, they need to go down together. They don't want to give up this high ground position. Pops the big pot. He's looking quite healthy. No one's gone down on either team. Some solid damage traded, but we've still got a 4v4 in our hands. Trying to break up, hold this high ground. He's got the green pump. They're splitting up a little bit, trying to get some different angles. So we do have someone down. Sorry, I apologize. One of them did actually go down. Clicks takes down Chief as well. So I think this is a 3v3 right now. Clicks is not looking too healthy. Only 12 health. He's trying to get back in. Gets the finish right now. He's up to 112. They're calling that's it. That's it. We have it. Clicks has one Slurpee. Again, we talked about you need to finish these fights quickly. That they did. They can now utilize Slurpee, all the spare shield, maybe get some fishing in, try and get some maximum use of this drop before they rotate out. They finished it quick.
Yeah, Clicks was end up taking down there, but teammate able to clean it up. Blake doing a good job coming in, closing it out, and getting some assists from his squad to get the siphon back over, making sure he was safe because the 3 HP was not keeping that. Now, as we flip on over, you can see Trap Killed has been almost eliminated. Bash goes down. T-Crump goes down as well, and this is definitely a quick one. QT, that might be the T for his squad, down to less than 30 HP as he gets pushed on as well in 25th place. It was an honor, but it was not a long time. You get to think about that one. Good luck in the game plan for the rest of the 5 because starting off that way is a little rough. Quick little break showing that tip off. If you are unaware of that, is a fantastic little way to break it by placing the structure through. I'll just insta pop that going over. Very well done.
There we go. Tifa rotating out now. Look at that. 100, looking clean. He's got the AR. He's got the blue tack. He's got 3 nades and 12 minis. Jeez, walking away with some spare shield. Doesn't want to pick up the bannies. Happy to run the shields right now. 88 alive. Pretty stacked game as you would expect from any of the qualifying heats, but Storm Surge is going to have to be an issue. You have this uncontested drop at Steamy. It's got great rotation. You've got the zip lines. You've got the stacks to actually fly out of, but you've got to find some tags. You've got to find some damage. If they can't find a rotate through a team or get some tags off here, Storm Surge will become an issue, but they're looking very, very good right now.
Yeah, in NA East in particular, we've talked about it before, a little more passive in terms of those elimination curves. Players tend to go down a little slower and at a little more predictive rates, and that's 20 damage going over. I also think I misspoke. I'm sure, assuming you probably just hit that slurp tank beforehand. I don't think building metal through it will break it. That's definitely erroneous. But now, as you can see here, Tifu getting his rotation over using just his soft mats, is already maxed out on everything else. So very efficient in terms of his ability to just kind of get through the first clear and making sure like he gets all of his mats and stuff up. Kanada also getting a nice little level up there, so reaching 160.
Yeah, we've got a little stat on the side here. Picking favorites of the 3 NA East heats so far. We've watched 3 of them already today. Only 4 of the 16 teams advancing have 0 qualifier finals appearances, with advancing teams averaging having made it to finals twice. So again, obviously pretty clear understanding there. If you make it to finals during those 4 weeks, you have more practice. You're usually a more consistent, better team. But again, 4 of the 16 teams actually qualifying through to the finals without ever having made it to the finals of the heats. What do you think about that, Sundown? How do you reckon they'll perform in the top of the top game?
Honestly, one, I think that's pretty impressive to me. Like that's cool. If like having never been there at that point, to give people that opportunity, for me, that's what gaming is all about. Having the opportunity to go out, particularly if you're playing a team mode, like having that bonding experience and getting there, like having no finals experience whatsoever, playing in your first finals, even if you end up going and getting absolutely mollywopped. Like the first time I went to like a major LAN, like had a couple of good games, and then I played against it was actually Nick Merckx's team at the time for the game, and they ended up finishing in 3rd, and we got obliterated. Like I didn't understand like the game could actually be played like that. But then once you get to a point where you find yourself in those situations where you're playing in the top lobby. So 4 of these guys who have never been there so far, who have never played in a finals experience, are going to be playing in the FNCS, in the squad finals for the very first time. Like that's really validating. Like you get a level of confidence there. And I always said, particularly like looking at King at the World Cup, like if you play like you always know you're capable of playing and you play with confidence and you sit down and just do your thing. If you're on that final stage or whatever, sometimes like the shell shock of it is almost a benefit. Like you don't realize the significance. Like for you, it being the finals isn't any different than any other game because that's all you've ever had. Right. So you go in, you end up with some of these one-off, just like monstrous performance with people who don't feel that type of pressure. And the second time they're in that situation, they're like, oh boy, no, I need to perform again. So it's definitely, and it kind of goes back to that first conversation we talked about where the mentality of competitive players in Fortnite has been really interesting to watch when you look at it in direct relation to their results and placements, because I think you can kind of correlate a lot more of the kind of positive-minded, confident individuals within themselves, the ones who believe in themselves and kind of know like, I'm going to be winning this fight no matter what, follow me, tend to end up, or like, hey, I know this is the right rotation, let's go, we're doing it, tend to end up having a much higher rate of success than the ones who are like, hey, I don't know if this is right, let's go back and forth on it. Or the ones are like, oh, if I had done this instead, it would have been fine. Or like, oh, I did everything right in this situation, but the guy lasered me. The ones who are constantly being like, what could I have done better and how do I improve on that?
Yeah, watching the first 3 games today of Baller. I mean, not Baller, sorry, with Baller of Booger. Sorry, Baller didn't make it, sorry. In the first games, it was crazy watching Booger. He would be in a strong position and he would quickly rotate out. Sorry, I'm going to cut that one short. We got Trap Killed going down to the nades over there. I believe that's how the Pleasant fight must have broken out. We saw that skirmish end earlier, got a bit of a replay there. But yeah, it's the teams that have that confidence. You see, as soon as the zone goes, Booger runs for it. Everyone follows in behind him. He channels it. He tells the team what he's doing. Halftime doesn't even tell them, just moves and expects them to follow. It's the confidence. But again, some players actually play better in more stacked lobbies as well, right? Sometimes making it to the final games, you're versing the best of the best, but the best are also predictable. You know what they're going to do because they're experienced players. Sometimes it's that volatility. We talked about some players in today's heats that are quite volatile. Having them around you can make it a lot riskier.
Yeah, or you've just had that level of experience, right? A lot of these guys, particular in NE, the practicing is very connected, right? So if you're playing and scrimming with the same group of people all the time, like you can kind of game plan knowing that these people are going to be in the lobby and they're going to go there, and because this is reliable and that's what they do best. And you can bank on them trying to play and do what's best for them, and you can kind of plan around that. And most players will opt to then come up with their own game plan because it's really hard to counter what some of these guys might try and do, as Tfue ends up poking himself up. And that's one of the benefits of having Tfue on your team. You pretty much never ever have to worry about Storm Surge. I would actually, it would be fantastic at some point. I'm going to go back and look at like the major tournaments, but I would love to see the amount of time that Tfue has been spent under Storm Surge when it's active, because I'm assuming he's probably above like 80 to 90% of the time. He puts out absurd amounts of damage, really, really close attempt right there. Unfortunately, getting the
Yeah.
shot did kind of flub his aim going over, not able to find the snipe, and kind of in a precarious situation here, Ozzy.
Yeah, the nades come out as well. He went for a snipe there. I mean, it was a decent snipe. Got to play aggressive sometimes. Got to try and put them on the back foot. A headshot snipe would have done that, but they're having to rotate away now. Luckily, those nades don't connect. Being brought down to 100 health with a bunch of nades falling. All it takes is one to connect. Somehow dodge that. They've got the meds, though, again, carrying plenty of meds, so it's not too bad for them. This team might have to worry about Storm Surge, though. 108 below. You were just talking about it. This team has obviously been running for the Storm. They're trying to set up in a position, but while doing that, they haven't done any damage. They're pushing up on another team on high ground. They seem to like to push from low ground up onto high, dropping the nades. A much smarter push this time. Some pressure coming out so they can't get held from above. Not the position you normally want to be in, though. Trying to get Storm Surge tags on a team already built on a mound that you're walking up to, you know? Not really the best position, but we'll see.
Hey, man, it's working out for him.
Yeah, so far, yeah, they're 153 above now. They got their Storm Surge tags. Maybe they'll try and box up here, but now they're underneath the team. Another snipe coming out. I like these low-angle snipes. It's not too risky for him. He can take the quick snipe and then peek back below the build, so we'll see how that one plays out. They're dropping the RPGs, though. They have their power weapons as well, and he goes down. Didn't even see what that was. Was it sniped, or was it... What was that? I think he must have got sniped from the high ground.
Yes, he did. He got sniped from 175 meter. Lucky Lukey. Luck is not lucky right there. Getting popped, trying to trade out. However, they are still above the threshold. Doesn't look like they have a ton of utility. And one thing to note, we're down to 80 players there, flipping on over now to the replay. So there will be a little time lapse going on. We have 88 now in here. We'll see some of the shot come out. Wordbro getting a good shot onto Crims, knocking him down there as we flip back on over. And one thing to note, 77 players left, so we still need 7 players to go down. So all that trading hasn't really done a ton to the Storm Surge threat, and it's going to turn over relatively quickly after this. So super passive play so far.
Yeah, true. And the Storm Surge comes out now. They're getting ticked down from it. So again, Tifu's team actually below it. It is, again, the same as you said earlier. I'm actually quite surprised to see this. They have those massive stacks of minis. So if you can keep using these, doesn't take that much. It starts with shield, then going down through health. So as long as he keeps popping a mini before it tags every time, it's not going to go through too much, just these minis, which he still has 7 of them. But not something you really want to have to account for. Cloaksy's gone down too. They're down to a trio. They've lost one of the dynamic duo here. We talked about, obviously, the old flames burning bright. One of the flames has been snuffed out. We'll see if Fiber, Canada, and Tifu can continue with it, though.
I think they should be fine because only one player needs to go down, and then there it goes. So they are okay, and because Cloaksy did go down, unfortunately, it was almost semi-beneficial there because it allowed Tifu to just burn through his mini to just eat that Storm Surge because it's 25 damage every 5 seconds until the threshold turns off or until you're above. And if people are just trading back and forth, you'll often go up and below the threshold. Just going through the minis, able to negate the damage, chuck a couple grenades, rely on the teammates. So for the unfortunate token of Cloaksy going back to the lobby, they will be able to continue on and play the game as we hop on board with Zlem, Owl, Crip, and Rex. And right as I say his name, Zlem goes down. Storm Surge pressuring them as well.
Yeah, again, there's another team that was contested. Obviously, it's a little bit delayed. Remember, we're doing multiple perspectives for today, trying to give you the full coverage of what's happening in these games. He's got the Bandage Cannon and the Mini, so they can out-heal it a little bit as well. It looks like Al goes down as well. So right now, it's Crip and Rex trying to hold this one down by themselves. Rex has much better health than Crip. Crip has no shield. The revive coming out. This must have been a knock from a distance, or they're not being pressured, I believe. Might turn into a scrappy little box fight here. He's actually pushing forward. He's going a little bit aggressive. No. Trying to defensively replace those builds, making sure they can't push through while Al has some time to gain his breath again. See if they can use that Bandage Cannon. Some of those minis maybe get him back up. Sprays coming out. Their center zone. They're in a good position. If they can survive this one, they don't have to move anywhere. But that Storm Surge is going to become an issue again if they don't get a fight here. 45 above. They might just be delaying the inevitable. No, they're going to go aggressive. They want to fight them. They're aware of where they are in the position. Oh, a beautiful right-hand peek with that shotgun, placing the damage back onto Rex.
And Rex is playing this pretty well, honestly. He's playing kind of like, I want to say, it looks sort of like the AGL in terms of like, not like the actual doing the shot calling, but more the team is anchoring around him. He's the one who's providing the shots. He has the Bandage Cannon over there, is able to push forward and eventually be the one picking up the E-Limp. He's caught all the walls on the sides first, so Rex trying to do his best. Owl does push in. He's able to get 1, 2. Can he get 3?
No way. Oh, no. He was so close.
Great shots coming out from Rex there. The individual effort able to drop, got the first elim over there on the side, picked up 2 afterward, but the third player coming through closed out the pincer nut. Both those teams going to have a tough time as we hop on board here with Roat, Blue T, TK, and Rogue Shark. So 3 of the 4 here veterans from the World Cup. Roat played in the Winter Royale last year. Blue T as well. That was Roat's first major tournament. Now here in the Heat 4 of the NA side, FNCS finals, top 6 go through.
Yeah, looking pretty good too. 5 eliminations already, 5 points on the board. And look at the loadout too. He's got the epic pump. He's also got the epic sniper and the harpoon gun. I love the harpoon gun effect in squads, especially securing that loot, trying to get as much as you can at endgame. It's been so cool to see. Originally, when it was released, I didn't expect it to be used that way. I didn't think it was going to become as strong as what it was. Did you have any predictions for how it might play into things, Sundown?
So I'm a big proponent, in terms of my enjoyment of watching and mainly watching and commentating the game. I like weapons and items that have multiple uses and multifaceted utility. So that's why I think some of my own personal ones that I felt have made the game a little more fun to watch at the professional level, because they can do so much more with it, are things like the flint knocks, shadow bomb, harpoon guns, things that have multiple different ways to use them, but very clear and distinct weaknesses that can also be countered against. So I mean, those have been the ones, but Harpoon, I think, has very much so been a positive addition for how these guys have been innovating with it, using it not only to grab loot away in key situations, but also pull people out, pull teammates back. There's one fantastic clip that we put on the highlight reel where I think it was Nikov managed to save one of his teammates and drag him all the way back during a 5th circle situation. So what's your opinion on it?
Oh, I like it. I do like the added utility to the game. I will touch on it in a second. I like touching on the fact that Cloakzy is back up at the moment. Somehow Cloakzy back from the dead. They got the reboot this late into the game right now. So again, he's looking pretty good. He's back in there assisting them right now. So we're back to a 4-man here. Pushing back up onto this mountain, trying to go. They might be able to skirt around this edge. They're just going to disengage from this one. Wanted to make sure I made sure everyone at home realized that. It took me a minute to realize the fact that Cloakzy was miraculously back up again. Putting pressure in down through this box right now, seeing if they can get in, trying to take this fight. It's fully built metal. So again, Tifu's being quite aggressive right now, breaking fully built metal. If you don't know the players behind there, you can catch you off guard. Beautiful beams coming out now. They've definitely got their Storm Surge. Well, 84 above. Actually, no. They're still on that threshold. They need to do some more damage. But yes, I love any item that adds more utility to the game. Is so exciting again. I love the fact that the game feels a little bit more vanilla right now. It's a little bit less RNG based, but at the same time, there was nothing more exciting than seeing someone shadow bomb across the map, flint knock themselves off high ground, jump down. You know what I mean? It's just so exciting. But I think the harpoon gun was a great addition to the game.
Well, and I think that the fact that the harpoon gun complements so many different aspects is a great snipe coming out from Clicks. Picks up B-Hex, who is under Storm Surge pressure anyway, so the Storm Surge coming through insta picks that one up. Not going to be able to play the match any longer. Going down here as the spray is coming through, 136 above. Next Storm Surge threshold is 50 players as we catch back on up here with Tfue. Again, no elims yet for his squad. Cloakzy has been rebooted, so they're in a good spot to play for late game, but do not have ultimate high ground control. Where the 5th zone pulls is going to be huge.
Yeah, let's see where it goes. If it goes across that team, they're going to have to give up this high ground. They might be able to do something with that, but I still don't think so. With that other team on high ground, yeah, they're going to opt to drop down a little bit. Don't know if they have an RPG, no power weapons to really try and suppress that high ground across from them. So I think they're going to have to rotate on this far side. Cover to their right. It's not a bad zone. It's quite a good zone. They do have an RPG. They just pulled out an RPG, so one of them has it. They could contest for height, but I think the smarter play is to go for it later rather than trying to go for it now. I think they're going to go across, try and stay on this mid to low ground, use that RPG maybe to take height later.
Look at his mat count, though. Look at his mat count. He's almost out of hard mats. 1, 2, no more hard mats. And you see right away he stops. He knows he can't be the one in the lead with wood, because if an enemy team sees that switch, they're going to be lit up. And now all of a sudden, they're opting to go for a slightly safer tarp. And good job making sure he checks his 6. They got over the priority side of the zone. The question is, can they find this team underneath? One tag comes out from Tfue. Second tag comes out. Can he quite follow it all the way up as Storm Surge is pressing now onto Lijax? Not necessarily staying frosty, but now was able to go 20 above with just 2 players who need to be on it. Catch back up with Tfue. Their first elim comes with 42 players left. It's the answer. When was Tfue's first elim? 24 effective HP though.
Oh
my gosh, he was skirting that zone. I was on the edge of my seat there. He doesn't. Unfortunately, Ronaldo takes him down. It didn't go down to the zone. He does go down to the shotgun, but we still have Fiverr, Cloaksy, and Canada rotating through. They're not looking too healthy, but they still can pull this off. Dismo placement points will start racking up soon. Back over to Clix's team. They've grabbed Crims. They're going to try and carry him through. Again, we talk about things added to the game, which add a new element, carrying one of the biggest new parts of the game. You love to see it. It's so exciting when you can grab your teammate, throw them through, keep them alive and resurrect them, or pick up an enemy and secure their mats by putting them into a safe spot. It's just nice being able to position those down bodies.
Or just yeet them off the side of a cliff to assert dominance.
Yes, true. That is always a fun aspect as well. Play a little bit ping pong with them, throwing backwards and forwards. I love seeing that little clip early on with Tim the Tatman being disrespected completely and competitive.
Yeah,
pushing through now. Look at this loadout though. The one flopper, two big bots. That RPG might be able to put it to work. At the same time, they're trying to find themselves onto low ground. He figured out he's running low on mats. You talked about hard mats earlier. Only 120 hard mats right now, and Clicks 180 mats total. They're rotating through on ultimate low. Zone's not going too high up here, so they should be okay on this ultimate low. 6 eliminations total. They're looking at good points. 26 alive. They need to gain these placement points though if they're going to do well. Pushing through.
They want to hold on for the next threshold and make sure that they don't get caught while moving through this tunnel. It's a very obvious tunnel that somebody else is going to try and get on. Their lair isn't safe, and you see them constantly checking their sides to try and edit and find something else. You can see they're making sure their ammo is right. There it is, 94. They get it. Word Bro does get picked up. That's a little bit of revenge for the snipe coming off earlier. Take him back down and then disengage, and that was a big surplus of mats, about a 350 swing there on the mat. So good job from them. Canada underneath and sitting on 8 elims now. Excuse me?
Yeah, don't know when that happened. They must have had a really good time on the rotation. They're looking low for it, but they picked up the elimination points. They're trying to swim under these builds, though. He picked up the elims, didn't get the loot from it, though. We saw a big loot swing for Clicks. Thank God he has the mats because he is getting sprayed. Needs to hold some of these builds. It's going back to the existing builds, trying to hold these walls. This layer is definitely getting contested now. There's a whole squad to their right. Beautiful little right angle peek here. Clicks finding the angles, getting followed up by a teammate right now, finishing them off, picking up a little bit more loot. He's still got about 200 mats total, trying to rotate through these existing builds. These have come in clutch. Thank God they had this rotation on this low ground. We have 15 alive, 9 eliminations. So at the same time, we got Tifu's team and Clicks' team racking up the elimination points. Oh,
Don't do it.
The RPG. Oh, he RPG'd out their own wall by accident. No, I liked the play. It showed big brain, but it didn't get executed properly there. They're pushing through still. We have Clicks' team. They might be able to clutch this one out. The shots come back through. Doesn't quite connect. He's trying to find his angle, sitting in zone because he has those 3 floppers. We've seen this time and time again in this new meta with the floppers. Sitting late in storm. No one expects it. Picks up the RPG knock. He'll get the siphon now as well on top of these floppers.
Which is what he was looking for. Like we said, if you go into the storm, you make a play with your floppers. That's your opportunity. That's the ticket to go and make something better of it. The elim was what he was looking for. 12 eliminations so far from them. They're into the top 6. Make it in the top 4 as the next placement threshold tips over. No, actually, they got 2 more elims on the low ground, and they got 2 more elims as well. 16 for them. 24 points now as they push themselves into the next placement threshold. Trap play comes down. The anonymous player gets knocked as well. 17 eliminations, and it is now Clicks against the rest of the lobby, but he's on, no, not on high ground. There's somebody below and somebody above. Rocket drops down, doesn't find it. Tried the 1v4, but 17 eliminations in second place is pretty darn good.
Oh my gosh, that was such a hyped ending. What even happened there? Oh, you've got to go a million miles a minute to try and cover even a quarter of what just happened. We're going to see it from a different angle now. We've got, again, the World Cup veterans, like you said. We've got Rogue Shark here. They're on the second high ground right now. They weren't on that ultimate low that we covered with Tifu's team and Clicks' team. See what they made work on the mid ground. Only has the AR. Wait. Yes, no, has the AR, has the bandage, has the epic pump as well. Looking pretty good right now, holding this mid ground. Nowhere near as shambles as the low ground. They have a little bit more control, but not picking up as many eliminations as what they were on low ground. That was a very scrappy rotation down there, but they picked up the elimination points for it.
Yeah, sometimes scrappy is where it's going, and I'm just looking up in the elim feed, and I see Cloaksy's name over and over and over and over again. This was the point in time where he was able to get off, I think, 4 or 5 different elims. So we talked about that clutch revive that ended up happening in the mid game. So very well done from them to execute on that as we flip now on board with H-Tag, POTG, Mercy, and Nemo, able to, like, this is again one of those kind of old hands talking, they're up on the high ground as everyone else is going down, completely uncontested and just chilling. A trend we saw in Middle East as well, where once the team got up there, not a lot was done to then fire back.
Yeah, again, like the only thing I've seen with a lot of teams like this, once they have this full high ground control, all you can really do maybe a good RPG, but you actually see one of the things that's happening a lot in OC, we're mentioning other regions, is see a lot of people using the floppers, sitting out in Storm, using the floppers to take high ground late. You've mentioned a few times today, people obviously having to cover their 6th. With the amount of Storm damage you can take with these floppers in the game, it can make for some upsetting high ground retakes late. You don't expect someone to be there, you drop down a few layers, and all of a sudden, the 2 people you thought that were below you, one is now above you, and they've got the high ground off you.
Yeah, and here's the play. Krim supporting Clix as he's on that run. You can see just how well they're working together, making sure they're securing the elims while everyone is directly on top of them. And again, you wonder why these guys just want to play box fights for hours on end. That's all you've seen in all of this, is fighting through huge 144 pump to make sure he finds it. This is just such a great run from them as a team.
Oh, definitely. You can see like the amount of like chemistry they have on low ground. This is almost this isn't even communication right there. There's no words being said. It's just knowing what the other person's going to do on low ground. You can't communicate that chaos. It's just knowing what your teammates are going to do. And again, like you said, constant practice these box fights. You know, Booger's the first one to really get involved in it for World Cup, and look how it went for him. And everyone's catching on to the trend now. Drops down. This is where we saw the double trap go in. The trap picking up absolute chaos on low ground. This team on high ground is just watching it happen unfold beneath them, picking up their free placement points. But again, the elimination points, I have a feeling that even though they did well in placement, they might not be on top of this leaderboard. You know, they won, but did the elims make the difference? They do have quite a few across the team. They managed to sneak a few in there as they rotated, so we'll have to see how the leaderboard looks.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be, if my math is right, 30 to 28 at the top, with Clix Crims being up on top due to that extra elims, because I think it was 17 elims at the end, plus they'll end up getting the 13 or no, 12 for just under. I don't know. It's somewhere in that ballpark. But either way, very clear, distinct lead for the 1 and 2 place teams. Out of that first game, we'll have 2 more games before we go to a quick break and then switch over again. This is the final heat of NAE. 6 teams advance, and already we're seeing some of the big names showing up, some of the guys we talked about in kind of a little preview of this heat, who we would expect to be doing well in executing on their game plan. Maybe not necessarily like sticking to their game plan, but coming up big in the moments they needed to.
Definitely, yeah. Same thing as well. Like, obviously, Tfue not contested on drop. We talked about that one. But again, like, I think Clix, you know, one of the known players for being mechanical, like you said, box fighting practice, it's showing itself there. We saw Tfue's team just scrapping it out on low ground. Clix only 1 level above that, also scrapping it out. Everyone got pushed down there. The water making it that little bit more awkward as well. But then again, we saw Tfue's team rotating through it on the low ground underneath everything. It was a nice, clean little water rotate there. So yeah, very, very good. It's exciting gameplay. It's how you love to see these ones end. You don't kind of want to see just that one team on high ground just rotating across. I want to see it go toe-to-toe on the low ground with pumps out.
Yeah, but still, the team on the high ground was able to have 2 up on height, 1 hanging on the mid, and then 1 actually dropped down. Unfortunately, somebody fell kind of into that little trap box, but able to close it out. You can see kind of getting and asserting high ground control at around 6th or 7th circle. Generally, it's really hard to take it away in squads after that point. It's really, really difficult with no vertical mobility. You have to knock the player down, then be able to crank while also moving towards the zone. And it's just like the level of execution to do that compared to just tunnel to the zone and look for picks. It ends up being more efficient to tunnel to the zone and look for picks personally. But if everybody does that, whoever's on height gets a dub.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw Clix almost do it, though. He almost managed to get that fight. He then rotated out, tried to get that high ground, cranked up a little bit, dropped the RPG. It just wasn't enough, though. But he tried. It was a very valiant effort. He did well.
He did well. Let's take a look at the leaderboard so you don't have to rely on our absolutely awful mathematics skills. As you can see up top, 29 to 28. I got one of the numbers right. 17 right after from Roat, Blue T, TK, and Rogue Shark. Canada, Cloaksy, Fiber, Tfue just behind at 14. OSP, Outcast, Furious, Jared's, and Vexy in 5th right now. And then Zum, Not Happed, Hoax, and Starzy in 6th at 11. Again, this is just after match 1. So a decent amount of separation right now. 29 to 7 points. So 22 from 1st to 8th. But still definitely room for improvement from everyone around. And anything can happen. 5 matches are left.
Yeah. Definitely. We're going to go straight into game number 2 now to see how it plays out. Obviously, first game normally going to have that pretty wide spread. I think it's going to be quite tight, especially around that top 6 mark. Looks like we're going back into seeing if they're contested. Steamy, maybe Neferux's team wants to change it up. Obviously, I don't know how their game went, if they got the position they wanted. We didn't actually see where they dropped, so it'll be interesting to know if they're dropping somewhere else, where it's going. Is it contested? Can we see them coming back to Steamy later, maybe? But at this point, it looks like no.
I don't think you go there.
No, I don't think so.
And particularly after, like, if what he was saying was true and the fact that they wanted to test to see if they could beat a good team there or beat somebody who was relatively equal to them there, then you don't take that fight. Because those fights, the ones they did win, were sketchy at best, and the ones they lost were not very close.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it looks like the same thing. If you're doing a counter, I believe from what we learned, they did go down a little bit. But even then, unless you're clearly wiping a team, we've talked about this, contesting a team and winning still doesn't mean you win. So I think it's a smart call. But Slurpee, one of those POIs that is strong enough where it seems to be contested almost every time. We say being contested, Living still not doing well, but look at Clicks, 29 points. They were contested on Spawn last game, came out on top, and they came second. So see how they go with this one. They're trying to figure out, they're trying to drop late. So they've got one player taking the high ground. No, Blake has to give it up. So it looks like they're going to go for the factories, leave that massive factory for high ground. A lot of players do this. It looks a lot like Sweaty Sands as well. You've got that natural high ground. Do you take the high building, hold that height, or do you take the other buildings around it and maybe secure a bit more loot?
And again,
got a knock.
Oh, yeah, right away, getting him out with the great fall. You don't want to get picked off that way right off of the start. No. That's a real feels bad, man. As he's now getting through his route, does pick up an extra big pot. Glad to see these guys are able to get some form of pressure. The question is, are they going to be able to convert on that knock?
Yeah, they're going to be able to go over and get it. We didn't see where it was. Great fall, so I'm going to guess maybe tagged him a little bit. The player jumped from a high ground thinking he'd survive and did not. So we'll see how that goes. We've got a bit of a stat on the side. The power of Cloak, dating back to World Cup in major tournaments. Tfue played without Cloak. He converted 46% of his games into placements. With Cloak, that number jumps up to 62 again. They're probably one of the most famous duos in the Fortnite competitive scene. You know, an old flame that definitely burns very bright when they play together. And they picked him up last game, and look how it went for them. So
yeah, Cloak definitely, I feel, has one of the biggest X factors in terms of when he has a spotlight on him, he's known to be able to perform. On top of that, I feel like in general, the more consistent you are as a player, as you get into squad modes, that kind of gets amplified. So if you're pretty solid in solos and you get another pretty solid solo player and you add them together, you get a slightly better duo. So I think that stat might be, I don't want to say slightly misleading, but I don't want to read into that too much. But also at the same time, like, they both tilt really hard in solos, so I wouldn't be surprised if both of their duos go up, because, you know, like PEMDAS or whatever, when they're together, it cancels out.
Yeah, true. Very true at the same time. They also know each other's play style. But I think a lot of that, when we look at that stat again, you're looking at a lot of the tournaments they have, it's usually one of them coming in clutch though, right? It's never normally that usually both duo on top. It's normally like, we got the historic story of Cloaksy, kind of carried Tfue a little bit there in the major. So it depends. Like, it's sometimes they do, they carry each other a little bit. But again, very, very strong team coming into it. They've got good chemistry at least. They've been playing together for a while. Focus on the Slurpee fight. We talked about it last game. It needs to end quickly. This is not ending quickly at all. They're playing this very, very slow. Again, Zone looking almost identical. From what I can see here, it looks like Zone next to them exactly the same again here. So they're trying to farm up, maybe trying to find their way into this fight, but then not go in too aggressively. So taking his time though.
Yeah, I think it's weird. It must have just been a fluke little knock right off of the start.
Yeah.
Because you feel like if you would get a knock with the advantage they had in the amount of shields and their first draw, like, their weapons weren't awful. But I guess if they want to play a little bit safer and just try and disengage around it. Oh, he hit that. That came out late. And it seemed like he didn't even almost have a window on the player, but great little timing coming out from him there. He is infinitely better than anything I'll ever be able to do.
Yeah, that was a quick little flick. He hits those for sure. Are they leaving it now? Looks like they might be rotating out. It's one of the advantages of Slurpee. It's why you see it contested in most regions, because you don't have to take the fight to still walk away good. We know there's a higher chance of those Slurpee fish dropping in the pools around there. You can use the extra time you spent not fighting, maybe fishing up some of those Slurp fish, using that to your advantage, rotating around to some of those 100% chest spawns we know are in the area around them. So again, what is your thoughts on adding the 100% chest spawn, Sundown? You a fan? I know most people who are a fan of competitive like it. It makes it a lot more clear when it comes to loot pass. You can be a lot more guaranteed on the loot that you get.
I like it from the perspective that analyzing loot drops and what routes and people are going on can be a lot more standardized. So it's predictable when you run into somebody on a route at a certain time of the game. If you are correctly tracking it and aware of what's on the map, then you have a better idea of what somebody has. It's not like, so for instance, I had a couple routes back on the old map where I didn't land at major PLIs after original tilted was gone because I didn't feel like confident enough in any of my hot drops. As we see a fight now coming over, I could go on a route and it would be, there would typically be maybe 10 to 12 chests and I'd roll like 2.
Yeah,
and it was like, oh, okay, well, that's
okay,
yeah, it's like I do that, and then all of a sudden you do that like 3 or 4 games in a row, and it's like, oh, I'm just like actually the unluckiest person on the planet because I have like a 0.05% chance of happening, but then it happens. But as you can see, early fight coming out now, trying to find it. Lotus just gets blitzkrieged. Everyone into the box. Magic 8 Ball, what's the question? You're going back to lobby. Nothing doing there as we're back on board here with Lucky Luke, trying to see if they can close out a fight over by Misty Meadows. They are in zone, so if they can disengage, they won't be in an awful situation. 300 mats on him right now.
Yeah, it's looking like, again, different to some of the other heats we've seen. It looks like there must be not as many teams doing those, like, wider splits around the middle of the map, not going major POIs, not trying to contest, because this is the, third POI we've now watched already that's contested. So we got Craggy, Misty, and Slurpee being contested. They're normally the 3 that will be contested, if any are, but we haven't normally seen any other heat that I've watched from NAE so far. I haven't seen all 3 contested, though. Maybe it's just the angles we have on it, but it's making some interesting early game. If anything, it's going to get these players some Storm Surge tags and maybe thin out that lobby a little bit before the rotate even comes out.
I know.
Which I think towards the first 3 games, players tend to be more cautious. Once you get in the back half of the games, players will feel like a little more anxious, either like, hey, we're out of it, like let's go try and find some elims, or hey, we need to go and get a big game here. And in some circumstances, that's all it takes, right? You end up getting one big game. We saw in the Nyrox and Aqua stories from the Battle Bus.
Yeah.
It was one real big game there. And you can see there the importance of fast starts. And like I said, it's the 3 and 4 teams. We're in the top 6. We're there. And we talked about this in the previous segment where once you're in that top 6, the pressure becomes a lot less because the people who are pushing for elim kills, any elims you get is just taking away possible points they could be scoring. And if they're playing more aggressively, they're more likely to get knocked out and not be getting placement points. So then you'll see those top 5 to 6 teams just playing for placement and comfortably getting 3 and 4 points and keeping that lead as Luke just gets blown up by Mark. 2 huge shots coming out from him.
Yeah, Jesus, down to what looks like a maybe. No, it's only 2v4. I think it's a little bit scrappy here. They might still be able to pull it off, but then it's one man now. The trap comes out. I believe that wasn't his trap. It goes off. He goes down.
I'm down to fight.
Shooting back into Clicks and T2 now. Looks like Clicks is down to fight here. They're out just outside the factory here. They take the fight. I think they're a little bit split. They're trying to leave. They're taking their time right now. This is why you got to love doing the player streams as well. Obviously, some people replay modes are great, but player streams, you get those comms, you know what's going through their minds, you can hear the thought process, you can learn from it. And again, look at the 2 Slurpfish in the bag. It's what you can do if you drop Slurpee. You don't always have to win Slurpee to win Slurpee. You walk away with decent loot, even if you don't fight.
So I'm not gonna lie, this is my personal preference here. Like I know on the color commentary side of it, like I greatly prefer the replay mode just because I have the map. Just because I have the map there. And I can instantly like boom, I can pull up a full map and I can be like, hey, here's all the routes. Here's where I know like instantly is being contested. Here's how I know like who is going to go all the way through. I know that there's like we're doing a mixture of it as well, but for me to have that available at like every single point in time and having all the perspectives is really, really, really helpful. But that's from the perspective of somebody who views this much more as a analysis. So I'm assuming that Destiny's Jesus feels the exact same way. I'm assuming that Speedy Gonzalez, who went through a huge shout out to him. Check out the solo route spot if you're more of a solo player who plays solo arena. He routed out every single DreamHack player's solo routes. You can kind of go through and like break it down. And there's some really good like diamonds in the rough if you're unaware of paths. I found a couple new ones that I wasn't sure would be completely viable, but those players did pretty well, and you can actually gauge the path up compared to the placement based off of the replays. So I'm a big proponent. I love the server replays, and the fact they're available to everyone and people are able to kind of like go through and do VOD analysis, I think is a really cool tool.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, it depends. Always different styles as well. I usually opt on the player stream side of things. Only in OC, again, we talked earlier, is the regions that don't get a lot of attention. Now that I'm growing a bit more of my own platform, I like to share that in a region that doesn't get as much love. So it's nice when you got their stream up, so you kind of highlight them as a person more so than just the player. But again, yeah, the mix always comes well. I mean, I don't have the production value this stream has, though. It's always very hard to pull up these stats and switch between the two. I'm just trying to not panic while I'm on stream.
Huge shout out to everyone over at the practice server. One, for letting me come crash the party, hang out, do some casting, and then two, the amount of work these guys are putting in behind the scenes, getting this all set up, working with everyone, writing out the storylines, working with the streamers to make sure like everything is going right and everyone knows what's going on. Like the communication both during the tournament and outside of it, they put in a lot of work for the community. So hats off to you guys. Thank you for having me on. And now we can see Storm Surge is going on. So while it seems like we might be talking about a whole lot of nothing during kind of that after the first initial rush, not a whole lot really goes on until kind of the Storm Surge or the rotation ends up kicking in. But as we see that, Tfue does end up getting knocked, which if I have to give any form of weakness to him, he over peaks at some point in times, which will cause him to get knocked. And if his team isn't disciplined, which can sometimes happen with the group, he can get caught out and eliminated early. Here, they're able to cover him away, no problem, just some of their resources going over, but the push is now coming in from Cooks & Co.
Yeah, very true at the same time. Again, that's what sometimes affects those solo players as well. He knows he goes for those peaks. We talked about the Storm Surge damage he puts in, but it does leave you at a risk with this smaller loot pool we have in Chapter 2. Obviously, Sniper's much more often in the loot pool, so we'll see. It's something you got to worry about, especially in these open areas. 86 alive, that's, potentially, other than your squad, that's 82 different eyes that could be looking at you when you take that peak, so it does sometimes end badly, but they're getting back up, usually carrying some spare meds, so it's not too bad. We have Clix's team here rotating on this far edge. If they can push inside in front of this team, it was a good rotate until this team is basically based up in front of them right now. Looks like they've got one knocked. Ooh, very nice tag there. Takes the shields off. They're trying to muscle their way through this rotate. They have to kind of just brute force it forward. Zones at their back. They're only 130 above Storm Surge. I don't think they have the option to rotate around.
No, I think they're honestly just going to take right on the very edge and white line it. And the term white line means when you see the white line in the circle just being right on where that edge is because you're the last one in. But you need to be a little cautious of people rotating late through Slurpy Swamp because it is the most often place somebody would rotate late from. As we hop back on board with Tfue, no hurting from being down there, so there's plenty of effective HP, sitting on a decent amount of shield as well, but it's Cloaksy's turn to get picked off, and now everyone else coming to the rescue. However, 2 more elims coming over from them, pushing them up to 16 points. Tfue playing defense from the nade spray.
Yeah, you love to see. I love when they kind of walk up, they put the builds on top of them, they cover from the mountain, they just put down that metal, make sure those nades don't fall on them. You see it a lot. One player does the pickup, one player does the building. It's great. So they got Cloaksy back up now. They've got the 4 minis, the 1 big pot. Think they have some health meds. Yeah, the floppers get passed around too. It's looking really good right now. They've got a far rotate though. If I remember from where we saw that zone on the last perspective, they've got to go all the way past retail. There's a team still up behind them on top of the mountain. They're going to have to go pretty far right now. 8 seconds till it starts to close in. How do you reckon they make this rotate, Sundown?
It's going to be really frustrating, particularly if a team on the north side. So like this would be a circumstance where having vision of every single team, you'd be able to see if somebody was sitting there waiting. I'm assuming somebody is sitting there waiting, given how many people are there, but 2 teams are going to be pincered there, so they might end up just shooting towards each other as they're making a beeline going towards it. Now, as
trying to go direct, it's very Tfue style, right? This is not a team that usually plays around. They want to go direct, but it's a smart line right now. Looks like it's going pretty well for them. They're split a little bit, like you said earlier, with Tfue getting picked off. I wouldn't like to see him get caught from behind right now. He's a little bit far behind, but we'll see how it plays out for them.
Well, you said get caught from behind, and then immediately we switched over to somebody getting eliminated. And I was like, you didn't just do what I think you did. But Baltic picking up a number of good assault rifle elims there. The team being pressured by Storm Surge, now underneath it, 67 players left, forced out from the Storm. And the direct route pays off. They take a relatively good line using mostly soft mats. Tfue's in not necessarily the best of mat situation right now, and they're also very exposed. However, their rifles are doing enough to back these guys off.
They don't need the builds. They're just going to stand and deliver with the rifles at this point. Look, no walls. It's just literally a firing range right now. They're just shooting straight down. See how they go? They're building a little bit of cover now, trying to get that nice little right-hand peek with the AR if he can. This team's trying to rotate in. They've got him a little bit stuck here. We'll see how they go. He's got the 7 rockets, but this team's moving too quickly to really probably put those down. The nades coming back out, though. The builds come out now. Now they need to try and sit on some builds to make sure these nades don't connect. One does connect on Tfue. Only one, though, luckily not finishing him. He's got those minis still in the back pocket. He'll be able to get back up from this one. Now they're just in, like you said, white lining it. They are definitely white lining this, being sprayed from above, sprayed from the side. See if they can survive it. They survive the rotate, but do they survive the next rotate?
He has 13 builds.
Yes, at least they're hard builds, but at the same time, that is very scary.
If anything, in this situation, like, metal is honestly worse because as the continuous sprays comes in, if it doesn't have the time to build, it's mathematically going to be less efficient than if you're just throwing out a quick brick or a quick thing of wood. Instead, what are they doing? They're going to white line it and just try and look for a rotation. 9 builds now, going to pop another mini, but no more excess utility. So this is what happens when you get knocked super early, as now we see Legedian and Cole hanging out on the high ground, jumping around, just making sure that they have control of that area. They're the ones chilling up top over there. As we see 4th zone, everyone is opting to close in. And this is, again, relatively safe rotation. Had to burn a bunch of utility and quite literally has less than now 4 builds to his name. So he should be hitting all of this stuff, and they should be at least, or maybe splitting mats into him, looking for a pick or something, because he has to be enabled to make plays. And that's it right there. Leifer going down. 3rd elim for Tfue and Co, setting him up to get into this mid-game situation.
He's hugging that wall. He had 0 mats, trying to hold that right-hand angle, just keep his body behind those existing builds. He picks it up with, not a lot to go. Let's see how that one splits. Now they split the mats. I don't know about you, Sundown. Again, you look at it from an analysis perspective. That scares me to see how many mats his teammates have, and it took until that moment where he completely ran out for them to drop him some more split. He was at the back of the conga. Could have dropped some for him to rotate through. It doesn't go too bad from the end, but that does scare me a little bit.
I mean, I think it's okay, but I think it's very typical of this squadron. I think if they were a little bit more disciplined, that it would be very difficult for pretty much anyone in NA East to challenge them, just because their amount of raw skill and experience. With that being said, when they do get rolling and they do get that level of confidence and edge to them, it's very hard to keep them out. As we flip over to the other team, who also has that level of confidence, is not afraid to fight anyone at any point in time, and is also still our current leaders, I believe, sitting up there at the top. Blake PS, Crims, Clicks, and Spades, as half and half is revealed, and they have a ways to go.
Yeah, they do. They're on the natural high ground here, so I haven't been able to see if there's a team just to their right now. They might be able to rotate through that. They've got to keep pushing through. Tfue's back down to less than 5 builds again, so don't know where all those mats just went. I'm guessing they were probably invested in this hard tunnel right now. Still got those rockets if he can try and utilize them. We already saw what he can pull off with that once. He's looking to pull it out now, see if he can try and drop one again. Find another player that's caught out. They're rotating through. They take down another team. I think that was one. I think that was one knock and then the elimination, but the teammate is still there. Tfue walking forward to just fill some of those slots in his inventory. Might as well pick up the nades and bandies. So 2 nades, 5 rockets. If they can find a team, if they can get in this next spot, use those to try and knock out a team. We'll see. Again, this mountain's going to be interesting. I love these zones. You can't ask for probably a worse zone for Tfue in that. Rotating from Steamy, obviously. Pretty much going from far, northeast. At least it's on the southeast side. Ooh, we got a snipe headshot out of Clicks. I feel like that's... Is that... No, never mind. That was right near where Tfue was, but it's not Tfue's team.
Nope. Andy B going down there. Caught that one in the teeth. Great shot from Clicks, pushing his team up to 31 points. They're inside the half and half. 46 players remaining. 2 elims from them. Match number 2. NA East heat number 4. Like, it's some great Fortnite has been played today. We'll have some more great Fortnite after with NA West as well. And then tomorrow is a day of championships. 6 different squads will be crowned champions and join our Middle Eastern squad of Pancake, Sand, Namfu, and Mev, who are able to just absolutely run out today. 3 wins across 6 of their games. Just very well played.
Yeah, I got OCE tonight as well, so they'll already be crowned before all the action happens tomorrow. We've got a late one tonight. OCE goes very late with the finals, 8 p.m. Sydney time, but we'll see how that one plays out too, see if they can add them to the list. So 3 out of 6 wins. That's pretty dominant.
Yeah, they played really well. It was some really good gameplay. A little bit, it was kind of a clear separation for the top 5 teams. You can see now Click's trying to find another snipe in case somebody oversteps, in case somebody opens something up. And this is what we talked about as we now get into the end game. It'll be a lot of rifle fire, potentially people looking for clips. Oh, I apologize. We're on Blake right now, not on Clicks. My bad. As we see, he is the one looking for the snipe.
It's not as telling as the face cam. The hand cam looks very, very similar as well. So still.
Yeah, I was just like, I was looking back. I'm like, wait,
I swear, yeah.
No, I just need to remember the red lighting more there on Clix's. But the distinct one going through there. Apologies, misspoke, but a good ground level rotation there, relatively unchallenged. And again, they're setting themselves up to be in a positive position for the end game.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good right now. 31 alive, 2 eliminations. They're above on the Storm Surge. Rotating through is a really nice unit right now. The RPG attempts to break them up as a unit, though, splitting them up a little bit. The call is to come back up, though. They can get back on the same level. We talked about hard mats versus soft mats before. Blake has a decent match of both. He has 200 metal, just dropped another 200. The call is for Clicks to leave it. They don't want to go for these end of tunnel frags. They just want to keep rotating, get in, make sure they get these placement points. They got a far rotating zone again. It looks like it's going up a mountain as well, or going at least around the edge of the mountain. So if there's a team on high ground, they will be loving this. They'll be able to connect that mountain and just dominate from above.
Which is what they really want to do. They're looking for that play right now. As you can see, Blake is able to get some shots down on the player underneath, double editing real quick through, and then looking back behind him, constantly trying to find some more elimination points, getting tags over and over again. But, I mean, attack right there, it's not going to really hit that hard. You're going to get 40s and that stuff. You might just be better off with the AR as he trades out. You can see Crims does get destroyed there, trying to come through the tunnel. Now the defense will come over. This is when some pre-edited walls there would have made their lives much more difficult. Instead, just covering the side, blue team does eventually go down to the Storm.
He's got that trap inventory as well, so when it gets into these scrappy low ground fights, he might be able to drop some of those. We'll see how it goes. 8 alive right now, 6 eliminations, so I believe it might be them versus a pretty decently full squad on high ground. We'll have to see if they can somehow pull this one off. They came second last game. Can they get the win? It turns into a scrappy fight. Adonis goes down. Very, very quick reactions there from Blake. We got a 3-man verse, so it's 3 verse. I don't know how many are above them right now. They're tapping through. He's got a lot of mats. This won't come down to mats. This team on high ground is going to have to try and find their way in right now. They're just ratting their way through. He's pretty low, 34, has no spare materials, sorry, no spare meds in his inventory. Looks like the minis aren't dropped. I think he only had that 1 mini, so they're down to shambles on the meds, but at the same time, shotgun's out. Here it comes in the low ground fight, wraps around, and he turns quickly and finds him as he edits out. We have Spades trying to solo carry this. I think this might even be a 4v1, so it looks like they might be coming second. Again, they do 2 seconds, but that's consistent. That's still high points.
Consistent high points. That's what you're going to want to see out of these guys. Just very well done, and what you expect from the veterans who have played together so long and really are favorites to come out of this group. You expect them to be in the top 6, if not in the top 3 or top 2. Challenging up for one of those spots. So very well done to be living up to the expectations right now as we hop on board to a little bit of the action we might have missed on the other side.
Yeah, we see how we go here. So they're on the low ground right now, dropping those RPGs in when they can. Really nice loadout. He hasn't got the shield, unfortunately, but he's got those 3 floppers, so he's got the ability to stay out in storm, pull off some sneaky moves. He's a whole squad, so he's probably going to try and stay with them for now. Picking up a Medkale on the right. Oh, we go to Canada. Canada goes down. We got a very scrappy box fight going right now. This is Ronaldo's team. We see Sif getting 2 eliminations there. Tifu's got an elimination in the kill feed as well right now. We see Tifu, there he is. He goes down, gets shot from behind, just fighting his way out. He can't cover both angles at the same time. Back down to 5, but now the only remaining player on that team. We've got Ronaldo covering each other. Ronaldo and Ziff on the low ground, rotating through. Some of these builds are there. They're trying to keep pushing through, backing up. He's got that legendary tack in the inventory. Very, very good for these low ground fights, which are going to break out within a few seconds, as we know. Ronaldo goes down too, so he's the only player left alive. Pushes back through and just goes down to Class, gets him to 50 health. Can't manage to finish him off.
Yeah, very well done there from Class, holding his ground, able to clean it up. However, Rogue Shark able to come through as well. So we saw that blue team made it in towards that late game, so you can expect them to be pushing up towards that top 5. Again, 4 more elims coming out of them even before the super late game situations, which is pretty much what is to be expected out of blue team. Row has some pretty aggressive players. They have no problem pushing forward and dealing damage. Rogue Shark, unfortunately, getting pinned there against the builds and the side, making him a very, very vulnerable target as Frank Tweaky now works his way top down, has the bandage cannon and the epic burst AR to put some shots on the low ground.
Yeah, he's got that blue tack as well. But yeah, right now it's all about the AR. When you're on this high ground, the epic AR is very, very nice. You can get those double headshots sometimes as well. It does a lot of damage very, very quickly. Holding those angles, have a bit of a delay. I wonder if he picked up that player. He did pick up that player as he pre-fired around that angle, just rotating through, trying to connect right now. He's just taking his time on the high ground again. It's usually the story in squads. The team that's on high ground just gets to rotate through. Everyone's so focused on having those scrappy fights below, they can almost never look up and try and apply some pressure. So you've got a full 4-man on high ground. They're the ones who end up winning it right now. Well, look at all these fights breaking out on low ground. That's just thinning out the lobby for them. They're not getting the elimination points for it. They're guaranteeing those placement points. We see Blake and Clicks like going toe-to-toe with Adonis right there. So the only players on low ground, we watch it from their perspective. And just look at the tarping right now. 2 dropping down, trying to find those angles while 1 stays on ultimate high. Now they all go down. They're just splitting angles. Look at this. All 4 angles right now. They've pretty much got 360 degrees range right now for these shots to come out. The RPG comes out to knock them down, but it's just not enough as we know. We see Spades is still over there. Clicks and Blake's all down there trying to huddle together, trying to hold off this onslaught from above.
I mean, it's so difficult. We've talked about and seen over and over again how much high ground control means as you're transitioning into the late game. And here in particular, just the mountain over on the side, the limited build, Spades stuck over in the back as we see kind of the fossil. And it's really, we went over some of the roughest terrain to navigate that isn't water for the late game. You know, kind of the old map was notorious for Old Man Mountain will claim its toll. We don't have as many of those like really super steep kind of slopes anymore, but the trade-off is there are some zones we can pull a ton of water. That is really one of the more kind of like risky areas in terms of verticality.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you got those deep water zones as well. It's not just water. It's when you get those deep waters where you got to double build down to connect. Haven't seen too many of those in the heats today, actually. We're seeing most of these zones pull far south, which again, when you got teams like Tfue who are dropping on the north side of the map, they're doing well to get there, but we saw there, he kind of got there in shambles most times, had to invest everything just to get there. But I love the vertical zones. They're so exciting to watch. I mean, it just gives high ground that much more advantage, but it shows the teams that think ahead. They think a few steps ahead. It makes me think of like Chap's team, right? They're very, very prone to doing those reverse stair rotations down. They build their tunnels down, anchored, so that if the zone goes back up, they've got very quick builds back up. You see those teams that panic, they waterfall down, all of a sudden zone goes back up a mountain and they're stuck. They have no idea where they're going to go now. It's just, it favors those teams that think ahead.
Yep, and I mean, setting yourself up for success is one of the biggest things we talk about these competitive players doing, when every minute advantage can end up resulting in something else and end up snowballing. Doing something in the early game that means you can save a shield, which having 50 more HP in a mid-game fight means you end up getting all of their loot and all of their builds, can maybe then turn into you taking high ground a little more successfully, or you being set up in a better position to gatekeep and take shots towards somebody else. This is what these competitive players do better than anyone else. They're able to chain these advantages together and roll them consistently, and it doesn't matter what other teams are doing. They find ways to manufacture these advantages, make themselves points, and then consistently end up doing best in a game that is inherently RNG with between the circle and the items you get and all that. It is literally a game that is based around that. These guys are consistently placing so incredibly well because of how they do this.
Yeah, it makes it so exciting, right? You talk about the RNG of zones, but you see the same teams doing well every single time. So they always go, they still make those zones, they make their own luck, but it's what makes a Fortnite so exciting, right? That's why it's the game that's taken over. The RNG is so exciting.
That it's so incredibly exciting. And now I do actually, unfortunately, have to dip out a little bit early. So we're going to go to a quick break, and Ball is going to pop on in for me to close out game number 3 of heat number 4 for NA East. Aussie, it was an absolute pleasure casting with you guys. I'll be sticking around and watching tonight, as well as casting with Clay on his channel to do Asia, while Aussie is doing the OCE finals on his channel. Make sure you guys check that out, and also watch NA West after all of this right here on the practice server. Again, thank you so much for having me on. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We're just swapping it up real quick. Oh, thank
the land radio, fucking 50-50 a kid, throw him on the campfire, hit him with a little stroke, fucking just keep beating him.
What did we learn that game, Kanata?
Storm Surge.
Storm Surge? Okay, early.
I get air kill guy. I get a fucking pistol.
That's fine. That's at least 3 tags.
Welcome back, guys. Here we're tuning into game number 3. I'm back because Sundown had to step in, but we are very gracious that he even, came in the entire time. That was awesome. I'm back with Aussie Antics, round 2 of our casting, and can't be more excited, Aussie.
I'm very excited for it. Steve, been following the games too much. Looking pretty clean though. We got Clix's team coming in with 2 second places. See if they get the win. Actually playing insane so far. They're doing really, really well.
Yeah, and of course, Tifu squad's right at the back looking in. 21 points for them. They're at 7th place, so we'll have to keep an eye on how this plays out. But fortunately for them, uncontested, which is not something that I could say for Clicks and company. But with what we've seen so far, they've been contested 2 games in a row and still performing well. 48 points for this squad.
Yeah, and we've seen them play it both ways, right? They went for the full fight early in the first game. They won it. They then went on to come second. The second game, they didn't even take the fight. They got a knock, which we really couldn't figure out what happened. It looked like a knock at a distance. They took their loot. They looted half a Slurpee, then rotated out. Still came second. So they're proving that they can make both play styles. So you'd have to put some money on them continuing to play. So at this point, they're doing very, very well consistently with 2 different play styles. I'm excited to see how Tifu's team performs with a more north zone this time, though. Those have both been pretty hard zones for where they drop.
Definitely, for sure. But we do see, I'm not sure if this is already first zone that's appeared. I'm going to guess not, given that we're just hopping into game and it's going to appear soon. But Craggy Clips on their spot that's getting contested in this heat. Both of the teams, struggling after that. Lotus and Mio J here, they had the first engagement that we saw last time. I believe they ended up getting wiped, but of course, Craggy, one of those spots that we have seen struggle in pretty much all of the heats, except maybe some of the EU ones. Elevate, Cease, and Riversun not having a good time in heat number 3. So maybe this time it'll be the same story.
Were they contested in heat number 3 here at Craggy, or was it their solo drop and it still just didn't work well for them?
I'm not sure. I don't think we ever got a chance to look at their drop in replay mode, but I would guess that they were uncontested. I'm not sure if anybody, any teams would, dare to contest that team.
Very true, very true. Yeah, it's a scary team as well. So I think, maybe it's been a misplay after that. But at the same time, sometimes it doesn't matter what you are. But we got a bit of stay here playing for redemption. Ooh, actually, as this fight goes on, we got Haytag, Tifu, and Rogue Shark's team are trying to get back to finals after disappointing finishes for them in trios finals, where they placed 24th, 22nd, and 19th. Yeah, that's got to sit sore for them. Those are consistent, very top tier players. They're going to want to redeem themselves here today.
Yeah, and that's what I love about FNCS. It's we get to follow these storylines season to season, right? The people who perform poorly in trios, for example, or in season 1, you could say, have a chance for redemption for sure. And it's looking good for Tifu's squad if they can qualify, if they can make sure they edge their way in. And all the squad's weeks, all the finals Sunday, they have actually performed very, very, very well. Even with the new kind of squad that they formed up with Cloaksy and Tifu mixing up with Kanata and Fiber.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. Again, I think, unfortunately, their points don't really... They've been doing well on points, don't get me wrong, but I feel like it could be even better where they've just been unlucky a few times. Oh, we see a beautiful headshot snipe here going out onto Leaf. This one's going to crack this fight open right now. Yeah, he got the headshot right up against the wall, then finished him off inside the main building at Craggy. So that's what you need when you have these 4v4s on spawn. You need something that opens it up. It's normally a nade, maybe a snipe. In this case, the sniper was a beautiful shot.
Now they have the opportunity to open things up. The nice shots from Lotus and his team already split, pushing up to above. That team is going to get out of here and escape out of the movies, really. The boat's moving out, still taking snipes. Cloaksy is actually going to snipe him from the hill. This is Tifu's team moving over from Steamy Stacks already and taking great shots down on Craggy Cliffs. I think a perfect third-party opportunity from them, because given the fact that they're not contested, they need to find some ways to get Storm Surge, and I think this is a perfect opportunity. Cloaksy, really, really smart here.
Yeah, 250 damage is for free and a headshot there from a distance as well. I mean, Cloaky, phase up, with snipe shots. That was pretty damn good there. He did a good one there, so we'll see. At the same time, they've got the zone, right? So now there's what they can do, which they haven't been able to do previously because the zone is just that little bit closer.
And I love how much Kanata's actually encroaching onto this Craggy team. We do have the leaderboards up to date, so while they make their rotate outside of first zone, let's hop back out a game really quick just to get the full update. We'll just do this really, really fast. Of course, in first place is Clicks, Blake, Crimson Spades with their 2 back-to-back second places and huge amount of elims from them.
Yeah. So we got Freaky Twinkie at 35 his squad. We got Roach squad on 30. We have Hashtag squad on 28. Zum squad on 24. And Dyslexic's team on 24. So that's our top 6 qualifying right now. We have Tifu's team just outside that on 21 in the 7th place.
Yep. But also sitting 5 points ahead of 8th place. It's a bit of a buffer, slightly more than we've seen at this point in the rest of the heat. So we'll hop back into the game. Just keep that in mind. Keep in mind who's in chances of qualifying. I think definitely these guys are in danger of not if they don't continue to perform. But as of right now, only 2 games have been played. There's still 4 to go, and anything can change, even at the top.
And they've been playing consistently as well. Hopefully it'll go their favor a little bit more. They haven't really had any of those poor games, haven't really had a pop-off game either. They picked up a lot of eliminations from a bad zone. In game 1, Cloaksy went down quite early, managed to get the reboot on him, and he went on to frag out. So they're seeing a few teammates getting picked off on early rotates, but still getting them back up to go on to perform. So I think they should be good today, but you never know. We're going to see how this zone plays into it. 92 alive still, so it's a pretty stacked lobby. We do have a few POIs in this heat contested. I'm noticing it's more people contesting POIs than we've seen in other heats. Not a lot of those mid-ground kind of like wider split loot drops that we've seen too much. So it's leading to thinning out the lobby just that little bit earlier, with Storm Surge still becoming an effect, the first zone, second zone, but not really towards the end rotating zones. But what might happen as players get more frantic for these points, they might play more aggressive, or if they're trying to hold their top 6, maybe more safe.
One of the differences too is the actual POIs that end up getting contested. We saw a lot of contests. Wait a second, what is happening here? The Craggy
going on
Cliffs
here?
actually finally ends up. It's Tendons. They're all dancing all around him. They only had him knocked. Finally get the elim, but where's the rest of the squad? Tendons. I guess that was the guy who made the crazy escape on the boat.
Yeah, geez. I mean, taking the moment, maybe marking again. We're only in game 2, like we said. Maybe throwing a little bit of shade. I don't like that. Oh, and this must be. Is this Tifu's team that was rotating along here in the boats behind them? This might be Tifu's team under fire right now, and that's not the spot you want to be. Rotating in the boats, they're trying to duck and weave, but if they get stuck out there, that's a really bad spot. It's the deep water. I don't even know if you can anchor the builds out that deep. I've never found myself stuck in water that deep before. I don't really know what it looks like out there.
Cloaksy firing back with the sniper. We saw how he was able to knock NeoJ earlier because of that. Over the cliff that they came through with Steamy Stacks. They're out of here though, and not really a single tag, at least on Lotus POV. Now it looks like we're over towards that center island. It's a Lucky Lukey Luke. That's a tongue twister and a half. Jeez,
not touching that one. Not even gonna try. I'm getting some of these. I just got Canada wrong. I already got chat flaming about Canada. Canada.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna blame. I can always blame on the accent, so I'm safe. I just get to blame that every time.
Yeah, you're chilling.
Floppers, the 1 big pots. They're looking pretty good this game. They're in the bottom side of zone. Interesting that they're not trying to push further forward, right? Trying to go more into this next zone. They're just happy to sit on the edge there. We got a fight going out here over at Misty. One of those other POIs getting contested right now. QT going down. Right now we've got 2 players still alive, going toe-to-toe inside this build. Takes down Bash as well. Mark is doing work with this gray tack right now. They end up winning that one. 3 alive, only 1 player going down. They have the reboot van there, and they have all that loot. So they end up taking out Misty there.
That's impressive, and that's the 2nd place team, actually, the team that won the last game off that pretty much free high ground, and then had the 4 versus 3 against Clix' squad to take the game. They actually are contested in Misty Meadows, and that's something. I think this is, you know, the outlier of all the heats and all the games we've seen so far. Clicks is being contested at Slurpy Swamps, and then also this team, Twinkie, Leak, Mark, and Prestivan, also getting contested at Misty Meadows. So finally, some people, you know, getting contested and still doing quite well in heats.
Yeah, at the same time, yeah, like we said, Clicks' team, they're doing really well. They're defying all the stats. Like, normally teams don't do this well when they're contested. Again, it's a fact that might come into it later, but, ooh, pushing back, trying to take that cone. He just got caught trying to break that cone from above. Again, I don't know if this fight is worth taking right now. They've got a good loadout. They could push further into zone. Maybe this team will turn around and hold them from behind, but I don't know about this one. I feel like they had the chance to rotate further in, and they still have that chance now, and they're opting not to take it. But again, only 2 points. Maybe they want to go for these eliminations. They are 137. Below Storm Surge, that's always something you have to take into account. Maybe they want the damage on this squad below. Have some information. I don't have those. They're trying to break their way in from above. He's just dropping it now. He found his way and opens it up. It's going to turn into a nice old box fight here.
Let's take the wall. I'm surprised he dropped all the way down. The team returning fire now. That's going to hit his signal to back up to his team and maybe try to heal up.
Yeah, it was an interesting drop down there. Like we said, we held the high ground. That was a good spot. Now, it looks like, has he gone down? Yes. Looks like Flux is going down next to him. So it's now 3v4, this box fight. I feel like they're taking angles not at the right times. They're not really taking this as a unit right now, trying to take separate walls at different times. It looks like one player takes one wall and then beam comes out. This team that's inside the box now is playing like a much more cohesive unit, editing for each other, taking shots. He's dropping in again, putting himself into a very, very awkward position right now. It's him toe-to-toe with 3 other players. Luckily can put the stair between him and them, but he's still not out of danger yet. I don't know about this fight, Paul.
We'll see. Storm Surge does turn active while they're taking it. On the meantime, it's Crims, Clicks, and Blake plus Spades. I thought it might be them in the center island, but instead they're actually in a fight at, I think that's Salty. So they are going to try to leave Blake getting the res here, or onto Clicks before they end up leaving, and now Crims backing up, holding everything, and I think they're definitely going to want to try to disengage.
Yes, they rotated up this west side of the map here, obviously going from Slurpee up to here. I don't think they took that Slurpee fight earlier as they have no limbs right now. The spray comes through. They're taking this fight, but they've got 52 seconds. Oh, gets shot from above. Is there 2 teams? It looks like he's caught him off guard there. Clicks has confused everyone else, but the team wraps him around him and saves him. Keeps him up, so there you go. It looks like they pulled it off up to 50 points right now. So they've got time to rotate in. They're laughing. They're feeling good about that fight, so it went their way in the end. Tifu's team
Storm
in a
Surge
much better position now. Yeah. You guys sorry?
With Storm Surge, it's such an important thing to be careful of the teams around you and be cognizant of the possibility that they could be getting ticked, that they could be below, because that's the situation you can find yourself. You know, you're above. You know, you're trying to avoid teams. You know, you're trying to rotate. Here's a snipe on Cloaksy.
See him line it up. Ooh, okay, we didn't. Okay, surely that wasn't a no scope. Like, surely that was not actually a no scope. Oh, the 250 on Mioj wasn't moving, but takes the elevation, lines that one up perfectly. No chance of obviously finishing him up after the knockdown, but still, like you said, Storms those tags perfect. Tubby's right there to cover him from behind, but they're still in that same position. This is a replay. We've gone right back. It looks like it's not too far from there.
The timing by Cloaksy, the timing to know, hey, if I come over this hill at the perfect opportunity, I can find these guys in a third-party situation. And Mioj was definitely standing way too still, a term we call gargoyling. In this case, early game, it's like, hey, there's not going to be anybody near me. I'm free to do whatever I want. I'm free to try to get easy tags on the players running away. Remember, he was trying to take shots at that team who was boating away. I'm sure that player is probably somewhere still, hopefully in a Paradise Island or something like that.
Ooh, Tifu's trying to secure this loot as the no, sorry, not Tifu. Sorry, just switched off Tifu. This team's trying to secure the loot right now as the harpoons come out, and he gets caught in, and I think he's lost more than what he gained there. We're back onto the team that was, maybe this was the team that was fighting over Middle Island that took out the other team watching. Sorry, I'm a bit shady on names right now with the bitrate, but it looks like that was the team that fought it over Middle Island, walking away and still being in shambles from it. So your Clicks' team, they've rotated in from Salty. They've managed to make it in here. They're right on the very edge. Depending on where next zone goes, it could be a little bit risky, but they're not looking too bad. 51 points. Their 3rd game so far. Probably the most consistent team in here in this heat so far, coming second 2 games in a row.
There's 1 knot. You guys have to win this. There's 1 knot.
They already picked up a few elims in this game. They're at 51 points, 3 elims at least. And the fight continues here from Clicks and Crims. They get pushed by another team. You heard them making the play. They wipe the squad again in such great fashion. Look at all the blue in the bottom left. Take out Wordbro Trig. And that's a team that is prolifically W-king as much as they possibly can. Clicks makes them pay for it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, one of the best box fighters. Obviously, most people know it. The mechanics. He was showing an end game as well. The first round, it was just real scrappy box fights. And they just play those box fights with such, like, you know, chemistry. They don't really have too many communications. You can't really say what's going on. But they're all in a line. They do it very, very well. They just rely on each individual mechanics. And then you gel them together. And they play so well in those fights. Picking up a lot of elimination points. So we've got a stat on the side here. We've got announcing their present. Of the 11 teams that only made weekly finals once, the average finish was 21st. Freaky Twinkie, Game 2's winner, bucked this trend by finishing 8th in week 4. Jeez, nice. Good come up.
Only qualifying once for finals. And performing well when it matters. When they're in these custom stages, they can put up when it matters the most. Having a great performance in week 4 and obviously off to a great start in this heat so far. 3 games down. They've got 1 win, and obviously we saw them win their early game contest in Misty Meadows, so could be off to another start, a hot start that puts them in the run for taking this game.
Yeah, it's crazy. Some players do perform better in those more stacked lobbies, right? There's just something about it. Sometimes maybe it's the pressure, maybe it's the tension, maybe it's just versing those better teams. It's more predictable. Yeah, some teams just seem to perform on the day when they get into the big heat moments. So we've got a beautiful tunnel here. Again, this is the effect of wiping an entire squad. So even though they weren't really that close to zone, they have all the extra materials to build this beautiful tunnel straight in, keeping them fully defended. Now taking another fight with another squad. This team is bloodthirsty right now. They're looking for him. They phase him down. Nox goes down. Clicks is here right now with the Grey Tack. He's looking out there. He's trying to take them down. He pushes out through the wall. Unfortunately, he gets taken down in the process, though. They're getting a little bit aggressive. They've got this fully built tunnel to pick him up. They can throw him through. They're saying they don't want to fight. You could have fooled me. It looks like you want to fight.
A full metal base all the way back out, but they're not in zone. They need to pick up Clicks if they want to. Maybe throw him in. There, he finally starts to build a tunnel at Spades. They are going to carry him into zone, and I think they're actually going to be able to pull this off. No, there's a player in the box, and he comes all the way through. No, Starzy has now wiped 2 members of this squad, and I thought this was looking like a heat that was going to be dominated by Clicks, Spades, Crimson, and Clicks, because these guys started to be W-king. They're at 9 elims already. I think Spades is definitely going to go down and out, but he could still get more. He could still bring them up to 10. Imagine if they continue the Reign of Terror. It looked like they were about to wipe the squad. It looked like the momentum was going to carry them through. But then with the 5th zone so far away, max distance, we see now Tfue gets it. Talk about marketability. Tfue on height.
Yeah, Tfue's on height here. Cops the half-half. Usually one of the most, useful zones to cop in squads. You get to set up right now. As you can see, they're doing in those hard materials. Got the RPG on high ground, the AR spray coming out. Tfue is not someone you want on a high ground above you. Got very clinical precision with that AR. See if you can line something up. They only have 2 eliminations so far, but in this positioning, they're gonna rack them up pretty soon. RPG trying to slot it through. He's got plenty of rockets, so using some of them aggressively. Hopefully holds on to a few to defensively hold this high ground. If they get rotating zone again, this team is gonna rack up the points that they so sorely need at this point. This is the first time we've seen a northern zone, and we're seeing what they can do with it. They've set up in this power position. They got the 50-50, and now they're going to make it work. Unless they has a bit of an upset right now, they're looking great.
Calm before the storm.
Trying to slot the RPGs in if they can. So they didn't even go for the edge up next to them. Obviously not really worth going for. It's going to leave it, let it fall down right now. They need to be quick. They're ready to respond. They're all together right now. The only player that's separated a little bit, I believe it's Cloaky's a little bit further to the south right now. They're going to see where zone goes. As soon as the zone pulls, they're going to react. They already preemptively start building tunnels. It goes back. It goes across. They're looking. They're trying to see what they can do. They're going to build these tunnels. Kanata nailed it, says follow me. He's going for it. He's leading the tunnels right now. Tfue's got that RPG. He's the one who's going to be able to suppress anyone trying to take height at second height. He's going to pull that out as soon as someone cranks up. I guarantee you see 1 or 2 90s come out. He's dropping that RPG on them straight away.
They has to get
back in.
No chance. Oh my goodness. Spades actually made it to half.
He's alive.
You see that rotate, but he's all the way towards 6. What the heck? How did he pull this off? Because that zone was so far away by himself. You see, no minis, no shields, only bandages. And it's going to be difficult for him to go forward. But imagine he clutches up into second place and they get 3 in a row, maybe even clutch up and get a first. It's possible. Anything is possible here for Spades.
Yeah, again, they're above Storm Surge. Obviously, you'd hope they're above Storm Surge. They managed to clear 1/5 of the lobby before the first 50, so we'll see how they go. At the same time, no real shield, unfortunately. Only the Bandies, but he can try and rotate through here. Only he's got 19 builds. Got to try and make his way through. Maybe use some existing builds. Maybe play slow, play safe. Don't take any shots unless he absolutely has to. Here we go. Oh, he wants to do it, but he can't. He can't go toe-to-toe with the entire squad. So sneaky, but he looks back. One of the players in that squad, whoever that was, just saved them from getting the damage from behind, but drops down. He gets gifted all of this loot, but no, it's ended there. Second 2 games in a row, 12th in the 3rd game. Unfortunately, a valiant effort though.
Back on Tfue, they maintained height from 5th zone and continued on. They're spraying all the way down. This is so critical to open up the sight lines, make sure nobody has a spot to hide, make sure everybody is forced to fight each other and forced to change onto unfavorable layers. The pressure still raining down by this team.
He's out of rockets as well, though, so he doesn't have those rockets to suppress anyone now, but I feel like it's their high ground. They've really well established this. He's only got 200 mats now. They're going to start combining their layers, not really splitting their angles too much because they need to save some of his materials. Don't know how the rest of the squad is going. He's pushing forward. The spray comes out. They're a little bit high. Can't drop those RPGs on them anymore, but no one's looking up. All these scrappy fights are going on down below. Not too much elevation here. It's just a straight clean feed down the bottom there. See how they go. All 4 still alive, making up 4 of the remaining 16 players. 7 eliminations so far. You think they're going to have to get at least a few more. 35 points, pushing themselves far up into that top 6. Make sure they gain one of these qualification spots. He's out of mats completely, though. Getting knocked down. It's gone down now. He falls down. He's got to try and find them when he can. He took 53 fall damage there. No health meds. Doesn't really need them. Grabs the flopper, though. Sorry, he's going to top himself back up. Didn't split any mats, though. So I think Tfue's going to make an aggressive play soon. Try and find these angles in if we can. Trying to go back up through the builds. No, he's playing this passive. You think they'd have to have no mats to split him, or he's just trusting his team to keep building for him because he can't do it. Kanata goes down. So we got Fiber, Cloaksy, and Tfue trying to hold this one down. 12 players alive. There could be an upset on the low ground. If there's a full squad down there in mid and low, they could pull this off. Trying to ramp through. He gets the extra materials right now. This team's trying to push up, but they can't take this hide off them. I can't imagine. This is going to go toe-to-toe very, very soon. See how they keep playing it out. They do. They try to take height. He's building back up. So
no mats
trying to go out to the side. He's got no mats now, no RPG, but I think one of the teammates gets it from above. Fiber does. Pushes him back down into Tfue. Tfue was ready for it, but unfortunately doesn't go toe-to-toe with the trade there. This player slips down through both of them. I think he got down underneath Cloaksy and Tfue here, so I'm not really sure where that player slipped off to. He's got the green tack out. We're going to have to see. That legendary Tfue aim is going to have to go toe-to-toe right now. He needs to find an angle, needs to find his way in. Can't replace builds, just has to get in or find an angle. There's no way he can turn this into a box fight. He needs to just try and stay on the outside and spray a little bit. Here it is. It's 3v3 right now. I believe it must be trio on trio. He's got the big pot trying to get them off, but no. Storm keeps pushing him forward. He needs to find this angle. They need to get into these builds. The player standing in the open. Tfue doesn't react straight away, but he does. Clinical precision takes him down, falls in the water, blocks the fall damage. He's on 13 health, 10 health. He's pinned against the wall. No, he's going to go down. Fiber has to solo carry this one. He's the only player alive right now, and they end up winning it, getting the Victory Royale Game 3, 43 points. That was phenomenal from Tfue's team there.
That was unbelievable, and I definitely see some differences from their final week of the qualifiers where they were going at it against each other. They were not having a good time as a team. They were arguing and just overall not enjoying playing with themselves. But here, today, everything is going well for this team, winning the 3rd game and putting themselves all the way back up, probably against with Clicks and company. Now we're looking at Lyjax and how the story unfolded down on low ground. He does get taken out, but 2 of his teammates still up, and we also see Nem actually in the end game there, who's one of the teams who's really contesting towards the top.
Yeah, they got the high ground right now, so we got Cloaksy team up here. We get to see from his perspective how they managed to play this one out. The loadout's looking very, very clean on Cloaksy right now. He's got good mats. He's got that legendary SMG, trying to spray through, switching back to the AR. So much suppression coming out. He's got the fish as well. Didn't really see that come into itself. We got Teke trying to hold this low ground right now. He's on the very edge. The RPGs are finding him, and he pushes 2 players into his box. He gets the build. He somehow gets out. No, he's back out. Fights very well. It exposes the players around him. I don't think he got any of the knocks there. We've got Ziff getting pressured right now from Kanata on the high ground. We've got a fight going on low ground. There's so much happening right now. The shots are coming out. Ziff goes down. Beggs goes down right now. He's pushing through, just taking these finishes. Oh my gosh. It was an absolute killing field on low ground. They don't have the match to keep themselves safe and covered from high ground. This is where they picked up their limbs right now.
But the man who saved the day for Tfue, Cloaksy, and Kanata, it's Fiber. He is up there with them, and he is playing very patient in comparison to everything. And don't forget, the amount of pressure that was put on him after their week 4 performance, after losing, the war, I would say, at Steamy Stacks, even though they did win the majority of their games, they didn't end up performing. Fiber was the story afterwards. He was apologizing for people how he played, but now he's the savior of this team, and we've seen them throw games in this situation multiple times before where they have height, where they have all the advantage, and they end up making one misplay. In this case, almost goes down to a Tfue ending up trying to contest that team up on height, had no mats to do it, and fell back into zone. Now Voyle was in 3rd place here. 3 of his teammates still up. He popped off, got Trunks, got another one. What is this from Voyle?
Yeah, he's playing very well here on the low ground. He's going scrappy. He's trying to go through these builds. Some of them are his. He's reloading the RPG. This may have been what knocked Tfue down. No, Tfue's already been knocked down. No, I think that was it. The RPG coming up, trying to disrupt that high ground. It's all you can really do if you're on low ground without the mats to go up with equal players or more above you. Oh, he goes for it. He pushes out for the mats, taking the double tick for it.
And 15 elims for this team in 2nd place. They do end up getting 2nd place at the end, but definitely more elims here. So this team probably tied up against the entire team that won, which was Cloaksy and them. There's Cloaksy going back in the zone, getting knocked by Jamper. He did his job. He traded well. Voyle going into zone, getting the finishes. He lasts for a little while. Here's the final 1 versus 1. No, he actually went down to zone. So I said that Fiber actually clutched up. And in this case, really all he had to do was stay patient.
He got the victory royale. That's all that matters. If he wasn't alive, they would have lost. He clutched it. Whether it was against the Storm or against an enemy, he did it. He did well. Whew.
That's all he needed to do. And finally picking up the win, Tfue, Cloaksy, Kanata, and Fiber. I think that's definitely exciting. And a lot of people are going to be happy to see that. I'm pretty sure he has something like 80,000 viewers right now, which is pretty impressive. Kind of harkening back to the World Cup days, back when everybody was watching him make his solo qualifying run with 200,000 viewers or something like that. But now we're in group stages. We're in the final heat of NA East, and at the top, it's the people we expected. Tfue and these guys, they're qualifying. They're not getting contested like we thought they might. And then Clicks and company all the way as well. I'm curious to see if there was a shakeup at the top, though.
Yeah, definitely. At the same time, that's the first zone we've seen go anywhere near the north, and Tfue and that come out on the win. So maybe it's a bit of unlucky zones at the start, pulling south. But again, that was a very, very strong performance. And then picking up some high eliminations, they did incredibly well.
Well, anything else in that game? I definitely think Voyle and Jamper and company, these guys are scary, very, very scary. And given that they got, 2nd place in that game with the 15 elims, all of a sudden they might be pushing their way up. They were in 7th place before this was all said and done, and given 15 elims at least, they might even be in 2nd. They could be in 2nd or 3rd after that. So pushing themselves way up in the qualification range, that's awesome to see.
Yeah, that's a high point game from them. That's a very, very good performance. Halfway through this top 2, I mean, we've seen it a lot of times in these heats. Once you get in the top 6, it's very, very hard to knock you out, especially with only 3 games to go. That was a pop-off game. That was up there for sure.
Well, Ozzy, it was a pleasure casting, getting a 2nd chance here. Sundown left early. Of course, we appreciate him and appreciate you, Ozzy. Good luck in the cast later on today. We'll all be watching the OC heats.
Well, I appreciate it. It'll be exciting. We got a heats done. We got finals tonight. It's going nice and late. And congratulations to you guys. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it massively. I'm very excited. I know where I'll be watching finals tomorrow for all these regions. Thank you for having me. I believe I'm being replaced by Reflections, who's already been on the cast today, doing such a good job. I'll happily throw it over to him. Have an amazing one, guys. I'll step out here. We'll have the leaderboards here in a moment with you guys. We'll have Reflections jump in.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll get the last 3, the 2nd half of the final heat of NA East. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. We've got 3 more games left in Heat number 4. So far, the story is Tfue, Clicks, and everybody. We forgot him, but of course, Reflections on my right. Not Ozzy Antics, but
don't be confused.
Yeah. You shout out some. He's going to be casting Tfue. Plug is / Aussie Antics. Of course, I am joined by Reflections. We get a second. Is this the second? No, this is the first time we're casting together, right?
It's the first time. So we've known each other for quite some time, Bala. We've known each other for quite some time. We've at least followed each other. I've been watching your work. You do great stuff, right? With the VOD reviews, basically anything that you got going on there. Questions, Bala, as well as Hotline, I believe it is, with your podcast. Overall, though, first time working together, and it's going to be fantastic.
I'm getting confused with everything going off all around, but of course the leaderboard is up to date, so let's go ahead and take a sneak peek at that before we hop in the game. The games are live, but given that the early game is slowing down a little bit and we kind of know what's going on, let's just take a quick brief look at the standings. Click still at the top, but of course in second place with that performance, with that win, they pushed themselves up to 47 points. Tfue, Kanata, Cloaksy, and Fiber in third. H-Tag, Pot G, Nemox, and Mercy with 44. I'm not seeing the team that actually Jamper, Voil, Little TJ, and Vic should probably be higher than that because of how many Elam they had in the last game. So
well, we know points today, right, have kind of been a little bit laggy behind. That's okay, though. Hopefully, over time, it will, in fact, correct itself out. We still got 3 more games to do, right? So we can hope that over time, those points will be added up, Bala, and I hope they will be. Big difference, though, from first down to 6th, 58 to 35. Math is hard, but that's about what? About a 15, 18-point difference or so. So that's a pretty solid difference between the two, but it does get a little bit scary from 4th and 5th. They're going to be tied, so they're going to be fighting it out. With 3 games left, a lot can change in top 6.
Well, let's find out what is going to change. We are into game. Hopping in with Tfue, Cloaksy, Fiber, and Kanata, the winners from the previous game. And I'm curious to see if that timing onto the Craggy Cliffs team is going to work out again for Cloaksy. I don't see exactly where he is. I don't see his name showing up when I see this. I just see Tfue, Cloaksy, and Kanata, and Fiber. He might still be up on that hill. Yes, he is. Actually up on the research hill above Craggy. So possibly more opportunities for him and possibly an opportunity for this team to even push in and get there. But such a difference from their week 4 finals performance where they were getting contested and really having no room to breathe.
And, they got to be feeling good about that, right? Not getting contested off the start. Their success rate goes through the roof. They're already performing exceptionally well, being within top 6 currently, to be more specific, in second place with 47 points. Overall, though, excited to see how that storyline is going to unfold. Think about this, right? We could be watching finals tomorrow with Ninja versus Tfue. They have a storied history going all the way back to H1Z1. And bring that up, right? You at least talk about them competing against each other on the same stage. It could get crazy, to say the least. One of the rare times we're going to see the upgrade bench being utilized for this time. And you got to think he's probably doing that. Maybe there's going to be a contention here at Slurpee.
It's pretty interesting, actually. It was the SMG up to green. That's pretty crazy. And then he found a green SMG anyways. So, hey, it's just 150 mats. It's just 50 wood, 50 brick, 50 metal. And in Slurpee, mats are plentiful. So not going to be a big deal at all. But also kind of interesting, too, is that, in squads, there's, plenty of loot. Not necessarily enough to go around for 4 players. But in Slurpee, there definitely is. Sometimes this might be worth just to upgrade your weapon and leave anything else that you might find to your teammates.
Absolutely right. Spread the wealth. That's the way to go about it. Lucky Lukey Luke. I gave my shot at it. Honestly, it's not too bad. Like to see him on the screen. We're going to get to see him compete it out overall. Had a great tournament so far. Pretty decent on mats. Also have plenty of shield too. This has been a popular drop spot over this location. Get kitted up quite well, and typically you don't get contested off the start. But a big talking point here is Craggy. This has been a contested spot since the very start of Heat 4 for game number 1, and it has been pretty messy for at least one squad on the other end. And we're going to get to see a little bit of that fall into place here. No elims for this squad so far, so got to be thinking another squad's still going to be around there, and I'm kind of curious to see who is going to drop off.
did just get a note from production actually that the standings that we saw for Jamper, Voil, and TJ were actually accurate. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw them at 31 points, but that was just pretty much one game of performance. They only had 2 points leading up to that. So a 29-point performance in game number 3. I thought it was impossible for them to be anywhere else just based on the fact that I really know those guys, and clearly they have the potential to play so very well. But, 3 games, now they're at 31, and now they are in contention. They're in 7th place now after basically only playing a game where they got points. They still have to convert the last 3 here to push themselves not only into top 6, but to maintain it.
29 points. That's a lot. Is that the highest that we've seen today? I know 18, 19 has been pretty common, but I don't know about in the 20s. I know 29.
I think we had a 35-point game actually, because it was the win and a 20 elim game by Boogie's team in the last heat. I'm not sure exactly, but there was definitely a 20 elim game, which is impressive to say the least. And that was a point record. I remember Sundown pointing that out actually on the cast, which was quite impressive. Boogie's team performed the most dominant that we've seen in basically any of the heats. Over 100 points for that team and winning 2 games, taking first place in heat number 3 now. Heat number 4, see if any of these teams can maybe top that performance.
Got to be thinking, right? Hard to top Booga, but there's going to be some solid squads playing it out here for the last 3 games. Over at Salty, some snipes from Exceed trying to take some heads off, but for the time being, back over the Craggy, we talked about it, right? It's going to be highly contested. And already Lotus is in fact going to be in a couple of fights. Did in fact get at least 1 drop, 1 elim down low. Finds an opportunity, some respite to take a med kit. Great communication overall to his team as they push forward. Now, got to be thinking, we got to get that card for Sleeky, right? So we can get him back up, be full squad heading into late game. But they're going to be trying to overtake these walls. A couple players still in here, Bala. Let's see if they can capitalize.
They are in the fight, and it does come to a head. The L's come out again, just like last time. They actually pickaxed Leafer. Last time they had the box over him as the other their last teammate basically left them. This time they ended up just bludgeoning him, pickaxing him. The embarrassing moments continue here. Unfortunately, the rivalry here at Craggy Cliffs 2. And they're going to get the reboot off and continue on with their game.
I have you and Medkit right here.
Well, no harm, no foul, right? You drop a player, you pick them back up. That's the benefit. Those reboot fans coming into play. And interesting spot to park your boat. Why not inside the house? Well, hey, Tfue, he's going to go ahead and be the first one to do that. I would think so anyways. They're going to go ahead and dip out for the time being over to Kanata off in the distance. Cloakzy left a little bit behind. Tfue, though, is going to go ahead and pick him up, and they will continue to rotate out. But straight into Pleasant, it seems, off the rip. Nobody contesting, obviously a very beneficial thing. Now they got to start thinking about getting those tags so they can start avoiding Storm Surge. Game, I believe it was game 1 or game 2. Tfue was getting lit up quite a bit. Having to burn through his minis, something you definitely don't want to do. But this is their opportunity to potentially get some elims, get some Storm Surge above. Let's see if they can capitalize here. Those Rockets, they are going to be raining down this team. They've got to be careful here.
Cloakzy on his lonesome did manage to heal up with the pressure given from the boat of Tfue. Cloakzy was all by himself up ahead. Kanata and Fiber were way behind. Tfue was just firing the rockets, covering for Cloakzy so that they could get the heal off and Cloakzy could continue forward. Now, all the entire goal is basically get some tags, force this team to rotate to the side rather than rotate through. We're going to be able to I'm not sure what GAT means, but they're going to be able to get a better position here into second zone. Hopefully something a little bit on height. I'm not sure if Tfue has his boating license.
I don't know. Maybe it's in his future, right, Bala? I mean, he has all the money in the world now. He can do what he pleases. His Fortnite success, his Fortnite streaming career, as well as his competitive career, has been storied. He's had some great success. Now on to Exceed once again. Another fight ensuing. And the way the builds were getting destroyed, I think a couple of nades were coming through. Good thing for Turbo Building to be able to avoid that. We'll go ahead and turtle up for the time being. Right next to the water, so the rotation out could be a bit awkward, but they're going to be well within zone, so they're going to be safe for the time being, just on the outside of Salty. And I think this fight has been going on for quite some time because, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they were fighting in Salty and now they pushed just a little bit past it. So the team that they've been fighting have been sticking to their heels.
We need to wait. We need to wait. They're pushing us.
Definitely the number to beat
20 blue, 20 blue.
is 56 points. In order to qualify and advance to tomorrow, Clicks is currently at 58. So if all goes well, if the average stands up in this heat, he's already qualified, and he's probably the only person who's clinched a qualification up at the top. Tfue and company starting to get really close to that 47 points. So if we keep 56 points in our head, that's going to be what 6th place is going to be close to at the end of the day.
What are they doing, bro? They have to be shambles. They have to.
Still focusing attention. Tfue, this fight's been dragging out for quite some time. They may find some tags. There's going to be one for 36 shield above, so they Storm Surf for the time being. They're going to be quite all right. 78 players still remaining, so still plenty of potential for them to drop down. So they got to keep that pressure up, trying to drop that build down. He's going to go ahead and back up. And I am hearing a player might be down or maybe even knocked, so that's going to tip off Tfue to maybe take over high ground. Forced to drop down, though, as it seems as if the pressure a little bit too much gets tagged up. He's going to be all right, though, taking his time. Up ahead, though. Player is going to be white. Tfue is going to be as well. He's forced to back down, pop some minis. But for the time being, Bully, he's going to be all right. Hopefully his team, though, can find a couple of healings, so that could be some crucial points.
You're too high. You're too high. No, I'm not.
With this fight, which might have been, incited by this team, by the things they were doing, boat holding and kind of following them and tracking and moving down even towards the water where that team was rotating. It could spell disaster. They do finally get 2 knocks and 2 elims, a bunch of loot, is what Cloaksy is saying he just got, which is really nice for them. I'm not sure if that's the full wipe. It looks like it is based on not only what I'm seeing and also the comms, but still Splode's coming in from a third party.
Gotta be thinking, too. They're feeling pretty good. Now they get a refresh on match. Keep talking about how important that is, right? Especially late game. Gotta be refreshing. Plenty of shields. No reason why they're not successful here. Now, I'm kind of curious how far their jaunt is. Did you get maybe a sneak peek as to how far that next zone is? I guess they marked it. It looks like maybe 500 meters. So that's going to be a pretty good distance they've got to go. And hopefully they don't get into any late engagements. They'll be able to rotate freely. But there are going to be quite a few builds just up ahead. But I think they'll be okay. We'll definitely have to see if they get some picks as they choose to rotate in.
It's going to be center if you can get here.
You want to move left?
Bro, worst comes to worst, like, we just box fight. We're so much better than
I have a rack.
I have legit 500.
Going to be interesting to see how that team progresses.
Fuck, we can't harpoon that.
Even now that we know
West, dude.
Winter Royale is duos.
You have a harpoon too?
Is Tfue going to be sticking with some of the new guys that he's picked up with Kanata and Fiber? Is he going to be switching it up, or is he going to go with the classic of Tfue and Cloak? A box fight happening right here. Shots I cannot see. No, Lijacks actually. So a super relevant team. They're at 37 points. They've made a couple of end games, and they're sitting pretty inside of risky reels. A couple of elims is going to give them the refreshed mats and the ability to build into zone with all the mats that this team has now given them.
Ton of mats going their way. 38 points. It seems as if on the bottom I was able to spot that out. That puts them on the old leaderboard in 6th place. So not a bad start for them, especially for game number 4 now. Still getting on board with that storyline of Clicks. His crew has been performing well. They've been trying to play to the best of their abilities, and I want to see them kind of continue to do so, right? Because they're currently in 1st place. They're leading above Tfue 58-47. So there's a lot of potential for this team, and I think a favorite for most going in. But that zone's getting smaller. Half and half is soon going to be underway as soon as it collapses in. And I'm kind of curious to see what kind of momentum they'll have currently on the edge. So they could, in fact, catch a lot of people rotating in, be able to catch them off guard. That snipe so good for Storm Surge. Getting those quick picks. For the time being, though, they're going to be all right. They got plenty of builds. They're well established, but they do have to work their way in.
difference between this game and last game. Massive. They ended up finding a couple of teams that were W key because they were under Storm Surge. This time it's the same similar zone, maybe slightly more southeast. Similar zone, but this time all players up, and this time no elims for Clicks, Crims, Blake, and Spades' squad. So they might be able to capitalize on this and have one of their biggest performances in this game. They've had huge ones so far. The 2 second places back-to-back in the first and second game on the backs of a crazy pop-off performance from Clicks. And then great team lay in the second game. Some of the most clinical low ground play comes out of this team. Reminisce about TwitchCon, their most recent Twitch rivals, Crimps playing with a different team. They were still playing with Clicks in that situation, but clutching up on the low ground, just the fastest edits I've ever seen to be able to get out of sticky situations and layer, even with the vertical layer of low ground where he stays. These guys are hunters down there.
Sometimes you got to find your prey on the low ground. You can't always keep it up on top, right? Sometimes you got to come down to the earth and play your game the best that you can, and that's very encouraging to hear that Crims is able to at least play as well as he can down there. So maybe we could see a dynamic if they do decide to push forward just a little bit lower. That looked like it connected. I for sure thought it was going to go through the window. I think a quick edit, though, did come through. That would have been a nice tag onto that player up ahead. He's still going to be trying now. Onto the side of Tfue, though. Thought he threw out a nade just a little bit earlier. I don't know if it was able to connect, but he is going to be chilling for the time being. Still plenty of match remaining. Did have to use that half pot a little bit earlier, so brought down to about 5 minis, but the rest of his squad should, in fact, be able to back him up. Concerned there's a player down low. That legendary compact SMG is going to be able to melt, especially if he can lock onto somebody down low. But for the time being, nobody's going to be home. But Central in that half and half, here comes the laser, the barrage of bullets, destroying some builds. Just trying to go for any tag that they possibly can. We're going in a half and half with 49 players still remaining. This is the time now where you're going to see a bulk of eliminations come through from a ton of different squads. Cloaksy just going straight into the mix down low. Bold push. He quickly comes back up to join his team. That could have been a little bit scary.
It's scary, but probably worth it. I'm pretty sure he went down for some piece of loot or some extra mats. They just took height in half and half out. Sudden, things are looking good. Things are looking the same as they did in game number 3. When they got the Cloaksy, meanwhile, got beamed after Kanata went up to take high ground. It looked like he had it, but all of a sudden, nope, they don't. They have to spend a lot of heals, and unfortunately, that means less resources going through. They're going to have to play the mid ground here.
I think mid ground is the way to go about it. Still lasering some builds up ahead. I didn't see any tags, though. Spending a lot of bullets, but they've got a lot to spare. Still Central in that half and half. We're going to see where that new zone is going to be, and I'm kind of curious to see how far they're going to have to rotate. Obviously, being Central might work against them. They might have quite a few ways to go, but this could be an opportunity for them to go ahead and overtake high ground if they decide to. So they will have a bit of a jaunt, and it will be over water. We've seen how testy those water fights can get. Go back to Heat 1, where we saw Ninja Squad fall down into the water, and unfortunately they were eliminated. It's tough to fight in there, but the tarp will go through. But on the bottom, we talked about it, right? Clicks' team with Crims down low. You talked about how deadly they can be. Let's see if they can capitalize just over this mountain. They'll go ahead and tarp through. So far, so good. Let's see what happens.
He got into the box, but Clicks is one of the players with the fastest reaction when he ends up dropping onto different players inside of boxes. He immediately pounces on Yoipi, takes the shot at him, and then gets the stairs right back. No defense for Yoipi in that situation. It's unfortunate that Clicks is the player who drops in, because if you do, he's pretty much going to dominate. I remember moments of him both at World Cup and at Twitch Rivals, TwitchCon, where he dropped in the box and immediately was able to place traps on the players and get double elims. Now moving forward all the way. He is so far ahead of zone, he's going to be able to stop and look right back, all mid-ground in this case, because they don't want to drop in the water because of how dangerous and treacherous it is to play low ground when you're in the water. So many people who drop down end up basically not being able to build and not having any clue of how to play and move forward.
Ooh, he went for the quick skill, misses, but no worries. Comes in with the SMG, able to get some tags. That player brought very low. Doesn't get the knock. He's going to be all right, though. Still, that storm surge, right? It continues to tick. Now 30 players left. It's going to go away. Time being, though, they were just trying to get as much as they could. Now on board with Tfue. Players up ahead. He's trying to break them down as much as he can. He almost looks as if he wants to pounce on high ground, but he doesn't have the builds to do so. He's going to go ahead and drop down. Now in the water. We talked about how deadly this could be. Forced to go for a 50-50 down low. Looked as if he managed to get a couple of shots on one before. Maybe an Elam was stolen out of his hands. Now board with clicks once again. RPG out. That's going to drop him. And I think that might have been Tfue just a little bit earlier, potentially. No, that was actually Liquid Fiber getting taken out. So unfortunate.
So the mid-ground working out here for them. I think they might actually have pressured height off, and there's only one player up there. Oh, the self-RPG. It didn't hit him, but it did knock everybody out. I'm not sure, actually. I think he might have gotten siphoned and hit himself. Yeah, it's Flopper, so he can make it in. No mats for him, though. And the rest of his team is coming down. I'm not sure if anybody's still on height. He has a couple of more. Actually, it's Slurpfish that has. Crims is down. Everybody's still connected to barely anything up there, and the water's there to catch them, though. So no fall damage is possible, but we'll see. Can they fall? We're still in 8 zone, and only 8 players remaining. I think it's just basically a shooting range. Picking the fish out of water right now because Spades and Blake, neither of them have any mats, and High Ground's going to be able to reign supreme. Kanata's still up, though.
Kanata, Spades as well, finally able to find some builds, but he's going to be in storm. No, did he get taken out? In the meantime, as we switched over, he might still be down there. I know he had a flopper that he was going to be consuming. Fight will continue on. Player drops down low, and the victory comes through. Clicks, and SCO will be able to take it over. Good stuff coming from them. We'll go to backtrack and get a little bit more of the story now. Watching Al, of course, through his perspective, seeing what was up. Unfortunately, that storm moved through a bit too strong. The storm will always win, especially late game if you find yourself in it. This water fight, though, this zone, it looked like it was going to be normal, but that water at one point in time had 4 players just bobbing around, couldn't build. So unfortunate, and it has to be so frustrating.
It's a pool party with no pizza. Not a fun time. We're going to get in the replay and check out exactly what happened and really who won. I'm pretty sure it was Adonis. Adonis, not Adonix. Lied. Well, there was teams on high ground, even though everything came to a head. Hot G, Nemox. They did have fight for a while, and then they decided to give it up. Get these wide shots, see where Crims was when he was taking shots. See where all the different teams were. Tfue had no materials, basically fighting for height, and the same mistake that they made in game number 3 where they almost lost it, but they managed to recover it.
Just looking through, you could see Crims and co way in the back as they rotated in, and it was because of clicks, right? Tunneling over, tarping as far as he did, getting them so far ahead of the competition, giving them an opportunity to go ahead and laser down. Or spot got on your screen, 47 points, very respectable, but not a lot of Elams this game. We're sitting at a total of 3 for that entire squad, but they had a great vantage point up top. Maybe they were able to get a couple more picks. At that point in time, they did, in fact, have high ground, but unfortunately forced to drop down. But he does find a ton of players down low, but you can't do anything when the lasers are coming through. Spades in a tough situation, right? 57 health. But he managed to get away and at least have those floppers and slurps to heal him back up.
You might have height, but if you don't have the health, if you don't have the resources, you're not going to be able to do anything with it. Lyjax Spud is actually one of the teams down on low ground. Kanata was all the way up. Cloaksy was there too. We didn't see this from their perspective. They actually took it back. But again, I can't imagine they had much given how long they were on mid ground. There's Spud Light, Adonis, Trunks, and Lyjax. What an amazing amount of Elams they have. I'm not going to do the math because that's foolish to do on stream. But 3 teams remaining. It's still actually, I believe, Kanata up on height. No, it's not. They take it completely from the entire server. And here it is. The shooting range, Kanata was actually on height. Spud Light had to take care of him. I'm not sure how this finished. Kanata could have won this game, but I don't believe he did. Up on height, does have a couple floppers. Spud in a 1v1 against him. Meanwhile, Trunks on a 1v1 against Spades down on low ground. This didn't end as fast as we thought. There was actually a lot of action that unfolded. Kanata beamed Spud and then fell all the way down onto the metal ramp. How unfortunate. He could have moved slightly to the left or right and avoided the fall damage and possibly continued to take that game, but it is going to be Adonis and Lijax and company who take it. That means they're going to rise up the leaderboards and possibly secure themselves a qualification spot. Meanwhile, Tifu and company, I believe, did the same, as well as somebody that we're keeping track of. The pop-off game from game number 3, they didn't win, but they got second place with 15 elims. They're probably, pushing themselves up from 31 points into a closer range of qualifying.
Probably so, right? We're moving into game 5, Bala. So this is now the moment where you got to set yourself up properly for game 6, especially if you're down in the leaderboards, you're down in the muck, right? So I'm curious to see what the scoreboard does have to bring, and I want to be looking at places 7 and places 8 and how close they are in relation to number 6, because usually they're going to be pretty close, especially going into game number 5. Now, one thing is for sure, though, those teams that are down low, they don't have a lot of points, they're going to get aggressive. Sundown said it earlier, right? We've been highlighting this and setting this storyline up ever since we started as of yesterday for heat number 1 of NA East. These teams have to get desperate. They're going to be making plays they're not comfortable with doing. And on top of that, too, you might see a lot more contestants at the drop spots as people are trying to maybe get some of the better teams off. They know they're up there. We could be seeing some hot contestants overall. Bala, you played competitively. You've been watching competitive for quite some time. You're going into game number 5. Let's say you're in 10th place. What is your strategy?
Well, it depends on my early game. I definitely want to continue having a good early game. Very, very important to continue with the setup, maybe changing up, my split at my drop spot, trying to, eat off a little bit more than we were doing before and try to get more loot and further backing away from stuff that we're encroaching on. But really, it's just playing your game. Really, it's just playing for placement. Really, it's just making sure you put yourself in the best possible position to find yourself placement thresholds and the elimination thresholds. Remember, it's not a multiple top gamer wait for 24 minutes or however long it takes for the game to go, and then 5 minutes for the queue. So every game matters. You have to maximize every single point potential that you can. So with that, it's get to late game, get your storm surge tags, make sure you get to late game, and then frag out and then win the game. That's what you have to do. Basically push yourself and as far as you can and with the most points possible.
Heard it from Bala, right? Hopefully they're taking notes and they're making sure that they keep it simple. Don't get too crazy. Go with the strategy. Keep everything cohesive, because there's a lot of things that go into getting these points and apexing top 6. Make sure you guys are using the hashtag FNCS Finals win on the socials, guys. We want to see what you have to say. Maybe your tweet will pop up on stream. And on top of that, too, it keeps you involved with the community. I know it's been a fantastic day here for Practice Server. I think now we just hit 11K followers. We've made over 4,000 followers today alone because of the great production here from Nikolai, as well as a couple of others. Mel, by the way, in production, she has been killing it. She's been the only one really kind of flying through the maps, given that overhead perspective. You got to respect them. So many others as well, Bala. It's just been a great day, and we really owe it to you guys as the viewers. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hopefully that scoreboard, though, is going to be up and ready to go shortly, because I cannot wait to see who's up top, and maybe some things shifted just a little bit. But overall, though, it does break my heart, right? Kanata dropping down, metal ramp, the only one in the water, and he just so happens to hit it. Second place, so not bad. I mean, he'll still take it, especially since the fact that they were already top 6.
It's funny, right? Because the game before that, the game that they won, the game that Fiber ended up being in zone and everybody else going down to zone, ended in such a sudden fashion that they were on the receiving end from that. They ended up getting the extra 3 points from getting the win. In this case, they're on the giving ends. Kanata quickly falling and losing his life to gravity. Here are the standings, though. They're going to be up to date. In first place, they're still holding on. Clicks, Blake, Crimson. In this case, they were masterful on the mid ground. They made it all the way, I believe, to 4th or 3rd place. And through all those scuffles, ending up getting towards the end where they had to drop down to the water and basically be sitting ducks. Then Kanata, Cloakseat, Fiber, and Tfue, they're up to 71. So pretty much a guaranteed qual. A lot of teams, given the qual number that we saw pop up on screen throughout that game, was basically 56. A lot of teams have clinched now. Top 3 looks to be solidified as qualified, but still 3 spots basically up for grabs, up for anybody to take. But one thing I see at the bottom there, Jamper, Voyle, TJ, and Vix have moved up into 6th from 7th. earned themselves 11 points in that game. So finally into qualifying range, but they still got to keep consistent on these last 2 games if they want to stay up. Another team is kind of dropping though. Freak, Twinkie, Leak, Mark, Prestivan, who won a game, and they won game number 2. And they're at 45 points right now, but all the way down to 5th place, not making any progress in terms of pushing themselves up the leaderboard. That's going to be rough, especially if they continue that trend.
Only 5 points separate 5th through 8th, but I think we are, in fact, in the bus. We are ready to get it going. Let's get Game 5 underway. The game right before game number 6, the very last one of Heat 4. And off the rip, I think Tfue is, in fact, going to be contested at Steamy. Let's see if he can make it out. This could be exactly what he didn't want, right? You talked about it. Over the qualifiers, they had to struggle so much because they were contested off the rip. They've been very blessed the past couple of games. They haven't been contested, but now that luck runs out. They will, in fact, be contested. And if they don't win this, if they're not careful, they could be dropping a couple of places.
They could. But also, given the fact they're already at 72 points, this is not the same situation that we saw in Heat number 3 with Team Liquid, where they ended up getting pushed when they still had a chance of qualifying. Of course, there's still space to play for a lot of these teams, so it might just be a team trying something out. You mentioned in the early game. I don't see exactly where they are, but they do have control of the stacks. When you get contested here, they do get to pick up off on one of the players. If you get contested here at the stacks, if you control both of them and keep your opponents away from them, all of a sudden you have the mobility, you have the ability to pounce, you have the ability to move around and get on top of the buildings and get on top of the hills and make it so difficult and constrain your opponents. And they have no chance of escaping because you can just hop right back on top of them. That's why being contested here is so difficult. One thing though, it's better to be contested now when they basically have nothing on the line. They've already qualified and they have the chance to basically put their foot down and say, hey, you know, I'm good at this. I'm good at steamy stacks. If you want to drop on me, we'll just slay you. We'll just destroy you. And you shouldn't have even thought about it. It's a signal to the rest of them in the lobby, everybody else qualifying for finals, that, hey, they're not somebody we want to trifle with. We're not somebody we want to mess with. I'm not going steamy. Let them have it.
It's true, right? Do you really want to go against Tfue squad? I don't think so. But hey, some people are very bold, and I guess fortune does favor the bold at times. Slippery Swamps is, in fact, where we're going to be finding clicks at. So they're going to be walking away with quite a few mats as well as full shields. You got to be faking. This was a hot spot for Heat number 2, but not so much here in Heat number 4. It seems as if they're going to have it all to themselves. And that's a blessing, right? I mean, you got to be thinking, you have Slurpee all by yourself. That's why Unknown was so successful in his squad, right? Because of the fact that they had it pretty much by themselves. Even if a squad goes to the outskirts, right, you're really not going to run into each other. And your rotation out should be just fine. You do have a ways to go. That zone is going to be more, I believe, north, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of land, and we'll have to see. Maybe another water fight is going to ensue. But for the time being, though, inventory looking pretty solid. They're ready to go. And I'm curious to see how well they'll do as we move forward.
Something interesting and important to pay attention to is actually now that we kind of have a pretty full picture. We already have 18 teams qualified into the finals. We have a pretty good picture of who's going to be, you know, in that and who is going to be contesting where. So we already know Unknown Army, Kaz Ronaldo, and Avery did qualify in Heat number 2 at the beginning of the day. They land Slippery Swamps. And that's definitely not a team I want to contest off spawn. So Clicks, Crims, Blake, and company, even though they have it uncontested, they pushed the team off in this heat. They're not dropping there at all anymore, so they have plenty to work with. Even though they have that, it might not be the spot that they really want to be going into the rest of these games. They might want to start claiming presence somewhere else if they, you know, decide not to bother contesting Unknown in them, because if I was them, I'd definitely say, nope, they're one of the best teams at fighting early, and there's no way.
On top of that, too, you know you're going to get W keyed, right? Absolute vicious men over there for Unknown and co, but seems as if maybe the contention wasn't as hot as we thought it would be. A good rotation out towards Steamy, and I'll go ahead and keep moving their way in for the time being. But I got to say, the start for them has been very fruitful. They get kitted up quite well. Curious to see what's going to be happening moving forward.
and the stat just popped up. It's very interesting, actually, because don't forget, it wasn't always teams who played in the Sunday finals who are playing today. There's a lot of them that qualified through consistency points. The difference here is that this is your last chance. Literally no other chance to qualify for the finals tomorrow. So people are playing their hearts out and no more opportunities after this. One of the top 6 teams never, ever played in a weekly finals. Everybody else was in those Sunday finals. It's only Lijax and company, and right now they're sitting in 3rd place with the Victory Royale last game.
Victory Royale, you can't, it's not obviously a bad thing. Lijax, though, off the spawn, may have struggled a little bit. We'll definitely be watching that a little bit later. I'm kind of curious to know, you said in 3rd place, right? Will they be able to continue that momentum pushing forward? They had a good-sized lead, but this is the time to switch things up. You see them there in 3rd with 68 points, but a lot can change. It's going to be hard to drop off down to 42, but off the rip, this was, in fact, Lijax fighting it out. It seems as if he did, in fact, go down a little bit earlier, and that is quite unfortunate. That's going to be our guys going down. Yeah, it's actually, excuse me, Luke going down.
A different team.
Lucky Luke, but over at... of course, Whaling going through. But hey, I got to say, though, dying early off. Game 5, going into Game 6, you're losing those points. That's tough.
I love that you say Wailing. You know what? I'm going to start doing that, too. This is Wailing Woods. This is not Weeping Woods. This is Wailing Woods from now on. Back. I appreciate that. Bring back Wailing Woods. Hashtag FNCS Finals. Bring back Wailing Woods. We want it. I don't mind if anything else is called Wailing Woods. I just want the name back. No, really, I do want Wailing Woods back. That was such a good POI, man.
Oh, dude, come on. Think about it, right? You go there. Max Wood on top of that, too. It saw a lot of action as well, like especially competitive, right? The fights there were fun to watch. They were awkward because of all the trees. Trees make things awkward, especially for build fights. I say bring it back, too. Let's get it going. And this is, in fact, Lijax, that replay we were talking about a little bit earlier over at Risky, getting lit up quite a bit. Gets brought down to about 5 health. I think he's going to be in quite a bit of trouble as he gets pushed. He is going to get dropped in the end. Matthew takes him out. The rest of his squad, though, trying to maybe pack in behind him, build him back up. And if they're able to win this, hey, it's going to be a 4v4 moving forward. But that's tough, right? Lijax, 3rd place. Losing your teammate that early on makes things rough.
It did wipe. So they're out of the game. But another thing to point out is they actually only had 3 members load into the game, so possibly, you know, not having all 4 members makes them lose a spite off of spawn. We have seen that Risky Reels has been contested a couple of times, not necessarily always fighting directly, but kind of a couple teams collapsing quite quickly onto it, which is something that happens given the proximity to the center island and, of course, the bridge and even Frenzy sometimes.
The thing about Risky and that entire area in general, and that's what I'm curious to see tomorrow, especially with the Defend the Farm coming through. I do think Arab actually pulled an audible. He's going to be landing to the outside of Steamy, which is probably a pretty good thing to do, right? You don't want to be contesting off the rip, especially against a solid team such as Liquid Luck. So curious to see if he'll keep with the game plan, or maybe we'll see some exciting things. But you're right, collapsing down from Risky, right? You can even come from over onto the other side as well, a Frenzy of Orchard, which has been pretty popular as well. So it's a pretty dire, chaotic area to be in, but it does favor the bold overall. 75 people still remaining. Storm Surge will be taking effect soon. Clicks and Co have not been able to get an Elam as of yet, but a couple of opportunities up ahead. It looks as if Clicks right now is itching to fire at this squad just 87 meters away. He's going to go onto the other side and put himself within nade range, potentially. Maybe his squad joining him, bring down those builds, get a couple of tags, maybe if they're lucky, an entire knock.
I don't know how to nade this kid.
He's going to split those nades. Crim's calling for it, asking for 3 nades. Here it is. Oh, what the heck is that out of Clicks? Sees the opportunity, sees that they're recognizing the possibility of nades, and sees how they're backing off of this team. Unbelievable tags out of Clicks, but not enough to get the knock, and they're ramping up towards them, maybe deciding to push in. We've seen them W key a little bit. Here's the nade split quickly, pushing them back into the team and then nading them. A good, a strategy to kind of force them into a bad situation, but getting nades returned on them themselves. Given the distance, both teams can do it. Oh, did that go back in their box?
It looked as if it did. I thought, yeah, they definitely had to bring down. That could have been risky, Bala.
They did get a knock, actually. I'm not sure who it was on this team that got it, but I believe Barnes went down. I couldn't quite read that. Great push so far from Clicks, Crims, Blake, and Spades, and given the fact that they got that knock, they might decide to continue back up. Now swapping onto Blake's screen, a different POV. Clicks actually went down to nades. They got to pick him right back up. Yes, there it is. He's slightly ahead, or Blake is slightly ahead of Clicks. Regardless, it's quite close. Still the nades coming in. This is starting to get very, very dangerous given the proximity to each other that they are. If they don't hold off, if they don't get split quickly, if more nades come in, it could be even a different team that takes an opportunity to spot them out and call in the airstrike.
Oh no, don't bring that back. No airstrike coming back from season 1 through 10, man. You remember that?
You know, it never left, right? We moved into chapter 2, lost the airstrike, but it's still here in the form of nades. It never left.
That is true. Never thought about it that way. And I think actually the nades are a little bit more deadly than airstrike. It's kind of a novelty thing that they brought in, but I'm glad that they were able to get Clicks back up. That could have been pretty bad, right? You're talking about first place team going down very early on, but that would have been great for the competition, especially late game, and also beneficial for that team that likes to take mid-ground. That's why they were successful last game, game number 4. Maybe opened up a door, but in the end, they'll get picked back up, and they're going to be sitting pretty Tifu and them still. All quiet is on the Western Front. Nobody fighting it out as of yet. And, of course, over here at Military, it seems as if we're going to be seeing Blue T and Co. just kind of farming up for the time being. And still on the outside, but little stat does pop up. It is now or never, right? I mean, for these bigger names, time is, in fact, running out. So this is the opportunity, like you said earlier, right? You're not going to get a chance in NA East after this to be able to qualify for finals. Everything before, it doesn't matter anymore. It's all about this heat. You got to put it all on the line. And now in game number 5, pushing into game 6, this is the moment where you may have to risk it for the biscuit, if you will, right? You got to go for it. If you don't, you could be seeing yourself sitting it out on finals tomorrow.
Oh, at the nice low ground peak. They're getting encroached on from multiple different angles and multiple different spots, and we're just farming out, termiting the military base on the west side of the map over by Pleasant Park, in between Pleasant and Sweaty. You're gonna back right out to one of the different outposts and say, hey guys, like, this is a full built medal. If you want to push us, you can, but I don't advise it. Actually, Road comes right back, and they decide to engage. Nice rockets from the side too. It's a possible tag and possible get in and get these elims. They do actually knock one, but trade against TK. TK is out and out. They have one knock, possibly going to be able to connect with that, but the spam coming in from the top. Good job by Rote to pick up the floor and pick up the fact that he's getting spam from above. He does get that finish and the siphon, but Blue Tee now low as well.
Tough situation. Rote playing it appropriately, though. Does manage to get a couple of walls in front. Not able to spot anybody else, but that one elim does secure at least 1 point. Still, the shots firing down. The pressure is on. He's maintaining well for the time being. Grappling hook to grab something. Gets pushed in a box. Great job pushing himself up. He doesn't want to go down into the hornet's nest, if you will. That player down low still very aggressively W-keying. And this is not the time where you want to put yourself into one pump range. Finds a bit of an opportunity. Finds him down low. Trap is going to be placed. It does connect. And he gets the finish in the end. That's going to be a full elim to get that drop. That team is going to be wiped out, and a good recovery for Blue Tee, Rote, Decay, as well as Rogue.
I love what he did there, actually. That entire team, they went up a level, left Rote down below while he was healing. Just for the surprise fact that player came through, tried to phase in the box. Rote actually was able to not only trap him in the box, but trap him with the spikes. And because of that, his team pounces down below, and they're able to finish out. They had the edits. They were right back on top of him in no time. Back over with Clicks, who we saw them have a little bit of trouble pushing this team up ahead of them. They're still there. Here's fourth zone, moving up towards Pleasant, so away from the water. Thank goodness. Not going to have a beach party.
Beach parties are no fun without pizza. Like you said, if Shia was here, he'd agree. Absolutely. A little bit of distance to go forward. They got to watch out, though. Those builds up top, like you said, that team was applying pressure dramatically. Luckily, everybody is going to be healed up nicely, and they still do have plenty of mats. So a great opportunity to make their way over towards Pleasant as Seems as if they're going to go ahead and huff it. They're not even worried about it. They're not even trying to build. They know everybody's kind of distracted at this point. It's going to be a free rotation, something that is hugely beneficial. Maybe they'll at least spin about 60 or so mats. But overall, that's a good heads-up play. Not waiting until everybody starts rotating. Might as well get ahead of the game. Now they'll focus their attention on the brick structure just up ahead. A couple shots will come through. Overall, though, they're going to be okay. And if they could get into zone relatively quickly, they might be able to find a couple of elims themselves. Tifu, though, in his boat, I have seen him do this so many times.
Maybe he does have a boat license, or maybe some artillery license. He's using it certainly like he has a mortar. And, you know, maybe having a little bit of fun. The fact that they already have 73 points, the fact that they've almost certainly already qualified. He's sitting here in a boat and basically making everybody's day terrible as he blows up their base repeatedly. And it's actually being very effective. He's sitting still, and not a single snipe has been shot at him because of the control that this team has up on the hill and the sight lines that they're actually controlling.
I cannot.
He's going to keep the boat finally. Throws it off into the distance, says goodbye, blows it a kiss. It's gone with the wind.
There's a lot of movie references there, Ball, that you kind of just brought out. Tifu, though, would have been absolutely insane if he would have kept that boat moving forward, man. That would have been definitely interesting to think, going back all the way to the baller days, right, where everybody had to have their baller inside their little 1x1s. Imagine having a boat inside your 1x1. You talk about overtaking high ground potential. Well, it's there in the form of infinite rockets you'd be able to spam out. But it does seem a little bit crazy to think about. But hey, who knows? People are creative overall. That storm surge still taking effect before we get down to about 30 people, and that half and half couldn't be further away. For Blakeups as well as Crims and Co. They're going to have to rotate in, and I think there is going to be a squad just down below them, being very cognizant. Now they have a couple of options. Do they try to tarp over and commit quite a few materials, or do they drop down? I think that's going to be the best opportunity.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Tifu with zone again. They were north for this. Remember, he had the boat actually just ramped height, and now they have it again. So a combination of marketability, and of course just being Tifu, just being the alpha that he is. He says, hey, you guys might have it now, but I'm just going to go ahead and ramp you. Bringing out this squad strats of old, God ramp. Now they've got height again. Last time they managed to lose it somewhere because of the fact that the zone was moving in all sorts of different directions. This time, are they going to be able to hold on? Are they going to be able to capitalize? Look at these angles. Look how far he's peeking. Look how long he's peeking. It's the Tifu classic, and he never gets shot back, it feels like.
This is interesting, right? I mean, it seems as if no one can ever get a proper angle on him. And with them having high ground, being at the back, right, using that boat to destroy builds, on top of that just being annoying overall, just staying back and getting blessed with zone, this could be hugely beneficial. Look at the match, right? You're sitting at 2-4-1. Just for Tifu alone, you know, everybody else is going to be able to kind of funnel it through. Tarping over is going to be super easy for them. A couple people might be able to contest them for height, but overall they should be just fine. Kanata down low, though, does find a couple of victims. In Storm fighting that off, but also fighting off a barrage of bullets. Knock off at least 66 shield. That's going to at least burn through some of the shield from his opponents down below. Now here we go. The tarp over is, in fact, going to begin. Might as well stop, recover some, right? Get at least 85 wood. You need everything that you possibly can, and you see how deep they are straight in the middle of the zone. And they can, you know, possibly wait a little bit and get a couple of elims. Now they're already sitting at 3. Just a little bit before, they were at 0 baller.
They're looking like they might want to give up height. They do have the closer position of height, but guess who's underneath that? It's Clicks Crims. Blake is going to try to harpoon some mats. He does get the metal, but only 50 metal, so not really too much. There's Tifu. Actually, I think that's Tifu's squad trying to tarp. That's one from the previous squad. And I think Tifu might be making a play off the other side. They're colliding up at the top. A fight for height is definitely ensuing, but Blake and company, they say no. Nice knock from him with the shotgun. He takes out Triggs. And from now here, it's mid-ground again for Clicks. Kind of a departure from what we're used to seeing, at least what we saw in the first 2 games, but maybe they're eyeing the victory and not necessarily just getting second place. They want the win. They haven't gotten one yet, but still at the top unbelievable so far to date from this squad.
A lot of players dropping off at the time. Crims is, in fact, going to drop. We see Blakeups trying to fight off the storm from the back. He will get tagged up a little bit. Finally, he is going to be dropped in the end. Now that just leaves Clicks and Co. to be up to try and 2v4 everybody. Meanwhile, on the side of Kanata, good at it to get a nice little shot. The player down low, knocked the shield off. And now, like a vulture on his prey, he's going to be watching down low. Fires off another. That's going to be a player now currently white. Cloaksy, though, is in fact going to get dropped right on to Kanata is going to be another player. Unfortunately, he gets popped in the face. He goes down, and that's going to leave at least 2 more players up, or at least 3 now, as we'll hop aboard with Tfue. He's not stopping. Very fruitful for him. He's going to find at least another one. That puts the total squad up to 6.
And don't forget, we did just see Kanata go down, so now we're back up to where we were. Tfue, a couple of elims. Nice shots here from Clicks down on low ground. He just took one out. He does have 3 medkits, but no floppers, which means he's going to have to stay in the zone. That's Pot God who went down. Clicks now by himself on his lonesome. 300 mats remaining. He's going to be able to get in the zone, but from there, going to be running out quickly. And we've seen the nastiness, the ability for Clicks to have clutch moments. He's going to start trying to get these top placement thresholds. Top 6 is next. His team is calling out, you got it soon. Here we go. He's going to pop the medkit. Plenty of time to actually do it. This is going to be worth for him. He's going to gain a lot of HP, and now zone. Going across the way, his team coaching him from behind too. He's actually going to find himself some extra builds to stay on top of mid ground and stay for a little bit. He's found a new house and a person in front of him. A tag goes in, but only blue. He's going to back up and try to move a different layer.
Great opportunity for Clicks. Replacement points, Liquid Fiber. He's going to get dropped in the meantime. Now Clicks stays up. Only 8 players remaining. 9 if you count Clicks. This is great for his team overall to maintain that top positioning for top 6. Popping another medkit. Are you kidding me? Does he have the time?
It is a long zone, but isn't going to be worth. He's going to get 2 ticks from this, and then some more time in zone to actually get a different layer. Nice shot on the rope. That's huge for him. Okay, Clicks. Another tag on shield. He has to go in the zone, though, and it's going to be Vexy who just got the elim there. Clicks with the clutch into second place, finding Road at the last second. We can watch it from Road's POV as he is a little bit delayed, or maybe we'll hop into the replay mode. This is a team who was on the verge of, qualifying up to this point, but now they've actually pushed themselves up to, I believe, 61. So with this game, with the fact that they won that mid-game contest, they actually played for height at the same time, I believe, right as Tfue lost it.
Yeah.
And they're continuing to contest. This might end up being fiber. No. Regardless, we're going to hop into replay mode to watch the end of that game, to watch all the different perspectives.
Great job from Rotho and Co, right? I mean, 61 points, that's what they finished with. If it was, in fact, 61 on the last game, that would have put them in 4th in the overall standing. So they continue to push their way up because, putting it blatantly, right, they were sitting at a total, I believe they were in 7th place, so they were just 1. They were on that cusp of Apex in 6th place, so that is going to set them up nicely for game number 6, the final game overall. And Clicks, I'm so glad to see his perspective once again because he was going off, and at this point in time, he's sitting at a total of 0 elims. This is where it gets started right on Zim. It's going to take him out for the meantime. Go ahead and work his way up, maybe find some more opportunities. Tarp over. He's by himself at this point. I think his team is down low. He's got a little bit of higher, maybe mid-ground, if you will. So maybe taking this extra angle without his team was the way to go about it. And I think actually his team was in fact gone. So this is Clicks all by himself going off to the back of A1. Finds 2. It's Christmas. It came early.
What the heck? I didn't even see that. Oh my goodness, Clicks! We didn't see this from his perspective because I believe we were watching his teammate. I mean, what is this from Clicks? Again, I'm so happy we're watching this. This is about the point we tuned in with him because he had such an amazing performance. I think we were watching Tfue. Yes, Tfue just got a couple of elims up on heights, and then they end up losing that. Curious who it was. Yes, it was Nemox and Pot God who ended up taking height from them. Clicks, this is where he got the heal off. This is about where we tuned in with them. There's Blue Tea and Fiber and Rogue Shark in the meantime. Curious how they actually lost this. It's Jared's Vexy and Furious. Where did they come from? We saw a stat about them, how they're approaching and pushing their way into the top 6. They're pushing their way in the qualifying range at 58 points right now. They might have just done that with this game.
Very possible. You talk about having ultimate height. He definitely has it. Be able to range shots down below. Jared's as well will be able to pick him up. 61 total points for him, and probably going to continue on for a couple more as he continues to look up, and Vexy just up above. And Jared's, though, quite a few players down low. He'll go ahead and drop, maybe give him all of his materials. There he goes. So he's going to go ahead and give him everything that he possibly can to keep up. They wanted to go for placements overall. Blue T is going to get dropped by Furious, and another player down below as well to pick up 2. That's Rogue and Blue T down. And then that's when the game ended up ending. Vexy, good stuff coming out from him and co. Beautiful placements overall for a couple of the teams striving to apex that top 6 mark. We're going to see a pretty big shakeup. Game 6 is going to be pretty interesting.
Shout outs to our stats team in the back, Prodigy Analytics, who actually pretty much called the outcome at that game, because they said Vexy and company were starting to inch their way forward on placements in terms of points every single game, getting closer and closer. In the last 2 games before this one, they had actually, performed in such a way that they pushed themselves all the way up the leaderboard. I think they were at 30-some points before this game, and now pushing themselves up to 60-some. We'll see where the standings end up with them, but for sure they're in qualifying range, and we're starting to run out of spots, Reflections.
Yeah, we are, and very quickly, in fact, right, when we talked about Game 5 standings after that, or at least after Game 4 standings, going into Game 5, it was only 5 points separating 4th, I believe, from 7th or 8th place, so it was getting very, very close overall. 1st through 3rd, pretty solidified. And as well, I mean, we could see Clicks, right? They ended up lasting basically till the end, as well as Tifu, Kanata, and Co as well. So they're going to be okay. There's really no moving them off the top of the bout, and they're pretty much guaranteed to qualify regardless how bad of a game they have in game number 6. But the talking point once again comes down to that 4th on through 8th. There's going to be a lot of mixing around there. And if you're in that position, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders, right? There's a lot of pressure to make it the finals tomorrow. And now you got to start thinking, how do we want to go about game number 6? And you mentioned it before, there's a lot of factors that come into play, right? You got to be appropriate. You got to be locked in whenever it comes to your overall positioning, your rotations. Hopefully you're blessed with zones, so then you can go for your overall placement. You also got to be locked in for your overall elims. Where do you want to pick them up? You want to pick them up early, mid game. Hopefully you're picking them up late game. How are you going to attack late game? There's so many variables.
An improvement I saw is, improvement we've seen all day so far in heat number 4 is Clix' squad is actually, we all expected them to qualify, but in the manner that they are, in the manner that Clix is having these performances where they're pretty much jaw-dropping. We saw it in game number 1, and we saw it in that one too. The amount of elims he got by himself is something that we haven't really seen since World Cup, since trios at least too. He did have those moments in trios for sure, but in squads throughout the entire season, yes, in the opens and semis, maybe we've seen some of those, crazy performances from Clix. We haven't seen it on that scale in these squads games at all. So finally, Clix showing up and at the right time. I think it might have to do a lot with the fact that they're getting Slurpee uncontested. That adds a lot of confidence.
Hugely, right? I mean, you're coming out with a ton of maps. You're coming out with full shields guaranteed. On top of that, if you go fishing, you're coming out with floppers. You're coming out with slurpfish. That sets you up nicely for late game. Maybe even if you aren't able to get a couple of attacks for Storm Surge, it's going to set you up nicely to be able to get those quick hills. Overall, since it does take at 25, that's a lot of damage that you got to be taking. Maybe if they could contest it off the start, we could see them maybe, struggle a little bit off the beginning. But overall, though, Clix, I got to say, he's holding his own. Because remember, for the large majority of the time, when the 3 players on his team dropped in late game in that previous game, game number 5, that's when he was able to pick up, 6+ elims just for himself alone. That's a ton of points. And more importantly, he got the overall placement points for his team. He's holding his own. That's the kind of player you need on your team every single time.
Well, looking forward to tomorrow. I'm definitely interested in that storyline. Clix against Unknown Army. Clix and company, they've had drop spot troubles the entire way through. They tried out Dirty Docks. They tried out a split around Dirty. They tried out Slurpee. They left. They came back. They did all sorts of different things, finally settling and finally getting it uncontested, pushing all the teams off and fighting for it. Here in Heat 4, they've got it. But tomorrow it could be a different story. Looking forward to a lot of different things, but still we're here in heat number 4. We're waiting on the leaderboards to update so that we could show that and then get into game. Some of you guys might have it updated, but we obviously have a little bit more. We have something working so that we can make sure it looks all pretty and stuff like that. So if you have those, don't spoil us the chat. We'll see it eventually.
We'll see. Hey, man, look, chat, I tell you, they're good for one thing. They're good for updating us and letting us know. But sometimes I want a surprise, right? I want that scoreboard to pop up. I want to see what's going on. But by the way, we have an opportunity going into game number 6. What has been your favorite moment overall for FNCS, just for NA East? What has been your biggest surprise?
Biggest surprise is definitely Ninja Squad. I was not expecting that at all. A lot of people clearly underrating them. Maybe it was a fluke, maybe not. We'll see tomorrow. That's definitely something we're watching. They were landing dirty docks the entire time too, so I'm not sure if I've seen any other teams landing there and getting that contested or uncontested or what it might be, but for sure a surprise for me is Ninja's basically resurgence into competitive. He didn't play trios. And the fact that he didn't play it with Reverse. I think Reverse tried out with Nate Hill and Fun. And we do not have the leaderboard update. We are slow on that. It's not updating for us. So we are going to have to go into game. But regardless of what is going on, we'll get that update in mid-game. Game number 6 is on deck, and we are in and on already landed. Tifu, Kanata, Fiber, and Cloaksy are doing something different. What is going on right now? They're actually kind of split all outside in the center of the map. Meanwhile, Clicks, Crims, Blake, and Spades are fighting off spawn again in Slippery Swamps. They were contested in the first 2 games, got contested the next 3. Now in game 6, all of a sudden, team deciding to drop on the first place team. That seems risky.
Definitely seems risky, right? I mean, you got to be thinking you're going against the #1 team currently, at least for heat number 4, and you want to challenge them off the rip. Doesn't seem like a good investment of time to me, but hey, if you take out the top of the food chain, they can't get any more points. Therefore, maybe it allows you to be able to catch up. It's definitely a possibility.
But it doesn't matter, Reflections. These guys are just playing for qualifications at this point, pushing up. I know, but you have to like think about this. They've been able to go into the replays. They've been able to decide, oh, who are we going to drop on? Who are we going to try to push off a spot? Who are we trying to, get something uncontested on? That's crazy to drop on this team. They have nothing to lose. They literally do not care if they die off a spawn, and they will do whatever it takes just to get, fight experience, or maybe, they could push into endgame and also make a statement, because we did watch in heat number 3, Booga Squad make records in terms of what we've seen so far in the heats, especially in North America East region, with over 100 points.
And that's kind of crazy, though.
Now we have a whole entire fucking shot for ourselves, man.
Could push over that in this game, depending on how it goes, or clearly playing it out. Okay. I was wondering what was going on with Tifu's spawn, because they were all outside making kind of like a line outside of Steamy Stacks, but it turns out they were just performing a split, maybe getting full shield off of one of those tankers before moving in and actually getting loot. That way they can save the shield that they find.
What blew my mind earlier is when they found 3 llamas. 3 llamas to set them up. Like, you talk about, I don't even know the percentages or the chances of that happening, but somehow Tifu and co managed to make that happen. Absolutely astounding. Craggy, though, has been contested off the rip, and I mean, this has been something we've been talking about from the time moving forward. I'm very curious to see how this is going to pan off, because one team has been dominant the entire time here.
Been Lotus, Zoki, Mio J, and I can't read that last player's name, but something like Tub. I don't know. I'm not even going to try. I don't know why I'm trying. Basically, this fight here, Craggy, has been pretty much an ego check all the way through. It's like neither team is really making too many adjustments. Lotus, they don't need to. They're winning the fights, but it's not enough. They've got to clean it out fast. They've got to make it so that they get the fight. They don't spend the resources. They don't spend the heals. They don't spend the mats invested into it. Get the elims fast, move out, and move towards endgame, because that's what you need to do. But at this point, definitely an ego check. It seems probably not in chance and not in room of qualifications at this point. Playing for, just playing because they made an obligation to play. They're playing the heats, and there's nothing better to do at this point for them.
I mean, honestly, that's what it comes down to. I think for the other team challenging him, you can only get L-danced on so many times. Let's go ahead and look at Blue Tea, though. By himself, off the rip and sweaty. And he is going to be facing, at least for the most part, 2 players that he's got to go against. There could be somebody else. He's dipping out. He wants nothing to do with this. Maybe find a different angle. If I'm him, though, I'm just running. I'm trying to go for placements. Hey, if I can get a pop shot, I'll do it, but I'm preserving my life.
Yes, absolutely, because from what I'm seeing at the top of the leaderboard, we clearly didn't get an update at the beginning of this game. I'm not sure if it's ready for that yet, but based on what we're seeing, Blue Tea and company, they're at 62 points. It's a possibility that they do not qual still. Remember, the average points for 6th place in all of the heats that we've watched so far is 58 points, meaning 62 is only 4 points ahead, and given that the top teams are really pushing the envelope in terms of high scoring, it might not be enough. So Blue Tea needs to do whatever he can to find himself some points in this game and try to solidify themselves that 6th place at least.
Remember last game, right? This was where Lyjax and Co. ended up meeting their demise, where they went down. Luckily, no one's going to be here yet to go ahead and contest them. We talk about how collapsing too risky seems to be the way to go for a lot of times, especially looks as if with zone here being maybe in their favor. They might be close to center zone, but for sure they're going to be in it. So there's potential for players wanting to maybe rotate over to risky, maybe want to get some added loot. As we do, in fact, pick up that map, it is, in fact, going to be beneficial towards Tfue as well, being over there at Steamy. It's going to be a nice zone for quite a few drops overall, not necessarily for Slurpees, so clicks in them, they'll have to rotate in.
Center zone over Frenzy Farms. Well, Tfue farms up. A little bit more insight onto Blue Tea Rogue Sharks. Rotes drop. They actually end up splitting a lot of the northwestern part of the map. They use the army base, there's the islands, there's the houses outside of Pleasant, there's Pleasant Park too. But one thing that, talking to Shio, he's told me he's actually filled for that team, and he's said they actually make some risky plays with what they do. It looked like Blue Tea tried to bite off a little bit of Sweaty Sands, but the whole team there, we've seen an engagement there happen. They end up getting knocked out by Dojo Blasta Nephrox, who was the team, tying it back into what we're watching right now. It was the team who was contesting Tfue, Kanata, Fiber, and Cloaksy in week number 4 that caused so much drama, that caused Tfue to try to call them out and say, these guys don't know what they're doing. They shouldn't be playing competitive Fortnite. In this case, they did take the hits. They did move off of Steamy Stacks, went over towards Sweaty Sands, but still, quiet day from them. I'm not sure where they are on the leaderboard.
A little interesting on not happen, just hopping around. So now we move over to Hoax, Cheesy, and a couple of others who are in that fight. Back onto Tfue, though, has got ultimate high ground. You can't take that over. It's so incredibly difficult. And when zone is in your favor over here, you lock this down, or you lock down the stacks, you are A-OK. You're looking solid. And Tfue's going to take advantage of this. He's got plenty of metal. He's going to build a fortress and just pray to the Fortnite gods that he gets blessed with zone moving forward. The rest of his squad will go ahead and join him. But on the other side, though, we now hop back in. Line Jackson crew, who were, in fact, at risky just a little bit earlier. That's where they ended up meeting their demise. And I think they're going to be in a fight here. And Line Jacks did, in fact, get tagged up just a little bit. They ended their lives a little bit, what I would say, around this time before in the game number 5, but might be a little bit different here. Nice tags into a player up top. Backs off for the time being. Goes back in.
Okay.
That's going to be a nice knock.
I hit him,
but the pinch comes in from the side, too, at the same time. Not all his walls were his, so he trades. The knock is still there, but they're going to be able to pick that up. Nice little peek by Adonis. This is a team who is at 68 points.
You guys can maybe
69 now with that finish. And with that, they're also possibly at risk, but I'd say it's pretty much confirmed they're qualifying too. They did have that win in game number 4, I believe it was. Spud Light is completely out of here. He says, nope, no chance I'm staying here. No chance I can get a reboot off of you guys. Even if I did, here's the POV from the other side. It's Trap Killed, Bash, and QT, who are at 13 points. 2 elims for them. We'll see how they fare going forward. 13 points. They've got a long way to go.
A long way to go, but hey, take it out. Lyjax just down a little bit earlier is the way to go about it. And I think finally our leaderboards are ready to go. Let's pull it up just momentarily. I want to see where we sit going into game number 6 and how much it changed up no surprise on top. Clicks, right? Sitting at a total of 92 with Tfue and crew sitting at 84. Now the storyline that I do want to talk about, that 4th through 8th. And that is 68 to 45. But hey, a lot can change from 6th to 4th. But that 7th place, right on the cusp, 56 to 61. There could be a lot of movement there. Blue T needs to be careful.
I think 7th place Jack Bravoil, Little TJ, and Vix might be able to claw their way into that top 6. But what could happen is any one of basically 3rd place to 6 could end up dropping down and get knocked out, depending on how the rest of their peers in that point range do perform. 4th place obviously only at 69 points, so if they end up dropping, I'd say that's the points to beat, is around 68 to 69. And we can hop back into game as we got that update finally for you guys and see how the game progresses. Spud Light, obviously one of those teams not completely out. Actually, I misspoke. He's still an opportunity. He could still get more than 69 if he accrues any more placements or finds any knocks. But playing as a solo player is so difficult. Here's in-game engagement, a replay. This is quite a ways back. This is all the way in the first zone. Early game, it's Class Cowboy, Ghoul, and Mars. They're fighting Timber, Poolside, Felix. And hopefully they're going to be able to clean up a couple elims and go forward, because guess what? They are at 40 points, and they're one of those teams that could push in, and one of the teams that had to have huge performances in games number 5 and 6 in order to climb their way back into contention with this fight. Maybe they have, but also these early game fights expend so many resources. They do it. Nice plays by Mars.
Fantastic work, right? You talked about clawing your way in. They were sitting pretty close to at least breaking through top 8, and they want to get to that 6th place. And wiping a squad off the rip is definitely the way you want to go about it. Spud Light, though, this is so crucial that he maintains his positioning here, Bala.
Yeah, one thing actually to note is that he didn't leave his team out completely to dry. He went back and got a reboot card. He didn't have this before. He went back and got Adonis's reboot card. The rest of them did expire. Is there a possibility to get that reboot off? I highly doubt it.
Left, 44 up. You can definitely just get placement.
But it could, in fact, happen. And you're hoping that he does it, right? They are sitting currently not too safely in overall 4th place with 68 points. We talked about it. If 5th and 6th can maybe move up, drop them down, all of a sudden 7th starts clawing their way back in. They're not out of the woodworks yet, so every placement, every time that they survive another squad dropping, means they are bettering their chances of making it to finals. And I love the fact that Tfue and Go have already backtracked. They know where they're at. They're literally center zone on top of these stacks, Bala. Rest in peace to competition moving in.
Yeah, that's for sure. Looking at Cowboy, Class School, and Mars again, they're actually pulling off a little bit of W King, and they need to remember they need to get up to around 69 points. Takes out Yoy Pete Cowboy, showing that he's still got chops in the game. He's still here, guys. Don't forget about him. Former TSM member, now definitely joining the Boomer squad. He's up there, but you know, still playing, still competing, and being one of the people who are constantly in relevance in terms of the competitive scene, constantly getting better and performing in these competitions. Definitely have to keep an eye out on them. If they continue that W key reign of terror, it could be an interesting game and an interesting shakeup at the bottom of leaderboards. But like you said, Steamy Stacks, he backed right back on top of the Steamy Stacks. And you mentioned how difficult these end zones, if they are here, can be for the competition. Just like the sad trombones that he's playing, everybody's seeing this right now. 2 teams, or 2 split bases up on top of the Steamy Stacks does not bode well. They can fly in, and if that zone does move through there, it is really, really tough to play. Spud Light's still alive, meanwhile, pulling a little 72 Hours Classic we saw from heat number 3. Trying to clutch up and make sure he qualifies, securing it for his team. Can he get any more points? Can he get any placements? We are down to 41 players in the 3rd zone, which means, sorry, that's 43 players, but still, no Storm Surge in the last couple of games. He could still get towards placement depending on how many squads, and given the fact that it is later and given the fact that there's so many people, it could be more full squads dropping out.
But I'm so worried about his positioning. He's got a long jaunt to get to safe zone. He's only sitting at 8 health total. And look how close he is to the Storm. And I think there is, in fact, a squad just up ahead. He's got 100 shield, but I'm more worried about him getting into engagements without any white health. Now, luckily, he will, in fact, have some apples. He'll also have some bandages he'll be able to take, but I believe he did drop his RPG in the meantime. But that's going to be okay, right? He's not trying to overtake high ground. He's not wanting to make any daring plays into anybody's 1-by-1. He's wanting to preserve his life as much as possible. Those bandages could, in fact, come in clutch.
Just stay ahead of it. Don't let it catch up to you.
If he gets spotted at all, I fear that that definitely is the end of his run. And I say run is a little bit ironic here. He's trying to run his way all the way into zone. I'm referring to the run in the tournament and the run at trying to clutch up any points. He does get spotted, but by another team that's running into zone. I wish he would have stayed up to the left to try to block line of sight. He's going to use this tiny hill, but not for long. The trees are here too. There's a possibility of making it in, but then getting spotted from the front, that's going to be the end for sure from Spud here, using the rest of his heals, trying to make sure that he has at least all the shield given his HP situation.
Plus he pulls a clicks and just pops off, but it's definitely looking like the odds are not going to be in his favor. But hey, he could get an elim. Siphon could work in his favor, but he's going to lose. Player's going to be just up top, forced to go into a 1-by-1. Bullets are going to come through. This team is hungry. Spud, not a lot he can do in the situation, but watch out. He does get a knockballa. Siphon will come into play. Maybe give him a little bit of respite. There are going to be floppers down low as well, and this team seems to have backed off. And of course, up close and personal, he gets another one. Spotlight stays alive against all odds. He's got a flopper. He's got 15 bandages plus the bandage bazooka. This man is a one-man army. He's staying alive. This could mean that Spudlight and co will, in fact, maintain their position. Still a long way to go, Bala, I know, but this is a start.
It is a start, and it's a finish. That's unfortunate for them. He tried. I have to say he tried, and guess what he did do? We knew he wasn't pretty much going to make it in the zone given the position that he had, but two players, for some reason, deciding to push a solo player for absolutely no reason, end up fighting in zone and paying for it. They just gifted him 2 points and possibly enough to secure the 6th place.
Well, gotta hope so, right? I mean, he definitely put in a valiant effort. Meanwhile, business as usual for Tfue, Kanata, Fiber, and Cloaksy just up top. No reason to move. Hey, maybe they'll move a little bit to their left, but they're just going to go ahead and tarp over. You talk about still having ultimate height, especially if moving zone tends to go back over towards the stack. There's nothing that can stop them. Unless somebody wants to maybe, you know, get Froggy and leap, maybe fly up to them. Well, we saw one player try to do that, but Cloaksy, unfortunately, he gets dropped. Did you catch what? Actually, a snipe from 30 meters away ended up taking him out.
Yeah, I think he ended up dropping a little bit. I'm not sure why he was down there. It is actually Clicks who lands on him. I thought he flew. I'm not sure why. Cloaksy was off the top of that. There's the base that they're starting to build. They're already preemptively building it so that it's going to be fully secured in metal. And they do call out that they're the only team up there. They finally grouped up. They actually had control of both stacks, not letting anybody up to the top. Like I said, building that preemptive tarp. This is an interesting decision because it is so high. Hopefully there's water to stay and land in if they ever need to drop down. But in 5th zone, I don't think anybody's going to challenge them.
Look at that graphic, right? On average, there are still 63 players left by the close of Circle 3. In this game, only 36. And that's a testament because it is game number 6. And a lot of those teams on the lower end who knew they didn't have a chance ended up being very aggressive and getting into those fights early on.
And that's those two teams that actually we've been talking about, Class Ghoul, Mars, and Cowboy, who we saw W-keying. We saw put up the pressure, turn up the heat. We saw them W-keying in the replay mode. That's why this server is light. It could be also fuzzy. Ziff, BHags, and Ronaldo and company, because they needed 30 points too, and they're not going to let this go. They finally dropped off a height we saw. I actually thought they were continuing to build off. I'm not sure why. I guess the 5th zone kind of pushed them off for it. They were worried about getting 2 bullets. They continue to get knocked down. Cloaksy is out of the game, so it's just Tfue, Kanata, and Fiber. The IGL is going to be able to focus on leading this team and guiding them into what they need to do. But guess what? The zone is going right back through. This is 6th zone. It's going through the Steamy Stacks. And like you said, It is not a good time. Sad trombone from high ground on Tfue from before is going to be coming true as they have to make it their way in. You can't break through. You cannot break through the Steamy Stack. You have to go underneath or above it or around it. That's what all these guys are going to need to try to figure out how to maneuver in this. A crazy finish indeed.
Oh no, and this is the craziness you were talking about. You got to go underneath. Clicks is going to get dropped. There's no way he's going to be able to get res at this point in time. Another player, Blake FC's going to go down. Crim Spades now trying to find their next line of attack. What do they want to do? The stack's making it so difficult to break through. Only 23 players still left on the map in total. Crims, though, does find some respite. Slurpfish in hand, goes ahead and takes it. Meanwhile, Spades, he found a way out. He's floating in the air. Luckily, he doesn't get lasered. Really, this is starting to remind me of season 1 through 10 right here, right? The craziness of players just gliding down through the earth.
We're back in chapter 1. We've got launch pads enabled, apparently. Oh my goodness, he possibly went for the little Steam Stack up there, but Crim Spades, they're all landing quite a ways away. They're not going to be able to connect it. Oh, they do actually. They still know how to play with mobility in the game. The zone is finally going to move way away from Steamy Stack, so that's no longer going to be an issue, and it's just Spades and Crims, the duo from World Cup. They qualified for World Cup in week number 2 of the World Cup qualifiers, and here they are again, back at it. The possibilities here are endless for this team. They could clutch out 14 players remaining for Elims as well. First place is definitely going to be going to them for sure. It's now Tfue and Fiber as well, because Kanata went down.
And obviously they're sitting pretty as well. This far into the game with the Elims they already have, they've solidified their spot into the finals. Now it's a matter of those bottom teams, and I'm still curious to know, Spud Light, with him surviving as long as he did, was it enough? We'll be watching Spades going tunneling through for the time being. They'll find a couple of engagements down low.
And knowing what we saw in heat number 3, it was Booga who had 111 points. That was an NA East record for the heats. Here, Crim Spades are at 105. They have the possibility to overtake them and have a performance that is only rivaled by Booga and maybe outshine them. Crims gets a shotgun shot. Spades now down on the low ground. Crims all the way low. He does go down. It's all up to Spades.
Spades trying to keep the dream alive. 106, right? Just some mere points away from what Booga was able to set earlier. Still, the potential is going to be there. He'll break out, finds one player down low, turns on another, gets the finish and the solidification on yet another. That brings it down to just 6 players left. Another one stuck in Storm. He'll go ahead and backtrack, gets pressured up top, manages to land a shot, but clicks stunned himself. His Mercy goes straight into him, takes him out in the meantime, and they finish at 107.
I love the reactions from Clicks. He's in that highlight reel we have at the beginning of the show. It's still on, though. The game is still fighting. I believe this could be... Oh, my goodness! Hold the phone! What was that? The clutch 1v2 coming in at the last second. We will get a chance to watch that again in the replay mode, because I have no clue who that was. Actually, we're getting word that there is no replay, so we will be coming back to us. I'm not sure who ended up winning that game, but it's all up in the air, and we're just going to have to wait for the lead update, because that was indeed an explosive finish and the only Steamy Snacks finish we've seen all throughout the heats, and it was fun to watch for sure. A spectacle, which is what they like to see when all these different unique POIs all around the map. But I think they did do it. Did they actually go over 111? That would be interesting to know. I didn't see it at the end.
Clicks, yeah, 107 points is where they ended up finishing out. So just, shy that Booga, respectful. So Booga still going to remain king up there with 111 overall. Who knows? But final still has to bring us. But I got to say, that ending was great to watch. And this map is interesting, right? Those Steamy Stacks made things a bit crazy. It was kind of looking like akin to season 1 through 10. But hey, I loved it overall. It was an interesting last 3 games. We saw some water fights coming through over in of course, the streams. We saw, of course, Steamy Stacks at the end. I gotta say, this was definitely the most unique ending to one of the heats that I've seen as of yet.
We are gonna hop back in the game and get those final moments and figure out who was that clutched up, because it could have an impact on the leaderboards here at Mercy. Nemox, H-Tag, and Pop God. They're down on low ground. They've got a couple of elims. They're at 78 points, so in range of qualification. This is where they ended up fighting against Spades and Crims. The pressure from high ground, who was up on height, who did end up taking out Spades at the last time. Oh my goodness! No, it was Mars, Cowboy, and all that team. They were W-King the entire time. There's Crims going down. Vexy was up in the meantime too. Mercy is popping off. Who is on height? They are going to knock them out. They're actually going to take a high ground. Class goes down. Not sure how many points they are. Mercy falls to fall damage. It's all up to Mars, and I believe Cowboy. Oh my goodness. The self RPG is actually really, really bad. This could be a clutch of a lifetime here to qualify this team. If we can maybe figure out how many points there are on there. Cowboy gets knocked. It's now a 1 versus 2, I believe. Mars by himself against Pop God and Nemox against RPGs. Everything. There's Mars taking the height right now. And I think this is the player who ended up getting the 2 shots. Yes, on the Nemox and then on to Pop God. Unbelievable for Mars, pushing him into 71 points. And I think they just qualified with the clutch from Mars. 10 elims, 15 elims, 17 elims as I do the math. A ridiculous amount of points, 27, I believe. What a clutch. They W-keyed throughout the entire game. Thank God we went back into replays to witness that, because that was amazing.
That blew my mind. If Mars was the reasoning why they got that victory out, as well as that 2-piece at the end to solidify their position in top 6, you're going to be buying a mistake dinner tonight, because finals could in fact commence with them on the roster and ready to compete. I'm excited to see how this is going to end up on that leaderboard. So incredible to watch. And now it does raise that question, because I don't remember Spudlight when he dropped. I don't remember how many points he had. We talked about it, right? They were sitting at like 4th place, but when their team died early on, not only in game 5, but also game 6, they might have moved down. And at 71 points for Mars and Co., that might have been them taking over that position.
Yeah, and for context, Mars and company, Mars, Class, Ghoul, and Cowboy, at the beginning of that game, they were at 39 points. With that game pushing them up to 71, oh, my heart is beating. If that was what caused them to qualify, I will literally be freaking out. Mars is probably the play of the day and the play of heats in general. That has to be it for sure.
Oh, you have to be thinking, right? That has to be it overall. You go through, you said, what, 39 to 71? That is a huge leap, to say the least, for game number 6. Typically, you go into game 5, going into game 6, you're thinking to yourself, all right, we're at 39. We really got to pop off. We need a miracle. Well, that seemed to be the case. Maybe Stevie Stacks just happened to really work in their favors, as it clearly did. But I cannot wait for the ending. I cannot wait for that time. I think honestly 6 and 7 is going to be very close, and whoever's going to finish up at 7, they are going to be absolutely heartbroken.
We said the points to beat was 69, and that was basically based on the last game and how many teams were going to move in and how the different teams placed in that. I think the only team to move into that 69 point threshold was Mars and company. I don't think Fuzzy, I don't think Freaky Twinkie, I don't think Jamper, Voil, Little TJ, and Vix did it. So we got to shake up. The other thing though too is H-Tag, Pot God, Nemox, and Mercy. While they were in that end game, they really did almost lock it up, and really of no fault of their own. I'm not going to say that was a throw, because really it was a recovery. The way that they took height in those final moments was pretty impressive, but then just slightly mistiming the push onto Mars ends up with Mars pulling off one of the most incredible plays I've ever seen. That still means they're in contention. That still means they had the performance that they probably needed to push themselves maybe into 4th place or something like that, but definitely into qualification as well.
And I don't think Flossin was in the mix for top 6, if I'm correct. And you did mention earlier, right, we kind of set up the stage for him. This might be his last competitive event, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I think I have the standings update. I'm not sure if it's ready for us. Yes, they are. We are going to toss to those. I was looking for Flossin on them, but here they come. We'll see. Look at top 6. That's where we're going to be paying attention to. Clicks did not manage to outscore Tfue and company. There's H-Tag and Paz. Yes, it did! Class, Ghoul, Cowboy, and Mars. These 71 points was enough. They actually push out Rote, Blue T to K, and Rogue Shark. who had a couple of good performances, but nothing too spectacular. They're in 7th place, just on the outside looking in. And 6th place from Class Cool, Cowboy Mars. What the heck just happened? How could that be the play that pushes them into qualification for tomorrow's finals?
Man, Mars, shout out to him. Came through, clutched up, pulled the clicks in the end, and moves his squad forward. 5th and 6th, tied at 71. And shout out to Spudlight as well, staying alive as long as he did, going back, mind you, and getting the reboot card as well. You know that played an impact in the overall placement for him too, because if he goes down, he doesn't run away. He starts engaging in Sweaty. He goes down that early on. We could have definitely saw Rhodes as well as Blue T, Takei, and Shark push forward, and they might have been able to take over their position. They would have been in 6th. It's the little things that you never know how much of an impact they're going to make until the very end, but everything you do makes a difference.
H-Tag, Park God, Nemox, and Mercy, they hold on with that 2nd place and a couple of elims for them, ending up losing out to Mars. It was just enough. I know though, Mars and company, with the W King that they didn't even need the win. A 2nd place would have sufficed, and they still would have qualified over Blue T, Takei, and Rogue Shark. You get 44 points in their last 2 games. Ridiculous. That is going to be the final standings here on Heat number 4. We are moving on to finals day. There is still action going on in NA West, though, so make sure you're tuning in with that if you're still interested. For me and Reflection, I'm exhausted. I don't know about you. I'm really tired. We're going to pop up the schedule for a minute and talk about what we're casting tomorrow when the coverage returns here on Practice Server, because tomorrow is finals day, and you know what that means? That means coverage all around. It's Europe, it's East, it's West. We're going to be covering all of it right here, starting at 11 Eastern with EU, moving in at 3 p.m. for Eastern, or for NA East, and 7 p.m. for NA West. Make sure you're locked in and loaded. Get your food ready. Get your set up ready, because you got a long day ahead of us. We got a long day ahead of us. Reflections, it was a pleasure casting, man, our first cast, and I think it went smashing. It was so good, and I'd love to do it again sometime.
You know, honestly, loved it, Ball. I've been wanting to work with you for quite some time. The entire crew was phenomenal. Shout out to the observing team once again, catching every single moment that happened, all the craziness, the replays as well. We couldn't tell the story without the team of observers, setting it up for us. Great stuff from them overall. But I got to say, I've casted a lot of Fortnite elimination races specifically, but my entry into competitive, I think, went very well. I'm very happy for the community out there. Bala, thanks for having me on.
Huge shout outs to Reflection, guys. Go show him some love on his Twitter. Don't forget, we talked about all the different action. NA West is happening right now. OCE is happening later with Aussie Antics. Go ahead and check out his Twitch channel at twitch.tv/Aussie Antics. He's going to be live later with the OCE finals. With that being said, tomorrow, finals day, we're locked in. Zayt Saf, High Sky Commandments, Team Liquid Luck, Defend the Farm. It's all on and it's all ready. I can't wait. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. That's it from us for today. So we'll see you soon.